The imperial warrior, Surdak, joined the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment of the Bena Legion and served in the Warsaw Plain for 4 years. During a battlefield cleanup at the forest camp, he rescued a young man who had sustained injuries and was mute. Surdak brought him into the military camp, and thus begins the tale of this enigmatic youth. As the deafening clamor of battle gradually faded, the northern slope of the battlefield in Hailansa County lay strewn with corpses in disarray. The forest's decayed leaf litter was unusually soft, and 3 thunder rhinoceroses, burdened with heavy military supplies, descended the slope. Their massive footprints, nearly 20 meters long and towering over 9 meters in height, resembled 3-masted sailing ships on land, each adorned with a variety of provisions. These thunder rhinoceroses possessed 4 sturdy legs, and with every step, their cumbersome hooves sank deeply into the yielding earth. The footprints, exceeding 1 meter in diameter and half a meter deep, appeared as if designed to thwart cavalry charges. A squad of soldiers clad in metal armor trailed behind the thunder rhinoceroses. They belonged to the 4th Squad of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment, under the command of Duke Newman. Having withdrawn from the front lines a week prior, they were tasked with the cleanup of this battlefield after a week of rest. The responsibility for this cleanup fell to Baron Sidney, the squad leader, whose connection as the brother-in-law of the regiment commander secured this honorable task for the 4th Squad. The bodies of fallen soldiers were systematically gathered onto corpse carts, their armor and weapons bearing the steel insignia of the 57th Infantry Regiment, registered as property on the regiment supply list. While damaged equipment could be repaired or exchanged at the logistics department, it was not permissible to claim these items as spoils of war during the cleanup. As for the belongings of the deceased comrades, the soldiers tasked with the cleanup refrained from appropriating them, unless they were mercenaries not officially part of the Legion or private soldiers of local noble lords. The removal of each fallen soldier's nameplate signified their official demise. These plates, along with the personal effects of the deceased and a compensation sum, would be sent to the soldiers' hometowns. The only opportunity for the cleanup soldiers to gain rewards lay in scavenging the possessions of the fallen enemies. Frontline warriors would claim the heads and the most valuable items from slain foes, followed by auxiliary troops who would scour the battlefield for additional treasures. By the time the cleanup infantry arrived, it was often the 3rd or even 4th round of scavenging, and while the spoils from the enemies were limited, a meticulous search could still yield many valuable items. I end this encounter on the northern slope of the forest. The forces led by Duke Newman comprised the 4th and 7th Armored Knight Orders, alongside the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment and the Brotherhood's 59th Heavy Infantry Regiment. Duke Newman assembled nearly 1,000 armored knights and close to 3,000 heavy infantrymen at the edge of this woodland, all with the intent of annihilating a search party of fewer than 300 demons. In the early stages of the battle, under the relentless barrage of steel arrows loosed by the heavy infantry archers, the 300 demons found themselves encircled by the 1,000 armored knights. As the knights employed a wolf pack tactic to gradually wear down their foes, they were unexpectedly interrupted by another band of demons, who, having received a distress signal, swiftly approached from nearby. They tore open a gap on the western side of the northern slope, allowing the remaining demons to escape. The 7th Armored Knight Order pursued along the route, leaving behind hundreds of demon corpses. Several vultures circled in the azure sky above the white clouds, while the earthy scent mingled with that of horse manure permeated the air. Surdak, bearing a square shield, wielded a steel axe with an ebony handle at his waist and hoisted a bulky sack over his shoulder, soaked in blood and seemingly heavy. Each step he took left a deep imprint in the soft, decayed leaf litter of the forest floor. Perhaps due to the frequent engagement in such grim tasks, the faces of the seasoned veterans bore an air of numbness. Veteran Sam would murmur phrases like, "You are dust, and to dust you shall return," while wrapping the bodies. These words seemed less a comfort for the departed souls and more a solace for themselves. Surdak grew weary of such sentiments, however. His duty on the battlefield was not to tend to the fallen human warriors. As the sole member of his squad skilled in skinning, Surdak was tasked with collecting the corpses left by the demons. Despite the precious black-patterned demon hides being removed from the heads and chests of these demons, their bodies still held many valuable materials that required the expertise of a seasoned skinner like Surdak. Less than 20 meters away, a demon corpse over 3 meters tall lay sprawled. Its deep purple blood had fully congealed, and the neck bore a wound resembling the cleave of a battle axe. Although the cut was not particularly neat, there were no additional signs of severance, indicating that an experienced warrior had deftly beheaded the demon and taken the head away. Surdak clutched a bloodied horn dagger, slicing through the demon's fabric armor made of an unknown material, revealing a steel blue shoulder beneath. Along the muscular texture of the shoulder, a palm-sized black enhancement rune was visible. Surdak exhaled in relief, considering himself fortunate to have gathered 5 pieces of this small black-patterned hide during his trek. He crouched down, carefully attempting to slice through the demon's exceptionally tough skin, which proved even more resilient than raw cowhide. After making a mere inch-long incision, the horn dagger became ineffective. Resigned, Surdak withdrew his dagger and retrieved a fist-sized whetstone from his pouch, sharpening the blade with a couple of firm strokes. With the blade thus prepared, he resumed his task of skinning with newfound ease. Suldak's hands were stained with deep purple, viscous blood as he stuffed the bloodied, black-patterned demon hide into his pocket, continuing his search for other valuable materials on the headless demon's corpse. The large piece of black-patterned hide on its back had already been stripped away, and regrettably, the black markings on the demon's posterior had yet to fully form, lacking a complete design. He sighed softly, then turned his gaze to the demon's body. With great effort, he grasped one of the demon's arms, striving to completely overturn the body so that its chest and abdomen faced the sky. However, the corpse was too heavy, prompting him to call out to Sam, the old soldier who was nearby hauling another body. "Hey, my friend, come lend me a hand. I wish to turn this hefty fellow over. Perhaps his abdomen bears a complete black pattern." Sam, whose freckled face broke into a grin revealing a mouthful of decaying teeth, set down the linen roll he was carrying and ambled over to Surdak, saying, "Dak, have you not yet awakened? If the abdomen bore a magical pattern, this demon would not be sprawled in the mud like this." Despite Sam's teasing tone, his feet did not hesitate, striding directly to the demon's corpse, where he grasped one of its legs, assisting Surdak in flipping the body over. The demon's chest was a gruesome sight, the vast expanse of hide having been excised, leaving behind a bloody cavity where broken ribs protruded grotesquely from the sinewy flesh, emanating a nauseating stench. Suldak's attention was captivated by the demon's remains, utterly oblivious to the strange occurrence beside him. Sam, releasing the demon's muscular thigh, pointed at the human figure pinned beneath the demon's weight, exclaiming in astonishment, "Good heavens, who is this?" Instinctively, he stepped forward to lift the mud-covered face of the individual. Upon touching the stubbled chin, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he eagerly shouted, "He seems to still be breathing. Come quickly, there's a living one here." The second squad of soldiers, dispersed in various locations, heard Sam's calls and swiftly abandoned their tasks, racing toward the scene. The man exhibited only faint signs of life, and the soldiers gathered around the survivor, chattering among themselves. "He isn't in uniform. He doesn't seem to be one of ours." "Then where'd he come from?" inquired another young soldier, scarred and squatting curiously beside the figure. Chapter 2. Awakening from a dream, Buqiang awoke from his slumber, and the first sight that greeted his eyes was a man with golden hair and blue eyes. Brandishing a bloody dagger, crouched before him with a foolish grin. Lying supine on the grass, his head throbbed with excruciating pain. He attempted to struggle into an upright position, but found himself utterly devoid of strength. The air was thick with the stench of manure and blood. He yearned to inquire about his whereabouts, yet his throat felt as if it were constricted by an apple, rendering him mute and even inducing spasms. The man wielding the dagger spoke a torrent of strange words to Buqiang, observing the purple-black viscous substance smeared across his face, seemingly devoid of malevolence. A tremendous roar reverberated through the land, causing it to tremble. A gigantic rhinoceros, resembling a small hill, came into view, adorned with 2 colossal horns, the longest of which exceeded 2 meters. Its murky eyes appeared as large as basins, and its enormous nostrils could easily accommodate a basketball. Heavy chains bound its body, from which hung enormous wooden crates like cumbersome packages. Boom, boom, boom. He watched as the colossal beast lumbered past, its robust legs sinking into the earth, leaving behind a series of deep impressions. Only in dreams does one find themselves unable to articulate thoughts, and only in dreams can one behold such bizarre spectacles. Buqiang lay upon the grass, attempting to take a couple of deep breaths, although it felt as if a massive stone pressed upon his chest, igniting a fiery pain throughout his lungs. He chose to regard it merely as a dream and attempted to close his eyes. However, the closure of his eyelids did not usher in darkness, nor did it awaken him from slumber. Instead, he found himself adrift in a void, surrounded by a myriad of twinkling stars. Instinctively, he reached out to touch a fragment of paper that floated before him, and a peculiar sensation akin to electricity coursed through his fingertips into his mind. It was a series of vivid yet indistinct photographs, resembling disjointed frames of a film reel, which, when pieced together, formed a moving image, albeit one that was peculiarly surreal. He Wuqiang touched several more fluttering fragments of paper, each vanishing upon contact with his hands. It is said that when one sleeps too soundly, they may easily become ensnared in terrifying nightmares. At such times, one can employ psychological suggestions to force themselves awake. He Wuqiang longed to slap himself to hasten his awakening. He raised his hand and struck his face, only for his palm to pass through as though he were indeed still ensnared in a dream. At that moment, numerous shards of memory began to infiltrate He Wuqiang's consciousness. Though he could not yet comprehend the entirety of this experience, he was absorbing knowledge at an unimaginable pace. Particularly the peculiar language, which, despite emanating from his throat, was evidently unlike his previous manner of speech. He sensed someone striking his face and heard a voice calling his name in an odd intonation. He Wuqiang felt a surge of joy as the fragmented memories in his mind gradually faded away, forcing himself to open his eyes once more. He was astonished to find himself surrounded by a group of soldiers clad in armor reminiscent of the European Middle Ages, with fair-haired, blue-eyed men among them. Surdak, squatting beside He Wuqiang, said to his companions with a carefree demeanor, "Could he possibly be daft?" To his surprise, He Wuqiang comprehended the man's words. "You are the one who is foolish. Your entire family is foolish." It felt as though he had been struck by a vehicle. His bones seemed to have disassembled, and waves of excruciating pain surged through him, fluctuating with his heartbeat, leaving him on the brink of unconsciousness. This sensation was decidedly not dreamlike. Yet the sight before him was utterly inconceivable. Surdak, veteran Sam, and 10 other comrades belonged to the 2nd Squad of the 6th Company of the 4th Battalion of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment. Sam served as the squad leader. Surdak, distinguished by his exceptional skinning skills, emerged as the vice-captain among the 11. While clearing the battlefield in the northern wooded slopes, Surdak had discovered He Wuqiang, barely alive beneath the corpse of a demon. However, He Wuqiang bore no identification tags, signifying his lack of affiliation. He was not attired in the regiment's uniform and had lost all weapons and shields. Such a figure could not possibly be a soldier of the 57th Regiment. Leading the logistics personnel of the 4th Battalion to be reluctant to allocate their limited supply carts for him. They asserted that after providing He Wuqiang with rudimentary bandaging, he should be left beneath a large tree at the battlefield's edge, in hopes that any comrades he might have would return for him. When voicing this, the logistics personnel lacked conviction. Having spoken, the logistics officer appeared sheepish, and upon noticing that none of the 2nd Squad members contested his statement, he hastily departed after brushing off the dirt from his trousers. Surdak glanced at Captain Sam, awaiting his decision. As Surdak cut away the blood-stained garments from He Wuqiang with a skinning knife and tended to his wounds with bandages, he addressed Captain Sam. "What should we do? We know nothing of his unit's designation." Surdak was right. "I shall act as a vice-bearer," Sam replied, grabbing hold of Surdak. "You stay here and help us gather demon materials. After this battlefield cleanup, whether we feast on meat and drink or subsist on scraps depends on your harvest. There lies another demon corpse ahead. Swiftly strip the useful black-patterned demon skin from it. Jelonan, you gather wood to make a stretcher." A silent black youth, who had been crouching nearby, promptly stood and drew a short dagger from the side of his leg armor, eagerly responding, "Understood, Captain." The smoky battlefield seemed to gain a touch of humanity amidst the chaos. Chapter 3. The Superfluous Ones as Twilight Descends. The sunset casts a fiery glow upon the clouds at the horizon. A large flock of copper-billed finches sweeps across the camp, making their way into the dense forest at the foot of the mountain, where a multitude of nests can be found. The soldiers meticulously record the names of their fallen comrades, leaving behind only their nameplates and precious personal belongings. The bodies, shrouded in linen and doused in oil, are stacked into a towering pyre, surrounded by a mound of red pine branches. A priest, clad in a long robe, holds a slightly tattered prayer book in his hands, standing before the heap of corpses as he softly intones a requiem. Colonel Mongoss of the 57th Armored Infantry Regiment personally ignites the pine branches, sending thick plumes of smoke billowing into the air. The oil-soaked linen ignites swiftly, and the flames rapidly consume the entire pyre. The fire crackles and pops. While the pyre emits piercing squeaking sounds, the fat from the bodies being rapidly rendered by the intense heat. 10 sentinels will vigilantly guard this site until dawn, preventing the flames from spreading. The 4 captains of the 57th Armored Infantry Regiment stand expressionless behind Colonel Goss, awaiting the conclusion of the ceremony before returning to the camp with their respective squads. After each battlefield cleanup, Baron Sidney, the captain of the 4th Squad, wears a subtle smirk of satisfaction. The favored sustenance for these thunder rhinoceroses is the starchy cassava cakes. By mashing the cassava and steaming it, one can create cakes the size of wheels. Given the prodigious appetites of the thunder rhinoceroses, each meal requires at least 50 of these substantial cakes. Fortunately, they are fed only twice a day. Baron Sidney is acutely aware of the advantages of this battlefield scavenging, what can be taken, such as small pieces of black-patterned demon hide, and what must remain untouched, such as the valuables on fallen soldiers and standard-issue weaponry. However, at this moment, a sense of discontent stirs within him, as several soldiers obstruct his path after he completes his inspection of the sentry posts. Among them stands Veteran Sam, a squad leader from the 5th Squad, whom Sidney recognizes. Baron Sidney's displeasure is palpable. "What is it you want?" he inquires, his countenance reflecting his dissatisfaction. Veteran Sam hesitates, but it is Surdak who steps forward, reporting to Captain Sidney, "My Lord Baron Sidney, the situation is as follows." Sam, compelled to endure, stands beside Surdak, awaiting the full disclosure of their purpose. Under the command of Baron Sidney, there were 300 warriors. While he may not recall each warrior's name, he held a distinct impression of every one of them. The most profound impression was of Surdak, a young man possessing commendable skinning skills, rendering him a valuable asset within the battalion. It was for this reason that Baron Sidney, with great patience, allowed Surdak to complete his recounting. After Surdak had finished his narrative, Baron Sidney furrowed his brow and expressed his displeasure, exclaiming, "Why do you come to me with such matters?" The veteran Sam cast a furtive glance at Surdak, his eyes conveying a sense of, "See, I told you so. You refused to heed my warning, and now the Baron may hold you accountable." Surdak, visibly anxious, regarded Baron Sidney with trepidation. Perhaps it was Surdak's earnest gaze that swayed Baron Sidney, or perhaps the Baron was simply eager to resolve the issue swiftly. Thus, he instructed Surdak, "You are to hand him over to the logistics department for handling. We are not a field hospital." Baron Sidney was well aware that within the infantry regiment, departments would inevitably shift responsibility when there was no benefit to be gained. He lowered his head in contemplation, and his aide-de-camp leaned in to whisper a few words into his ear. Considering that the individual in question was no fool, yet had remained silent thus far, Surdak felt compelled to further explain to Baron Sidney, "My Lord, Baron Sidney." This plea seemed to deplete the last vestiges of patience within the Baron. His expression grew increasingly indifferent as he replied with a casual air, "I see. Normally, the barracks cannot accommodate individuals without proper identification. However, I can feign ignorance. If he cannot withstand the burden of his injuries in the coming days, we shall simply find a spot in the woods outside the camp to bury him. Should he survive and regain the ability to walk, he is to leave at once. Remember, do not bring me any trouble." With that, he strode past Surdak and Sam, accompanied by his aide-de-camp. "Yes, my lord." Surdak trembled and quickly saluted. Meanwhile, He Buqiang lay in a tent reeking of sweat and foot odor, for the first time feeling utterly superfluous. Ultimately, Surdak did not abandon He Buqiang to the wilderness outside the camp to fend for himself. Despite the arduousness of existence, He Buqiang discovered that his body possessed an indomitable vitality akin to wild grass. In this adversity, his injuries began to mend, albeit slowly. Each day, with eyes closed, he grappled with the fragmented memories swirling in the void, and upon opening his eyes, he beheld the peculiar world around him where a group of lowly soldiers fought tenaciously for survival. It dawned upon him that this was not a mere dream. He had indeed transcended into another realm. During his convalescence in the tent, He Buqiang, drawing from the vibrant fragments of memory in his mental landscape, began to grasp the essence of this new world. Among the fragments of memory, what resonated most profoundly with He Buqiang was not the bizarre world around him, but rather the relentless practice year after year, day after day. The act of wielding a sword and blocking with a shield had seemingly become a conditioned reflex. There was also a gentle blonde maiden with faint freckles and a sea of flames capable of incinerating everything. He Buqiang referred to that starry expanse as his spiritual realm. Upon closing his eyes, remnants of memories would continuously manifest within this ethereal domain, gradually merging into He Buqiang's being, a sensation not of possession, but of integration. He discovered that the original owner of this body was named Chang Ba, born into a noble family in a northern city of the empire, enjoying a life free from want and receiving a fine education. As the second son, Chang Ba held neither the right to titles nor lands. Consequently, the old count had charted a course for him to attend a prestigious warrior academy, aspiring to ascend to the rank of a first-tier warrior, thereby inheriting a set of magical armor and a steed from the family treasury, ultimately becoming a knight of the constructs. Chang Ba indeed followed the old count's plan. However, just one step away from becoming a first-tier warrior, an unexpected incident occurred. He had joined a small group called the Wind Chasers, and during a mission, a malevolent sorcerer abducted a companion. In the pursuit of this sorcerer, Chang Ba found himself engulfed in flames. Although he was rescued from the inferno by subsequent arrivals, he suffered severe burns, seemingly forfeiting his chance to ascend to greatness. This portion of memory was chaotic, and for reasons unknown, Chang Ba began to wander extensively. Unexpectedly, he encountered a wraith in the northern slope of the Grotto Forest in Handanar County. As a knight embodying the spirit of sacrifice, Chang Ba resolutely chose to stand firm to protect his companions, sustaining grave injuries as a wraith's corpse fortuitously fell upon him. Perhaps from that very moment, the knight Chang Ba had perished, and it was he Buqiang who was revived by Surdak from beneath the wraith's remains. The 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment was stationed at the foot of the forest, frequently troubled by these wraiths. Surdak and the second squad of soldiers had been out with Baron Sidney for nearly a day and a night. Just as he Buqiang was sinking into a stupor, believing he was on the brink of starvation, the soldiers of the second squad returned, clad in heavy armor, barely able to muster the strength to remove it, collapsing onto the raw hide on the floor of their tent. The last to enter the tent was Captain Sam, the most seasoned heavy infantryman in the 57th Regiment, eager to impart survival skills to the younger soldiers. His heavy iron boots brushed past He Buqiang's face, emanating a strong scent of blood, as he wielded a long sword sheathed in leather, shooing all the warriors lying in the tent outside. "Come, everyone, have a bowl of hot soup. Even if you wish to sleep, you must remove your armor, lest you become too deeply unconscious, and the straps of your armor ruin your limbs." As Sam incessantly chattered while assisting other soldiers in shedding their armor, his loquacity was so overwhelming that one might wish to silence him altogether. Surdak, bearing a large wooden bowl, laboriously approached Hiboqiang's side and plopped down upon the moisture-resistant mat spread across the ground. He reached out to feel beneath Hiboqiang's nose, sensing the faintest breath, which allowed him to relax momentarily. Hiboqiang, weak and feeble, managed to open his eyes and cast a glance at Surdak, the warrior who had rescued him from beneath the corpse of a malevolent spirit, filling his heart with gratitude. Surdak, deftly unfastening the straps of his iron boots, remarked, "I must say, my friend, you truly are like an indestructible cockroach. You appear to be improving, though your complexion leaves much to be desired." With great skill, Surdak bound the two exceptionally heavy iron boots together and hung them at the tent's ventilation opening. A gust of wind swept through, carrying with it a rich aroma reminiscent of snail noodles that permeated the entire tent. Having liberated his feet from their encumbrance, Surdak did not hastily remove his cumbersome armor. Instead, he first produced a greasy black cloth to meticulously clean the blade of his saber before sheathing it. Bending down, Surdak supported Hiboqiang's head and offered him a sip of warm soup. With nourishment finally entering his stomach, Hiboqiang felt the relentless twisting pain within subside, only to be replaced by aches throughout his body. Unfazed by the agony etched on Hiboqiang's face, Surdak whispered, "You would never guess what we encountered last night. A whole battalion of malevolent spirits passed through our defensive perimeter. Thankfully, they weren't after us. Otherwise, we would have surely perished. When will these days of trepidation come to an end?" Surdak's form reeked of blood, yet he seemed oblivious to the stench. From his pocket, he cautiously retrieved a palm-sized piece of black-patterned demon hide, his face alight with pride. "But our squad managed to ambush a solitary demon. The main prize, of course, belongs to Baron Sidney, yet we still made a tidy profit. Heh." After this, he offered another sip of warm soup to Hiboqiang, urging him, "You must recover swiftly." Upon seeing the substantial demon hide, Hiboqiang finally comprehended that the adversaries faced by these warriors were not human, but rather a formidable legion of demons, far stronger than any man. No one had informed him of their origins, as if these fiends had existed by right all along. The following day, Surdak discovered that the roasted meat remained lodged in Hiboqiang's mouth, never having been swallowed, which prompted him to unleash a tirade upon the soldiers. It was through this harrowing ordeal that Habokiang gradually began to mend, inching closer to understanding the perilous new world surrounding him. Chapter 5. The meaning of life at the foot of the Linchang Mountain. Vast expanses of lush sweet potatoes flourish on the gentle slopes. A warm gust of wind sweeps through, causing the sweet potato vines to sway rhythmically, reminiscent of golden waves of wheat. This area enjoys abundant rainfall, and the temperate summer climate, devoid of mortal enemies such as groundhogs, allows the sweet potatoes to thrive remarkably. The tender stems and leaves serve as the preferred sustenance for the thunderbeasts, yet to sustain their vigor, it is essential to feed these creatures sweet potatoes rich in starch. The warriors of the second squad toil under the scorching sun, wielding sickles to cut down the sprawling sweet potato vines, subsequently using pickaxes to unearth the tubers buried deep within the soil. Each of these sweet potatoes, comparable in thickness to an arm, measures nearly 1 meter in length and contains a faintly toxic yellow sap. If consumed by an ordinary person, within an hour, their lips would swell grotesquely, resembling sausages, while their tongues would protrude uncontrollably, rendering half their face incapable of normal speech. In the Grimm Empire, few dare to indulge in sweet potatoes. However, the thunderbeasts and certain large livestock remain unfazed by this slight toxicity. These resilient tubers, known for their high yield, are ubiquitous even in the wilderness. The 6th Squad of the 4th Battalion was tasked with preparing a fortnight's worth of rations for the thunderbeasts. All 5 teams within the squad mobilized, dedicating a full 3 days to excavate the sweet potatoes from the slope. Jalongan, the dark-skinned lad, and Klaus, with his fiery red hair, energetically dug out tuber after tuber from the fertile, loose earth. The idea of forming groups of 4 to collaboratively harvest the sweet potatoes originated from He Buqiang, and it proved to be effective. The collective effort significantly enhanced their work efficiency compared to solitary endeavors, while also rendering the task more enjoyable. Captain Sam meticulously loaded the neatly arranged sweet potatoes onto a flatbed cart and approached He Buqiang, delivering a hearty slap on his shoulder. With a grin revealing his yellowed teeth, he praised, "Well done. You appear quite robust. I never would have guessed you had a farmer-esque skill." The lead worker, Surdak, paused to straighten his back and took a long swig from his water flask before tossing it to He Buqiang. Without hesitation, He Buqiang gulped down the remaining water. "Are you from the north?" Captain Sam inquired, seated atop a bundle of sweet potato vines, squinting up at He Buqiang. He Buqiang hesitated, recalling the endless snow-capped mountains from his fragmented memories, before slowly nodding in affirmation. Although he could comprehend the imperial language through shards of memory, he struggled with precise pronunciation, leading to barriers in communication. He could only listen, not speak. Surdak, taken aback by He Buqiang's nod, found himself at a loss for words, muttering a curse under his breath. "Damn the dimensional war. And what are your plans moving forward?" Captain Sam asked He Buqiang, noticing his silence. He assumed He Buqiang to be a mute with normal hearing and turned to Surdak, saying, "Dak, aren't you acquainted with the merchants from Talapagan? Perhaps we should inquire whether they are short-handed," suggested Surdak, who agreed to inquire the following morning. As one of the few warriors in the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment skilled in the art of skinning, Surdak was evidently more favored by the merchants who followed the infantry into the lucrative war in Handanar County. He was acquainted with several stewards from various caravans, and Sam's request for Surdak to seek assistance from these merchants was certainly not without merit. From behind, the young lad Jilongnan interjected, "Captain, why not leave the big fellow behind?" Ever since He Buqiang had regained consciousness, his injuries had gradually improved, although he was still unable to speak. This did not hinder him from being productive. Many of his ideas stemmed from fragmented memories of his former self, which, when blended with experiences from another world, yielded a plethora of novel concepts. While some were constrained by various limitations, others proved remarkably effective. Thus, despite his lingering injuries, He Buqiang had already garnered acceptance from all members of the 2nd Squad. Captain Sam, biting his pipe, muttered incoherently, "Nonsense. We are in military service. The conscription system of the Green Empire stands before us. Were it not for forced conscription, who would willingly engage in such perilous endeavors?" His words left Jilongnan momentarily speechless, prompting him to pull out a piece of baked flatbread from his pocket, chew it absent-mindedly, and swallow it without a sip of water. His throat bulging like a ping-pong ball as he struggled to down the dry morsel, his eyes slightly glazed over. Meanwhile, the thunderous rhinoceroses, resembling small hills, gathered around, their gaping maws capable of swallowing a bundle of sweet potato vines in one gulp. These astonishingly voracious creatures represented the most formidable transport capacity within the camp. However, feeding these behemoths was an arduous task, typically requiring dedicated caretakers, with soldiers only gathering forage when preparing provisions for temporary thunderous rhinoceroses. After the 4th Squad was assigned the commendable task of clearing the battlefield, they subsequently undertook several reconnaissance missions, including this current endeavor to gather fodder for the thunderous rhinoceroses. This was orchestrated by Count Montgasper to balance the sentiments of the other squad leaders. Making sweet potato steam buns was one of the few activities that piqued He Buqiang's interest, as it allowed him to closely observe the thunderous rhinoceroses. Weighing several tons, he longed to mount one and experience its immense presence. However, the camp's caretakers kept a vigilant watch, refusing to allow easy access to these colossal beasts. Despite his boundless curiosity about this world, He Buqiang often felt a profound sense of alienation. During his days of convalescence in the tent, he sought to endure the pain of his injuries by secretly hypnotizing himself, repeatedly whispering to himself, "Fear not, this is merely a dream. When I awaken, all suffering will vanish." This was a mantra he intoned each night before drifting into slumber. As a new day dawns, he will seek the meaning of life in the morning sunlight that graces this world. Chapter 6. The born warrior 2 months had allowed He Buqiang's body to fully recover, and the days spent in the military camp had gradually helped him settle into a new rhythm. Many infantry regiments of the Grimm Empire engaged in field operations without dedicated logistics support, and the 57th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment was no exception. As the commanding officer, Count Montgasper, like other infantry leaders, entrusted supply logistics to the accompanying merchant caravans. Surdak frequently managed to acquire some black-striped demon skins, which resulted in him becoming acquainted with many merchants. They often gathered to share a few light-hearted moments. Sitting on a mound at the entrance of the camp, He Buqiang observed Surdak chatting with a merchant clad in silk-fitted trousers and a long tunic. Occasionally, the bearded merchant cast glances in He Buqiang's direction. Initially, the merchant thought Surdak was jesting, but soon he grew serious. Surdak waved at He Buqiang, who stood up from the grass, brushed off the debris from his trousers, and descended the slope. The merchant tilted his head slightly, locking eyes with He Buqiang and squinting like a cunning fox. "A northerner?" he inquired casually, his gaze settling on the bulging biceps of He Buqiang's arms. He Buqiang nodded. The people here took great pride in their northern heritage. The merchant, Lajin, scrutinized He Buqiang from head to toe, ultimately resting his gaze on He Buqiang's feet. "Quite robust," he remarked. "I wager he was a warrior before. Are you truly considering integrating him into the caravan?" Lajin's final words were delivered with a laugh, as if he were jesting. Surdak, frowning with impatience, replied to Lajin, "Let us be straightforward. If you're unwilling, I shall seek out Big-Eyed Peak instead." Realizing Surdak was not joking, Lajin hastily attempted to smooth over the situation, exclaiming, "I never said it was impossible. Have a little patience with me, will you? We are fellow countrymen. You look out for me, and I will look out for you. That's how it ought to be." Surdak sensed that Lajin was being evasive and was about to reprimand him. But Lajin preempted this by patting Surdak on the shoulder and saying, "All right, I understand your point. Leave him to me. He seems quite capable and will not require much oversight. I shall compensate him fairly." He Buqiang was led away by the merchant Lajin, while Surdak gently waved goodbye from the entrance of the camp. The temporary lodging of the merchants was not far from the military camp. It resembled a bustling marketplace. Tents lined both sides of the thoroughfare, displaying an array of daily necessities and various goods for sale. Merchants seized every opportunity to profit, as soldiers frequently emerged from the camp to purchase essentials, with many more seeking a hearty meal. However, for these merchants, such small transactions were not their primary focus, as relying on the soldiers' meager coins was hardly worth the effort of traveling great distances to follow the regiment to the front lines. The primary business here revolves around the substantial procurement of military supplies in the barracks, encompassing food, textiles, ironware, and various other commodities. Additionally, merchants collect a variety of spoils, converting these trophies into gold coins and silver pieces, which instills a sense of security in the soldiers. Some major trading companies even offer delivery services, ensuring that the hard-earned money of the warriors reaches their hometowns. The 57th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment is tasked with guarding the northern slope of the forest, where malevolent spirits occasionally manifest. The most recent skirmish occurred a month ago. Although He Buqiang did not express it overtly, he harbored a deep sense of gratitude towards Surdak. He contemplated that the respect Surdak commanded from the merchants was largely attributed to his exceptional skill in skinning. glancing at his own sturdy hands, calloused at the palms. He Buqiang resolved to revive his own craft. Suddenly, the merchant lodging came to a halt, nearly causing He Buqiang, who was trailing behind, to collide with him. Turning to He Buqiang, he inquired, I completely forgot to ask, what should I call you? Big guy? Lodging attempted to label him. He Buqiang's expression soured slightly. Northern lad? Lodging continued to probe. He Buqiang averted his gaze. How about a random name? After all, it's just a code. Let us call you Morgan. There was a big fellow named Morgan in the caravan before, adept at driving the horse cart, Lodging suggested, undeterred. Just as He Buqiang considered reverting to his previous name. Lodging smacked his forehead and asked enthusiastically, All right then, what would you like me to call you? Little Dak. Noting He Buqiang's momentary hesitation and the subsequent softening of his frown, Lodging quickly clapped him on the shoulder, exclaiming, Ha! I think that name is indeed splendid. The two walked side by side into the makeshift marketplace, with Lodging incessantly chattering. He Buqiang occasionally nodded under his gaze. Lodging guided He Buqiang to a camp comprised of 3 groups of tents, calling over a curly-haired youth guarding a stall and a burly man napping outside a tent. He introduced the young man as Gabby and the drowsy giant as Ulysses, stating that they would all work together moving forward. Ulysses, intrigued by He Buqiang, extended his hand, which He Buqiang grasped instinctively, feeling as though an enormous iron vice was enveloping his hand, the pressure intensifying. A triumphant smile spread across Ulysses' face. Yet, before that smile could fully blossom, his dark visage gradually stiffened. Lodging, oblivious to the tentative exchanges between his subordinates, treated them as if they were invisible. After greeting the 2 hired hands, Lodging arranged accommodations for He Buqiang. Chapter 7. The Merchant Rakan. The Merchant Rakan led He Buqiang to the entrance of a canvas tent, lifting the flap to reveal what appeared to be a vast warehouse within. Large wooden crates were stacked together, many adorned with labels inscribed in various languages. At the entrance stood an open wooden box, and as He Buqiang peered inside, he caught sight of a sizable leg bone resting at the bottom, its surface etched with dark magical runes that seemed to pulsate with a life of their own, causing He Buqiang to feel dizzy with just a glance. This is a temporary storage for low-grade magical materials. I will arrange for a wooden bed to be placed here, Rakan explained to He Buqiang. You will reside here for the time being and help me guard the warehouse. Your daily task will be to inventory the supplies we receive, as there will be sporadic deliveries by cart to hand in our county. He Buqiang nodded in acknowledgement. The interior of the tent was considerably more spacious than it appeared from the outside, and a faint scent of oil lingered in the air. As he maneuvered through the stacked crates, he reached the far end of the tent, where he discovered an array of swords and shields. These were mostly standard military weaponry, and he was taken aback by the sheer volume of military supplies housed within such a modest merchant caravan. Unable to resist, He Buqiang picked up a knight's shield from the rack, holding it before him and striking it with his hand, producing a series of dull thuds. The weapon rack displayed a row of hefty Roman swords, their bronze handles intricately engraved with ancient patterns, though these embellishments seemed merely decorative. He felt no dizziness from the runic leather, and while the blades of the swords measured less than 3 feet, they possessed an extraordinary weight. Do you have a fondness for these weapons? Rakan asked, his gaze fixed on He Buqiang, eyes glimmering with discovery. He Buqiang nodded in affirmation. His attention then shifted to the other weapon racks. Besides the row of Roman swords, there were several daggers with dark blades, their handles crafted from brown leather, promising a comfortable grip. Additionally, surrounding the central support column of the tent were a dozen Paglier spears, entirely forged from metal, wielded solely by heavily armored infantry. Rakan seemed to place great trust in Surdak, undeterred by the prospect of He Buqiang pilfering from the tent brimming with weapons and magical materials. He then inquired, Do you know how to maintain these weapons? It involves regularly taking them out for a polish and applying some animal grease to the edges. As he spoke, he produced a greasy cloth and demonstrated by vigorously rubbing it on one of the Roman swords, seemingly illustrating the process for He Buqiang. Taking the oily cloth from Rakan, He Buqiang chose not to mimic the demonstration, but instead picked up a rectangular sharpening stone from the tray on the weapon rack. Skillfully, he first honed the edge before meticulously polishing the blade with the oily cloth. Rakan regarded He Buqiang with satisfaction, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. Excellent. From now on, you shall be responsible for the maintenance of the weapons. The warehouse reeked of a musty, bone-rotting odor. Lakin had no desire to linger inside, and led He Buqiang out of the tent. Standing just outside the entrance, he spoke, clearly, out of deference to Surdak's influence. Lakin refrained from treating Habokiang with any particular harshness. After delivering his instructions, Lakin melted into the bustling crowd of the merchant street, effortlessly striking up a conversation with two warriors clad in chainmail. Meanwhile, Habokiang crouched by the tent's entrance, watching the throngs of people moving through the simple marketplace. His mind clouded with uncertainty about the future. Before the camp stalls lay a knight's light shield, 2 daggers, 3 Roman swords, and a paleo spear. Gabby squatted behind the display, stifling a yawn as he idly tossed 2 copper coins up and down. Even as soldiers passed by, Gabby made no effort to hawk his wares, simply waiting for someone to stop of their own accord. The standardized weapons and equipment in the military camp were the property of Count Mongoss. Even if some gear was damaged in battle, soldiers could replace it at the logistics office, provided they had a valid reason. However, there was a noticeable gap in quality between standard-issue weapons and these superior alternatives. If the standard-issue saber felt too light, the Roman sword, shaped like a cudgel, was a decent choice. After a long while without any customers, Lakin seemed indifferent to the stall's performance, and Gabby, stationed at the front, appeared equally nonchalant. Habokiang sensed that Lakin didn't expect much profit from this venture. The burly Ulysses, having suffered a loss at Habokiang's hands earlier, now kept to himself, quietly retreating into the tent to sleep. The curly-haired Gabby turned and beckoned to Habokiang, who approached and mimicked Gabby's posture, squatting behind the stall. Alongside the weapons, the display held items like whetstones. Near Gabby's side lay 2 small, dark-patterned hides, each the size of a child's palm, and several pitch-black, egg-shaped stones. Casually picking up one of the black stones, about the size of an egg, Habokiang examined it. "These are magic cores," Gabby said, tapping his temple with a strange grin. "Dug out of demon skulls. But these are a bit small. Most don't believe they contain magic crystals. Only the ones with crystals inside are valuable. Buying these is like gambling. If you crack one open and find a crystal, you win. Otherwise, you're left with a worthless rock." Scratching his straw-like curls, Gabby pointed to a pile of smaller cores. "These go for 50 silver coins each." Then, gesturing to another pile of fist-sized cores, he added, "These are pricier, about 1 gold coin each. Plenty of folks in the camp love betting on these." Listening to Gabby, Habokiang thought buying magic cores was too much different from gambling on jade. Like a magician, Gabby produced a strip of dried beef from nowhere, pressing it into Habokiang's hand before tossing another into his own mouth. "Hope you don't mind what happened earlier," he said. "Ulysses means no harm. He just enjoys arm wrestling with people." He resolutely seated himself behind the stall and introduced to Habokiang that our daily tasks are quite simple. "I am responsible for overseeing the stall, while Ulysses is tasked with keeping watch at night. Recently, there has been little conflict. Only after a victorious battle do we find ourselves truly occupied." Gabby's cheekbones are adorned with a few brown freckles, and he possesses a notably high nose, though he is somewhat slender. Like Lodging, once he opens his mouth, he can chatter endlessly. "I see you are not one of the Benar people, are you?" Chapter 8. The unexpected change. The first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the crevices of the tent, casting a straight beam upon the damp mat. A flock of vividly green forest birds fluttered out from the thicket, creating the illusion of a miniature dust storm from a distance. According to Surdak, the flesh of these thieving birds is remarkably tender. When marinated with pepper and salt, then coated in flour and tossed into a frying pan, they emerge crisp and golden. However, capturing them is quite a hassle, and preparing such ingredients demands ample patience. Ulysses, clad in a thick tarpaulin raincoat, sat yawning on a cargo truck, dew glistening upon him, while cradling a spear in his arms. The lush green blades of grass were adorned with sparkling droplets. After discovering Habokiang's culinary skills, Boss Lodging entrusted him with the task of preparing breakfast, with half a roasted rabbit remaining from the night before. Habokiang planned to concoct a savory meat porridge by mixing it with oatmeal. The cuisine of the Grimm Empire is rather monotonous, consisting mainly of oatmeal porridge, baked flatbreads, roasted meats, and an array of meat broths. Essentially anything can be simmered into a soup, as any ingredient can be tossed into the pot, resembling a hodgepodge stew. Breakfast is typically simple, sometimes oatmeal porridge, other times merely a shared flatbread. Since his last misadventure, Ulysses had become more earnest. Upon seeing Habokiang emerge from the tent, he took a wooden bucket to fetch water from the river. The small river at the foot of the forest was not far from the camp. Yet the path was arduous, particularly in the morning when the grass was soaked with dew, causing one's trousers to become uncomfortably damp. The cooking pot was set outside the tent. Habokiang scraped some charcoal ash from the cold stove and retrieved a blowpipe from the side. With a few vigorous breaths directed at the glowing embers, sparks flew forth, igniting the nearby dry grass, which flared up in a sudden burst. Of course, if there were no sparks at all in the stove, it would not be a problem, as Lajin had flint on hand, making it easy to kindle a fire. "Hey, little Dak, good morning." Captain Sam approached with all members of the second squad from the direction of the camp, greeting He Buqiang from afar. He Buqiang stood up, attempting to respond, yet he had yet to master the art of speech. As Captain Sam drew closer, he patted He Buqiang on the shoulder and inquired, "How have you been faring with Lajin's caravan?" He Buqiang nodded vigorously, indicating that all was well with the caravan. Captain Sam smiled at He Buqiang, saying, "It seems Surdak has found you a decent job. In the end, the infantry regiment could only assign us to alternate patrols along that forest path." Surdak remarked with a hint of exasperation, "These fellows, they don't even wait for me. I must be off now. I hope luck is on our side this time." Surdak, equipped with a standard military saber and square shield, donned in chainmail, hastily pursued the second squad. The good fortune Surdak referred to signified the squad's entry into the dense woods surrounding the forest, where they might encounter elusive game seldom seen otherwise. Proceeding westward from this forested region, one would soon find themselves amidst the grandeur of the Gonnar Mountains, where an expanse of forest serves as the dominion of ferocious beasts, a treacherous realm even the legion of demons shuns. This vicinity frequently witnesses the presence of formidable wild creatures. On a prior occasion, a small squad from the 3rd Battalion of the 57th Regiment managed to hunt a male wild boar within the woods. Its tusks measured over a meter in length. Nearly all the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion savor the succulent meat of the boar, a tale they have relished recounting, much to the envy of their counterparts in other battalions, who now strive with fervor to capture such a magnificent beast themselves. The 57th Regiment is stationed in a remote area, close to the perilous beast-infested forests, where demon incursions are infrequent. However, the local indigenous people of Handano County, often displaced by the demons, frequently traverse these woods, causing considerable trouble for the heavily armored infantry regiment. The second squad's current patrol mission aims to disperse these lurking natives. While they do not anticipate capturing these elusive, tree-dwelling individuals, they hope that their presence will instill a sense of caution among the natives. Nonetheless, the infantrymen would not hesitate to teach those tree monkeys a lesson if the opportunity arises. Sam, the captain of the second squad, harbors fewer expectations for extraordinary encounters, recognizing that each such occurrence equates to a potential peril. Nevertheless, as the second squad ventured into the woods west of the forest clearing, like their fellow squads, several ordinary soldiers bore traps for capturing wild beasts. He Buqiang crouched before a stall, firmly gripping a robust Roman sword. In that moment, he felt as though the sword was an extension of his arm, and he immersed himself in this delicate ambience, his senses heightened to an extraordinary degree, detecting the slightest disturbances around the stall with acute awareness. His curly-haired companion, Gabby, wished to explore the makeshift market, so He Buqiang tended the stall in his stead, all the while mindful of his employer, Lakin's, instructions to maintain the high-quality weapons in the warehouse with an oiled cloth. He vigorously wielded the Roman sword, executing a series of combat techniques that seemed innate to him. Lakin remained as elusive as ever, rarely making an appearance. He was perhaps the most unreliable employer He Buqiang had encountered. This small trading caravan lacked the typical characteristics of a merchant group, having not opened for business over the past 3 days. Instead, Gabby cheerfully acquired a piece of black-patterned demon hide from a soldier, earning praise from Lakin in the process. "How much for this dagger?" He Buqiang inquired, gesturing to the dagger beside a wooden board that clearly displayed its price. Dagger price, 35 silver coins. The handwriting on the board belonged to Gabby, though it was crooked and somewhat hasty. The individual silently regarded He Buqiang for a moment, then picked up the dagger, running his thumb along the blade to gauge its sharpness. "Could it be cheaper?" the person queried again, to which He Buqiang simply shook his head. Upon encountering He Buqiang, there was no indication of any willingness to relent. The individual, disinclined to engage in further entanglement, directly retrieved 35 silver coins from his pouch and tossed them towards He Buqiang before turning on his heel, dagger in hand, to depart. At this juncture, the hour was nearing noon. He Buqiang suddenly stood upright as he discerned a blood-soaked figure, in a state of disarray, emerging from the woodland at the foot of the mountain. It was unmistakably the soldier, Black Kid Jaialongnan, rushing towards him. Chapter 9. Courage Bloodied and Breathless. Jaranam emerged from the dense forest at the foot of the mountain, clad in a chainmail vest, but his lower body was only adorned with blood-stained linen shorts. Gripping a standard military dagger, He appeared frantic as he rushed towards the camp, his shield having been lost to the chaos. "Hey, little Zach, where are you off to?" called out Curly, raising his voice at Yibuqiang. At that moment, Yibuqiang had already taken long strides towards Jeranam, skillfully weaving through the bustling marketplace. His movements as light as a gust of wind. "I used to run just as fast as him when I was young," slurred an old man seated at an open-air tavern, addressing his equally inebriated companion, Lajin. Squinting, Lajin followed Yibuqiang's retreating figure and nonchalantly replied, "Of course I know." In addition to Yibuqiang, several soldiers clad in standard chainmail rushed out from the marketplace. Their attire unmistakably identified them as members of the 57th Infantry Regiment. Perhaps burdened by their heavy and finely crafted armor, they trailed behind Yibuqiang, who was leading the charge towards Jeranam. Yibuqiang approached Jeranam, steadying the slightly staggering young lad. Jeranam, the dark-skinned youth, had several wooden arrows lodged in his chainmail. These arrows were ineffective against armor, only inflicting wounds in unprotected areas. The injury on Jeranam's shoulder was a gash, resembling a throat wound but slightly misaligned. Sweat mingled with blood as he gasped for breath, his face etched with urgency. Upon seeing Yibuqiang, Jeranam wasted no time and grasped his arms, utterly fatigued from his exertions. At that moment, the infantry soldiers who had been trailing Yibuqiang caught up and inquired, "What happened? Were you ambushed by fiends?" Yibuqiang was momentarily obstructed by two soldiers. Jeranam reiterated to the infantryman, "We were ambushed by a large group of natives from Handanar County." One of the infantrymen pressed Jeranam further. "Which squad do you belong to?" Supporting Jeranam, the two soldiers hastily guided him toward the camp, while another soldier continued to question him about the specifics of the encounter. Yibuqiang stood on the grassy slope, momentarily forgotten, gazing blankly at Jeranam as he hurried into the camp. Jeranam had not conveyed much useful information to Yibuqiang, merely stating that their patrol squad had encountered a band of natives in the mountain path west of the forest. Yibuqiang was not well acquainted with the indigenous inhabitants of Handanar County. He had only heard a few snippets about them from Surdak, although these natives were once the rightful owners of this land. They remain entrenched in a primitive tribal social structure. To the regular army of the Grimm Empire, these natives are akin to uncivilized monkeys. And the heavy infantry battalion has never regarded the natives of Handanar County with any respect. Little did he expect that the very individuals wielding wooden bows and stone spears would pose trouble for the second squad. Hearing that Surdak and Sam were still engaged in combat with the natives in the western valley of the forest, Yibuqiang felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins. He recalled Surdak's hope for better luck on this mission that morning. But now it was evident that the news was anything but favorable. Yibuqiang felt the weight in his hand and looked down to discover that he was still gripping the Roman sword he had meticulously polished behind the market stalls. Unsure of where his newfound courage had sprung from, perhaps it was the strength inherent in this body that had inspired an unexpected resolve. He did not see Lakin and Gabby among the crowd and yearned to convey to Lakin that he merely wished to borrow his Roman sword. However, as he waited for Lakin's response, perhaps he simply did not notice, Yibuqiang mused. A rush of warmth surged from his feet upwards, filling him with an inexplicable power. Without hesitation, he plunged into the dense forest, only to realize that he had no idea which path Jyalongan had taken. Momentarily lost and disoriented, he paused, then redirected himself towards the western side of the forest, recalling Surdak mentioning that the valley path lay just beyond the woods. As he brushed past a cluster of jagged leaves, they scraped against his face, drawing a thin line of blood. The leaves contained toxins that stimulated the sensory nerves, causing the minor wound to throb painfully. Treading on the moist, soft leaf litter, the ground was so saturated that each step seemed to release water. Insects scurried from the decaying foliage, fleeing in all directions. Yibuqiang took a deep breath, suppressing the discomfort in his stomach, and resolutely wiped his face before continuing his pursuit towards the western side of the forest. Chapter 10. Ambush. He cautiously parted a thicket of thorny trees, carefully circumventing a family of owls, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he reached a place where the cries of the owls could no longer be heard. Surdak often lamented that during patrols and duty assignments, it was challenging to encounter wild beasts within the forested area. Yet, he did not anticipate that upon entering the dense woods west of the forest, he would come across such formidable terrestrial avians. The family of owls was gathered among the trees, feasting on a spotted deer. Within this hierarchically structured owl family, one's status determined the order of feeding. Perhaps the eagerness of the young ones to break this established order led to their mother's stern reprimand, after which their cries gradually subsided. The forest was thick with foliage, perpetually shrouded from sunlight, where many leaves lay decaying on the ground, slowly decomposing into soft, loamy soil. This rich earth concealed numerous branches, resembling zombie arms buried amidst the rotting leaves. One misstep could result in a stumble over these dry twigs. Some damp, decaying wood was rife with dense clusters of black fungi, while the roots of various trees were surrounded by light brown moss, alongside an array of greasy yellow mushrooms and pale ferns. If one could identify the edible fungi and wild vegetables, it would not require venturing far to fill a large basket. The forest was vast, and as he Buqiang traversed the hillside, he still spotted enormous tree stumps. He was adept at discerning the right direction, yet despite his extensive journey, he failed to locate the supply line hidden within the valley. Along the way, he encountered various small creatures of the forest, which were not particularly afraid of humans. In fact, a leopard cat pursued him from the trees, emitting defiant calls as if he were invading its territory. Having crossed the forest and waded through a shallow stream, He Buqiang found no forest paths ahead and could only search aimlessly along the riverbank. Aside from the chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves, the dense woods were devoid of any other sounds. After advancing a short distance, he noticed bloodstains on the rocks of the riverbank, assuming they were left by Jialongnan. He was about to investigate further when he suddenly heard a strange chattering noise. He then spotted several peculiar-looking indigenous people, clad only in animal hides and banana leaves, gathered around a massive stone by the river, sharing a white-scaled fish. Several wooden spears lay on the stony bank of the stream, alongside a few crude wooden bows. However, their limited range suggested that these rudimentary weapons had not been used in any recent conflict, indicating that Surdak and Sam had not engaged in battle with these indigenous individuals. Soon, the bloody fish was completely devoured by the natives, who showed no urgency to depart. Instead, they stripped off their animal skin garments and plunged into the stream with splashes. He Buqiang, having searched the area without discovering any trace of the second team, chose not to disturb the natives and continued deeper into the dense forest. At the moment when He Buqiang began to doubt whether he had lost his way, he finally stumbled upon a narrow path amidst the dense forest. Although this trail was not particularly wide, it bore faint traces of vehicle tracks, still somewhat discernible despite the erasure wrought by the rain. Clear footprints, however, were visible alongside, unmistakably left by the iron boots of infantry soldiers. After running for so long without encountering any members of the second squad, the fervent blood coursing through He Buqiang's veins gradually began to cool. Regaining his composure, he started to ponder how many natives he could contend with on his own. He paused for a moment, when suddenly, a blinding light flashed before him. Without turning to investigate, He Buqiang swiftly concealed himself behind a tree. As he maneuvered behind the trunk, an arrow silently whizzed past from his right rear, embedding itself with a soft thud into the bark. Had he not been alert and taken refuge behind the tree in time, the crimson-fletched arrow would likely have found its mark in his back, causing cold sweat to break out on his forehead. Following the trajectory of the arrow, he caught a glimpse of a shadow flitting through the dense foliage, a dark figure quickly retreating into the forest. To his surprise, a native had been trailing him. Instead of pursuing this individual, He Buqiang cautiously retrieved the crimson-fletched arrow from the tree. The arrowhead was crafted from polished bone, and the tail was adorned with striking red feathers, the origin of which he could not discern. The bone tip bore some stains, suggesting it had been smeared with poison. Continuing along the path, He Buqiang sensed that the native was still following him, seizing every opportunity to launch a silent arrow, yet consistently evading direct confrontation. After each shot, the assailant would swiftly vanish into the thicket, leaving He Buqiang with no opportunity to retaliate. With such a persistent shadow at his heels, He Buqiang's mind needed to remain in a state of heightened vigilance, a condition that could easily lead to fatigue. Cautiously surveying his surroundings, he sought a slightly more open area along the path, where he caught sight of the native darting through the underbrush. The figure was clad in garments woven from branches, wielding a wooden bow, and carrying a quiver of crimson-fletched arrows on his back, displaying remarkable agility. He pursued the native to the latter's hiding spot, but by the time he arrived, the native had long since vanished. Yet, the sense of danger lingered. Just as He Buqiang lingered for a moment, 3 crimson arrows suddenly shot past him, causing him to stumble to the ground in alarm. After what felt like an eternity, rustling sounds emerged from the thickets, and a young native, clad in a garment of leaves, cautiously emerged, bow in hand. He approached He Buqiang with great care. A red-fletched bone arrow knocked on his bowstring. Stopping 10 meters away, the young native aimed his weapon at He Buqiang, poised to unleash another arrow. As he drew back the bow, He Buqiang suddenly sprang from the ground, hurling the Roman sword in his grasp with great force. The sword sliced through the air with a piercing sound, driving itself firmly into the chest of the young indigenous man. The heavy blade effortlessly shattered the indigenous man's sternum, propelling him backward for 3 staggering steps before pinning him against a robust tree, blood frothing from his mouth. The young native clutched the hilt of the sword with all his might, yet despite his desperate efforts, he could not extract it. Blood gushed from his chest as He Buqiang approached with a grim demeanor, coldly observing the young indigenous man before withdrawing the sword from his chest and, in one fluid motion, slashing his throat. The young native collapsed softly to the ground. Chapter 11. Blood of battle. Blood flowed incessantly down He Buqiang's left shoulder. A bone arrow was firmly embedded in the back of his shoulder. He had to reach to the limit with his right hand to grasp the shaft of the arrow. Although it was not deeply embedded, the arrowhead was poisoned. At this moment, He Buqiang felt a tingling numbness throughout his entire left arm. The other 2 bone arrows had missed him, instead piercing the ground where he had just fallen. He approached the young indigenous man, first removing the quiver and wooden bow from him, then searching his body for any antidotes or similar remedies, but found nothing and had to abandon his search. The young man bore a vacant expression, his nostrils flaring. His skin was a reddish-brown hue, and he was barefoot, calluses thick on his soles. He moved swiftly through the dense forest. If not for He Buqiang's cunning trap, he would have remained elusive among the trees. Perhaps the battle had stirred within He Buqiang the dormant memories of combat, igniting a wellspring of newfound strength within him, making him feel as if he possessed boundless energy. And the Roman sword in his hand felt more adept than ever. However, the captured wooden bow proved ineffective. It could easily be drawn without much effort. But the arrows lacked power and required close proximity to be effective. This explained why the indigenous man had shot at He Buqiang from less than 10 meters away. Overall, the bow was not particularly useful. He Buqiang had seen the alloy bows issued to infantry regiments. These bows, a type of hunting bow, were not overly long but offered decent range and were easy to carry, making them well-suited for jungle warfare. Regrettably, he had not been able to procure one before setting out. With no means to treat his wound, he could only allow the poison to spread. Fortunately, it was not particularly potent, merely causing a slight numbness in his left arm. Adopting the indigenous methods, He Buqiang gathered branches adorned with green leaves to camouflage himself, and smeared mud from the ground on his face. He wiped the bloodied Roman sword against the indigenous man's leather armor and, after some contemplation, decided to strip the animal hide from the indigenous man and don it himself. The leather armor emitted a pungent odor that nearly suffocated him. He understood he had entered the indigenous people's alert zone and had discovered this narrow forest path. It seemed he was not far from the second squad. There were no signs of battle in the area, compelling him to press onward into the depths of the jungle. After traversing the forest path for quite some time, he suddenly noticed a vigorous shaking among the distant bushes, followed by a reddish-brown arm extending from within, waving rapidly at him. The gesture clearly urged him to find a place to conceal himself. He Buqiang was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that a native lay hidden within that thicket. Had the arm not been raised, he might not have noticed him at all. It appears that the indigenous people over there have begun to regard themselves as companions. He Buqiang hastily sought refuge among the bushes, pondering how many natives lurked within the adjacent thicket and whether there existed a means to stealthily approach them in order to eliminate the threat. As he indulged in his erratic thoughts, a cacophony of chattering erupted from the dense forest. The origin of the initial call was uncertain, but soon the woods were alive with resonant responses, sending a chill down He Buqiang's spine as he realized he had inadvertently stumbled into the periphery of the natives' encirclement. Fortunately, he was draped in a hide, which led the indigenous people to mistake him for one of their own. Before long, He Buqiang observed a flurry of agile figures darting through the jungle, armed with wooden spears and bows, as they leapt from tree to tree, charging towards a slope in the distance. The foremost among them brandished woven shields crafted from vines, while a volley of steel-tipped arrows whizzed through the air, toppling the first 3 natives bearing vine shields. Yet, these casualties did not deter the others. Rather, they quickened their pace, surging towards the forested slope ahead. The thicket on the slope was dense, obscuring the precise nature of the conflict, so He Buqiang concealed himself within the underbrush, observing his surroundings. To his astonishment, he noted that numerous natives continued to stream in, joining the fray. The dense woods on the opposing slope resembled a gaping maw, silently devouring yet another contingent of indigenous warriors who charged within. A native leader, adorned with a colorful feathered headdress, perched upon another native's shoulders. Wielding a staff emblazoned with vibrant flags, stood behind a grand tree. Surrounding him were a dozen robust natives, likely his elite warriors. He persistently called for his fellow tribesmen to rally together, preparing for the next wave of assault. Despite the previous failure, the leader exhibited no sign of despondency. Instead, he fervently summoned others to join him. In response to his cries, several natives emerged from the brush, gradually forming a cohesive unit. Encouraged by their leader's fervor, they found the courage to charge, yet the leader refrained from issuing an immediate attack order. He continued to call out loudly, gradually gathering dozens more natives from the underbrush and treetops to bolster the ranks of the assault. It seemed the leader intended to mobilize his entire force, incorporating even the strong warriors around him into the offensive, leaving only 2 for his protection. In the distance, 3 natives emerged from the thicket, one of whom beckoned to Yibuqiang to join their hiding place. As they climbed out of the underbrush, they gestured for him to join the charge. However, Yibuqiang remained motionless, feigning ignorance to their summons. The 3 indigenous individuals, witnessing Yibuqiang's failure to emerge from the thicket, did not press the matter further. Under the persistent urging of their chieftain, the attacking contingent swelled to several hundred natives, densely packed within the woodland. Clad in animal skins and adorned with garments woven from branches, they emitted guttural sounds reminiscent of monkeys, creating an imposing spectacle. Yibuqiang had anticipated that the chieftain would lead the charge. However, to his astonishment, the chieftain merely let out a series of exaggerated cries before brazenly stepping aside, brandishing a wooden staff and emitting a lengthy, drawn-out call. In response, hundreds of natives surged forth from the forest, rushing towards the steep terrain of the dense woodland, while the chieftain remained behind, accompanied by 2 indigenous guards. At that moment, he made a rather audacious decision, adjusting the foliage atop his head and tidying his animal skin cloak. Just as the battle cries resonated, he darted forth from the thicket. Yet, instead of launching an assault on the steep woodland, Yibuqiang seized the opportunity to swiftly approach the indigenous chieftain. Chapter 12. Bloodshed. The afternoon sun filtered through the dense canopy, casting sparse patches of light upon the forest floor. The humidity was palpable within the woods. Although the sun was kept at bay, the heat waves permeated the woodland, transforming it into a vast steamer. The cries of the indigenous people echoed far and wide. This group of natives from Handanar County had been driven from the plains to the mountains by malevolent spirits. Yet, surprisingly, they bore little animosity towards these demons. Instead, they created incessant troubles for the warriors of the Grimm Empire. The small-scale guerrilla warfare waged by the natives became a significant nuisance for the supply lines of the Grimm Empire. The Grimm Empire occupied this land solely for its abundant resources. Some slave traders within the empire merely captured a few natives to sell to the powerful lords of the Roland continent, reducing them to servitude. However, in the eyes of the demons, these indigenous people were nothing more than foul-smelling sustenance. 2 natives stationed beside their chief soon spotted Yibuqiang, mistaking him for a straggling native. As Yibuqiang approached, they pointed their wooden spears towards the advancing main force, urging him to hasten his pace. Yibuqiang remained silent, and as he sprinted within 20 meters of the indigenous chief, the 2 natives finally discerned his differences. At that moment, the native chief realized that Yibuqiang was not one of his people. He emitted a strange cry, commanding the burly natives under his charge to retreat while his companions brandished their wooden spears, charging towards Yibuqiang. The distance of 20 meters was mere seconds for Yibuqiang and the 2 natives. Without slowing his pace, Yibuqiang met one of the natives head-on. And just as they were about to collide, the native thrust his spear fiercely towards him. In that instant, Yibuqiang exerted his legs, leaping high, as his Roman sword slashed through the air with lightning speed, accurately severing the native's wooden spear. The hardwood splintered with a resounding crack, and seizing the opportunity, Yibuqiang elbowed the native in the face while driving his knee into the native's chest. A series of bone-cracking sounds echoed as the native collapsed to the ground, and Yibuqiang swiftly stepped over him, pursuing the retreating chief. Realizing escape was futile, the native chief urged his stout warriors to confront Yibuqiang. Wielding a wooden stick adorned with a flag, the chief swung it towards Yibuqiang, igniting a flash of crimson flame. Startled by the fiery display, Yibuqiang sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the flaming stick as it grazed his cheek, the searing heat eliciting a sharp sting. Sensing the effectiveness of his strike, the native chief rejoiced, barking orders in a garbled tongue to his warriors to advance. Yibuqiang, despite his robust physique, lacked combat experience. The indigenous strongman, bearing the chieftain on his back, advanced with determination, raising his foot to deliver a kick to He Buqiang's abdomen. He Buqiang stumbled backward, instinctively thrusting his Roman sword forward. With a fluid motion, he flicked his wrist upward, cutting a gash nearly 2 feet long across the strong man's chest. The sharp blade cleaved through flesh, exposing the entrails that oozed forth. Spilling onto the ground, the strong man let out a mournful wail before collapsing. The indigenous chieftain, unbalanced and atop his neck, fell alongside him. He Buqiang was astonished by his own body's instinctive ferocity. Moments earlier, he had felt a surge of panic, his mind blank, yet his actions had been purely instinctual, resulting in the demise of the formidable indigenous warrior. Just then, an indigenous guard, pursuing from behind, lunged at He Buqiang's neck with a wooden spear. Reacting purely on instinct, He Buqiang hunched forward, narrowly avoiding the spear as it grazed his scalp. Seizing the spear with one hand, he thrust his Roman sword into the guard's chest with the other, causing the guard to collapse atop the chieftain, clutching his wound. Concerned that the guard might still struggle, He Buqiang grabbed the guard's disheveled braids and swiftly slashed his throat with the Roman sword, ending his life. After claiming 3 indigenous lives, He Buqiang's blood surged with adrenaline, and his heart raced like a drum. Exhausted, he collapsed onto a clearing blanketed with dry leaves, gripping the Roman sword tightly, which now lay stained with blood on the ground, the crimson liquid congealing rapidly and leaving a sticky residue on his palm. He sought some leaves to wipe away the blood. Before he could catch his breath, the indigenous people hidden deep within the thicket discovered their chieftain's demise and began to raise urgent cries that reverberated through the forest. The news of the chieftain's death spread rapidly, and the nearby indigenous warriors began to converge on He Buqiang's position. Though they had yet to arrive, errant arrows began to rain down, one wooden arrow landing harmlessly at He Buqiang's feet, having lost its force. Seeing countless indigenous warriors approaching, fear gripped He Buqiang, compelling him to act without hesitation. He snatched up the Roman sword and the chieftain's long staff adorned with a tribal flag, sprinting towards the gap in the encirclement. The indigenous warriors at the forefront, upon learning of their chieftain's death, immediately scattered in disarray, yet a multitude relentlessly pursued the solitary He Buqiang, resolutely abandoning their assured victory. Fearing the wrath of the enraged indigenous warriors behind him, He Buqiang poured every ounce of his strength into fleeing. Along the way, several tried to intercept him, but none could stand in his way. Behind him, hundreds of indigenous warriors formed a fan-shaped formation, fervently shouting and chasing after He Buqiang. Uncertain of how far he had run, He Buqiang felt his legs growing increasingly heavy, as if the air he inhaled was perpetually insufficient. A salty taste began to linger in his throat, and he recognized that he was approaching the brink of exhaustion. Yet, the indigenous pursuers relentlessly clung to him, never allowing a considerable distance to form between them. As he continued to run, his foot suddenly faltered, tripping over an unseen obstacle, and his body uncontrollably lurched forward. He Buqiang's face collided forcefully with the leaf-strewn forest floor, his body performing an unintended somersault, akin to a rugged aircraft making a hard landing, displacing a substantial array of leaves in the process. He was left disoriented, his mind blank, consumed by a singular thought: it's over. Just as despair enveloped him, a melodious horn echoed from across the woodland, followed by a cacophony of battle cries. Chapter 13. Victory. A black-painted feathered arrow sliced through the dense underbrush, cleaving a cluster of blueberry leaves in twain, producing a sharp sound that reverberated through the woodland air. The white feathers at the arrow's tail converged as it flew, and the foremost native, witnessing a small black dot materializing before him, scarcely had time to react before the dot expanded into the unmistakable form of a steel arrow. By the time he comprehended the imminent danger, it was far too late. The arrow plunged mercilessly into his chest. The tremendous force sent him sprawling backward, a spray of crimson erupting from the wound. A rain of arrows soon descended upon the woods, and many of the leading natives fell in droves. These feathered arrows, tipped with steel points, could pierce through leather armor, rendering them a fatal weapon against the indigenous people of Handanal County. The warriors of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment's 4th Squad surged from the forest, scattering the natives with overwhelming might. The indigenous defenders stood no chance against the Imperial soldiers clad in metallic armor wielding exquisite weaponry. Their wooden spears and bows proved ineffective against the solid armor. The two forces collided in the forest, and the natives were swiftly thrown into disarray. In the face of such absolute power, the natives' resistance was utterly futile. The afternoon sun filtered through the dense foliage, casting speckled beams of light upon the ground. He Buqiang clambered to his feet, bewildered, as hundreds of Imperial soldiers brushed past him, their metallic armor glinting dazzlingly in the mottled sunlight. the clamor of battle deafening. The Imperial soldiers seemed to afford the natives no time to hesitate. They raised their standard-issue sabers, severing the heads of the indigenous fighters, who, in terror, turned to flee into the thick forest, only to be met by another volley of arrows that claimed many lives. Yibuqiang stepped aside, retrieving the fallen native leader's long staff adorned with a flag, and from another tree trunk, he pulled out a bloodied Roman sword. With the natives scattering in all directions, it signified the total dissolution of their last vestiges of resistance. Before the disciplined infantry, they were as fragile as paper. The infantry soldiers were preoccupied with pursuing the fleeing natives, momentarily neglecting Yibuqiang. From deeper within the thicket emerged the sounds of battle once more. The fleeing natives appeared to be cornered by the dense underbrush. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, Yibuqiang discerned familiar figures. Sam and Surdak, accompanied by several soldiers from the second squad, were drenched in blood, gripping their standard-issue sabers, standing shoulder to shoulder to block the retreat of the encroaching natives. Unexpectedly, what began as a rescue mission had devolved into a campaign against the indigenous people. Though these natives bore little of value, the significance of their eradication was immensely profound. In the past month, this group of indigenous people has frequently roamed near the logging site, aware of their inability to confront the infantry regiment. They have set their sights on the small patrols stationed at the periphery of the camp. Several patrol teams have clashed with these indigenous individuals, suffering considerable losses in the process. Moreover, these natives have resorted to ambushing passing merchant caravans along the forest trails, which has caused significant distress within the logistics department of the infantry regiment. It is crucial to note that the primary supplies for the heavily armored infantry regiment come from these caravans. Any disruption to this trade route could severely impact the daily lives of the 57th Heavily Armored Infantry Regiment. Naturally, it is the duty of the armored infantry to protect these merchant convoys, yet the natives navigate the forest with remarkable agility. They emerge from the woods in a sudden rush, hundreds of them charging at the caravans. By the time reinforcements from the infantry regiment arrive, the indigenous group disperses like a swarm of flies, swiftly vanishing into the thick foliage, making pursuit impossible. Presently, the threat posed by these natives has been alleviated, lifting a considerable burden from the logistics department and the merchant caravans. Following the battle, the soldiers of the second squad were greeted with a hero's welcome. A throng of heavily armored infantry soldiers surrounded them, enthusiastically lifting the few young warriors who were still able to move, celebrating their victory with jubilant cheers in the forest. The logistics department's medics began to bandage the wounded soldiers with tourniquets. In the past, it was the priests dispatched from the temple who tended to the injured. But since the onset of the Planar War, no priest has emerged from the temple. Consequently, tourniquets have become the most widely used first aid supplies within the army. Surdak limped through the crowd celebrating their triumph, a sincere smile on his face as he approached Yibuqiang, who remained unnoticed by others. Unfazed by Yibuqiang's disdainful expression, he extended a blood-stained hand and placed it on Yibuqiang's shoulder, saying, "We all saw it. You charged in and killed the indigenous leader, diverting those natives at the most perilous moment and saving everyone in our second squad." Surdak then inquired, "Have you seen that rascal Hailansa?" Yibuqiang nodded, gesturing toward the arrow wound on Suldak's shoulder. Surdak waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Fortunately, the arrowhead was not poisoned. It merely grazed the skin. Nothing to worry about. I knew that boy was the fastest runner in the squad." Noticing the arrow wound on Yibuqiang's left shoulder, Surdak pulled aside the fabric to examine the darkening injury, frowning slightly as he asked, "Did you also get shot by the natives?" Without waiting for a response, he unsheathed a dagger and began to scrape away the necrotic flesh surrounding the arrow wound, causing Yibuqiang to wince in pain. He carefully retrieved a vial from within his garments, delicately dispensing a single drop of a pale green liquid onto Yibuqiang's wound. With a measured tone, he explained, "The indigenous people of Handanar County have a custom of applying a certain blended poison to their arrows. This concoction not only acts as a paralyzing agent, but can also induce various ailments. This antidote serves to neutralize the majority of the toxins present on the arrowhead, though acquiring it has become increasingly arduous." At that moment, Sam, the captain of the second squad, emerged from the crowd. Approaching Yibuqiang, he gazed at the flag in his hand and, with a voice imbued with gratitude, remarked, "Well done, lad. This time, the entire second squad owes you a debt of life." Yibuqiang, observing the captain's blood-streaked visage, smiled and gestured for mutual recognition. With renewed vigor, Captain Sam embraced both Surdak and Yibuqiang, striding confidently toward the camp. Chapter 14 Acceptance. The second squad, having endured a fierce ambush, bore injuries that marred nearly every member, their bodies adorned with blood-staunching bandages as they sat within the confines of the military tent. Baron Sidney, clad in his impeccably tailored uniform, bent slightly to enter the tent. The pungent odor of unwashed feet within the enclosure caused him to grimace, prompting him to gesture for the guards behind him to lift the tent flap. He halted at the entrance, refraining from stepping further inside, a hint of pride illuminating his otherwise haughty countenance. He nodded towards the members of the second squad, remarking, "Well done, everyone. I have submitted a commendation for your valor to the Earl. Let us hope you continue to embody this fearless spirit in the face of adversity." Captain Sam, standing at attention, led his squad in a salute to Baron Sidney. The Baron, not lingering within the tent, turned and exited, leaving behind a succinct remark, "Should you require any medical assistance, feel free to approach me." With that, he departed from the second squad's encampment. Captain Sam, a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, immediately grasped the implications of the Baron's words and, with a slight limp, hastened after him. The potion, contained within a round glass vial reminiscent of a perfume bottle, bubbled with a vibrant crimson liquid. This was a vial of inferior healing elixir, among the lowest tier of magical potions. Nevertheless, it represented the second squad's most valuable asset, capable of mending Captain Sam's minor wounds almost instantly. This was Baron Sidney's additional reward for the squad, while the infantry regiment's rewards were typically based on combat achievements. Once the war concluded, every soldier's valor would translate into corresponding accolades. After dinner, Captain Sam, brimming with excitement, gathered with his comrades to review the day's skirmish, extending a rare invitation to He Buoqiang to join the discussion. Since the Demon Legion had driven the indigenous people of Handanal County into the mountains, these natives had become a significant nuisance for the infantry regiment. Living a nomadic lifestyle reliant on hunting, their movements remained elusive, even to the scouts of the regiment. Typically, when encountering the heavily armored infantry, these natives would scatter like flies, suffering no casualties as long as they evaded the archer's deadly aim. However, the ambush faced by the second squad ultimately transformed into a classic encirclement operation. The discourse among Captain Sam and his squad members revolved around the enigma of why other patrols had suffered significant losses during similar encounters, while the second squad not only emerged unscathed but also succeeded in assisting the infantry regiment in vanquishing this group of natives. In conclusion, their gazes fell upon He Buoqiang, who sat huddled in the corner of the tent. Indeed, the natives, having suddenly lost their leader, had acted impulsively in their fervent pursuit of the one responsible for his death. In the eyes of the indigenous people, the majority of the people from the Grimm Empire were perceived to be slow runners. The Empire's warriors often encased themselves in cumbersome metal armor, leading the natives to subconsciously believe that all Grimm Empire denizens were unhurried in their movements. The indigenous sought to capture He Buoqiang, yet he was not clad in heavy metallic armor. He ran through the woods with the same agility as the natives. By the time he reached the rear, He Buoqiang was utterly exhausted. However, many of the pursuers behind him were equally spent, their stamina nearly depleted. They strained to catch him, yet unfortunately, they were met with a fierce counterattack from the infantry reinforcements. By the time the fresh troops entered the fray, the indigenous had lost their opportunity to flee. Reclining upon a wolfskin blanket, Jai Longden gazed at He Buoqiang and chuckled foolishly, perhaps believing that this was the only way to convey his sincere goodwill. Surdak sat beside He Buoqiang, his body also wrapped in bandages. The wooden spears and bows wielded by the natives were ineffective against the standard armor of the infantry, inflicting only superficial wounds. Nonetheless, to prevent infection, these injuries were meticulously bandaged. "Regardless, we ought to express our gratitude," remarked Surdak, completely disregarding He Buoqiang's gentle nudges. He had a fair understanding of the situation among the members of the second squad. Any form of gratitude would be an additional burden for them. Surdak's sentiment was echoed by most of the squad. The veteran Ian remained silent as Surdak spoke. "What do you think he needs?" inquired a member named Aldous. Another member quickly added, "He has nothing. I have an extra marching sleeping bag that he might find useful." The other squad members soon followed suit, offering various items to assist He Buoqiang. In the end, only veteran Ian remained silent. Feeling the weight of their gazes upon him, he reluctantly stated, "You all know that whenever I have a little money, I rush to the tavern to indulge. I have never managed to save much. And even these are provisions issued by the infantry. I propose we pool our resources to treat him to a drink." Ian's suggestion was met with immediate agreement from the other squad members. Indeed, in our Tarapa, expressing gratitude is to invite someone for a drink. Consequently, They swiftly reached a consensus to take Ip Wichiang to an open-air tavern in the marketplace. At that moment, Captain Sam, who had remained silent, cleared his throat gently and said, "For now, let us postpone the drinking. The priority is to recuperate. Who knows when the next battle may arise? We must always be in optimal condition on the battlefield." Thus, Captain Sam made the final decision. The squad members readily concurred, and Surdak saw no issue with this plan. "Very well, let us wait until we have all healed." Surdak did not even glance at the quivers, disdainfully remarking, "In my opinion, these natives are truly destitute. What worth could these quivers possibly hold? They are of lesser value than the animal hides draped across the backs of the indigenous people." Chapter 15. Merchant lodging. In the evening at the Linchang forest of Handanar County, the sky was adorned with a multitude of stars. The mountain breeze swept away the heat of the day, and from the distant thicket, the plaintive cry of a leopard cat could be heard. The merchants at the makeshift market had packed away their stalls, leaving behind a haphazard array of tents along the road. Only the open-air tavern at the end of the market remained operational, its surroundings illuminated by magic lanterns fueled by moonstone wicks. This alfresco tavern, situated on the grassy slope, comprised 3 tents, with the proprietor primarily serving homebrewed ale and simple fare. However, at this late hour, the patrons still indulging in drink were predominantly merchants who had concluded their business, rather than soldiers from the nearby barracks, which enforced a strict curfew. Those soldiers dared not risk punishment by imbibing in this venue. A lamb leg was skewered on a grilling fork, its succulent meat having been sliced 3 times, exposing the bone at the edges. The charcoal beneath the grill was nearly expended, with the final remnants buried within silvery ash, only emitting faint sparks when stirred by the wind. The table was strewn with empty goblets as Ip Wichiang laid out a crisp, roasted flatbread, adorning it with tender pieces of lamb. He carefully folded the flatbread, which emitted a delightful crackling sound, while morsels of bread and the rich juices of the lamb scattered across the table. Taking a hearty bite, he savored what was undoubtedly his first substantial meal in this world. Upon the table rested a sharp-edged Roman sword, which, according to Lajin, was forged by the most renowned blacksmith in Talapagan. The blade's intricate patterns were fine and uniform, and the silver-plated hilt was boasted to be pure silver. The grip was wrapped with a fine cord made from ulu grass, which absorbed sweat and ensured a secure hold even when stained with blood. Although the traces of blood on the sword had been meticulously cleaned, a faint metallic scent lingered, which Ip Wichiang speculated might be a figment of his imagination. Lajin held a large wooden cup brimming with ale, his face flushed with inebriation as he enthusiastically addressed a burly merchant. "Behold, it was this very sword that severed the head of the chieftain. This heavy blade, crafted through a technique of layered forging, turns from its original bronze hue to a dark crimson after quenching its thirst with the blood of foes. Do you not see a hint of blood red in the blade's patterns?" The bearded merchant, equally intoxicated, gazed in astonishment at the Roman sword on the table and inquired, "Is it truly this sword that decapitated the chieftain?" Without hesitation, Lajin seized the sword with pride, exclaiming, "Could it be otherwise? We merchants hold integrity above all." With that, Lajin swung the hefty Roman sword toward the edge of the table, embedding the blade deep into the wooden stump, rendering it impossible for the drunken Lajin to retrieve. Ultimately, it was Ulysses who resolved this predicament for the proprietor. Upon finishing the last sip of ale in his cup, Lajin gestured to the tavern owner, indicating his desire to settle the bill. At this moment, the bearded merchant stood up and firmly grasped Lakin's hand, addressing the tavern owner, "Bring us 2. No. For mugs of beer. This round is on me. The hour is still early, and with no recent skirmishes, we can leisurely enjoy our drinks." The tavern owner silently poured 4 large mugs of beer from the barrel and had the young server deliver them to the table where Ip Wichiang sat. After indulging in their drinks for a while, with their faces flushed from the alcohol, the bearded merchant finally inquired of Lakin, "Are you selling this sword?" Lakin hesitated slightly but replied, "Adotata, I have several brand new Roman swords in my tent, all of the same quality and quite reasonably priced." However, the bearded merchant, Adotata, seemed disinclined to engage in further discussion, thumping the table and declaring, "I desire this one. I am enamored with the pattern of this sword." Lakin appeared somewhat troubled, rubbing his forehead as he responded, "Well, perhaps tomorrow, once you've sobered up, you might reconsider. It would be wise for you to calm down." "I am already quite composed," Adotata retorted, releasing a long belch, his beer belly protruding, his physique reminiscent of a stout dwarf, though he towered over them considerably. In a slightly inebriated manner, Lakin said to the bearded merchant, "Oh, very well, since you are so insistent." It must be said that Lakin was a shrewd businessman, adept at maximizing the value of every item at his disposal, which was also a quality that He Buqiang greatly admired. In the days following the conclusion of the campaign against the indigenous people, Lakin first sold the flagstaff seized from the indigenous chieftain to a merchant of magical materials in the market. He then sold the tattered animal hides stripped from the indigenous people to a cobbler in the same marketplace. Now, even the Roman sword that had slain the chieftain was on the verge of being sold. He Buqiang felt a pang of regret regarding the Roman sword and longed to keep it. Since the slaying of those indigenous individuals, he had experienced a restless stirring within. As if the warrior's blood in his veins had fully awakened, only while gripping the Roman sword did he feel truly alive. Yet, Lakin had previously promised He Buqiang that should he succeed in selling the Roman sword, not only would he gift He Buqiang a brand new Roman sword, but he would also present him with a small round shield covered in iron. Thus, He Buqiang believed this transaction to be worthwhile. Chapter 16. The best of bad friends. Each time He Buqiang grasped the sword, he felt the blood within him begin to simmer. A potent force subtly transforming his very essence. Indeed, when individuals come to realize their possession of formidable power, they often embark on a journey of self-inflation, discovering an absence of fear towards death, as if the world were inherently rendered in shades of black and white. Deep within He Buqiang's heart, however, lingered a glimmer of hope. Perhaps it was this very reason that allowed him to remain undaunted by death. On the contrary, he harbored a faint expectation. In recent days, the area around the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment's garrison, situated near the forest, had seen little combat. Each morning, the soldiers would emerge from their camp to engage in drills. He Buqiang often stood outside his tent, observing the troops as they practiced fundamental tactical maneuvers such as heavy strikes, shield blocks, and thrusts. The sight of these warriors training vigorously in the courtyard often evoked a sense of immersion within him. He Buqiang frequently dreamed of the conflagration that had consumed the nightly aspirations of his former self. This fire had left his body marred with scars from burns, a testament to the destruction of dreams. It was said that a distinguished knight must possess not only a set of invaluable magical armor but also have mystical runes inscribed by a runesmith across various parts of their body. Only with the aid of magic could one ascend to strength. Lajin had fulfilled his promise, bestowing upon He Buqiang a finely crafted Roman sword and a small round shield clad in iron. The shield, affixed to his left forearm, was a marvel of craftsmanship, slightly larger than a forearm guard. This leather armor comprised long leather boots, hardened leather trousers, a leather chest plate, shoulder guards, and wrist guards, fitting He Buqiang snugly. Lajin proudly proclaimed that the armor had cost him 11 gold coins. Though it appeared ordinary, it was fashioned from the hide of a low-tier magical beast, the blue deer. However, He Buqiang noted the chest plate was marred with various patches of leather. Fortunately, the leatherworker possessed a modicum of aesthetic sense. The majority of the patches were symmetrical, rendering the armor visually tolerable. 2 weeks later, the second squad honored their promise, gathering at an open-air tavern to enjoy a hearty meal of ale. Soldiers like Surdak, a first-class private, earned approximately 40 silver coins monthly, supplemented by miscellaneous spoils from battles, making him the most affluent member of the second squad. In contrast, the pay of second-class Private Jilongnan was halved, often leaving him with insufficient funds for his own expenditures. Despite this, the comrades pooled their resources for the revelry, and He Buqiang insisted on contributing his share. This behavior indeed garnered the favor of many in the second squad, particularly the veteran Ian, whose smile radiated brightly as he savored his ale. Although Ian had a penchant for drink, he exhibited remarkable restraint during such gatherings, consuming only as much as his comrades, never exceeding his share. The Heavy Armor Infantry Corps did not explicitly forbid its soldiers from imbibing, yet it certainly did not advocate for it either. Of course, indulging in drunken antics within the barracks would inevitably lead to punishment. Captain Sam imposed a limit on the beer, allowing each person a maximum of 3 cups. While the hearty stew and baked flatbreads were available in abundance, this meal could be considered a modest improvement for the entire second squad. Not far from the open-air tavern, there was a gentle slope, and a mere 1,000 meters south lay the Handanarl County forest, where dense woods intertwined with undulating mountains. Verdant grass, azure skies, and fluffy white clouds adorned the landscape. The alfalfa on this slope stood an impressive 2 feet tall, while a dozen hulking thunder rhinos grazed by the riverbank below, where the water plants flourished most abundantly. Surdak set his shield down on the grass, reclined against it, and rested his hands behind his head, gazing at the cerulean sky. Squinting to relish this rare moment of leisure, He Buqiang sat beside Surdak, one leg stretched out on the grass while the other was bent. one hand resting on his knee and his Roman sword laid beside him. Surdak plucked a sweet grass root, biting into it as he spoke to Hibwichang. In 4 months, I shall complete my military service. It turned out Surdak was still in service. While Hibwichang had assumed that all members of the second squad were seasoned veterans like Captain Sam, I have decided I will not remain here, Surdak said in a casual tone. Hibwichang smiled at Surdak, offering a silent blessing. Although Hibwichang said nothing, Surdak anticipated his thoughts and smoothly continued, Indeed, Bena province is my homeland. As he spoke of his hometown, a blissful smile graced Surdak's face. He turned to glance at Hibwichang. Were you about to ask where I reside? Hibwichang felt an urge to roll his eyes at Surdak, inwardly thinking, What on earth made you think I was inquiring about your address? Surdak snapped his fingers and chuckled, It's rare to see you curious about something. You're insane. After Surdak entered his self-amused state, Hibwichang often found himself at a loss for words with his friend. Surdak didn't even look at Hibwichang. Continuing to speak, Listen, I will say this just once, and I shall not repeat it. My home is in the village of Vol in the Tarapagan region of Surdak County, Bena province. Surdak gazed at the clouds in the sky, the pang of homesickness enveloping him in silence. He smiled slyly, like a cunning fox. Your silence implies your agreement. Damn it, 1,000 llamas galloped through Hibwichang's mind. Surdak suddenly appeared immensely invigorated. He rose from the grass, brushing off the fragments of grass from his attire, and remarked to Hibwichang, Indeed, this is quite an excellent idea. However, the sole dilemma lies in acquiring the pass for the dimensional portal, which is rather challenging to obtain. Without further ado, he pulled Hibwichang up from the ground and continued, Well then, while we still have time, let's strive to earn as much military merit as possible. Perhaps we can exchange it for 2 portal passes. Hibwichang was left utterly speechless. Chapter 17. Life in the Army. The forest of Handanao County lies on the eastern edge of the Ganar Mountains. The 57th Regiment, an inconspicuous heavy infantry unit under the command of Duke Newman of the Benar Legion, stands guard on the northern slope of the forest, vigilant against the indigenous people who might return from the woods. Duke Newman's main force, the Armored Knight Regiment, is gathering in the bare hills of Handanao County, while the dark and malevolent Demon Legion from the Abyss remains encircled by the Benar allied forces, awaiting the completion of the Knight Regiment's assembly before launching a full-scale assault on the Demon Legion in Handanao County. The forest of Handanao County can be described as one of the most peripheral areas of this grand battlefield. Although it is unlikely to witness significant combat, it is equally improbable for one to accumulate military merit here. For Commander Mongoss, whose life has been largely uneventful, this is quite agreeable. A leaf leisurely floated down, landing squarely in front of Hibwichang and obscuring his view. He lay motionless in the mire. A cluster of thick glass grass perched atop his head for over half a day now. Most of his body was submerged in the muddy pit, and the camouflage on the exposed portion had become somewhat dried out, making it rigid and preventing him from brushing aside the leaf that blocked his line of sight. Hibwichang attempted to hold his breath and blow the leaf away. The leaf swayed precariously in the artificial breeze created by his breath. What a pity. Just a little more, Hibwichang thought despondently, as darkness began to cloud his vision, feeling slightly oxygen-deprived from his exertion. Just as he could no longer resist the urge to reach out and push the leaf aside, the thicket opposite him stirred slightly, and the back of a wooden bough emerged from the bushes. He quickly held his breath as a native clad in animal skins cautiously emerged from the underbrush. The native scanned the surroundings with acute vigilance, hesitating to advance. Instead, he drew his wooden bow and shot several arrows at suspicious spots, one of which landed directly in front of Hibwichang. At that moment, his heart nearly leaped from his chest. Had it not been for the leaf blocking much of his view, Hibwichang likely would have noticed the indigenous hunter aiming an arrow in his direction, and it would have been challenging for him to remain as composed in the mire. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, but fortunately, the native did not attempt to fire a second arrow. With bare feet, the native cautiously stepped forward, his wide soles making no sound as they pressed against the dry leaves. One hand grasped the wooden bough, while the other clutched a spear. Suddenly, he lunged beside the muddy pit, startling a frog in the grass, which leaped into the water only to be pierced by the native's spear. The indigenous hunter, brandishing 2 large foot blades, pursed his lips as he deftly removed a frog from the wooden spear, threading it onto a grass rope tied around his waist. Beneath his beast-hide battle skirt, a glimpse of a pendulum-like form was visible. At that moment, Hibwichang gripped his Roman sword firmly. Just as the indigenous hunter reached to retie his grass rope, Hibwichang sprang from the mud pit, swiftly slicing open the hunter's abdomen with a single stroke. Before the hunter could utter a sound, Qiang delivered a crushing blow to his throat, pinning him down in the mire, and severed his head with the Roman sword. As Qiang sought to catch his breath, he noticed the circular leaves of the bushes to his left quivering slightly. Reacting quickly, he dropped to the ground just as a wooden arrow zipped past his neck. He sprang up and lunged toward the thicket, but alas, he could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a blurred figure, as graceful as a fawn, vanishing into the depths of the dense forest. Standing motionless, Qiang touched the coolness of the back of his neck, inwardly acknowledging his fortune this time. His body was caked in mud. The dried earth on his upper half turned rigid, while the lower part of his leather armor was splattered with sludge, rendering him incapable of a swift escape. Forced to watch as the indigenous figure effortlessly slipped from his sight, he resumed his pursuit in the direction where the other hunter had disappeared. In recent weeks, 3 small merchant caravans had been ambushed in the vicinity. Count Mond Gosper, appreciating such spirited youth, even contemplated marrying one of his daughters to this nephew. However, to his dismay, the young man never reached the logging site, falling victim to a band of indigenous assailants emerging from the mountains. In his fury, Count Mond commanded Baron Sidney, the captain of the 4th Brigade, to address the matter. Captain Sam of the 2nd Squad had been scouring the forest with his men for 5 days, and Ian speculated that the indigenous people had likely fled to other areas. It was Qiang who suggested that the members of the 2nd Squad take positions near various water sources in the vicinity, hoping for a fruitful outcome. But they ended up waiting for most of the day, suppressing his revulsion. Qiang stowed the indigenous hunter's severed head into a linen bag and hurried towards the rendezvous point. Qiang, accompanied by members of the 2nd Squad, entered the barracks of the 57 Heavy Infantry Regiment. The guards at the entrance barely turned their heads, showing little interest. As an extraneous member of the 2nd Squad, many within the regiment recognized him, yet none could recall his name. Passing by the tent of Baron Sidney, Captain Sam nudged Surdak, signaling him to deliver the report this time. Surdak took the linen bag from Sam and strode directly toward the tent entrance. The guard stationed at the tent raised his head slightly, glancing at Qiang, who was mingling with the 2nd Squad, and cheerfully asked Surdak, "Hey, Dak, is your squad new?" Surdak, addressing the Baron's personal guard with deference, inquired, "Is the Baron present?" Afterward, he exchanged a knowing glance with Qiang, lowering his voice to say, "If it's not urgent, it would be best to return tomorrow." Surdak raised the bag in his hand, flashing a confident smile as he offered a mysterious grin to the guard. "Ah, this is indeed a matter of significance. Perhaps it will lift his spirits upon hearing it." The guard's eyes brightened with surprise as he exclaimed, "Oh, very well then, I shall inform him at once." Chapter 18 The Game of the Brave. The tent was imbued with a faint scent of perfume as Baron Sidney sat in a high-backed chair at the square table, cradling a thick tome bound in sheepskin. On the table, a magical lamp cast a soft glow, its moonstone wick illuminating the space. The guard parted the richly woven curtain of the tent, and Surdak strode in, his war boots caked with mud and blood, leaving a distinct trail upon the beige velvet carpet. A pungent odor of blood clung to Surdak as he carried a linen sack, from which thick droplets of blood dripped. He cast a nervous glance at the marks he had left behind, his face betraying a mix of anxiety and embarrassment. He offered a somewhat awkward smile and performed a reasonably proper military salute to Baron Sidney, who remained seated behind the wooden table. A soft giggle emerged from behind the gauzy curtain of the tent's daybed, but it was quickly stifled. Baron Sidney, his expression inscrutable, lifted his gaze. He was the epitome of a nobleman, meticulously attentive to his demeanor and appearance, maintaining a calm disposition and an impeccably styled coiffure. His eyes fixed on Suldak's face, and Surdak felt as though his pounding heart was gripped by an unseen hand, rendering him breathless. He held his breath, unconsciously standing at attention, and with a steely resolve. He said, "My lord, we discovered the indigenous people in the ravine to the north of the timberland." Though discontent simmered within him, Baron Sidney's face remained impassive. Upon hearing Suldak's report, he raised his eyes to scrutinize him, inquiring, "Oh, have you located them?" Surdak instinctively touched the crescent-shaped shoulder plate of his breastplate as he replied, "Yes, my lord. They secretly approached the water source, allowing us to eliminate 3 of them, though regrettably, we could not capture any alive." Baron Sidney's gaze first fell upon the bloodied sack at Suldak's waist. Then he strode to the desk, where a map on sheepskin hung against the edge of the tent. Holding the magical lamp aloft, he nearly pressed its shade to the map and asked Surdak, "Can you comprehend this?" "Excellent. Can you indicate where you found those from the Handonal County?" A glimmer of approval shone in Baron Sidney's eyes as his tone softened. He narrowed the focus on a specific area he had previously indicated, pointing to a ridge on the map, and Surdak elaborated. These indigenous hunters are currently concealed within a cliffside cave, where the view is expansive, and the entrance to the cave is exceptionally narrow, making it easy to defend yet difficult to assault. Is that the heads of those indigenous people you carry in the sack? Indeed, my lord, Surdak affirmed. Preparing to remove the linen sack, Baron Sidney waved his hand, signaling Surdak to withdraw. Summon the entire 4th Battalion at dawn. I will request the transfer of longbowmen from Commander Maud Goss to thoroughly cleanse the northern region of the timberland. As Surdak reached the tent entrance, Baron Sidney inquired, Soldier, what is your name? Surdak, my lord. Baron Sidney gave a slight nod to Surdak and remarked, Surdak, you have performed admirably. I shall place your name at the forefront of the military merit application. He then waved his hand, signaling that Surdak could take his leave. Exiting the tent, Surdak joyfully clenched his fist in triumph. As the tent flap was lifted, a faint scent of mint wafted through the room, effectively repelling the pesky mosquitoes. Hibuqiang looked up to see a sprig of mint hanging from the top of the tent. This invigorating aroma was both refreshing and somewhat conducive to sleeplessness. The curly-haired boy, Gabi, brought over a steaming bowl of corn porridge and settled at the entrance of Hibuqiang's tent, occasionally producing a slurping sound. The merchant, Lajin, sat opposite Hibuqiang, with several grimy magic cores laid out before him. He scrutinized each core with a magnifying glass, first assessing their weight in his hand, then biting the protruding parts and meticulously examining the blood patterns on each core. Once he had completed his thorough inspection, Lajin exhaled deeply, his tense expression easing somewhat. Gabi, with a mouthful of porridge, leaned closer to Lajin and asked, Boss, how is it? Hibuqiang shook his head and quickly made a gesture across his throat, indicating that these magic cores had been acquired from the natives. Lajin then inquired, Are you going to the forest farm with Sam and Surdak tomorrow? Hibuqiang nodded in affirmation. Afterward, Lajin departed with Gabi in tow. Fortunately, the original owner of his body possessed a robust physique, a fact for which Hibuqiang felt immensely grateful. Recently, he had been accompanying the 2nd squad in the vicinity of the forest farm, while Lajin's place had turned into Hibuqiang's temporary abode. Thanks to Lajin's support, Hibuqiang reciprocated by trading some of the magic cores his squad had recently gathered with Lajin. To be honest, Hibuqiang was somewhat tempted by Suldak's invitation, especially when Surdak mentioned introducing him to his beautiful sister, which deeply touched Hibuqiang. Perhaps he should strive to obtain a teleportation pass to the province of Bena and visit Suldak's homeland. Surdak had once remarked that war is a game for the brave. Hibuqiang did not consider himself particularly courageous, yet upon reflection, he realized that his previous brave actions might have stemmed from viewing everything as a role-playing game. He longed for the day when someone would tell him, game over, and he would awaken from his slumber. However, Captain Sam had advised that to survive longer in the heavy infantry regiment, one must remain humble and never overreach. Lost in thought, fatigue began to wash over him. Chapter 19. Entering Gander, in the vast expanse of the void floated countless luminous points resembling stars, which at first glance seemed to be distant celestial bodies akin to the stars in the night sky. However, after Hibuqiang assimilated the memories of his host, one night, this void appeared to merge with his very essence. According to Surdak, Hibuqiang had begun to perceive his spiritual realm, an extraordinary phenomenon indeed. To this day, the Grimm Empire lacks effective methods to guide individuals in experiencing their spiritual worlds. It is said that those who attain certain insights within their spiritual domains will possess the key to unlocking the doors of magic. Surdak recounted to Hibuqiang that at the age of 12, he accompanied other children from the village to Hailansa City, where he participated in the Magic Awakening ceremony at the Hailansa Junior Magic Academy. During that event, approximately 6,000 commoner children gathered in the square, yet only 2 were discovered to possess a magic pool through the testing of the magic crystals. Magic has become synonymous with nobility. Thus, Hibuqiang's ability to sense his spiritual world might warrant a discussion with Captain Maud Goss, the commander of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment, a veritable first-tier knight. However, given Hibuqiang's current standing, he lacked the qualifications to meet the esteemed Earl Maud Goss. Hibuqiang could not confide in Surdak that upon perceiving the Sea of Spirit, the once distant stars in the void had coalesced within him, and astonishingly, the star upon his shoulder had been ignited by his own will. Indeed, this wondrous sensation left Hibuqiang in awe, yet it bore no practical significance. On a bright morning, the 4th Brigade, led by Baron Sidney, entered the mountain hollow on the northern slope of the forest, accompanied by a detachment of longbowmen from the Heavy Infantry Regiment. Baron Sidney, mounted on a noble horse, donned a resplendent suit of silver armor, making him particularly conspicuous within the ranks, as the primary force under the command of Earl Mond goes. The 4th Brigade was naturally obliged to alleviate the Earl's burdens during such times. Just yesterday, Earl Mond had summoned Baron Sidney to his tent, chastising him for the lack of progress regarding a certain matter. Unexpectedly, by dinner, Baron Sidney returned bearing intelligence from a group of indigenous hunters, personally reporting to Earl Mond. The Earl, in a remarkably agreeable manner, approved Baron Sidney's request and allocated a squadron of longbowmen to the 4th Brigade. As the morning sun poured into the forest, the mist had yet to fully dissipate, and the entire woodland radiated with vibrant life. The infantry of the 4th Brigade traversed through the thickets, startling flocks of birds into flight. He Wuqiang, clad in a blue deer leather armor, with a round shield on his back and a Roman sword at his waist, mingled among the troops. The dense forest was imbued with an ancient essence. The high-tier magical beasts had long since retreated deep into the mountains, leaving this realm devoid of apex predators, transforming it into a haven for smaller woodland creatures. The procession passed beneath a fallen giant tree, upon which lay a dozen sharp-toothed leopard cats, poised and alert. Certainly, these diminutive beasts posed no threat to the warriors, and the soft fur of the leopard cat, being of little value, is highly sought after by the minor nobility. He Wuqiang, trailing behind the group, mused that the scenery here was quite pleasant, perhaps ideal for the development of tourism. Lost in his reverie, a leech adorned with a suction cup plopped onto the back armor of Surdak with a thud, subsequently dangling like a noodle. He Wuqiang promptly set aside his daydreams to assist Surdak in dealing with this minor nuisance. Whenever the infantry regiment undertook a somewhat significant operation, the merchants residing on the slopes would spring into action, eager to procure spoils from the frontline warriors at the earliest opportunity, be it magic cores, leather, or magical materials, or herbal concoctions. In short, as long as the warriors were willing to sell, there was no item too trivial for these merchants. Naturally, the prerequisite was that the items held some value. This was the 4th Battalion mobilizing in full force, consequently stirring the merchants on the slopes. However, the merchant Lodging did not hastily pack his belongings. Instead, he trailed the 4th Battalion, seeking opportunities. He leisurely squatted before his tent, observing the flurry of activity among the merchants in the marketplace, unwittingly nurturing a sense of superiority. As the swiftest warrior of the 2nd Squad, Hailansa consistently played the role of a semi-scout. It was he who followed a native hunter and discovered the hiding place of a group of indigenous hunters. Now, the nimble Hailansa led the way, traversing the logging area and entering the rugged terrain of the Gander Mountains along a narrow path. Exiting the northern slope of the logging area, they had effectively left the jurisdiction of the 57 Heavy Infantry Regiment. Entering the eastern mountainous region of Gander signified the presence of lurking magical beasts. Should the group inadvertently trespass into the territory of some irritable creatures, they could very well face an onslaught. Upon reaching this point, the members of the group instinctively heightened their alertness. Throughout the journey, the 2nd Squad's captain, Sam, had deftly dismantled numerous traps. After an entire morning of travel, they decided to rest by a riverbank. Baron Sidney unfurled a map upon a large stone by the river. Gazing silently at a specific point on the map, Sam and Surdak were brought before Baron Sidney by the guards, who then raised his head to inquire of Surdak, how much farther? Surdak was about to brazenly complain that at the current pace of the 4th Battalion, they would likely not reach their destination before nightfall. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Sam elbowed him discreetly. Surdak immediately acquiesced, stating, "At our current speed, we should reach our destination before nightfall." Baron Sidney stood in contemplative silence, with the 6 squad leaders behind him refraining from uttering a word. After a brief moment, he instructed his 6 squad leaders, "Gather all the squad leaders. We shall strategize here." "Yes, my lord." Subsequently, Baron Sidney dispatched 5 reconnaissance teams into the depths of the dense forest. Chapter 20. Prelude to the assault. The soldiers of the 4th Battalion trekked through the dense forest for much of the day without encountering a single indigenous person, and Baron Sidney's countenance grew increasingly grim. The company halted by a stream in the valley, where Baron Sidney convened the sergeants and above for preliminary combat deployment. The remaining heavy infantrymen fetched water from the river and kindled a fire on the stony shore to prepare their meal. The expeditionary troops relied on exceedingly simple rations, and He Wuqiang had been subsisting on these provisions for several days. The sustenance resembled rice flour, quickly dissolving in boiling water to create a porridge, which was consumed alongside hard, baked wheat cakes. If the cakes proved too tough, One could crumble them into the porridge to soften them. While not unpleasant, it was certainly far from gourmet fare. It served merely as a convenient means to satiate hunger swiftly. Each ration was wrapped in dry banana leaves, easily torn open when needed. Hailansa scooped a spoonful of the viscous porridge into his wooden bowl, staring at it with a lack of appetite, while Ian beside him relished his meal, even scraping the edges of his bowl clean with his fingers at the end. As 5 scout teams departed in succession, tension enveloped the battalion, and the atmosphere grew silent, with few voices raised in conversation. Ibuchiang found the rations tolerable, silently finishing his portion before leaning against a large rock to rest his eyes. The young lad, Hailansa, replenished his canteen with the clear stream water. Surdak crouched beside the fire, pressing down the unburnt charcoal with stones. Garcia, curious, leaned closer and asked, "Surdak, what do you think Baron Sidney is discussing with the squad leaders?" Garcia, a member of the 2nd Squad, was affectionately nicknamed Red Socks due to the tattered red socks he wore year-round, despite their patched condition. It was said that these socks were a gift from his fiancée when he enlisted. He was the finest archer in the squad. Armed with one of the 2 alloy bows they possessed, Surdak turned to glance at Garcia and replied, "Who knows? However, we are still far from that mountain hollow, so there is no immediate concern about being ambushed by indigenous hunters. Being part of a large contingent is certainly easier than operating solo." As the porridge in his bowl cooled and solidified, Sam pushed it aside and grabbed a piece of the dry wheat cake to nibble on. He tore off another chunk but hesitated before putting it in his mouth, turning to Surdak and asking, "What's on your mind?" Surdak glanced at Ibuchiang before slowly stating, "I have a feeling that these indigenous folks are luring us in." Sam pondered this for a moment without responding. Ian, however, chimed in, "This time, our entire 4th Battalion is mobilized, and we've even borrowed a company of longbowmen. We are more than equipped to handle those indigenous people. There's nothing to be worried about." Hailansa and Garcia, among others, evidently concurred with Ian's perspective, echoing his sentiments and affirming his correctness. At that moment, Ibuchiang lifted his head, sensing an unsettling presence lurking through the dense thicket, yet he found himself devoid of any compelling evidence to substantiate this feeling. After nearly an hour's respite, the 4th Brigade resumed its journey through the thick forest towards the mountain hollow. In the afternoon, the woods were relatively devoid of large beasts, although the occasional venomous insect posed minor inconveniences to the team. Fortunately, nearly every soldier carried antidotes, ensuring that none fell victim to poisoning. During this time of day, the forest often felt stiflingly warm. The line of the brigade stretched long within the woods, where the path was arduous, littered with years of decaying branches and leaves. These leaves, having rotted, transformed into fertile humus, while others tumbled into naturally formed depressions, filling them with dry foliage that became treacherous traps. One heavily armored soldier happened to glance upward, spotting a green snake slithering along a branch above, its cold, unblinking eyes fixated on the ground below. As the brigade passed beneath its perch, the snake dripped a strand of venom, startling the soldier. Just as he contemplated warning his comrades behind him, he heard one call out, "Hey, be careful." Before the warning could be fully articulated, the soldier stepped into a void, his momentum propelling him forward into a pit filled with dried leaves. Fortunately, the pit was cushioned by a thick layer of foliage, and he suffered no serious injuries, though he did twist his ankle. As the brigade passed a carnivorous tree adorned with sharp thorns, its vines lashed out, ensnaring unsuspecting armored soldiers and dragging them toward the trunk. Without the assistance of their comrades, they would likely have found it impossible to escape. Such unforeseen incidents occurred frequently after entering the thicket, inadvertently slowing their march. It was not until dusk approached that the 4th Brigade finally reached the mountain hollow where the indigenous hunters had concealed themselves. Bathed in the twilight glow, a stark white rock face emerged on the western side of the valley, corroborating Hailansa's prior reconnaissance regarding the hunters' whereabouts. Baron Sidney instructed the 4th Brigade to halt and regroup, planning a nighttime ambush against the indigenous hunters. The camp was established on a forested slope within the mountain hollow, not far from the river valley below. The battle horn sounded precisely as darkness enveloped the landscape. The 2nd Squad followed the main force to the foot of the cliff, where a narrow cave allowed passage for a single person. Ascending this rocky tunnel for approximately 200 meters would lead them to a natural cavern at the cliff center, easily defendable with just 2 or 3 individuals stationed at the cave's upper exit. Baron Sidney stationed the 1st Squad to secure the exit on this side, and then personally led the 4th Brigade to scale the mountains under the cover of night. According to the Baron's stratagem, once the assault team reached the summit, they were to lower ropes from the peak, allowing the soldiers to descend to the mid-slope and infiltrate through a ventilation shaft. This region was characterized by sheer cliffs, necessitating a detour to the rear of the mountain hollow to ascend the craggy heights. The mountainous terrain was even more treacherous after dark, compelling Baron Sidney to abandon his horse and trek alongside his brigade. Yibuqiang followed the ranks, inexplicably gripped by a sense of unease. As night enveloped the landscape, faint flickers of firelight emerged from the sheer cliffs, revealing that indeed, there were inhabitants residing upon the precipice. Strangely, these natives appeared remarkably composed. Throughout the 4th Brigade's approach into the mountain hollow, they encountered no resistance from the indigenous people, which only deepened Yibuqiang's latent apprehensions. Chapter 21. The menace beneath the darkness. The night echoed with the haunting calls of owls as the heavy armored infantry of the 4th Division marched through the dense forest. Despite having taken 2 brief rests throughout the day, the soldiers clad in metallic armor found themselves fatigued as the hour grew late, leading to some lagging behind in the ranks. Above, the sky was adorned with a myriad of stars, yet the forest below enveloped them in pitch darkness, forcing the contingent to tread cautiously along the path. To ascend the ridges on the western side of the great mountain hollow, they would need to take a considerably longer route. In the shadows of the forest, small creatures that typically scurried about at night were startled into flight from the underbrush, occasionally alarming a flock of gray magpies returning to their nests. Baron Sidney, leaning upon a silver cane, led the way at the forefront of the procession. Having ridden throughout the day, he possessed more vigor than his fellow warriors as they traversed the mountain trails at night. Yet, the thorny brush on the slopes proved to be quite an obstacle, leaving his meticulously groomed light golden hair disheveled and slightly greasy, adorned with an oval-shaped leaf. Trailing closely behind the Baron, a captain tactfully suggested, "My lord, perhaps we should allow the troops a moment's respite." Baron Sidney surveyed the inky blackness of the mountainside forest and slowly shook his head, responding, "Let the soldiers endure a little longer. This is no place for rest. We must muster our strength to reach the summit." Amidst the darkened wilderness, countless vine traps lay concealed between the thickets and dense foliage. A moment's inattention could ensnare a soldier's ankle, leaving him suspended from the trees. Although such traps were not lethal, rescuing a comrade from their grasp often resulted in numerous injuries, leading to a considerable reduction in their fighting force. In the depths of the night, the forest loomed like a monstrous creature, gradually devouring the 4th Division's combat efficacy. Yibuqiang gently nudged Surdak, his gaze fixed on a vine dangling to their left. Red-socked Garcia relayed the warning to his companions behind him, deftly following Surdak's lead to evade the taut vine. As Surdak walked in Yibuqiang's wake, he whispered his grievances. "In truth, we could seek refuge against a wind-sheltering cliff for a short rest. We have marched tirelessly for an entire day, and our strength is waning. Engaging in night combat is simply impractical." Yibuqiang proceeded with utmost caution, navigating through the traps hidden within the thickets ahead. In truth, he possessed no prior experience in such matters. His ability to detect the traps stemmed solely from his meticulousness and a healthy skepticism towards everything that lay before him. The deliberately camouflaged snares always bore a hint of discord with their surroundings, and it was this subtle dissonance that guided Yibuqiang in identifying the dangers that lurked within the forest. Leading the way, Yibuqiang moved at a deliberate pace, causing the 2nd Squad to gradually fall behind. The incline of the mountain steepened, rendering the path increasingly arduous. A chilling wail echoed through the dense forest. The last armored warrior quietly inquired of his companion, "What is that sound?" "It resembles the cries of hyenas. In my homeland, these creatures tend to linger in graveyards, consuming all that they can." As he touched the weapon at his waist, his initial unease gradually subsided, and he jested, "Including the corpses interred in graves?" His companion halted. A look of horror etched across his face, and replied in a chilling tone, "And the grave robbers." Following his companion's gaze, the armored warrior saw, amidst the inky darkness of the forest, a pair of blood-red eyes greedily fixated upon them. The 2 warriors hurried to catch up with the advancing group. But soon another pair of crimson eyes flickered to life in the shadows, followed by numerous other pairs of red eyes emerging from the dark, amounting to dozens in an instant. Before they could struggle, their bodies were drawn upright and dragged into the abyss by the looming shadows. A chill crept down Yibuqiang's spine. Meanwhile, the other armored warriors at the rear sensed something amiss and turned toward the source of the sound. They beheld pairs of blood-red eyes trailing closely behind. The nearest pair began to reveal its grotesque outline, unmistakably that of a hyena, its body covered in spotted fur. Its gaping maw displayed massive, glistening fangs, each the size of a calf, reflecting an unsettling gleam in the pitch-black night. "There are hyenas," a voice shouted from the darkness, prompting the entire group to come to a standstill, all eyes turning backward. Indeed, several hyenas emerged from the thickets, their blood-red eyes appearing in succession, and it was difficult to ascertain how many followed. The last in line was the 6th squad of the 4th company, and at such a moment, the squad leader promptly stepped forward, addressing the rear warriors with a stern command. Everyone, remain silent and do not shout. Shield bearers, move to the back. Archers, prepare for my signal. The warriors of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment's 4th Company were seasoned veterans, and upon receiving orders, they quickly raised their shields to form a protective wall. Members of the 2nd Squad melded into the formation as He Buqiang raised his small round shield, while Surdak positioned himself in front of him, wielding a large square shield with one hand. Their training enabled them to form ranks with remarkable swiftness. The longbowmen in the middle of the formation meticulously strung their bows, aligning their steel arrows on the strings, directing their aim toward the dense woods behind. The squad leader decisively issued the command, "Ready, fire." A rain of arrows soared from the ranks, vanishing into the thicket, only to be met with the anguished wails of the hyenas, just as the squad leader contemplated ordering a second volley. The hyenas surged forth from the depths of the forest. With reckless abandon, they charged towards the shield wall formed by the warriors at the rear. A voice rang out from the ranks, "This is bad. They are upon us. Block them." The spear-bearers rallied, forming a defensive line behind. Chapter 22. Hailansa's desire. The inky darkness enveloped the mountainous forest as countless pairs of blood-red eyes flickered open from the shadows. Leading the charge, a hyena was riddled with steel arrows. The bolts shot by the longbowmen possessed formidable power, easily piercing the hyena's robust skull. One hyena, struck in mid-gallop by an arrow, collapsed onto the slope, sending a flurry of withered leaves into the air. At the rear, the heavily armored infantry swiftly formed a shield wall under the command of their squad leader, bracing against the onslaught of the hyenas that charged like frenzied calves. The hyenas attempted to breach the human barricade by surging over the shields, their massive claws raking across the iron-bound shields, leaving deep gouges in their wake. With powerful hind legs, the hyenas exerted all their strength to break through the shield wall, yet were met with the deadly thrust of the pikes wielded by the spearmen, their bodies relentlessly slamming against the shield wall with a dull thud. Each impact from the hyenas posed a significant challenge for the shield bearers, their formation resembling a fragile canoe tossed amidst a tempest, perpetually on the brink of capsizing. In these desperate moments, the warriors behind would brace their shoulders against their comrades' backs, fortifying the shield wall against collapse. The spearmen stationed at the rear exerted every effort to pierce the advancing hyenas with their pikes. Another volley of arrows descended, the potent steel bolts inflicting devastating casualties upon the hyenas. He Buqiang pressed his shoulder against Surdak's back, witnessing a massive claw lunging towards Surdak's face. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust his Roman sword forward, impaling the hyena's claw. The creature emitted a piercing wail, its maw dripping with venomous drool as it lunged for Surdak's throat. Surdak attempted to raise his shield to fend off the vicious bite, but was thwarted as one of the hyena's forepaws pressed down upon the edge of the shield, rendering him unable to lift it. Just as the stench from the hyena's maw assaulted Surdak's face, a small round shield, encased in iron, struck the creature's mouth with tremendous force. Instantly, the ironclad shield bore a significant dent, nearly shattering under the impact delivered by He Buqiang. The hyena's nose contorted grotesquely, two sharp fangs embedded in the shield, as its body was sent reeling backward, unable to even utter a cry of anguish. Standing alongside He Buqiang, Hong Sox gazed at him with a look of sheer astonishment, rendered speechless by the sight. One hyena attempted to leap over Hong Sox's head, and in that fleeting moment, He Buqiang raised his Roman sword, slicing open a gaping 2-foot-long wound in the creature's belly, its entrails spilling forth and splattering Hong Sox entirely. He Buqiang delivered a firm punch to Hong Sox's shoulder, signaling him to concentrate and safeguard their shield-bearing comrades. As more hyenas surged forward, they were swiftly impaled by the pikes thrusting through the gaps in the shield wall before they could even approach Surdak. In an instant, the ground before the shield wall was strewn with the carcasses of the fallen hyenas. These ferocious round-eared hyenas do not belong to the category of magical beasts. Rather, their vast numbers and penchant for pack hunting render them formidable opponents in the wilderness. As long as they do not provoke powerful magical creatures, they face little in the way of natural enemies. Incidents of hyenas attacking humans are not uncommon, yet those of this size, with bloodshot eyes and a ferocious demeanor, are indeed rare in Handanarl County. As the hyenas continued their relentless charge from the shadows, The captain of the 6th Squad commanded the shield-bearers to retreat. At this moment, the 4th Battalion had fully grasped the situation. Led by Baron Sidney, a cadre of elite warriors swiftly approached, launching a counteroffensive against the hyena horde. Clad in heavy armor, the soldiers showed no fear of the hyena's bites. Baron Sidney, at the forefront with his personal guard, radiated an aura of white energy. Preventing the hyenas from reaching him, with a swift swing of his double-edged greatsword, he cleaved them in two. Baron Sidney's timely arrival significantly alleviated the pressure on the rear defense line. The soldiers around him, witnessing his heroic stance with the greatsword in hand, felt invigorated and rallied alongside him to fend off the hyenas. He stood as a banner of hope, drawing the attention of numerous hyenas, thus reducing the strain on the defensive line. Seizing the moment when the hyena onslaught began to wane, Surdak wiped his face and turned to He Buqiang, saying, "You see, Baron Sidney is one of the 7 armored knights of our 57th Regiment." Nearby, the young lad Jilongnan expressed his envy. "I hope one day I can become an armored knight too." To which came the retort, "What are you thinking? Do you believe you can break through the first transition barrier? Even if you became a first-tier warrior, could you afford a magic-patterned armor?" Jilongnan, chastised by Captain Sam, could only muster a sheepish grin in response. Captain Sam playfully swatted Jilognan's face twice, saying, "Keep your dreams to yourself." Reflecting on the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment's origins from the Tarapagan region of Osorna County in Bena Province, Jilongnan found it unsurprising to address Captain Sam as uncle. Captain Sam offered no kindness, scolding, "The hyenas have eased their assault," allowing everyone a moment to converse. Veteran Ian, trembling slightly, lit a cigarette and took a couple of deep puffs before passing it to Captain Sam, who then shared it among the members of the 2nd Squad. Eventually, it reached Jilongnan, who found himself with a stub that was dangerously close to burning his fingers. With a look of melancholy, Jilongnan took a final puff. Watching the last remnants of tobacco extinguish, He Buqiang, believing that the hyenas would retreat upon realizing their disadvantage, was taken aback when, in a mere moment, pairs of blood-red eyes emerged from the woods flanking the squad. The hyenas not only refused to withdraw, but seemed to multiply in number. Surdak was the first to notice the unusual behavior of the surrounding hyenas. Addressing his companions, he exclaimed, "What on earth is wrong with this pack of hyenas? Even after so many have perished, they refuse to retreat. A pack of mad dogs." The Boqiang handed Surdak the water flask, which still contained the water gathered by the riverside during the day, now dwindling to a mere remnant. Captain Sam bellowed to the members of the 2nd Squad, "Hold on a little longer. Focus, all of you." The hyenas surged forth once more like a relentless tide from the forest. Chapter 23. Retreat to the stone wall. The fierce battle against the hyenas raged on until midnight. Baron Sidney stood atop a mound of hyena corpses, with rivers of blood flowing beneath his feet, as countless hyenas continued to surge forth from the dense forest. The once pristine visage of Baron Sidney was now splattered with blood, and his great sword appeared as if it had been steeped in the crimson liquid. The white aura enveloping his body had dimmed considerably, and he bore a pale complexion. His hands, which gripped the mighty sword, trembled slightly. Behind him, the heavily armored soldiers clung to their last vestiges of fighting spirit, teetering on the brink of collapse. The entire squadron of longbowmen had exhausted their arrows, and in this desperate moment, they took up their bows as melee weapons, joining the spearmen to strangle the advancing hyenas with their bowstrings. The once formidable shield wall had disintegrated, and the 2nd Squad had rotated through 3 rounds of rest. At this juncture, He Buqiang felt the weight of his Roman sword unbearable, each swing requiring immense courage. Suddenly, a hyena leapt from beneath the pile of corpses, its head slightly raised as it sank its teeth into Baron Sidney's armored calf. The force of the bite caused the Baron to lose his balance, and both man and beast tumbled down from the apex of the corpse mound. Captain Sam, flanked by members of the 2nd Squad, found himself amidst the human wall. Surdak, having sustained minor injuries, bore 4 puncture wounds on the calf of his left leg, resulting in a slight limp. After applying a few drops of antidote to his wounds and a hasty bandaging, he surged once more to the front lines. The heap of hyena bodies resembled a mountain. Regrettably, these creatures were not magical beasts, as their skulls bore no magic course, and their pelts held little value. To their astonishment, the horde of hyenas that appeared that night numbered in the thousands. At this moment, Baron Sidney likely regretted his decisions deeply, wishing fervently to quell the battle immediately. Finally, the squad leaders received the Baron's orders. The captain of the 6th Squad, Sam's direct superior, relayed the command. "Everyone, retreat in an orderly fashion towards the stone wall." Form a defensive line there. As long as we hold until dawn, these frenzied hyenas will retreat. Protect the archers. Solda looked at Hibuqiang, who immediately grasped the meaning in Solda's eyes. The retreat could easily lead to chaos, granting the hyenas an advantageous opportunity. Therefore, in addition to forming a shield wall with utmost caution, it was imperative to conserve their strength as much as possible. Kid, stick close to me. Make sure you don't fall behind. Captain Sam cast a deep glance at the young lad Jailonin and whispered instructions to the second squad members. The expressions of Garcia, the red-socked soldier, and veteran Ian were equally grave. There was no time for respite. Once the squad leader's orders were issued, the plan to retreat towards the stony hillside commenced. Baron Sidney insisted on leading the most elite combat team at the rear of the formation, which began to instill a sense of admiration in Hibuqiang for this noble knight. The battle formation retreated step by step, causing the defensive line to disintegrate in an instant. The pack of hyenas in the darkness pursued relentlessly without hesitation. Fortunately, the soldiers of the heavy infantry battalion were clad in full metal armor, which usually seemed cumbersome but now revealed its immense advantage against these predators. The hyenas struggled to bite through the reinforced plating, granting the warriors of the 4th Company the utmost protection. Amidst the retreating ranks, Hibuqiang moved with the crowd toward a cliff on the hillside. At Baron Sidney's command, the rearguard soldiers retrieved their limited supply of oil and doused the mountainous pile of hyena corpses before igniting it as they withdrew. Flames erupted swiftly, forming a blazing barrier that blocked the pursuing beasts, their dying shrieks echoing through the inferno. Baron Sidney, his body weary and bloodied, trudged at the rear. Even his enchanted runic armor bore signs of damage. The company withdrew toward a sheer stone cliff halfway up the western ridge of the mountain pass, a strategic position where forming a defensive shield wall would be far easier, at least preventing attacks from all sides. Though exhausted from the night-long battle, Hibuqiang felt his stamina replenishing rapidly. Within his spiritual realm, the drifting stars began a slow rotation, and the radiant star near his shoulder pulsed with streams of warmth. Another star adjacent to it flickered faintly, as if on the verge of awakening. Yet there was no time to dwell on these anomalies. The group soon passed through a dense thicket, the relentless hyenas still snapping at their heels. Surdak, wounded in the left leg, leaned heavily on Hibuqiang's shoulder as they pressed forward, though their pace inevitably lagged behind. Upon reaching the cliffside, the retreat met little resistance, but the hyenas regrouped in the blackened woods, their countless crimson eyes gleaming. The first to arrive swiftly established a defensive line, securing the position for their comrades. The critical task now was sustaining the bonfire barrier through the night. Though a vast forest stretched beyond 50 meters from the cliff, it was already overrun by the hyenas. To gather firewood, the soldiers had to scour along the cliff's edges, ensuring they wouldn't be ambushed. The warriors of the 1st Squadron guarded the gaps in the firewall, preventing the hyenas from breaching. The creatures, terrified of the flames, dared not approach the roaring blaze. Nearby trees were felled and swiftly chopped into logs, fueling the fire further. At last, after the long night-'s struggle, the soldiers could finally rest. Baron Sidney withdrew a palm-sized scroll of sheepskin from his pocket and handed it to a nearby guard. Without waiting for further instruction, the guard swiftly approached the stone wall, unfurled the scroll, and affixed it to the surface. What followed was an astonishing spectacle that left Hibuqiang utterly astounded. A crystal-clear spring of water began to emerge from the very center of the scroll, cascading gently down its surface. The stream, though slender, was at least as thick as a small finger. The guard produced a water jug and quickly filled it to the brim with the pristine liquid, hurrying to present it to Baron Sidney. Subsequently, the warriors from each squad lined up in an orderly fashion to collect water. Hibuqiang, who had initially anticipated a perilous venture to seek out a water source during a brief respite, now found himself gazing in wonder at the sheepskin scroll affixed to the stone wall. The young lad Jailonin seized Surdak's water jug, declaring, "I shall fetch the water," before dashing off to join the queue. Chapter 24. The rolling stone at the summit. The night wind howled through the mountaintop, emitting a mournful sound. The warriors stationed at the base of the cliff took turns resting. Reluctant to remove their armor, they huddled closely against the stone wall in a line. The heavy infantry of the Grimm Empire donned full-body armor, enveloping nearly every part of their bodies except for their hands, feet, and necks. This armor was exceedingly burdensome, and without ample stamina, it could easily become a confining prison. However, its advantages in battle were strikingly apparent, particularly when engaging the indigenous people of Handano County. The heavy infantry suffered almost no casualties. Indeed, They also held a significant advantage against packs of hyenas, although Baron Sidney's battle strategy was somewhat audacious, leading to considerable exhaustion during their march before they could rest, only to be besieged by the hyenas. Otherwise, the hyenas in the Kandahar mountain range would pose no threat to the heavily armored infantry. The firewall effectively barred the hyenas. Yet it also trapped the soldiers of the 4th Unit against the cliff, with waves of heat parching their throats. The soldiers of the 1st Squad were not required to guard the breach in the firewall, as the hyenas were terrified of fire and dared not approach. Even if 1 or 2 red-eyed hyenas occasionally charged through the gap, they would be swiftly dispatched by the soldiers stationed at the exit. The carcasses of the hyenas were cast into the flames, igniting their fur almost instantly. Their bodies became charred in the fire, limbs and tails igniting under high temperatures, ultimately causing the entire scorched form to emit flickering flames, becoming part of the firewall. He Buqiang was clad in only a thin leather armor. Thus he did not lead the charge against the hyenas. Though his muscles ached considerably, he was uninjured, leaning against the stone wall with his eyes closed. He sensed the 2nd star in his spiritual sea had been fully ignited, radiating a gentle glow alongside the 1st star, gradually replenishing his stamina. He longed to ask Surdak if he too experienced this phenomenon within his body. It seemed utterly astonishing to him that there existed a star chart within himself. Yet he remained unable to articulate this abstract notion, unable to express it through simple gestures, leaving him to ponder in silence. Observing He Buqiang swiftly rise from the stone wall to relinquish his position to the young boy Jilongnan, the members of the 2nd Squad, including Surdak, attributed his rapid recovery to the lightweight leather armor he wore. Surdak's left leg bore the marks of a hyena's bite, wrapped in greaves. The sharp fangs had merely pierced the armor, leaving 4 bloodied holes on his leg. The wound had not suffered secondary tearing, as he had applied some antidote upon being bitten. The veteran leaned against the stone wall, recounting the battle against the Demon Legion at the Kemto River. Although it marked the greatest victory of recent years in the Warsaw realm, few were aware that nearly 70 heavy infantry regiments had been utterly annihilated in that confrontation. To him, such a level of conflict was merely an appetizer. Yet, only He Buqiang noticed the veteran Ian's hands tremble violently as he lit his cigarette, almost extinguishing the newly sparked flame. A story from veteran Ian slightly eased the tension among the members of the 2nd Squad. Jelinum leaned against the stone wall, desiring to remove his arm and leg armor to catch a brief nap during the short respite. However, his intention was promptly thwarted by Captain Sam. Observing some squad members removing their breastplates, the young lad found it difficult to comprehend Captain Sam's decision, but refrained from voicing any complaints, remaining seated in a sullen mood. Soon, the command from Baron Sidney echoed down, instructing the warriors to establish camp and rest beneath the mountain wall. Throughout the night, the howls of hyenas echoed, unable to escape the barrier of fire that kept them at bay. It was He Buqiang's first night spent outdoors, lying on the uncomfortable stony ground, tossing and turning in sleeplessness. He harbored concerns that if the fire barrier were to extinguish, the hyenas would pounce without hesitation, tearing apart the slumbering soldiers of the 4th Brigade. Beside him, Jelinum slept soundly, despite the discomfort of his armor, mumbling in his dreams about shedding the cumbersome gear. Gazing up at the star-filled sky, He Buqiang felt rejuvenated, the aches of earlier dissipating. He longed to wander about the camp, but feared that wandering into the view of the night watch soldiers might trouble Surdak and Captain Sam, forcing him to merely stretch his limbs and attempt to sleep once more. A faint rumbling sound emanated from the mountain wall, initially dismissed by He Buqiang as merely the wind whispering through the cliffs. However, a sudden shower of sand and pebbles cascading onto his face heightened his alertness, prompting him to rise from the ground. The noise intensified, first resembling raindrops pattering on banana leaves, then transforming into the rhythmic beating of countless drums as the rolling sound grew louder, causing the entire mountain wall to tremble slightly. In his mind, images of massive boulders tumbling down the slope surged forth. He Buqiang sprang to his feet, disregarding everything as he forcefully kicked Surdak and Jelinum awake. Surdak, jolted from slumber, reacted instinctively, pulling He Buqiang up without waiting for an explanation. He Buqiang proceeded to kick each member of the 2nd Squad, not waiting for Surdak to fully awaken, and dashed towards the opening in the fire barrier. "What is happening?" Surdak asked, limping due to his leg injury. Confusion etched across his face as he followed He Buqiang. He Buqiang, with a stoic expression, sprinted forward, gesturing towards his head. At that moment, Surdak also heard the rumbling sound. his face suddenly transforming with alarm as he shouted to the bewildered Hailansa behind him, "Hailansa, quickly wake Sam, the mountain is collapsing." Surdak's urgent call jolted the soldiers of the 3rd Squad, who were on night duty, out of their stupor, plunging the camp into chaos. By this time, Yibuqiang and Surdak had reached the exit of the firewall, gazing at the numerous ferocious, blood-red eyes outside. Yibuqiang tightened his grip on the Roman sword and seized a square shield from the pile of weapons, recklessly charging out alongside Surdak. Members of the 2nd Squad followed closely behind, rushing out of the camp as the debris from the mountaintop cascaded down like a torrential downpour. Chapter 25. Before dawn, a boulder the size of a coconut crashed to the ground beside Yibuqiang, shattering upon impact and sending shards of stone flying onto his legs. Despite wearing leather armor, the debris inflicted sharp pains. Numerous fragments tumbled into the fire, scattering sparks in all directions. As Yibuqiang tugged at Surdak's arm, urging him to flee into the forest, the rabid hyenas with their crimson eyes lunged at him, eager to bite. However, with a deluge of stones cascading from above, the pack of hyenas hesitated, emitting frantic yelps before turning tail and fleeing into the dense woods. Yibuqiang and Surdak were among the first to burst forth from the camp, and just as he was about to sprint down the slope, he was called back by Captain Sam, who was flanked by Jelinan and several others. The captain gestured towards the eastern slope, and both Yibuqiang and Surdak immediately understood. Following Sam into the woodland on the eastern side of the hill, with keen alertness and remarkable reflexes, they deftly avoided several large rocks tumbling down along their path. A few hyenas prepared to pounce, but were swiftly buried beneath falling debris, while the remaining hyenas scampered away with their tails tucked. Yibuqiang raised his square shield with one hand, attempting to shield himself from the shower of stones above. Fortunately, they moved swiftly enough to reach the safety of the left side of the hill just before a torrent of debris descended. Baron Sidney, along with a contingent of loyal guards and numerous warriors, emerged from beneath the cliff. Several larger stones plummeted from the heights. Yet the dauntless Baron Sidney cleaved them in two with his great sword, his white aura once again transforming into flames that surged around him, exuding an aura of immense strength. The pack of hyenas let out a series of chilling howls, vanishing into the pitch-black thicket amidst the rain of stones. Baron Sidney, leading the surviving warriors of the 4th Brigade, bore a crimson streak across his face, evidence of a wound sustained while fleeing the mountainside. His double-edged sword lay askew at his feet. The rolling rocks, a torrent of gravel, entwined with old branches and decaying leaves, cascaded down the mountainside like an earthen dragon. In an instant, the mountain face was buried beneath the avalanche, destroying the extensive forest below. Many warriors, having shed their armor during a brief respite, stood in the woods clad only in linen shorts, their upper bodies exposed. They gazed in awe as boulders the size of houses tumbled down, carving deep gorges along the path. As the tumultuous stones gradually came to rest, the mountain breeze dispersed the clouds of dust, revealing a hint of dawn on the horizon. The myriad stars gradually faded into the sky, the inky darkness yielding to a vibrant blue, with wisps of clouds floating between the distant peaks. A group of soldiers stood helplessly on the hillside, apart from the members of the 2nd Squad, clad in armor. Only the night watch soldiers of the 2nd Battalion still donned their protective gear. The 4th Battalion, accompanied by the longbowmen of the 1st Battalion under Baron Sidney, had dwindled to fewer than 200 warriors who remained standing on the slopes of this mountainous region. Surdak patted his chest vigorously and, somewhat dazed, inquired of his companion. "Red Sox, am I still alive?" "Indeed, you are alive. We all are," Red Sox replied, his expression somewhat vacant as he observed the landslide gradually subsiding. Black Boy sat beneath a gnarled tree. Captain Sam approached Yibuqiang, clapping him on the shoulder with gratitude in his eyes, saying, "If it weren't for your vigilance, we might not have escaped." The events of that day and night were nothing short of a nightmare for Baron Sidney, plunging him from the lofty heights of power into a hell ablaze with flames. Anger filled his gaze, and even his closest guards dared not approach him in such a state. Instead of comforting his disheartened soldiers, Baron Sidney, with a grim countenance, unsheathed his double-edged sword from the rocky ground, and, abandoning all others, charged frantically towards the summit. His strides were expansive, his leaps remarkable, each landing precisely upon a protruding rock as he navigated the treacherous terrain of loose stones. Concerned for the Baron's safety, his guards hastily followed, while several battalion leaders reluctantly urged the remaining soldiers to trail behind. To the west of the Great Valley, the ridge belonged to a branch of the Gondar Mountains, with the highest peak forming a steep cliff. The western side of the cliff sloped gently, while the side facing the Great Valley was sheer. The summit's rocks, once curling like waves, had now diminished significantly. Baron Sidney ascended several hundred meters to the peak, only to find chaos reigning. Beside the scattered stones lay a massive pit with a diameter of over 10 meters. One side of the pit had been excavated, revealing a substantial gap leading to the cliff face. Skeptical that the indigenous hunters could dislodge such a colossal boulder, the Baron leaped into the pit. Approaching the edge of the chasm to gaze down at the now non-existent cliff below, He Wuqiang discovered numerous enormous wooden stakes, severed by human hands, at the pit's opening. Suddenly enlightened, he realized that the great stone atop the mountain had not been dislodged by the natives. Rather, these hunters had hollowed out the ground beneath the boulder and propped it up with massive timbers. If someone atop the mountain severed those supporting beams, the boulder would succumb to gravity, tumbling down the slope along with the timber. The 4th Battalion had narrowly escaped being entombed by these indigenous hunters in the Great Valley, and the thought sent chills down their spines. The faint light of dawn gradually expanded across the horizon, offering an increasingly clear view. He Wuqiang, peering towards the far side of the Great Valley, could just discern a group of indigenous people vanishing into the forest. Observing their path, it seems they intend to venture deep into the Kandahar Mountains, although he narrowly escaped being buried by a landslide. He Wuqiang felt an inexplicable sense of admiration for the indigenous hunters in the distance. These natives, driven from their homes by imperial soldiers, have not succumbed to the overwhelming might of the empire. At this moment, Baron Sidney, standing atop the mountain, experienced an indescribable sense of awkwardness. Nevertheless, despite the indigenous hunters utilizing the natural terrain of the mountain hollow and the red-eyed hyena pack to decimate half of the 4th Division's forces, the remaining soldiers' combat effectiveness was significantly diminished. Even so, the indigenous hunters still lacked the courage to confront Baron Sidney's warriors head-on. It appears that the disparity in strength between the natives of Kandahar County and the imperial soldiers is substantial. With the dawn breaking, the red-eyed hyenas had long retreated into the dense forest, and the sun, a harbinger of hope, gradually ascended from behind the mountains. He Wuqiang and Surdak sat back-to-back on a massive rock at the summit, gazing silently at the rising sun. Chapter 26, The Ascension of Surdak. When Baron Sidney led the soldiers of the 4th Battalion into the cave nestled within the cliff, they discovered that the indigenous inhabitants who had once taken refuge there had long since vacated the premises, leaving behind an empty cavern. He Wuqiang felt no surprise, given that the natives had excavated such a substantial pit for the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment. It was only natural for them to flee. The battleground was lined with watchpoints, from which arrows could be loosed into the valley below. If the archers of the 57th Regiment had been present, their longbows would have been capable of reaching deep into the heart of the valley. Perhaps recognizing that wooden arrows posed little threat to the infantry, the natives had refrained from launching a single projectile before their hasty retreat. This location was originally a natural cave, which the indigenous people had expanded multiple times, resulting in its current impressive scale. It was astonishing to discover such a hidden refuge within this vast valley, even causing Baron Sidney, a man of noble birth, to marvel at the cave's grandeur. In truth, this cavern could serve as a medium-sized defensive stronghold. The 4th Battalion had suffered the loss of 268 soldiers, leaving Baron Sidney in a particularly foul mood. However, he could not lay blame on anyone else. Their downfall was entirely due to his own hasty actions. What tormented him further was the realization that their operation to eradicate the natives in the valley had yielded no captures whatsoever. Baron Sidney's eyes were bloodshot. His lips cracked. From a distance, he resembled a venomous serpent, instilling fear in all who dared approach. "Let us hope that the charm of the Baron's sister is potent enough," murmured Surdak, standing beside He Wuqiang, his voice lowered. "Will we be implicated in this?" asked the anxious young man, Jilongnan. Surdak gestured to his mouth and whispered, "We are likely to be held accountable. I suspect we shall be branded with the label of insufficient reconnaissance. Fortunately, the first squad of 60 soldiers stationed at the entrance of the cave beneath the cliff had suffered no losses during the skirmish. When the red-eyed hyenas surged forth last night, the soldiers of the first squad attempted to repel the pack. Yet, upon witnessing the sheer number of hyenas, Captain Jonah of the first squad made the decisive choice to retreat into the cave, where the soldiers barricaded the narrow entrance with stones, successfully evading the assault of the ravenous beasts. Unbeknownst to them, the indigenous people had vacated the cave above them during the night. They had never considered probing the vertical passage resembling a chimney overhead. The cave, constructed within the cliff, boasted 7 exits, 4 of which were conspicuously placed, while the remaining 3 were exceedingly concealed. Only by venturing into the depths of the cave and meticulously examining its internal structure could one uncover all of its exits. Count Mond. Upon hearing that Baron Sidney's 4th Brigade had fallen into the trap set by the indigenous people and suffered the loss of over 200 soldiers in the mountains north of the lumberyard, furiously hurled a magical lamp at Baron Sidney's face. His wrathful denunciation echoed beyond the confines of the camp, yet Baron Sidney, despite enduring this scathing reprimand, faced no tangible repercussions. This incident imparted a vital lesson to the astute minds within the camp. Nepotism indeed holds significant sway. Following the near decimation of the 4th Brigade, new blood was imperative for replenishing its ranks. Several small teams had been entirely wiped out, and the influx of inexperienced recruits was insufficient to sustain a unit independently. They required the seasoned veterans to impart their battlefield knowledge. Consequently, these veterans were to be reassigned from well-structured teams. Captain Sam moved to the 5th Squad to lead the 11th team, bringing along the young recruit Jelen and veteran Ian. Surdak successfully ascended to the position of captain of the 2nd Squad, though he mused on the irony of receiving a promotion just before retirement. While his pay remained unchanged, his discharge record would shine with this notable achievement. On the day Captain Sam departed from the 2nd Squad, it welcomed 2 new recruits from the city of Hailansa in the Terrapagan region. Eager to learn about their homeland, Surdak inquired extensively, only to hear that last year a severe drought had nearly halved their crop yields, prompting concern for their families back home. Unfortunately, these recruits hailed from different villages, far removed from Suldak's own, and were unaware of the situation in Wool Village. To Surdak and Hebuchang's surprise, the 2nd Squad faced no accountability for recent events. Baron Sidney had shouldered all blame without hesitation, observing their superior's decision to protect them from repercussions. The soldiers of the 4th Brigade suddenly found a renewed appreciation for their commanding officer. Beyond the typical arrogance and prejudice of the nobility, he displayed few significant flaws. After all, the living must persist in their struggle for survival, rising anew each day to continue the fight for the Grimm Empire. As for the deceased, they may ascend to the realm of the gods or perhaps be reborn as spirits, due to Suldak's influence. Hebuchang did not join the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment during the recent recruitment. He remained a free agent, unbound by formal affiliation. Meanwhile, Surdak began to devise plans to apply for a second teleportation permit. Chapter 27. The turmoil of the grade test. The makeshift market outside the camp was adorned with an array of red-eyed hyena pelts. It is said that these red-eyed hyenas, roughly the size of calves, are a new species hybridized from the native hyenas of Handanar County and Hellhounds. These creatures not only inherit the prolific breeding capabilities of the native hyenas, but also possess some lineage from the Hellhounds. Although they have not been directly elevated to the status of low-level magical beasts, they exhibit significant changes in both size and strength, alongside a particularly fierce disposition. The pack of red-eyed hyenas typically roams within the confines of the Gandhara Mountains, and after decades of propagation, they have evolved into a formidable beast horde. Even in the presence of magical beasts such as the Stinger Crystal Lion and the Earth-Shattering Bear, the red-eyed hyenas show no signs of trepidation. However, this does not imply that the red-eyed hyenas possess the terrifying power of second-tier magical beasts. A mature earth-shattering bear could easily rend dozens of red-eyed hyenas apart. Yet, what of it? Even the mightiest of magical beasts experience moments of exhaustion. Once the red-eyed hyenas set their sights on a prey, they latch on relentlessly, refusing to relent until their quarry is vanquished. Consequently, even these formidable beasts avoid provoking the red-eyed hyenas. The ferocity and alarming reproductive capabilities of the red-eyed hyenas have swiftly established them as one of the dominators of the Gandhara Mountains. However, no one anticipated that the indigenous people would summon such a group of red-eyed hyenas to confront the soldiers of the Grimm Empire, resulting in the loss of half the warriors from Baron Sidney's 4th Brigade. For the infantry soldiers, resembling tin cans, equipped with ample supplies and bows, dealing with these red-eyed hyenas should not pose a significant challenge. The streets were littered with brown furs adorned with black spots. These inferior pelts were coarse and prickly, unsuitable for crafting leather coats, and could only be fashioned into damp-proof and cool dogskin blankets. Lodging wore a frown as he watched Hebuchang carry a large bundle of hyena pelts into the tent. He followed Hebuchang to the entrance of the tent and lamented, "Little Dak, I must say, with the number of red-eyed hyenas you've been hunting lately, it is high time to cease. Apart from their hides, which can only be made into blankets, they offer no valuable resources." Hebuchang smiled as he placed the hyena pelts in a corner of the tent. With recent calmness in military affairs, this tent, serving as a storage space, appeared rather vacant. Red Sox Garcia, bearing a bundle of hyena pelts, trailed behind He Buqiang and remarked, "What can we do? We must hunt red-eyed hyenas to obtain approval for our field mission requests." Standing at the entrance of the tent, Red Sox sipped water while expressing, "Our captain has instructed you to find a tanner to expedite the crafting of 13 dogskin blankets, and he insisted that I must bring you a deposit." As he produced a palm-sized pouch from his pocket and extracted a stack of silver coins, he pressed them into Lodgine's hands. Upon seeing the silver coins, the merchant Lodgine's expression brightened immediately as he exclaimed to Red Sox, "Captain Surdak is truly a generous soul." In recent weeks, the market has been overwhelmed with dog pelts adorned with black spots, just as Lodgine had mentioned. Hyena pelts have become utterly ubiquitous. At this juncture, utilizing these inexpensive hyena hides to craft dogskin rugs for personal use proves to be the most practical choice. It is evident that Lakin is aware that Surdak is likely financing this venture out of his own pocket to provide benefits for the team members. Thus, he has bestowed upon Surdak a card of goodwill. He Buqiang seldom frequents the military camp, only accompanying the second squad on their missions. Residing in the tent where Merchant Lakin stores his goods, He Buqiang engages in moderate exercise each morning and spends his leisure time assisting Gabby in managing Lakin's stall. The wares displayed are of little value, yet tending to the makeshift market is preferable to idleness. He Buqiang has long desired to discuss the peculiar condition within himself with Surdak, but he struggles to articulate his thoughts. Recently appointed as the leader of the second squad, Surdak has been quite preoccupied, unable to decipher the meaning behind the human figures sketched by He Buqiang on the ground. After a quarter of an hour of deep contemplation, Surdak deduces that He Buqiang is attempting to practice a form of battle energy. He reassures him that one must first comprehend their own momentum and successfully advance to a first-tier intermediate warrior to qualify for the study of battle energy. Furthermore, such advanced combat techniques can only be acquired through military academies, mentorship, or by becoming a squad leader within the army. Of course, for all ordinary warriors, understanding how to grasp momentum is paramount, as it pertains to their ability to break through barriers and ascend to the rank of first-tier warrior. He Buqiang earnestly gestures to Surdak, inquiring about the true essence of momentum. Suldak's explanation leaves He Buqiang somewhat baffled. He describes momentum as the state in which one's spirit reaches a certain critical point, subsequently manifesting externally to enhance a particular aspect of the body through mental fortitude. This notion is not one conjured by Surdak himself, but rather a phrase imparted by an instructor during his military training in Hailansa City, which he had memorized despite not fully grasping its meaning at the time. Surdak illustrates his point with an example, noting that the white vortex emanating from Baron Sydney embodies his momentum. It is said that when one unleashes their momentum in battle, they are undoubtedly fighting with all their might. Suldak's words seem to unlock a door for He Buqiang, igniting a desire within him to further explore the capabilities of the higher-ranking first-tier warriors within the camp. Each time he accompanies the second squad on missions, He Buqiang displays the most abundant stamina among all team members. Consequently, Surdak hopes for He Buqiang to participate in the monthly warrior ranking assessment at the camp, to gauge his current true strength. When the day of the assessment for the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment arrives, Surdak, along with He Buqiang and two newly inducted recruits from the second squad, approach the tent of the logistics department. Upon their arrival, they discover a considerable number of new recruits queuing for the ranking assessment, forming a lengthy line behind the testing station. The warriors who come here for rank assessment are predominantly novices. To gauge the capabilities of these recruits, the captains of each squad seize this opportunity without hesitation. He Buqiang is filled with curiosity regarding the evaluation of warrior ranks. Although he has inherited fragments of the original owner's memories, he remains somewhat oblivious to how these ranks are discerned. Surdak, classified as a level 6 warrior, has been exceptionally promoted to the captain of the second squad, a decision significantly influenced by the recommendation of the former captain, Sam. Furthermore, his proficiency in skinning techniques has garnered the recognition of other squads. Generally, squad leaders within the Heavy Infantry Regiment are expected to have soldiers surpass the threshold of level 7 warriors. The captain of the 6th squad is merely a step away from transitioning to a warrior of the first rank. It is said that he has been stuck at the 9th level for over 3 years, unable to comprehend momentum and take that final leap. The captain of the 4th Brigade, Baron Sydney, is a warrior in the early stages of the first transition, and he possesses a set of ancestral combat armor. Were it not for this, even his sister's marriage to Count Mond, Gosper would not suffice as a justification for his ascendancy to the captaincy of the 4th Brigade. It is worth noting that the women surrounding Count Mond Gosper outnumber those of the captain of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment by far. Thus, personal strength remains the ultimate truth. Consequently, Surdak brought He Buqiang to the logistics department for warrior rank testing, to which He Buqiang did not object. Chapter 28. You are much like me as the newly appointed captain of the 4th Squad. Surdak arrived at the military camp's logistics department accompanied by several new recruits. Upon his arrival, other squad leaders approached him warmly, engaging in amiable conversation, some even exchanging pleasantries despite their lack of prior acquaintance. This form of social interaction is prevalent within the military, where individuals of varying ranks inhabit distinct circles. With Surdak's recent promotion, his social sphere expanded to include the captains of other squads within the camp, perhaps due to mere greetings and a few exchanged words. These initial encounters might blossom into crucial alliances in times of peril. After all, this is the battlefield of Handanal County, where dangers lurk at every corner. Hence, Surdak endeavored to present himself as a humble junior, graciously accepting the congratulations and encouragement from his fellow captains. He Buqiang stood with 2 other novices, resembling 3 bewildered geese amidst the lengthy queue, patiently awaiting their rank assessment. This area serves as the heart of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment, flanked by rows of tents, each adorned with flags representing various departments. The flag of the logistics department bore an ear of wheat and a sword, while soldiers emerged from the white tent with commendable efficiency. The squad leaders represent the most fundamental tier within the military's non-commissioned officer hierarchy, and this group is notably vast. A cluster of individuals gathered outside the logistics tent, engaged in lighthearted banter. Surdak, with his gentle demeanor and broad understanding, not inclined towards contentiousness, contributed humor and wit to the conversation, quickly integrating into the group. After an extended wait, it was finally He Buqiang and the 2 other novices' turn. The new recruit from the 2nd Squad presented his soldier's insignia and was admitted into the inspection area within the tent. However, He Buqiang was halted, as he lacked the requisite insignia of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment. At that moment, Surdak noticed He Buqiang being blocked at the tent's entrance, causing a brief pause in the line. He hurried over, his face adorned with a beaming smile, and addressed the logistics officer stationed at the tent's entrance, saying, "Please allow him entry. He is one of our squad, and I can vouch for him. We belong to the 2nd Squad of the 6th Division." The logistics officer shot a glare at Surdak, displaying a hint of displeasure, remaining silent as he gestured for Surdak and He Buqiang to step aside. Surdak then presented his own insignia before the logistics officer, once more smiling as he urged, "You may consider him as my representative. This is my insignia. Kindly permit him to proceed with the assessment." At that moment, the logistics officer fully raised his head, revealing a familiar visage. Surdak then realized that this officer was the same individual he had encountered while clearing the battlefield on the northern slope of the forest. Surdak's expression faltered slightly, but he was determined to advocate for He Buqiang's participation in the soldier rank assessment. The logistics officer raised his eyebrows and immediately elevated his voice several octaves, exclaiming rudely, "This is utterly absurd. Your nameplate only represents you. He lacks a soldier's nameplate, and under no circumstances will I permit him entry. I even question how such an unidentifiable individual managed to infiltrate the camp. Are the guards at the entrance blind? A bunch of negligent fools." His outburst attracted a gathering of onlookers, and the harshness of his words caused Surdak's face to darken. The squad leaders who had approached then felt compelled to intervene. "Why must you be so inflexible? It is merely a level test. I know this soldier. Please allow him to enter for the assessment." The other squad leaders echoed in agreement, "Indeed, indeed." Unexpectedly, the logistics officer slammed his hand on the table, rising in indignation, and addressed the squad leaders with righteous fervor. "That is impossible, unless you can present a written order from Count Mond Gosberg himself. I will not grant passage." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other squad leaders turned awkward. The officer seemed intent on pursuing his advantage, pointing an accusatory finger at Surdak with a furious expression. "Additionally, I advise you not to loiter around the camp. If I catch you again, I will certainly report you to the military law office. Do not assume I jest." As the logistics officer delivered this tirade, Surdak's face flushed crimson, and he was on the verge of striking the officer when He Buqiang discreetly restrained him. The other squad leaders quickly intervened, pulling the young commander aside. An older squad leader whispered to Surdak, "Surdak, ignore him. He is just that type of inflexible person. These tests are conducted monthly, and perhaps next month's assessment will not be overseen by him at the gate." You can try again next month. Just be cautious not to create enmity with the logistics department. While they may wield no real power, they control our living allowances. With a gloomy expression, Surdak nodded and replied, I understand. Ah, what a day of misfortune. Well, thank you all for your support. Let us depart. Surdak's application for the level test was unexpectedly denied by the logistics officer, leaving him in a state of gloom throughout the day. Unbeknownst to him, he seemed to have become a pest within the barracks. After escorting He Buqiang out of the camp, the two sat together on the grassy slope outside. He Buqiang inquired of Surdak why he consistently received such special consideration, not only rescuing him from the battlefield, but also showing continued concern for his livelihood. Fearing that if he rashly joined the infantry regiment, he would be bound to serve 4 years with the 57 Heavy Infantry Regiment. Thus, he always regarded He Buqiang as an extraneous member of the 2nd Squad. Surdak gazed at He Buqiang, a hint of pride gracing his features. That is because you resemble me. He Buqiang, somewhat bewildered, looked at Surdak in confusion. Rising from the grass, Surdak addressed He Buqiang, saying in you, I see the reflection of my former self, kind-hearted yet somewhat stubborn. Surely, there are many unspoken burdens concealed within you, which have rendered you taciturn. Moreover, you are someone I personally saved. I cannot allow you to perish so easily. He Buqiang, albeit reluctantly, accepted this reasoning as long as it did not involve burdensome tasks. He also prepared to head towards the market, intending to set up a stall with the curly-haired lad, Jabi. Chapter 29. Simple task in the early morning. The thin mist in the mountain forest had yet to dissipate, gently flowing through the valleys and rendering the landscape a veritable paradise on earth. Under the leadership of Surdak, the 2nd Squad departed from the encampment of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment located in the Handa Nar forest. The dew on the grass soaked the soldiers' pant hems, rendering their damp linen trousers clinging to their legs, creating an uncomfortable chill that hindered their steps. The entire squad carried provisions for a 7-day march. As Surdak intended to treat this search and rescue mission as a field training exercise for the squad. This marked Surdak's first occasion leading all members of the 2nd Squad on a mission since his promotion to captain. A few days prior, Surdak had ventured into the northern part of the forest with squad members to hunt the red-eyed hyenas around the Gandhara Mountains. However, that operation was organized by the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment, with only 5 seasoned veterans from the 2nd Squad participating, leaving Surdak merely as one of the hunters without any command authority. In preparation for this independent mission, Surdak crafted a comprehensive plan overnight and obtained a rudimentary parchment map from Baron Sidney, which featured simple lines delineating the contours of the Gandhara Mountains. With a sense of pride, Surdak unfurled the parchment map and pointed to a specific area, saying to He Buqiang, Look here, this marks our camp's location. Gazing at the map, scarcely a foot square, He Buqiang could not suppress a sigh within. This hand-drawn, simplistic map could only indicate the general vicinity of the camp. Its true purpose was to record the journey, marking all distinctive landmarks encountered within the Gandhara mountain range to avoid losing one's way. Such knowledge stemmed from the fragmented memories of the original owner, which He Buqiang had been diligently organizing in his mental realm during his spare time, thus gaining considerable insights. Although his communication with Surdak remained limited to rudimentary gestures, Surdak appeared wholly unconcerned, often engaging He Buqiang in conversation about various topics, predominantly about his hometown, Vol village. Located in the outskirts of Hailansa city. In Surdak's tales, that quaint village was untouched by war, with fields sprawling with golden wheat. Standing amidst the autumn fields, arms outstretched towards the sun, one could close their eyes and bask in the warmth of its rays. When a gentle breeze carrying the faint sweetness of wheat stubble caressed the ears, it resembled the enchanting notes of a wind instrument. Baron Sidney received word. The Bena swordsman was a construct swordsman from the main construct knight regiment under Duke Newman, who had pursued an injured spectre from the Kemto River in the northwest of Handa Nar County into the Gandhara Mountains, after which he had vanished without a trace. The official document did not disclose the identity of the swordsman, yet speculation arose that he must be of significant stature. Otherwise, Duke Newman would not have issued military orders commanding all stationed regiments in the vicinity of the Gandhara Mountains to dispatch reconnaissance teams to locate the Bena swordsman. Upon receiving their assignment, Surdak and his 2nd Squad ventured into the dense forests of the Gandhara Mountains before the mist could dissipate. Accompanying them were 16 other squads from the infantry regiment, all of which swiftly vanished into the vast wilderness. Surdak led his squad along the eastern fringe of the forest, maneuvering to a ridge that stretched for dozens of kilometers, beneath which lay a river valley. The squad searched northeast along the ridge, untroubled by concerns of water sources. Surdak harbored little hope of locating the elusive Bena swordsman. The Kandar Mountains meander for hundreds of kilometers, spanning the counties of Kempto, Handanal, and Oltens in the Warsaw Plain. Not to mention, even if a solitary swordsman traversed these woods, the mighty 57 Heavy Infantry Regiment would scarcely make a ripple in such terrain. The forest was not perpetually dense. The fertile soil surrounding the logging area nurtured expansive groves of fir, red pine, and oak. Beyond the logging site, the hillside opened up, revealing a landscape dotted with waist-high weeds and low tree clusters. Wild blueberries sprouted in clusters amid the underbrush, while wild grapevines clung to the slopes. Their clusters of grapes green and tart, only ripe enough to attract the short-tailed doves of the vicinity when fully matured. Standing atop a large boulder on the hillside, Surdak scrutinized a parchment map, his brow furrowed in concentration, yet he could discern little. Below lay a gently flowing river valley, lush with aquatic vegetation. And slightly farther from the riverbank, dense thickets flourished. Across the river, a herd of unicorn bison grazed near the water's edge, while a few crystal lions lurked behind the rocks, their fur glistening like liquid mercury in the sunlight, making them conspicuously visible despite their attempts at concealment. However, these crystal lions were swifter than cheetahs. Should they close within 100 meters, the bison would be unable to escape, due to the extraordinary value of the crystal lion's pelts. They were regarded by hunters as living gold, prompting a surge of poachers to the Warsaw Plain, eager to hunt the unique spike-tailed crystal lions of this realm. Consequently, their numbers had dwindled significantly along the fringes of the Kandar Mountains. Had Surdak possessed any confidence in his squad's ability to defeat a crystal lion, he would have undoubtedly abandoned their mission and stationed himself by the river until he could capture them all. Alas, he could only gaze from afar before urging his squad onward. For the two new recruits of the second squad, this locale was undeniably a realm of wonder. They marveled at every new discovery, in stark contrast to the seasoned veterans who focused solely on matters of utility or danger. When faced with perilous entities, the veterans would keep their distance. Upon encountering something of utility, they would unceremoniously approach and claim it as their own. For 2 consecutive days, we traversed the ridges and valleys toward the northeast, eventually spotting several indigenous figures on the opposite bank of the river. These figures were indigenous women draped in animal skins, forming a line as they emerged from the woodland path, each balancing a ceramic pot atop her head. Upon reaching the riverbank, they crouched down to draw water. Exhibiting a keen sense of vigilance, they lingered for merely a few fleeting seconds. Once their pots were filled, they swiftly departed from the river's edge. Chapter 30. Fishing by the river. Several distinct ripples appeared on the river's surface, advancing straight towards the spot where the indigenous women were drawing water. By the time these aquatic predators reached the riverbank, the women had already departed, leaving the fearsome creatures to thrash about in the shallows, creating a great splash that revealed a segment of their white-scaled bellies before they silently retreated into the depths. The distance was somewhat far, making it impossible to discern whether these beasts were indeed crocodiles. Nonetheless, they certainly were not benign. Fortunately, those indigenous women left swiftly. Otherwise, they would have been in peril. This thought surged within He Buqiang's mind. He quickly realized he must conceal such musings from those around him, as the soldiers of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the natives. He vigorously shook his head, striving to cast these thoughts aside. It was said that countless ferocious beasts lurked within the dark mountains and expansive waters of the Kandar Mountains, and it appeared that this claim held true. As He Buqiang accompanied the second squad along the ridge for 2 days, they had not truly veered away from the periphery of the Kandar Mountains. At that moment, Hong Sox emerged from the tent and approached He Buqiang, following his gaze towards the valley below. Goodness, what do I see? Those are Tim fish. Surdak. Captain, come quickly. Look down in the valley. There is a group of Tim fish. What? Where? Upon hearing Hong Sok's exclamation, Surdak dashed over with the speed of a rabbit. By the time he arrived beside He Buqiang, the Tim fish had already submerged, leaving only faint traces on the water's surface. Hong Sox Garcia excitedly stretched his neck, his somewhat frail figure and tall stature rendering him akin to a mere stick. With unwavering conviction, he declared to Surdak, "Indeed, they must be Tim fish. I recognized these large fish during the campaign in the Kemptato River Basin. I witnessed an adult Tim fish drag a unicorn buffalo into the river, drowning it." The other squad members, drawn by Hong Sok's commotion, gathered around, their anticipation palpable upon learning of the Tim fish sighting in the valley. Kager inquired of Surdak, What should we do, Captain? His face was adorned with a bushy beard, and despite appearing at least a decade older than his actual age, he was even somewhat younger than Surdak, yet resembled a middle-aged man. Without hesitation, Surdak replied, "Let us scout further. If we truly encounter Tim Fish, our journey will not have been in vain." Hongsox Garcia eagerly raised his hand, volunteering, "I'll go." Surdak patted him on the shoulder, cautioning, "Be careful. Do not let those giants drag you into the river. If you end up in a fish's belly, I cannot save you." Hongsox appeared somewhat impatient, seizing a paliero spear as he dashed down the slope. "I know." Tim, a transliteration from the ancient Elvish language, translates in the Grimm Empire's tongue-to-water arrow. In fact, these Tim fish are known to propel a water arrow from the depths to hunt the creatures on the shore. The Tim fish frequently lurks beneath the water's surface, patiently awaiting the approach of any creature drawn to the riverbank. As soon as an animal arrives, it stealthily draws near, and upon reaching the edge, it propels itself into the air with a powerful flick of its tail, unleashing a jet of water from its wide-open mouth. Even the robust unicorn bison would succumb to unconsciousness if struck by this aquatic projectile. The Tim fish is indeed a specialty of the Kemtado River Basin, and it is astonishing to discover that such a first-tier magical beast also inhabits the valleys of the Gandil Mountains. Like all magical beasts, Tim fish possess a magical core within their cranial structure. However, the probability of obtaining a magical core from a first-tier magical beast is somewhat diminished, and most cores, only slightly larger than pigeon eggs, do not yield magical crystals. Even if a magical crystal exists within the core, its diminutive size renders it merely a fragment. In the current magical market of the Grimm Empire, these fragments hold far less value than before. Nevertheless, the Tim fish remains one of the few low-tier magical beasts that the second squad can hunt, which explains the soldier's unwavering gaze upon spotting one, as it presents a rare opportunity to acquire a magical core. On this occasion, the second squad was fortunate to embark on a solo mission with the utmost autonomy, a search task that could proceed with the mere nod of their leader, Surdak. Suldak's acquiescence to the reconnaissance by the Red Sox scout indicated his support for the hunt. After an afternoon of diligent searching, the soldiers discovered tracks of small beasts on the hillside and ultimately found fresh droppings at the edge of a grove of white birch trees. Augustus, the squad's most skilled scout, deduced that these were likely from the wild boars, suggesting the presence of a nearby herd. Other snares had not been ineffective, rather, the ropes had been gnawed through by the wild boars, which escaped with the snares still attached to their legs. The remaining 2 boars, however, appeared less astute, lying docilely on the ground without attempting to sever the hemp ropes. The following morning, Hibuqiang did not feast upon wild boar meat. As the 2 captured boars were carried to the riverbank by the soldiers, Augustus made several incisions on one of the boars, then sharpened 2 wooden sticks and pierced them through the animal's body, binding it into a cross. After securing the thickest hemp rope to a sturdy tree on the riverbank, they cast the boar, bound to the cross, into the water. It was Hibuqiang's first encounter with such a brutal method of hunting. The wait was not long. Once the boar was submerged, the coagulated blood within its body began to seep into the river, carried away by the current through the incisions. Soon, several water lines rapidly converged upon the floating boar. The foremost line, heedless of all else, opened its massive jaws and, in a split second, devoured the boar as it burst forth from the water's surface. A colossal splash erupted as the Tim fish breached the surface, its dark greenish back stretching over 2 meters in length. After swallowing the piglet, the Tim fish swiftly attempted to sink to the depths, but unexpectedly, the thick hemp rope tightened, creaking ominously as it pulled on the large tree at the water's edge. 13 individuals, including Hibuqiang, joined forces to tug on the rope, dragging the hundreds of pounds heavy Tim fish onto the shore. With the piglet lodged firmly in its mouth, it was unable to unleash its water jet, though still thrashing vigorously upon being hauled ashore. It was swiftly dispatched by 2 soldiers who pierced it with their spears at the water's edge. Chapter 31. The fish thief in this river valley. The elevation changes drastically, causing the water to flow with great rapidity. Just under 100 meters downstream from the second squad's fishing spot lies a natural dam formed by a landslide, creating a serene lake reminiscent of Yensai. It is here that the formidable Tim fish, weighing several hundred pounds, finds its sanctuary. The banks of the valley are strewn with pebble beaches where the stones, roughly the size of a fist, have been smoothed over the years by the relentless current. The wooden cross where the pig was displayed has deteriorated to mere skeletal remains, and the climbing ropes have frayed dangerously, some sections visibly on the brink of snapping. The weary warriors of the second squad rested beneath an ancient willow by the riverbank, its branches resembling those of a tree that had just weathered a fierce storm, littered with broken twigs and fallen leaves. Occasionally, a tim fish would leap from the water, aiming toward the willow, releasing a spray of water. While these sprays posed no threat to the squad members, they battered the old willow's leaves, nearly stripping them bare. As the warriors sat beneath the tree, a spray erupted overhead, reminiscent of a gentle rain. Though the tim fish had not yet awakened to basic intelligence, these first-tier magical beasts were not devoid of wits. By midday, not a single tim fish was willing to bite the large hook. Before the rocky banks of the river lay 15 tim fish, each weighing between 200 to 300 pounds. Their heads, adorned with vibrant scales, had been cleaved open by a sharp axe, and the magical cores within their skulls were extracted by the bearded youth, Kager. Regrettably, despite opening the skulls of 15 tim fish, only 5 cores the size of longan fruits were discovered. Given their diminutive size, the likelihood of them yielding magical crystals was rather slim. Nevertheless, this did not dampen the spirits of the second squad members, who reveled in their good fortune, even without the prospect of magical crystals. The sale of cores of such caliber could fetch around 50 silver coins each. In order to evade the disturbances caused by the tim fish, Surdak instructed his team to drag the catches further away from the river into the nearby thicket. Possessing commendable skinning skills, Surdak crouched beside one of the tim fish, deftly removing its skin with a sharp skinning knife. This fish skin was an excellent material for crafting fish skin sheaths, as well as boots or belts. And merchants in the market beyond the camp were eager to purchase such low-tier magical beast materials. Unfortunately, none of the tim fish bore natural magical patterns, which would have provided a secondary source of income. Surdak clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, wiping his cheek with the back of his hand that held the skinning knife. Nonetheless, the magical cores and fish skins, once sold, would yield us some equivalent to the monthly allowance of an infantry regiment. It was no wonder so many adventuring parties were drawn to this endeavor. Garcia, the one in red socks, squatted beside Surdak, his face alight with excitement. As the conversation shifted to the distribution of spoils, Surdak settled onto the grass, took a sip of water, and gestured toward the magical cores before him. If we sell these cores to Lajin, we could expect to receive approximately 250 silver coins. With 13 members in our squad, that would mean an average of about 19 silver coins each. During the days that he Boqiang resided in the merchant's tent, he frequently assisted the curly-haired lad, Gabi, in setting up a stall. Gabi's stall showcased several magic cores, each akin in size to pigeon eggs. Thus, he Boqiang possessed a keen understanding of their market value. Indeed, the current pricing for such magic cores was accurate. He picked up one of the cores, feeling its slightly metallic scent emanating from its surface. Each core bore a tough exterior, which needed to be polished away to reveal the precious magic crystal within. Out of 15 tim fish skins, 13 were evenly distributed, leaving 2 for the captain and the skinning technician, Surdak. However, the bearded Kager seemed somewhat dissatisfied with their haul. Sighing as he gazed at the magic core in He Boqiang's hand, he lamented, if only these cores could yield magic crystals. Augustus, seated beside Kager, suddenly brightened, daringly inquired, shall we wager? If one of these 5 cores reveals a magic crystal, our profits could at least double. Kager rolled his eyes in response, countering, but what if none of them yield anything? Cautiously, Red Sox Garcia interjected, I believe that as long as we sell these cores, we will have made a profit. There is no need to gamble. Observing the glimmer of interest sparked in some eyes upon Augustus's proposal, Surdak decisively raised his hand, addressing Augustus. I have witnessed individuals open cores of similar size to dragon eyes, and even after 20 attempts, they yielded no magic crystals. The extraction rate from first-grade magical beasts is simply too low. If you wish to take the risk, you must purchase these cores outright. Should you succeed in unearthing a magic crystal, all gains shall be yours. With an expression of helplessness, Augustus spread his hands, indicating his lack of resources, and pouted. If no one supports me, then so be it. At that moment, He Boqiang suddenly sensed a faint aura emanating from the magic core in his hand, which coursed up his arm and settled at his shoulder. In an instant, he perceived countless dim stars in his mental realm, coalescing into a shadowy projection of his body. The second star, which had been ignited a few days prior, stabilized completely. As the subtle aura from the magic core flowed into him, a nearby dark star adjacent to the second began to emit a flicker of light. Astonishingly, the essence leaking from the magic core had the power to illuminate the stars within his spiritual world. He Boqiang proceeded to grasp the remaining cores. Yet only the first core elicited any response. The sweltering heat threatened to spoil the tim fish left unattended. Now they lie in the cool shade of the bushes. While the warriors of the second squad meticulously sliced the finest flesh from the fish, arranging the delicate fillets upon a pristine rock by the shore to sun-dry into jerky. Each fish weighs approximately 200 to 300 pounds, and from the 15 tim fish, the net weight of the harvested meat amounts to no less than 1,000 pounds. Even when dried, it would still weigh several hundred pounds, making it impossible to carry it all away. Thus, only the choicest cuts are selected for drying. He Buqiang lies within the tent, enveloped in a deep slumber, when he hears the voice of Red Sox Garcia outside. "Captain, Surdak." It seems that addressing him as captain is futile, as it fails to rouse him, prompting Red Sox Garcia to audaciously revert to the former title, Sulik, upon hearing someone call out, "Surdak," who is resting near the tent entrance, immediately awakens and inquires in a deep voice, "What is it?" He Buqiang forces his eyes open, gazing toward the outside. At this moment, dawn is just breaking, the sky gradually shifting to a shade of blue, the stars retreating, and a brilliant white band appearing on the horizon. Red Sox, clad in cumbersome armor, crouches outside the tent and reports to the just-awakened Surdak, "Captain, those indigenous people have crossed the river to steal fish." Chapter 32. The indigenous maiden. The voice of Red Sox was not particularly loud, yet it roused all the slumbering warriors within the tent from their dreams. They scrambled from their sleeping bags, still bleary-eyed, inquiring of Red Sox, "Where are the indigenous people? Where are they?" Surdak was the first to emerge from his sleeping bag, swiftly donning his linen trousers and seizing his armor before darting out of the tent, calling out, "All members of the second squad, assemble and prepare." Instantly, the tent erupted into chaos as everyone hastily exited, donning their armor at a rapid pace, then taking up their respective weapons. Forming a line at the entrance of the tent, He Buqiang stood among the ranks, positioned at the very end as an auxiliary member of the squad. He felt it appropriate to remain at the rear. The two new recruits stood alongside him, having recently endured numerous tales concerning the indigenous people of Handanar County. They were acutely aware of the grievances between the 57th Regiment and the indigenous folk, feeling both anxious and exhilarated at the prospect of the impending battle. The warriors within the squad, upon hearing of the discovery of the indigenous people, were naturally stirred, clamoring, "We must show them a thing or two this time." In the eyes of these imperial soldiers, the indigenous people of Handanar County were mere uncivilized primitives. According to Red Sox account, the indigenous were currently congregated on the riverbank, pilfering the tim fish caught the previous day. Surdak led the warriors down a narrow path along the ridge, making haste towards the river valley. However, before the squad could reach the rocky shore downstream, they could already discern a group of indigenous women, clad only in leaves, squatting on the riverbank, vigorously smashing the fish bones of the tim fish with stone axes. Several remnants of tim fish lay scattered on the shore, already cracked open by these indigenous women. A cluster of young indigenous girls balanced mangled fish bones atop their heads as they navigated the shallow waters of the valley towards the opposite bank. At that moment, a lookout among the indigenous women on the riverbank spotted the second squad and promptly raised an alarm, calling out loudly to the other indigenous women. They hurriedly grasped the sizable fish bones they could carry and fled towards the shallow waters of the valley, attempting to cross the river to escape. The warriors of the second squad stood bewildered, staring at Red Sox Garcia, questioning, "Why are there only indigenous women?" Red Sox Garcia shrugged, an expression of innocence on his face, replying, "They're just a group of indigenous women. I told you, I found them by the river stealing fish." All the warriors turned their gaze to Surdak, awaiting their leader's decision. Upon being spotted by the indigenous women on the riverbank, the second squad did not rush in immediately. They lingered on the hillside for a moment before descending to the riverbank. The scene there was already a mess. Many tim fish bones, which had not been removed in time, remained scattered on the shore, while the indigenous women had long since vanished. Surdak appeared to have no intention of fording the river. He stood by the water's edge with a group of warriors, unaware that the indigenous women who had previously approached the river to fetch water did so in a state of trepidation. At this moment, however, they displayed the audacity to wade through the shallow waters. He Buqiang, standing among the ranks, contemplated whether to voice his discovery. Earlier, as he rushed down the mountain, he had spotted an indigenous woman who had not managed to cross the river, seeking refuge in a thicket of thorny bushes. He could even sense the bright eyes watching him from within the foliage, yet he remained silent about this encounter. Surdak led the second squad away from the riverbank, continuing their exploration along the predetermined route. As they passed the thicket, He Buqiang could not resist casting a glance in its direction. only to find himself locking eyes with those luminous orbs. The woman's light green eyes suddenly narrowed, and in that instant, He Buqiang felt as though he could no longer see them. With a calm demeanor, he diverted his gaze and treaded forward through the knee-high grass. Later, after his wounds healed, He Buqiang moved from the military camp to stay with the merchant, lodging, which afforded him a deeper understanding of the world. He accompanied the second squad on their missions, as he felt uncertain about what else he could contribute. It was not until one day, when he and his squad members ventured into the mountains to eradicate the indigenous people who had been attacking merchant caravans, that he realized his current role was that of an invader, encroaching upon the homes of others. The imperial soldiers had driven these indigenous people from the fertile plains into the mountains, while the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment was stationed nearby to prevent the mountain tribes from regrouping and colluding with the malevolent fiends of the abyss, thus disrupting the grand battle in Handanar County. He averted his gaze, deliberately gesturing to engage the new recruit walking ahead, successfully diverting the latter's curiosity as they passed by the thicket without incident. I hope there will be another opportunity to hunt some Tim fish. Perhaps I could buy a Linka silver hairpin, the new recruit remarked as they walked, expressing his belief that He Buqiang was an excellent listener, as he would never blab about anything he heard. He Buqiang merely smiled in response. The next encounter with those light green eyes occurred on the 5th evening of the second squad's mission. He Buqiang was perched on a branch of an oak tree outside their camp, standing watch until midnight. This duty would rotate approximately every 7 days, and it was not particularly arduous. Laughter erupted from the camp not far away, where the members of the second squad seemed to be sharing a rather crude joke. The owner of the green eyes crouched on the crown of a maple tree directly opposite him, her form concealed by the dense foliage. Had He Buqiang not remembered those striking eyes, he might have unknowingly alerted his comrades. Upon being discovered by He Buqiang, the lithe figure darted from the dense maple tree, her form reminiscent of a graceful fawn, leaping effortlessly with each bound until she vanished into the twilight of the forest. He Buqiang leapt down from the tree, intent on pursuing her, only to realize he had no idea in which direction to chase. When he awoke that morning, his visage adorned with dark circles, he startled Surdak, who presumed He Buqiang was unwell. Chapter 33. The pursuer hidden in the shadows. The warriors of the second squad concealed themselves within the underbrush, their expressions tense as they fixated on a grove of mountain pear trees located halfway up the slope. A colossal bear, measuring over 4 meters in length, leaned against one of the trees, its massive paws shaking the branches with such force that the entire tree quaked violently. Pears, nearly the size of a fist, cascaded to the ground like rain, while 2 bear cubs, each exceeding 2 meters in length, gleefully feasted on the fallen fruit. Though these mountain pears bore a sour taste when unripe, even in their ripened state, the yellow-orange fruit hung heavily from the branches, offering an unpalatable experience filled with gritty pulp that the people of the empire considered only suitable for brewing fruit wine. With the pears littering the ground, the adult bear eventually lowered its body and rested quietly beneath the tree, seemingly indifferent to the green fruit. He Buqiang was astonished to realize that this seemingly lethargic brown bear was, in fact, one of the dominators of the Gandhar Mountains, the mighty earth-shattering bear. It was said that an adult bear at the peak of its power could touch the threshold of a level 3 magical beast, although in reality, most earth-shattering bears were classified as level 2 magical beasts. To the warriors of the second squad, this formidable creature appeared as an insurmountable mountain. Legends spoke of the earth-shattering bear's mastery of earth-based magical powers, rendering ordinary weapons nearly ineffective against its thick hide. When grounded on all fours, the bear possessed an inexhaustible strength that was beyond the capabilities of the current squad. With an acute sense of smell, the bear could detect prey from 2 kilometers away and had a volatile temperament, easily entering a frenzied state upon sensing imminent danger. At that moment, hidden in the underbrush, the squad beheld a scene that felt almost tender, a mother bear accompanied by her 2 cubs, indulging in the mountain pears. He Buqiang pondered the appearance of the indigenous girl, convinced that her presence was not without reason. Last evening, she had emerged atop a tree, only to vanish swiftly upon being noticed, evidently warning him of the lurking dangers within this forest, a thought that had troubled his sleep throughout the night. As the squad packed up their tents and resumed their journey, He Buqiang remained vigilant, apprehensive of a sudden ambush by a horde of indigenous hunters or perhaps a pack of red-eyed hyenas. It was only upon encountering the massive earth-shattering bear that He Buqiang realized this formidable creature was the source of the unknown peril, which was now drawing closer. The body of this level 2 magical beast resembled a moving treasure trove, its skull housing a magical core containing a magic crystal, while an intact bear hide would fetch a handsome price. However, Surdak was not foolish enough to hunt the earth-shattering bear. The meager numbers of the second squad were insufficient even to withstand a single swipe from its powerful paw. To avoid detection by the bear, Surdak led his team into a thicket of wild vines, which emitted a foul odor effective in masking their scent. Entering the thicket proved to be an excellent means of self-preservation. Hibuqiang felt an unsettling awareness that the great earth bear seemed to sense the presence of someone in the woods nearby, hesitating as if contemplating whether to approach. The massive creature lingered in the adjacent pear grove for some time before ultimately deciding to depart, accompanied by her 2 cubs. Once the bear had traversed the ridge and faded into the distance, Surdak signaled for everyone to emerge from their hiding spots among the vines, allowing the group to exhale in relief. It appeared that they had ventured deep into the heart of Mount Gander, and Surdak urged his team to exercise heightened caution. Red Sox Garcia could not suppress his frustration, lamenting to Surdak, "Captain, how long must we persist in this endeavor? We are tasked with locating an individual in this vast expanse of forest, yet we lack a specific area to search. Where are we supposed to look?" Big Beard Cargill wiped the sweat from his brow and chimed in. "It is said that the timeline indicates that the swordsman should have traversed into the section of our regiment's jurisdiction." Surdak pondered for a moment before responding. "We have provisions for 7 days of travel, and our supplies are still adequate. Let us continue our search, consider it a field exercise." As midday approached, the soldiers kindled a fire in the clearing and prepared a pot of fish porridge. The tim fish, a first-tier magical beast, is reputed to enhance one's constitution when consumed regularly, making it a rare and nourishing delicacy. However, after several meals of fish porridge, Hibuqiang did not perceive any significant improvement in his stamina. It was indeed more filling than invigorating. Seated atop a protruding tree root, Hibuqiang sipped his porridge, accompanied by a dry, roasted wheat cake. His gaze drifted towards the nearby woods, where he noticed the edge of a beast-skin skirt peeking out from behind a maple tree. With a furrowed brow, he felt a twinge of frustration, while he appreciated the warning she had provided the previous night. The second team's movements were entirely laid bare to this indigenous girl, leaving no room for secrecy and causing considerable vexation. Hibuqiang resolved to stealthily pursue her, hoping to scare off the girl who had been trailing the squad. Discreetly setting down his wheat cake, he signaled to a nearby recruit to step outside, a gesture typically indicating a need to attend to personal matters. He quickly advanced a few paces, his form vanishing into the dense underbrush. Crouching low, he navigated through a patch of low cassava, carefully concealing his presence as he approached the tree where the indigenous girl had taken refuge. However, upon reaching the maple, he discovered that she had already vanished. Hibuqiang sighed, fully aware that this outcome was likely, yet feeling compelled to make the attempt. At the very least, he aimed to thwart the girl's reckless actions. Otherwise, if discovered by the other members of the team, she might find herself in grave peril. Clad in a beast-skin wrap, her gray hair intricately braided, the girl's face was obscured by the green foliage. Upon catching sight of Hibuqiang sprinting towards her, she panicked and fled deeper into the woods, her agile movements making it difficult for him to keep pace. In the forest, the undergrowth was rampant, with some hollows filled with fallen leaves. Stepping into them would cause one's body to lose balance severely. On several occasions, Hibuqiang felt as though his ankle might snap. He chased after the indigenous girl, traversing a dense forest of red pines, leaping over a nearly dried-up creek, running across the rocky shore for an indeterminate distance. It was not until his heart felt as if it might leap from his throat that Hibuqiang finally halted. It was evident that every time the indigenous girl vanished from his sight, she would pause ahead, waiting until Hibuqiang approached before darting away like a fawn in the wild, leaving him far behind. She appeared cautious, ensuring she neither strayed too far from him nor allowed him to close the distance too much. After a considerable pursuit, Hibuqiang mused that the indigenous girl would likely not follow the small team any longer. Indeed, during that evening's camp, he discovered that the girl had not followed. On the 6th day after departing from the 57 Heavy Infantry Regiment's camp, Surdak led the second squad of soldiers to the end of the river valley and ridge. This location marked the upper reaches of the river, a convergence of numerous streams originating from the Gander Mountain. Here, the river branched into 2 tributaries, and further ahead, the terrain shifted from a single ridge to overlapping mountains. The woodlands were predominantly comprised of white birch and 5-leaved maple, interspersed with patches of red pine and fir trees. Hibuqiang, along with Red Sock Garcia and the bearded Cargill, set about erecting tents in the forest, while Augustus accompanied Surdak to scout the surrounding woods for suitable prey. In the morning, they observed a herd of elk galloping towards the direction the team had traveled, and occasionally glimpsed smaller creatures fleeing through the underbrush. Bearded Cargill hurried forward to inquire of Augustus, "Did you see anything? Indigenous people, or perhaps beasts of the forest?" Augustus leaned against a large tree, catching his breath before responding, "A pack of red-eyed hyenas." Augustus struggled helplessly as Cargill grasped his neck, momentarily rendering him speechless, his face turning a deep shade of purple. Ultimately, Hibuqiang intervened, pushing Cargill away. Once freed, Augustus coughed violently before stating, "Those red-eyed hyenas are all dead." It seems they were devoured by some beast, leaving only their skins behind. Upon hearing Augustus's words, Red Sock Garcia sighed in relief and remarked, "What is so surprising about that? In these mountains, the number of beasts capable of killing red-eyed hyenas could be counted on one hand. Not to mention the even more formidable monsters that dwell here. It is hardly remarkable to hunt a few red-eyed hyenas." Chapter 34. The Longhorn Demon. The red-socked runner hastened into the forest where the incident had occurred, refraining from mentioning the previous conversation. Hibuqiang carefully sidestepped a bloody piece of flesh on the ground, covering his mouth and nose with his hand, as the air was thick with the stench of blood. When the soldiers from the second squad arrived at the scene, they were rendered speechless by the shocking sight before them. The forest was in disarray, with shredded hyena pelts scattered everywhere, and the ground was stained with blood, dismembered flesh, and hyena bones. It appeared as though the red-eyed hyenas had been savagely torn apart by some fearsome beast, with remnants strewn across the entire area. Some bones were even crushed, suggesting that the creature possessed an astonishing bite force. Surdak crouched in the woods, holding a piece of a dog bone that was still glistening with a thin layer of reddish slime, reminiscent of beastly saliva. The scene was gruesome. Dozens of red-eyed hunting dogs had been slaughtered in this forest, with no intact bodies remaining, as if these sizable hyenas had all been devoured by the monster. Upon seeing that all squad members had arrived, Surdak turned to the bearded man and inquired, "Kegel, what manner of beast could devour hyenas?" Kegel knelt beside Surdak, furrowing his brow as he replied in a low voice, "I do not know. Perhaps that creature has not strayed far." Augustus chimed in, "I would speculate it could be a pack of ferocious jungle iguanas." Kegel clapped Augustus on the shoulder and addressed the group. "I have never heard of jungle iguanas inhabiting the Canner mountain range, and those iguanas might not even be a match for these red-eyed hyenas. Their size is formidable. I cannot ascertain what that beast truly is, but we should vacate this area swiftly." The soldiers of the second squad turned their gaze towards Surdak, who pondered for a moment before asserting, "I recognize that this course of action carries risks, yet I am compelled to uncover its identity. If it ventures toward the timberland, our camp will face a grave threat." He then directed the soldiers of the second squad, split into 4 smaller teams and scour this woodland for clues. Regardless of your findings, regroup here in 1 hour. Upon hearing their leader's instructions, the soldiers of the second squad promptly steeled themselves, responding, "Understood." Surdak, Hibuqiang, and 2 new recruits formed a group. No one was inclined to partner with the newcomers, so Surdak resolved to lead them. Hibuqiang ventured to the most intense area of the skirmish, a place that resembled a slaughterhouse. A copious amount of blood had seeped into the earth, staining the ground a purplish red, while tattered furs littered the forest floor. Many red pines bore scratch marks, likely left by the red-eyed hyenas as they lunged to bite. The pines were also marked with circular holes, pierced by sharp, conical weapons, the edges of which were stained with blood. Surdak touched the blood-stained rim of one such hole and, bringing it to his nose, remarked, "Could this be the mark of a scorpion-tailed lion's sharp horns?" Hibuqiang shook his head, gesturing towards the forest and indicating that the scorpid lions were not social beasts. 1 or 2 of them could not have caused such a scene. Surdak straightened his back, surveying the ravaged woodland with a serious expression, saying, "It feels as though this pack of red-eyed hyenas has been through a stampede of bison, their bodies crushed by the rampaging beasts, only to be devoured by a swarm of ravenous piranhas, leaving no trace behind. No, piranhas cannot consume these red-eyed hyenas to the point of obliteration." The 2 new recruits trembled as they followed Surdak, feeling like timid quails wishing to retract their heads into their chests for safety. Hibuqiang took a couple of steps forward, bending down to inspect the ground. He brushed aside several bloodstained leaves, revealing fresh footprints embedded in the earth, strange imprints that were longer than a normal human's foot, with only 2 toes at the front, resembling a Y-shaped branch. Not recognizing such peculiar tracks, he raised his gaze to Surdak. These are the footprints of the Longhorn Demon. Surdak's complexion darkened significantly as he spoke to Hebuqiang. We must swiftly gather our forces and depart. The Longhorn Demon is not something we can contend with. Hebuqiang had heard countless mentions of the Demon Legion from others. This time, as Duke Newman prepared for a great battle in Handanar County against the Demon Legion from the Warsaw Dimension, he did not expect Surdak to have traced the Longhorn Demon's trail, prompting an immediate decision to evacuate the entire team from the forest. Upon witnessing their captain's signal for retreat, the other groups quickly converged towards Surdak and hastily exited the woodland. Only after the second squad had completely vacated the area did Surdak's pallid face begin to regain some color, suggesting the demons had left a significant psychological scar on him. The indigenous girl approached the temporary camp of the second squad, seemingly not tracking them, but rather attempting to guide them away from the perilous area. Otherwise, she would not have led them so far. Unfortunately, at the time, he had failed to grasp her intentions, and now, reflecting on it, Hebuqiang felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. A thunderous roar echoed from the valley below, shaking the entire gorge. It was the harbinger of a rampaging Earth Fury bear. Captain, we must leave quickly. Once targeted by a frenzied Earth Fury bear, no one can escape, Augustus urged anxiously. Drawing nearer to Surdak. Let us move. This place is exceedingly perilous. Surdak waved his hand at the members of the squad, plunging towards the temporary camp. As they ran, Surdak turned to Hebuqiang, saying, Do you think that colossal beast might encounter? His words trailed off, his voice trembling, and he abruptly seized Hebuqiang's arm, his expression filled with terror as he gazed down the slope. Hebuqiang followed Surdak's gaze and beheld two young bears lying by the riverbank at the foot of the hillside, their surroundings stained with blood. A horned demon crouched beside the cubs. The massive earth-shattering bear, measuring 4 meters in size, raised its formidable front paws and lunged toward a similarly sized horned demon on the opposite side. The boulders beneath the earth-shattering bear were crushed underfoot. Remarkably, the horned demon also crouched low, aiming its meter-long dark magic horns at the earth-shattering bear by the river. Just as the earth-shattering bear charged forward, the horned demon sprang up, its horns piercing effortlessly into the bear's chest. Chapter 35. The frantic earthquake bear, the long-horned fiend, with its limbs on the ground, pierced the body of the earthquake bear with its sharp, elongated horns. At that very moment, the earthquake bear reared up, raising its colossal paw to strike fiercely upon the row of bony spines that adorned the back of the long-horned fiend, instantly collapsing its chest and back, sending dark purple, viscous blood splattering in every direction. Gazing down at the long-horned fiend beneath it, the earthquake bear, now engulfed in a frenzied state, lost all semblance of reason. Ignoring the horns embedded in its body, it lowered its head and clamped its jaws onto the fiend's nape, tearing with ferocity until the fiend's grotesque head was savagely bitten off, the 2 horns that had pierced the earthquake bear's flesh being wrenched out in the process. The massive body of the long-horned fiend collapsed to the ground, its severed, blood-soaked vertebrae flung several meters away by the earthquake bear. Blood poured from the 2 gaping wounds on the bear, staining its thick brown fur a deep crimson. A murky aura emanated from beneath its feet, and soon the flow of blood was staunched. Paying no further heed to the twitching, headless corpse of the fiend, the earthquake bear slowly approached the 2 lifeless cubs, gently nudging their bodies with its snout. Alas, the cubs lay cold and motionless. With a gentle prod, one of them rolled weakly. After several futile attempts, the mother bear let out a furious roar that echoed through the valley. At that moment, Hebuqiang sensed impending danger as 2 iron-gray longhorned fiends emerged from the dense forest. Upon closer inspection, he realized that these fiends bore no skin. He could distinctly see the robust muscles enveloping their bones, merely covered by a thin layer of fascia. Yet, their size was impressive, exceeding 3 meters. Crawling out from the thicket, the fiends, their mouths and bodies smeared with blood, regarded the earthquake bear by the stream with eyes gleaming with malice and greed. They extended their long tongues to lick their cheeks. Despite the absence of horns atop their heads, their bony hands bore sharp, serrated claws. Sensing the scent of blood in the air, the 2 fiends grew increasingly agitated. The earthquake bear, having just lost its 2 cubs, perceived the appearance of these foes as a newfound outlet for its rage. It began to twist its shoulders, its body slightly arching, gathering momentum like a steam locomotive charging towards the 2 fiends. The fiends immediately recognized the formidable opponent before them and instinctively took a step back. In that moment of hesitation, the earthquake bear lunged at the fiends, its enormous paws sweeping like fans, sending the indecisive fiends hurtling away. It was evident that the bear's strike had shattered bones and tendons, leaving the fiends struggling to rise from the gravelly stream bed. Just as the members of the team began to exhale in relief, a faint, ominous mist enveloped the two fiends, and remarkably, their previously broken limbs began to heal at an astonishing rate, allowing them to rise once more from the stones. At that moment, three malevolent spirits emerged from the dense forest behind the earth-shattering bear. A few of these fiends surrounded the bear, gradually closing in. Realizing that its escape route was obstructed, the earth-shattering bear stood upright on its hind legs, its powerful claws poised for an attack, emitting a series of deep, menacing growls toward the approaching spirits. Beneath its feet, a faint earthen-colored halo appeared, approximately 7 or 8 meters in diameter. Within the outermost area of this halo, numerous fist-sized pebbles seemed to be drawn in by a colossal gravitational force, rolling toward the bear and gathering around it. As 5 spirits stepped into the halo's domain, they too were ensnared by an invisible power. Their toes dug deeply into the sandy riverbank in a futile attempt to resist this unseen force. Yet the shifting sands provided no stable foothold, and the spirits were inexorably drawn closer to the earth-shattering bear. Realizing they could not withstand this intangible pull, the spirits abandoned their resistance, adopting aggressive stances for a final assault. The 5 spirits lunged simultaneously at the bear. The earth-shattering bear could focus only on the 3 spirits charging towards it. 2 of the spirits were swatted away by its massive paws, while the third was seized by the bear's powerful jaws, its head crushed like a watermelon under the immense pressure. Meanwhile, another spirit leapt onto the bear's back, driving its sharp, bony claws into the bear's flesh. In a furious roar, the earth-shattering bear twisted its body, using its formidable claws to rip the 2 spirits from its back, and with its mighty jaws, it tore off their heads. Only then did these 3 spirits meet their demise. The remaining 2 spirits that had been knocked aside charged once more at the bear, which now bore several wounds, its brown fur stained with blood. One spirit seized the opportunity to slash the bear's abdomen with its bony hand, exposing the bear's entrails, hidden in the nearby thicket. He Buqiang silently lamented, thinking, "This earth-shattering bear is finished." Ultimately, the bear managed to vanquish the last 2 spirits. With its forepaws on the ground, it staggered back to the stream, where it sat beside the crystalline waters, its massive head gazing at the lifeless bodies of its 2 cubs. Slowly, it lay down beside them, resting its head on a large stone, appearing as if it had fallen asleep. The second squad of warriors could hardly believe their eyes. In the confrontation between the earth-shattering bear and the long-horned spirits, the bear had emerged victorious. "Is it dead?" Red-socked Garcia poked his head out from the thicket, his curly hair adorned with a few oval leaves. One by one, the warriors crawled out from the brambles, which were covered in sharp thorns. Though these thorns did not inflict severe wounds, they caused a sharp, stinging pain upon contact. Augustus emerged from the underbrush, his face alight with excitement, exclaiming, "It is said that the hide of an earth-shattering bear is worth at least 50 gold coins. Are we about to strike it rich?" The timid figure in the red socks trailing behind him gazed apprehensively at the battleground by the creek below the hillside, cautiously inquiring, "Do you think there might still be malevolent spirits lurking in that thicket?" Augustus, skilled in reconnaissance, stretched his limbs slightly within the woods and declared to the group, "Why fret over such matters? You stay here. I shall venture forth to scout." Having studied practical skills of rangers at the Junior Warrior Academy for several years, he had primarily served as the chief scout of the second squad. Observing Augustus's eager demeanor, Surdak merely cautioned, "Be careful. Do not overexert yourself." Heeding Surdak's words, the intrepid Tarapa sprang into action, swiftly darting down the hillside, sheltered by the towering trees of the forest. Before long, Augustus's voice faintly echoed from below, "Captain, the forest down here appears relatively safe. There are no further malevolent spirits in that grove." Chapter 36. The rescue of the bear. Augustus and Red Sox crouched behind an oak tree at the edge of the forest, observing the activity by the stream. "I suppose that bear must be dead, right?" Red Sox hesitated, gazing at the massive grizzly sprawled on the riverbank. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Augustus and remarked, "With such severe injuries, with its entrails spilling out, it should be dead." Although Augustus was somewhat uncertain, he felt it necessary to bolster his timid companion's spirits. So he replied, "Oh." Red Sox looked toward the stream, envisioning the immense bear skin lurching toward him as if it were stumbling in his direction. And he wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. "For a third-class infantryman in the heavy armor brigade, The prospect of acquiring a grizzly bear hide felt like a dream come true. The two men whispered quietly behind the tree, hesitant to approach the blood-soaked riverbank. Meanwhile, He Buqiang stood on a horizontal branch of a large tree in the woods, on guard against the possibility of malevolent spirits suddenly emerging from the dense thicket. Although he could not fathom why such spirits roamed this area, the team's priority was to cleanse the place swiftly before being discovered by other malevolent entities. While handling the corpses of these spirits posed significant risk, such a windfall could not be carelessly abandoned by the stream. After consulting with all the team members, Surdak ultimately decided to venture over to collect the bodies. Once Augustus had preliminarily confirmed that the forest was secure, the second squad hastened to the riverside woods. He Buqiang gave Surdak a thumbs up, indicating that everything was normal deeper in the forest, allowing Surdak to breathe a sigh of relief. The soldiers dragged all 6 corpses of the malevolent spirits to a clearing in the woods. Surdak took out a small skinning knife, carefully cutting the magical hide from the long-horned spirit, a task in which he excelled. Unfortunately, the other 5 spirits were devoid of skin. Their muscular bodies merely encased in a thin layer of fascia, with the reddened muscle fibers distinctly visible, presenting a rather macabre sight. Unable to procure the black pattern magical hide from the spirits, Surdak felt a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, this was not entirely a misfortune. At least the time spent on collecting the bodies was significantly reduced. As long as he could remove the black-patterned hide from the long-horned spirit and tidy up the battlefield, they could swiftly retreat from this location, for who knew when other malevolent spirits would appear. Perhaps the roar of the grizzly bear would attract other magical beasts residing nearby. Among the 6 spirits, 3 of their heads had been crushed by the grizzly, leaving only fragments of bone scattered on the ground, while the remaining 3 heads were relatively intact. The true value of the malevolent spirits' heads lay in the darkened magical cores concealed within. These cores could yield precious dark magic crystals, which, unlike those produced by magical beasts, held great worth according to the military merit standards of the Grimm Empire's army. Not only were dark magic crystals valued at 10 gold coins, but they could also be exchanged for substantial military merit within the barracks. Military merit signifies considerable wealth for ordinary soldiers, and for nobles, accumulating enough military achievements can lead to the elevation of their titles. The second squad discovered 2 darkened magic cores on the riverbank, while the 3 demon heads were stowed away in a linen bag. Surdak instructed Red Sox to carry this bloodied bag. Red Sox, frowning, unceremoniously tossed the gruesome bag to a rookie, insisting he carry it carefully and not lose it. The rookie could only meekly accept the bag from Red Sox. Surdak, determined to extract the last vestiges of value from the demon corpses, stood upright and addressed the group. The strength of these demons is likely far inferior to that of the demon warriors in the Legion. Seizing the opportunity, Augustus approached, kicking the carcass of a skinless demon before inquiring, how could they possibly lack skin? The bearded Kager, unconcerned, shrugged, who knows? Augustus, who relished adventure, licked his lips as he gazed at the fallen earth bear on the riverbank, asking Surdak, shall we go over and skin that earth bear as well? Surdak remained silent, glancing at He Buqiang, and inquired, do you think it's truly dead? Before He Buqiang could signal not dead, Augustus interjected, look, it hasn't moved for ages. It must be dead. Even if it's not, it's likely on its last breath. We could easily finish it off with a single strike. Red Sox, initially inclined to approach, halted upon hearing Augustus and asked, so is it dead or not? Augustus chuckled, what is the point of dwelling on that? We'll find out by going over. Are we really going to leave the bear hide here for someone else to snatch? With that, he rubbed his hands together, ready to investigate the condition of the earth bear. Just as he was about to step forward, He Buqiang seized him. Then, He Buqiang gestured for everyone to step back and, under their watchful eyes, advanced toward the massive body of the earth bear, which lay next to 2 young cubs. Although uncertain if the earth bear was still breathing, he sensed a faint aura of earth magic lingering nearby. This earth bear had not fully succumbed to death. He cautiously approached the bear's imposing form. Despite this, the earth bear remained motionless, its wounds no longer bleeding, yet gravely injured. A nearly 2-foot-long gash marred its abdomen, with a segment of greasy intestine protruding from within, and there were lacerations across its chest and back. Gathering his courage, He Buqiang leaned closer to the bear's chest and distinctly felt a faint heartbeat still pulsing within. He Buqiang feigned ignorance to Surdak's gesture. Although he sensed the presence of the earth-violent bear was exceedingly faint, a vigorous vitality seemed to pulsate within its body. The bear's tightly shut eyes quivered slightly, as if attempting to rouse itself from a profound slumber. In an inexplicable moment, He Xiang placed his hand upon the bear's crown, and a gentle warmth began to flow along his arm into the creature's form. He felt the 2 stars at his shoulder ignite with an intense heat, leaving him in a state of wonder as he gazed at his hand, perplexed by the phenomenon unfolding within him. Unbeknownst to Xiang, after he turned away, the earth-violent bear slightly opened its eyes, only to slowly close them once more. Chapter 37. The journey home. The members of the second squad harbored considerable grievances over abandoning a dying, earth-shaking bear by the stream. However, since Captain Surdak had made this decision, even the audacious Augustus refrained from voicing further dissent. Though unspoken, the air was thick with discontent, casting a pall over the group's atmosphere as they began their return journey. 2 days later, while traversing a massive, barren red rock mountain devoid of shade, a sudden exclamation pierced the silence. "Look over there! The bear is fishing by the river bend." The warriors of the second squad lined up neatly atop the red rock, their formation impeccably organized, as they spotted the colossal bear perched on a large boulder by the riverbank. The terrain of the river bend was steep, with turbulent waters and several perilous curves. A timfish was valiantly swimming upstream against the current, where a low waterfall cascaded, sending sprays of water into the air. The fish, with vigorous flicks of its tail, launched itself from the water, attempting to leap into the next pool above. The massive bear, swaying its cumbersome body lazily, ambled onto the riverbank, seizing the timfish with its powerful jaws. With its sharp canines, it deftly hooked the fish's skin near its gills, and with a swift motion, tore off a sizable piece, ravenously consuming it. After devouring the liver and swim bladder, it began to savor the flesh slowly. One could only wonder how many timfish it had consumed to master such skillful fishing techniques, managing to conceal itself entirely within the shadow of the boulder. So much so that the first-grade magical fish remained oblivious to its presence. At that moment, the giant bear seemed to sense the presence of observers atop the mountain, abruptly rising on its hind legs and letting out a thunderous roar directed at the red rock. A faintly stitched wound could be discerned on the bear's abdomen. Big Beard exchanged a complex glance with Xiang before stammering, "It's that earth-shaking bear." Red Sox, with a somewhat gentle disposition, widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed down at the valley, lowering his voice involuntarily. "It really hasn't he died?" After the bear roared at the soldiers of the second squad, it turned its attention back to the delectable offerings on the riverbank. Gradually, the warriors emerged from their shock and resumed their trek across the red rock. The atmosphere within the squad began to lighten, with conversations shifting toward the remarkable earth-shaking bear. Big Beard Kegel, a devout follower of the Earth Goddess, seized the opportunity to share his insights, stating, "I've heard that the earth-shaking bear possesses the bloodline of the Earth Goddess Gaia and frequently receives her blessings. Thus, despite sustaining such grave injuries, its recovery is astonishingly swift, showcasing a resilience beyond the ordinary." Augustus dismissed the assertion made by the bearded man, conversing as he walked, the Red Sox murmured aside, attributing this to the remarkable first-aid skills of Little Dark, along with my precious supply of needles and thread. The soldiers of the second squad paid no heed to the Red Sox. One by one, they leaped down from the red cliff and once again plunged into the dense thicket. The trees atop the ridge provided ample shade, a refreshing contrast to the rocky precipice. Devoid of the scorching sun, a gentle breeze wafted through the mountainous forest, bestowing a delightful comfort. The bearded man wiped the fine beads of sweat from his brow with a coarse linen cloth, reflecting, "I was thinking how fortunate it was that we did not act foolishly at that moment." Upon hearing his words, the soldiers collectively agreed, no longer deeming it a grave folly to have abandoned the bare skin of the earth-shaking grizzly by the stream. The soldiers, ever candid, wore their emotions openly. Upon sighting the grizzly bear by the stream, their grievances towards Surdak and Xiang dissipated. They began to deliberate that although this search and rescue mission had not reached completion, they had nonetheless garnered significant rewards. It was not until Tim Fish had gnawed the bait down to its skeletal remains that the fishing endeavor came to a close. As Surdak was skinning these Tim Fish, he suddenly looked up and inquired of Xiang. At that time, "You knew that bear was still alive, right?" Xiang nodded without hesitation. "You also understand. It could have easily risen to maul us at any moment, correct?" Xiang cast a glance at Surdak but remained silent. In truth, he was uncertain whether the bear would rise. He simply sensed the danger. After days of consuming fish porridge, the soldiers were nearly sickened by it. They had only shaved off 2 choice fillets from the dorsal side of the timfish, discarding the rest haphazardly upon the riverbank. However, given the sweltering heat, the cut fish must be dried into jerky before spoiling. Fortunately, the stony banks lacked shading trees, and the blazing sun heated the pebbles to scorching temperatures. The fish fillets were sliced thin, sprinkled with white pepper and salt, and laid upon the hot stones, where they would soon dry. This catch of tinned fish was slightly less than the previous haul, totaling 12. Nevertheless, Augustus extracted 5 magic cores from the fish heads, proving more fortuitous than before, thus augmenting the returns from this rescue operation. As the soldiers of the second squad gathered the dried fish jerky into their packs and prepared to set off once more, He Buqiang spotted those indigenous women across the riverbank. Several stood quietly beneath a large tree, gazing at the remaining tinned fish meat on the riverbank, their eyes brimming with longing. Yet, He Buqiang felt a twinge of disappointment upon not seeing the indigenous girl among them. He Buqiang sensed an acute perceptiveness within himself, often noticing details that eluded others, much like how he discerned the group of indigenous women standing beneath a tree at the edge of the forest, distant yet visible to him. He halted, contemplating whether to disclose the matter. However, Surdak, leading the procession, called out his name loudly, urging him to catch up. Ultimately, He Buqiang resolved to keep the matter to himself. He glanced up at the setting sun, hastily pursuing the distant group. Chapter 38. Rainy night. The second squad finally arrived at the campsite they had departed from, just before the sun dipped below the horizon. The campsite was chosen beside a large boulder on a ridge, where the trees were sparse, and there was a remarkably flat stone platform. Surdak believed it would be a suitable place to rest for the night. Remnants of the previous campfire lingered on the stone, and the elevated terrain was ideal for pitching tents. The urgency of their journey weighed on Surdak's mind. He feared that the malevolent spirits of the mountains might pursue them along the way. Given the current capabilities of the second squad, any encounter with such spirits would leave them with no choice but to flee. Surdak found it perplexing how these mountain specters, appearing so fearsome, were actually weaker than the cannon fodder of the Spirit Legion. He often engaged in discussions about these matters with He Buqiang, who preferred to quietly listen rather than share his thoughts, finding the act of gesturing to communicate far too cumbersome. The soldiers of the second squad quickly erected their tents using the timber left from their last visit. Surdak glanced up at the sky, where the evening was adorned with scales of cloud, reflecting the fiery hues of the setting sun. Standing there, he remarked, "It is about to rain. Let us elevate the bedding in the tents." Just then, a drop of water fell from the tent's roof, landing squarely on He Buqiang's face, abruptly awakening him from his slumber. As he opened his eyes, he was met with an abyss of darkness. Lying in the tent, listening to the gentle patter of raindrops against the canvas, he found the rainy night in the wilderness quite arduous. Everything was damp and chilly. He could only cocoon himself within his sleeping bag, grateful that prior to sleeping, he had chopped some logs and branches to elevate his bedding. The rain began to pour in the middle of the night. It did not flood He Buqiang's sleeping area. He Buqiang sat up suddenly, emerging from his sleeping bag and grasping his Roman sword as he exited the tent. The rain continued to fall, its icy touch sending a shiver down his spine, fully awakening him. Outside, the darkness enveloped him as he stepped through the puddles, cautiously following the sound he had heard. Though visibility was poor on this inky rainy night, he sensed a figure standing by a large tree. As he approached, he discovered a native girl with striking green eyes, clad only in a piece of animal hide, drenched and resembling a waterlogged bird. Her long, wavy hair clung to her face, soaked from the rain. Upon noticing He Buqiang, she instinctively took a step back, pressing her slender back against the tree trunk, her bright eyes glimmering like emeralds in the night. In that moment, He Buqiang finally discerned her features. Her face bore a youthful innocence, her skin slightly pallid. By He Buqiang's aesthetic standards, she could hardly be deemed beautiful. Before him, she resembled a startled fawn, attempting to escape, but He Buqiang swiftly grasped her delicate wrist. The indigenous girl, filled with urgency, attempted to break free. From somewhere unknown, she produced a dagger, hesitating whether to strike. Observing this, He Buqiang, startled, quickly released his grip, allowing the girl to dash toward the camp's edge. He Buqiang followed closely behind. Yet the darkness of the rainy forest enveloped them, and after running a mere dozen meters, she vanished from sight, leaving him to halt in the downpour. He Buqiang pondered the girl's repeated presence behind the team, uncertain of her intentions, though she appeared to harbor no malice. The rain had poured throughout the night, finally ceasing at dawn, leaving the forest rejuvenated from its cleansing. Water droplets continued to fall from the tree canopies, while puddles formed abundantly on the forest floor. Emerging from the damp tent, He Buqiang stretched at the entrance. Behind him, Red Sox squeezed past, gazing at the mist-laden woods in astonishment, remarking on the intensity of last night's rainfall. It was then that Red Sox noticed a piece of animal hide floating in a puddle before him. Surprised, he approached and retrieved it, exclaiming, "How did this hide end up here? It even bears some writing. Is this a letter?" He ventured tentatively. He Buqiang took the hide, realizing with some disbelief that Red Sox was illiterate. The writing was in impeccable imperial language, clearly penned by an educated noble, each letter flowing with a distinctive elegance. While he Buqiang had yet to grasp the pronunciation of the imperial script, fragments of the original owner's memories rendered him familiar with its characters. The hide bore a message written in charcoal. "If you have found this letter and are willing to trust it, please place your faith in the indigenous girl standing before you. Her name is Alma Yadwa. She can lead you to me, as I require your assistance. From the 7th formation of the Osorna Legion, Surbajir Gilgud." These words clarified that this was a plea for help, suggesting that the swordsman had been unable to escape a certain predicament, hence entrusting a native girl to deliver his message. However, doubts lingered in He Buqiang's mind. How had relations between imperial warriors and the natives of Handanarl County become so amicable? His immediate instinct was to regard the letter as a potential trap. Yet, who had aided the indigenous people in composing such a note? These questions swirled in his mind as his gaze settled upon the signature, Surbajir. It suddenly struck him that the second team had been dispatched on a mission to locate an imperial swordsman who had ventured alone into the Gundrel Mountains. He pivoted and re-entered the tent, rousing the still slumbering Surdak from his sleeping bag. Surdak, bleary-eyed, looked at He Buqiang and inquired, "What is it?" He Buqiang unfurled the damp beast skin before him. Fortunately, Surdak, albeit with some difficulty, was able to decipher the words inscribed upon it, and after much stammering, he finally grasped the general meaning of the text. Upon reading the phrase Bajiali swordsman, he abruptly sat up from his sleeping bag. "Where did you find this beast's skin?" Surdak inquired, his brow furrowed. "In the puddle by the door," replied Red Sox, poking his head into the tent. "In the puddle?" Surdak exclaimed. Incredulity etched across his face as he held the damp skin. "Indeed, Captain. This morning, as I emerged from the tent to prepare porridge as per your instructions, I happened to spot it submerged in the puddle. I went over to retrieve it, but I cannot read the writing on it." "All right, I understand. Is that indigenous girl outside? Please wait a moment. I shall go out to see her." "Wait, Captain, what indigenous girl? You can't possibly think I found an indigenous girl as well, can you? I swear to you, I haven't seen a single strand of her hair," Red Sox declared with a pained expression, vowing to Surdak. As Red Sox finished speaking, he happened to notice a single gray hair resting in the palm of the hand he had just sworn with. Within the entire second squad, there were no warriors with long hair. Red Sox looked at his palm, on the verge of tears. At that moment, the other warriors in the tent, undisturbed by his commotion, directed their gaze towards the hand he had raised. Chapter 39, The Rescue of the Benar Swordsman. In that moment, it felt as though time had come to a standstill within the confines of the tent. Red Sox earnestly attempted to convey to Surdak, "Captain, I truly did not encounter any indigenous girl." Swiftly donning his trousers and baring his torso, Surdak emerged from the tent, clutching the damp beast skin in his hand. The other warriors inside the tent hastily scrambled out from their sleeping bags, neglecting to don their armor, and followed Surdak outside. Morning light filtered through the dense foliage, illuminating the forest where glistening raindrops clung to the leaves of flowers and trees, refracting a kaleidoscope of colors under the sun's embrace. Surdak circled the vicinity of the tent but found no trace of the indigenous girl. Just as he prepared to abandon his search, he suddenly spotted several delicate footprints in a shallow puddle beneath a pine tree, distinctly feminine, with slender arches and evenly spaced toes, reminiscent of a dandelion dancing in the breeze. Beside these scattered female footprints lay an array of male prints. Although the rain had blurred the details in the soil, the faint marks spoke volumes. Red Sox stared blankly at the footprints, momentarily at a loss for justification. Fortunately, at that moment, He Buqiang stepped forward, gesturing animatedly towards Surdak. The other warriors looked on in confusion, yet Surdak quickly deciphered the meaning behind He Buqiang's gestures. "Are you implying that you saw the indigenous girl last night?" Surdak inquired. He Buqiang nodded and gestured with his hands to indicate departure. "Are you saying she left last night? Do you know where we might find her? You are unaware and suggest we search?" Surdak speculated as he continued. Soon, Surdak grasped the situation. The indigenous girl had stealthily entered during the rain-filled night, only to be discovered by He Buqiang, prompting her hurried retreat. A serious expression crossed Surdak's face as he summoned all members of the second squad. The 12 warriors encircled Surdak, who then addressed them gravely. "Well, the task assigned to our squad by Baron Sidney was to venture into the forest to seek out Sir Bajiakli Gilgud. He continued, to our surprise. We have indeed uncovered some clues. The warriors took turns examining the beast's skin, gradually realizing that the information inscribed upon it was likely credible, even if it were not. That Orcish girl certainly possessed knowledge regarding the whereabouts of Sir Bajiakli. Thus, the mission of the second squad must persist. After pausing to survey the group, Surdak declared, according to the orders from above, upon locating Sir Bajiakli, we must ensure his safety. Each swordsman is a precious asset to the province of Benar. Therefore, regardless of the veracity of the information on this beast's skin, we must conduct a reconnaissance. Should we discover Sir Bajiakli, immediate rescue efforts must commence. Surdak spoke with unwavering determination. The smiles on the warriors' faces gradually faded as they turned their gazes towards him. After finishing his words, Surdak emerged from the tent, bearing a large iron pot. The warriors removed their identification tags from around their necks and tossed them into the pot. Approaching Hibokiang, who was an auxiliary member of the squad and did not possess an identification tag, Surdak placed the iron pot on the ground and solemnly detached his own tag. Addressing all members of the second squad, as he was about to toss his tag into the pot, Hibokiang stopped him with gestures, reminding Surdak that if he were to leave, who would guide the search for the indigenous girl? At that moment, Hibokiang felt an overwhelming urge to shout at Surdak, fool. All right, I understand, Surdak conceded awkwardly, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He stirred the tags in the large pot before casually retrieving one. After inspecting the front of the tag, he called out to the young bearded man, Kegel, step forward. Yes, Captain, replied Kegel, emerging from the crowd, eliciting a look of envy from the red-socked warrior. Kegel, burdened by a large pack, commenced his solitary journey along the ridge. After a night of rain, the river was a murky mess, filled with debris and fallen leaves, its water level having risen significantly, causing the once shallow banks to vanish entirely. However, this time Hibokiang's intuition proved correct. The indigenous girl, clad in a hide, stood by the riverbank, seemingly pondering how to cross. As the warriors of the second squad emerged from the dense forest, she appeared startled, retreating a few steps, one foot inadvertently stepping into the water. Hibokiang, leading the group, noticed the girl's fear. He held the hide before her, unfolding it, and gestured in a manner meant to reassure her. To the astonishment of the second squad's warriors, the indigenous girl comprehended his gestures and ceased her retreat, remaining in place as she uttered a series of unintelligible words in a peculiar tone. Hibokiang, momentarily stunned, thought to himself, what are you saying? I can't understand either. He pointed to the hide in his hand, prompting the girl to nod earnestly. Gradually, she lowered her defenses, allowing Hibokiang and the warriors of the second squad to approach her. The slender figure of the indigenous girl was modestly draped in a single layer of hide, resembling a simplified bustier and a micro-skirt, revealing her legs, which glistened like amber. Surdak coughed several times, prompting the warriors to finally divert their gazes from her alluring form. She pointed at the hide in Hibokiang's hand, then turned and waded into the river, leading the way across. The warriors of the second squad followed closely behind her, swiftly traversing the water. Originally, Surdak was concerned that the Timfish might launch an attack on the team. However, until all the warriors had disembarked, not a single Timfish was sighted. The indigenous girl, barefoot, navigated through the forest with remarkable familiarity, selecting the most accessible paths. Nevertheless, she had to pause intermittently, allowing the second squad of warriors to barely keep pace. They first entered a grove of fir trees, then traversed a hollow tree trunk over 10 meters long. After spending nearly half a day weaving through the dense woods and crossing 3 mountain ridges, the indigenous girl finally came to a halt as midday approached. She stood barefoot on a large rock, while below her, Red Sock Garcia glanced up, a surge of warmth filling his nostrils. Hibokiang leaped onto the boulder, and his perspective expanded dramatically, revealing a lush canyon before him. This stone was perfectly positioned at the pinnacle of the canyon's cliffs, and standing atop it, he could survey the entire gorge. The indigenous girl adeptly descended along the wild grapevines that clung to the cliffside. The warriors of the second squad had no choice but to follow suit, their resolve unwavering. The vines were not sturdy, requiring both hands and feet to ensure they did not snap. They managed to descend safely to the base of the cliff, where a massive rock crevice awaited. The indigenous girl playfully dashed into the fissure. Chapter 40. Alliance beneath the craggy cliffs. The fissures in the rock resembled the deep scars of the mountain, extending into its innermost depths. In truth, The indigenous girl had not ventured far within. Merely 20 meters brought her to a halt. From this vantage point, the sky appeared merely as a slender line above. The rugged walls on either side displayed mottled markings, and at the end of the crevice sat a dozen weary indigenous hunters. Upon seeing the girl accompanied by He and his party, the hunters' demeanor shifted to one of heightened vigilance. They grasped their weapons but refrained from pointing them at the second squad's warriors, instead regarding He group with cold, hostile glares. The most robust among the hunters immediately confronted the indigenous girl with a loud reprimand. She resembled a child caught in wrongdoing, standing beside the stone wall with her head bowed in silence. At that moment, a rough utterance in the indigenous tongue arose from the crowd, drawing the attention of all the hunters. "Which heavy infantry regiment do you belong to?" someone inquired in clear, articulate Green tongue. The swordsman, upon hearing Surdak announce his rank and name, stepped forward, standing tall and addressing Surdak with utmost respect. "Captain Bajali of the 11th Squad of the 7th Construct Swordsmen of the Sorna Legion." Hearing his name pronounced accurately and noting his well-being and lack of injuries, Surdak exhaled in relief. He replied to the Construct Swordsman, "Our squad has received orders to enter the Kandahar Mountains to locate you. Upon learning of your whereabouts, I dispatched my subordinates to inform Baron Sidney, and I anticipate our reinforcements shall arrive shortly." Captain Bajali nodded and turned to the indigenous hunters, speaking to them in a series of phrases in the indigenous language that none could comprehend. The hunters' expressions began to ease, and they settled onto the rocky ground within the crevice. Though some bore injuries, they displayed considerable trust in Captain Bajali. He smiled gently at us and remarked, "I told them that you have come to combat the evil spirits." At this, Surdak's countenance shifted slightly, and he interjected before Captain Bajali could elaborate, saying, "Evil spirits, Captain Bajali, our orders are to assist you in safely departing the Kandahar Mountains." Standing before Surdak, Captain Bajali's eyes gleamed with intensity as he locked his gaze onto Surdak's, declaring, "Indeed, if we are to leave the Kandahar Mountains, I find myself in need of your assistance. If you can help me destroy the portal of the evil spirits within the valley, we shall make our departure." His words carried an irresistible weight. Surdak swallowed hard, a look of difficulty crossing his face as he responded, "We, with you? However, we are merely heavily armored infantry, and with only a small squad of warriors at our disposal, it is doubtful we could triumph over any malevolent fiend. I fear I would only be a burden to you in battle." Indeed, this is the case, as the warriors of the second squad, being a marginalized heavy infantry unit, possessed no experience in combat against such malevolent beings. The swordsman from the Bajali gestured dismissively towards Surdak, stating, "Surely it is not just you and me. We have these indigenous hunter friends as well." He pointed to the indigenous hunters, a hint of pride on his face, suggesting a harmonious rapport between him and them. He stood at the back, pondering whether this group of indigenous hunters had participated in the operation a month prior. If they were indeed responsible, would Surdak resort to violence against them? However, Surdak appeared unconcerned and replied to the Bajali swordsman, "Their capabilities, these indigenous people may not even match our own. What assistance can they provide in battling the fiends?" The distrust towards the indigenous population is a rather entrenched belief among many imperial soldiers, who consider the natives of Kandahar County as nothing more than completely uncivilized primitive tribes. The indigenous hunters, apart from setting traps in the woods, possess no real combat effectiveness. The Bajali swordsman, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively and said to Surdak, "I understand. Once I propose an alliance with the indigenous people, it will undoubtedly invite skepticism. As for battling the fiends, that is the duty of the Armored Knight Order. As mere fodder for the heavy infantry in this nameless valley, dying here serves no purpose." Seeing Surdak unmoved, the Bajali swordsman placed a hand on Surdak's shoulder and spoke earnestly, "Before we entered the Kandahar Mountains, I, along with other imperial knights, shared your sentiments and held the indigenous people of Kandahar County in disdain. Yet, upon witnessing their profound love for their homeland and their courageous efforts to defend it from invasion, I realize they do not wish for the fiends to continue encroaching upon the land they have painstakingly cultivated. Only by standing shoulder to shoulder with the indigenous warriors of Kandahar County can we halt the fiends' onslaught." Undeniably, the swordsman's words were highly stirring, and Surdak's demeanor shifted noticeably. He could see the fire of determination igniting in Surdak's eyes. After a brief pause, Surdak continued, "But the immediate task at hand is to destroy this gate of fiends. We cannot allow it to perpetually funnel malevolent entities into the depths of the Kandahar Mountains. "As you command, Sir by Jolly Swordsman," was the unanimous response from Surdak and all the warriors of the second squad. Chiang stood among the soldiers, inwardly sighing. Recognizing their youth, had it been Captain Sam or the veteran Ian, they would undoubtedly have refused this course of action. Chapter 41, The Ritual, Part 1. The valley is situated on a fault line of Mount Gander, measuring less than 2 kilometers at its widest point and merely 30 meters at its narrowest. Towering cliffs, falling dozens of meters, flank both sides of the valley. While to the north lies the gathering place of the indigenous tribes of Handanar County. Dense forests shroud this valley, making it difficult to discern even from the mountain summit. Nearly 1,000 indigenous people reside in this secluded haven. The dwellings of the Handanar natives are wooden houses elevated approximately half a meter above the ground. The region's damp and rainy climate renders thatched huts built at ground level prone to mold and decay. Only by raising the wooden houses to allow for ventilation beneath can they endure the elements for a longer duration. The roofs are constructed from sun-dried banana leaves, fastened at both ends to a wooden frame. These wooden homes typically lack walls. Instead, strips of thatch hang from the roof like door curtains, swaying gently in the breeze. Nestled on the northern slopes of the valley, these wooden houses present a picturesque and orderly arrangement. The Jolly Swordsman, accompanied by the second squad, arrived at the indigenous settlement with the intent of visiting the tribe's esteemed shaman, Inoyatila. The indigenous hunter's acceptance of the Jolly Swordsman was largely due to the persuasion of the shaman, Inoyatila. As they entered the village, most of the indigenous people observed were women clad in grass skirts, either seated or standing within the wooden houses, peering curiously outside. The inhabitants boasted skin reminiscent of beeswax, with their eyes predominantly a deep or light green. Their hair was often styled in numerous small braids, while many of the indigenous hunters were bald. In Chiang's eyes, the Handanar women lacked beauty, appearing somewhat greasy, with many carrying indigenous children on their backs, resembling 2 swaying oilcloth bags hanging from their chests. The indigenous girl who guided the second squad into the village vanished in an instant upon entering. The village children, shy and timid, retreated into the wooden houses flanking the entrance at the sight of outsiders, reluctant to emerge. The dwelling of the great shaman, Inoyatila, is positioned at the highest point of the village, comprising 3 closely knit circular pavilions. The wooden houses on either side are slightly smaller, while the central structure spans nearly 100 square meters, likely designated for receiving guests. Chiang trailed behind the second squad, noticing several slender indigenous girls seated on the steps of the wooden house. These girls were among the boldest of the tribe. The elder shaman, Inoyatila, with loose skin and missing teeth that obscured her age, stood hunched over a cane at the steps of the wooden house. It was not until the Jolly Swordsman approached the bottom of the steps that she addressed them in the indigenous tongue. Her voice, hoarse yet remarkably steady, bore an intense focus as she gazed at the Jolly Swordsman. However, Chiang and the other warriors of the second squad, unable to comprehend the indigenous tongue, stood idly by like bewildered birds. The great shaman welcomed the Jolly Swordsman and the warriors of the second squad into the grand wooden lodge. At the center of the lodge lay a pit, within which a crackling fire burned, drawing the group to sit around it. At that moment, an indigenous girl emerged from nowhere, deftly removing a hissing pot from above the flames and tossing in a generous handful of crushed licorice and other herbs. After simmering for several minutes, a strange aroma filled the lodge. Thus, the row of bewildered souls sat within the wooden structure, clutching the oddly scented concoction, entirely at a loss for what to do next. Her name was Anastasia Molly, though you may call her Molly in the imperial tongue, a word she understood. She was the granddaughter of the shaman Inoyatila and the youngest heir of the tribe, with the caveat that she must first become a sorceress to inherit her legacy. The Jolly Swordsman introduced the young indigenous girl to the warriors of the second squad. They exchanged glances, surprised to learn that this seemingly casual girl held such a distinguished status. Chiang had previously thought Molly to be rather informal within the lodge, unaware of her lineage as the granddaughter of the great shaman. The Jolly Swordsman presented 2 Roman swords as gifts before shaman Inoyatila, who appeared quite pleased and instructed her attendants to take the weapons. In the indigenous tribe, standard weapons from the Grimm Empire were held in high esteem. Speaking of which, these 2 Roman swords had been borrowed from Surdak by the Jolly Swordsman. Subsequently, he commenced a conversation with shaman Inoyatila in the indigenous language, as she sat cross-legged on the wooden floor, nodding intermittently. The primary purpose of the Jolly Swordsman's visit was to discuss a collaborative approach to confronting the gate of evil spirits. Though the warriors of the second squad were puzzled as to how the indigenous people could be of significant assistance in this endeavor. The aged countenance of Shaman Inoyatila remained largely impassive, her advanced age causing her to appear somewhat drowsy as she sat. Ibuchiang took a sip of the herbal concoction. Finding it not as dreadful as he had anticipated, though peculiar in flavor, it proved invigorating, eliciting a stifled giggle from the girl Molly, who hid behind Shaman Inoyatila. The Bahalai swordsman shot a fierce glare at Augustus. The great shaman then whispered a few words to the indigenous girl, prompting her to dash outside. Before long, dozens of indigenous hunters gathered outside the wooden lodge. They settled on the ground beneath the shade of the trees. At that moment, Shaman Inoyatila emerged from the lodge and stood on the steps, addressing the hunters with a string of words, to which they knelt in reverence before her. The young maiden Molly emerged from the adjacent wooden cabin, cradling a ceramic jar. As she passed before the indigenous hunters, they each withdrew a bamboo stick from the jar. However, those who drew the sticks appeared rather unperturbed. "Pray tell, what do you suppose they are engaged in?" whispered Red Sox to Augustus. Augustus craned his neck to peer outside intently and replied, "It seems they are drawing lots." Red Sox leaned forward as well, inquiring, "Do you think that those who draw the marked sticks will accompany us in our endeavor to eradicate that malevolent portal?" Augustus, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement and remarked, "You may be onto something. Your reasoning carries a certain weight." Chapter 42, The Ceremony, Part 2. Once the drawing of lots had concluded, 3 indigenous hunters arose from the crowd, their chests puffed with pride as they approached the steps of the altar and presented their red-marked bamboo sticks to the Grand Shaman, Inoyatila. The Grand Shaman lifted her gaze, scrutinizing the trio with solemnity. Before dipping her fingers into a box of white powder that had been handed to her by the young maiden Molly, with deliberate care, she drew peculiar symbols upon the foreheads of the 3 hunters and uttered an incantation in an incomprehensible indigenous tongue, a phrase that likely conveyed a blessing. Surdak, seated beside Hibokiang, whispered to him. The 3 hunters, with hands clasped in reverence, knelt before the Grand Shaman, pressing their foreheads to her feet. The other indigenous hunters behind them followed suit, their posture embodying a fervent worship as though they stood before a deity. At that moment, the swordsman from the Bejiale clan, seated within the Grand Wooden Lodge, addressed his warriors. "We are to partake in their sacred ceremony shortly, so I urge you to refrain from any disrespectful behavior." His gaze was particularly stern as it landed upon Augustus, who had been glancing about with an air of impoliteness during the Grand Shaman's earlier address. Though Augustus feigned respect in response to the Bejiale swordsman's admonition, his countenance betrayed a dismissive attitude. He muttered under his breath, "My lord, it seems unnecessary for us to rely on the strength of the natives," with a resigned shrug and under the weight of the swordsman's scrutiny. He ultimately succumbed to silence. The singular stone structure within the indigenous village was the round altar that lay before them. The altar boasted a platform measuring 10 meters on each side and stood approximately 3 meters high, accessible by stone steps from all 4 directions, constructed entirely of pebbles. It stood as the most imposing edifice in the village from a distance. However, among the indigenous populace, women constituted over 70% of the total, accompanied by numerous indigenous children who quickly gathered around the altar. With the assistance of the maiden Molly, Grand Shaman Inoyatila ascended the altar, pausing twice on the ascent of the several steps. Following closely behind were the 3 chosen hunters, clad only in loincloths that showcased their bronzed forms. As they accompanied the Grand Shaman to the platform, upon reaching the altar, the Grand Shaman's demeanor transformed dramatically. She seemed to embody a different being altogether. Her once stooped posture straightened, radiating an aura of sanctity. The wrinkles that had marred her visage appeared to diminish significantly, and her eyes shone with an intensity that was difficult to behold. Raising her staff high, she gazed towards the heavens, murmuring a series of indigenous phrases. The 3 hunters knelt side by side on the altar, their hands clasped before their chests, exuding an air of piety and focus. After the Grand Wizard completed his incantation, an astonishing scene unfolded before Hibochiang, who could hardly believe his eyes. It was a splendid afternoon, with the sun shining brightly, when suddenly a beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping the Grand Wizard in its radiant glow. Gradually, a colossal phantom emerged behind him, towering at 7 to 8 meters, possessing 4 arms and legs, embodying a formidable deity. Witnessing this spectral figure, all the indigenous people assembled before the altar, regardless of age or gender, instantly knelt in reverence, offering their devotions to their deities. Only the Beijiali swordsman and the soldiers of the second squad stood bewildered at the foot of the platform, gazing around in confusion. At the corners of the altar were 4 earthenware jars, each the size of a plate, which had silently ignited, releasing ethereal blue flames that reached half a meter high. He Wuqiang felt an intense sensation, an instinct telling him that the flames within the jars were cold. Heeding the earlier warnings from the Beijiali swordsman, the soldiers of the second squad remained silent. He Wuqiang stood at the base of the altar, as if witnessing an utterly absurd magic performance. However, within, he was profoundly shaken. At the moment the beam of light struck the altar, an invisible force seemed to draw him into the void of his own spiritual sea. Within this ethereal expanse, he perceived not only the shadow of his own body surrounded by countless stars but also, facing him, the sudden emergence of the four-armed, dual-faced deity. One visage bore expressions of fear, destruction, and hatred, while the other radiated courage, justice, and hope, emotions deeply resonating within He Wuqiang's psyche. The colossal idol lingered in his spiritual sea for merely a second, vanishing just as his mind threatened to unravel, as if it had never existed. When He Wuqiang regained consciousness, he saw the Grand Wizard atop the altar sway momentarily, while Inoyatila cast a startled glance in his direction. Fortunately, the ritual continued uninterrupted. Otherwise, He Wuqiang would have been at a loss to explain the inexplicable. Did he truly need to sketch the event in the sand with a twig? Beside the Grand Wizard stood a young girl named Molly, who also regarded He Wuqiang with a peculiar expression. Before he could ponder these matters further, a commotion arose from below the altar. Following the sound, He Wuqiang beheld 4 indigenous hunters carefully emerging from the thicket, bearing a massive stretcher. Upon it lay the corpse of a vile spirit, its head severed and placed upon its chest. The hunters ascended the altar step by step, and soon after, another 4 hunters brought forth yet another foul spirit's body, culminating in 3 such corpses laid upon the altar. The Grand Sorcerer produced from his person a black horn dagger adorned with intricate symbols, appearing to be an ancient bone dagger. He bent down, grasping one of the demon's prominent horns with one hand while plunging the dagger into the top of its head with the other. With utmost reverence, he placed the demon's severed head upon a tray, positioning it before the ethereal visage of the dark deity at the center of the altar. He Wuqiang gleaned from the memories of the original owner of his body that this was an exceedingly rare sacrificial ritual. Such ceremonies were now only passed down among certain indigenous great sorcerers, and within the confines of the Grimm Empire, this ritual, imbued with dark magic, was expressly forbidden. As the Grand Sorcerer chanted incantations, the demon's head upon the tray beneath the specter of the dark deity was consumed by blue flames, reducing it to ashes. Chapter 43, The Ritual, Part 2. The afternoon sun streamed through the forest, casting shafts of light onto the damp ground, creating patches of illumination that were not overly large. The tree canopy completely obscured the sky, enveloping the mountains and woods in a rich, deep green. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the treetops to sway rhythmically, resembling a vast sea of leaves. Surrounding the altar was a small plaza where the indigenous villagers stood beneath the sun, gazing reverently at the somewhat indistinct spectral figure of the demon upon the altar. The Grand Sorcerer presented offerings, and in an instant, ethereal blue flames devoured the head of the malevolent spirit. At that moment, he raised his staff high, prostrating himself at the feet of the demon's apparition, his entire being appearing to be in a frenzied state, swaying as if performing a seaweed dance, while chanting incantations that left He Wuqiang feeling somewhat lightheaded. He Wuqiang felt waves of dizziness, unable to resist pressing his thumbs and forefingers against his temples, finding slight relief. Amidst the protracted incantation, the two-faced head of the demon gradually turned, maintaining its smiling visage as it faced forward. The mask-like face bore closed eyes, which then slightly opened, emitting 2 rays of golden light that dazzled even under the scorching sun. The beams first fell upon the Grand Sorcerer, bestowing a sense of power upon her, causing a flush to rise on her face. When she stood and turned, He Wuqiang was astonished to see her eyes transformed into a brilliant gold, reminiscent of a blazing sun, making it impossible for anyone to meet her gaze at that moment. With one hand gripping her staff and the other clutching a dagger, the Grand Sorcerer approached the headless corpse of the malevolent spirit, crouching down to trace her dagger across its lifeless form. Augustus turned his head towards Surdak, whispering, "This Grand Sorcerer's skinning skills are far superior to yours, Captain." Surdak shot Augustus a glare, hissing in a low voice, "Silence." At this juncture, the Grand Sorcerer had already peeled away a large piece of the black-patterned demon skin from the corpse, holding the dripping, purple-blooded hide before an indigenous hunter. She made a cut on the hunter's forehead with her dagger, allowing his blood to cascade down his cheek. using his blood to inscribe strange symbols upon the gory side of the black-patterned hide. Augustus grew restless once more, leaning towards Surdak and murmuring, "Captain, is this the black-patterned hide from the demon? What does this grand sorcerer intend to do?" Augustus quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, indicating his intent to speak no further. At this moment, the grand sorcerer pressed her hand against the hunter's forehead, channeling divine power into his body, before draping the demon's black-patterned hide over his back. The indigenous hunter's body underwent a remarkable transformation upon the altar. His muscles rapidly expanded, and amid the agonizing sounds he suppressed, he astonishingly morphed into a 3-meter-tall colossus. The black-patterned demonic hide draped across his back fused seamlessly with his body. When this indigenous hunter reopened his eyes, his face was adorned with dark demonic patterns, and his eyes glowed a blood red, snorting like an enraged buffalo. He clenched his fists and struck them forcefully against his chest, producing a tremendous explosion of air from the altar. The second squad of warriors, standing beneath the altar, were rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. Yibuqiang and Surdak exchanged glances, their astonishment unmasked. The grand sorcerer inscribed a rune upon the hunter's muscular chest, and only then did the indigenous hunter gradually regain his consciousness. Grand sorceress Inoyatila placed a hand upon the hunter's robust arm, signaling him to step aside. She then proceeded to perform the same ritual for the second and third indigenous hunters, continuing until the sun began to set, marking the conclusion of the sacrificial ceremony. The 8-meter-high phantom of the demonic deity shattered into countless specks of light, vanishing from the altar, while the 3 corpses of the malevolent spirits were reduced to a bloody pulp by the grand sorcerer and carried away by several indigenous hunters, soon disappearing into the dense forest. As the divine power of the grand sorcerer gradually waned, she hunched over, slowly descending from the altar with the support of the young maiden Molly. The 3 indigenous hunters followed closely behind her, while the villagers parted to create a passage for the grand sorcerer. In the eyes of the indigenous women and children, there was no trace of joy or excitement. As the hunters passed by, everyone placed their hands upon them, their faces etched with concern, uttering the same words to the 3 hunters, resembling a final farewell to tribal warriors. The second squad of warriors stood behind this assembly of villagers, and Red Sox, astonished, remarked, "So, the natives of Handanar County can possess such formidable warriors." The Bladezingo approached, commenting, "In truth, such a sacrificial ritual demands a significant price. These 3 hunters forcibly obtained power beyond what their bodies could endure. This power itself is a double-edged sword. Once the blessing of the divine body is lost, this strength could easily shatter their forms." A throng of indigenous people followed the 3 hunters until they reached the grand sorcerer's wooden abode, where they finally dispersed. The second squad of warriors trailed behind, entering the dwelling of grand sorceress Inoyatila. The 3 indigenous hunters silently sat beside the earthen pit, appearing relatively lucid, while the grand sorceress was assisted to a side room for rest. Apart from the members of the second squad, only the 3 indigenous hunters remained in the wooden house. The Red Sox, gathering his courage, inquired, "Sir Bajiakli, do you mean to say that they will perish shortly after acquiring such formidable power?" The Red Sox was somewhat perplexed. These indigenous hunters, fully aware of their impending demise, still chose to proceed with such a calm demeanor. Why would they make such a choice? He could not help but ask again. Sir Bajiakli glanced at the entire indigenous village outside and replied, "Perhaps it is, for the sake of their fellow tribesmen, enabling them to live better lives." He gestured towards the opposite side of the valley, elucidating, "That door to the malevolent spirits lies within this valley. Should the malevolent spirits succeed in crossing that threshold, the indigenous village here will undoubtedly be the first to suffer their ravages. My reluctance to leave this valley stems from the fact that, in the past, I alone could vanquish those malevolent spirits." Sir Bajiakli concluded, "I entrusted Molly with the beastskin scroll to seek assistance from the warriors of the Grimm Empire beyond the valley, thus providing you with the opportunity to arrive here. This endeavor to eradicate the door to the malevolent spirits was devised collaboratively by myself and the great sorceress Inoyatila. I believe that with our current capabilities, we can make an attempt." Before long, the great sorceress Inoyatila emerged, pale and supported by the indigenous maiden Molly, from the wooden cabin on the eastern side. It was apparent that the sacrificial ritual had taken a considerable toll on her. She first spoke a string of indigenous words to Sir Bajiakli, then issued a few instructions to the 3 indigenous hunters, who rose and bowed to Sir Bajiakli, thereby affirming his status as their leader. Chapter 44. The Gate of the Living Demon. In the crevice of the rocks, a fire crackled softly, its wooden fuel now completely consumed. leaving only a smoldering ember roasting a large fishbone. Most of the flesh had been stripped away, leaving behind a charred skeleton. A native girl crouched by the fire, wielding a dagger in search of the last morsel of fish meat. This was not due to lingering hunger, but rather a habit instilled by her impoverished existence. She possessed large emerald green eyes, a delicately small nose, and a pointed chin, while her forehead was somewhat broad. By imperial standards of beauty, her face, lacking distinctiveness, would not be considered attractive. A Bacalier swordsman approached, retrieving a bundle of rations wrapped in banana leaves from nearby and offering it to the native girl. This food, scavenged from the second squad of warriors, was nearly inedible for them, yet a rare delicacy for the native girl. 3 native hunters, their bodies adorned with black magic tattoos, sat quietly in the corner. Their faces bore the marks of struggle, as if they were grappling with an inner torment, striving to acclimate to the newfound power coursing through them. They had lost the familiarity they once held with their own bodies when running, jumping, or fighting. The Bacalier swordsman intended to train them before nightfall. He Buoqiang was curious to approach and observe, yet the hunters exuded an air of aloofness, and communication was impossible. He ultimately relinquished the idea. Surdak informed He Buoqiang that prolonged consumption of beast blood could enhance one's constitution. Recently, the warriors of the second squad had been subsisting primarily on fish porridge, and while he could not perceive any changes in his own physique, a third star in his spiritual sea had inexplicably ignited. The Bacalier swordsman, along with 13 warriors from the second squad and 20 native hunters, formed an impromptu combat team, departing their temporary shelter in the rocky crevice as darkness enveloped the valley, entering the dense forest. The native girl, Molly, was among the party. Her familiarity with the forest made her take the lead. In truth, the temporary abode by the crevice was not far from the gate of the living demon. The area around the gate was perpetually monitored by native hunters, who would immediately relay any disturbances to the temporary shelter. Typically, demons would emerge from the gate, and if the native hunters were unable to handle them, the Bacalier swordsman would need to intervene swiftly, taking advantage of the demon's disorientation and the new laws of the Warsaw Plain. The valley was enveloped in tranquility, with a few stars visible through the dense canopy. The path through the forest was shrouded in darkness. The native hunters had completely adapted to the environment, moving swiftly through the underbrush. While the warriors of the second squad struggled to keep pace, their efforts met with silence and determination. As He Buoqiang pushed through a thicket, he finally caught sight of the gate of the living demon, standing against the stone wall. The door had entirely transcended He Buoqiang's comprehension. He could scarcely fathom that the gate of the malevolent spirits was, in truth, alive. In the distance, the stone wall, devoid of the lush branches that might have obscured it, still held a semblance of light. Peering into the night, he could faintly discern a grotesque demon, over 4 meters in stature, with a green visage and sharp fangs, reclining against the stone wall. He Buoqiang could distinctly observe the creature's eyes, which continued to scan the surroundings incessantly. The stone wall behind it was smeared with purple blood, which, in the darkness, appeared akin to shadows. No wonder Surdak mentioned that this formidable gladiator had pursued a green-faced demon into the mountains of Gandiur from the Kinpato River basin. The demon, propped against the stone wall, clutched a massive bone club, appearing relatively unperturbed. Yet, a grievous gash marred its chest, as if cleaved by a sharp weapon. Extending from its collarbone down to its waist, a wound measuring nearly 2 meters in length, with the edges curling outward as purple blood oozed forth. Just as the members of the second squad pondered the whereabouts of the gate of the malevolent spirits, a bloodied hand suddenly emerged from the wound in the demon's abdomen, forcefully prying it open. The demon's face contorted in agonizing pain. In that moment, another hand emerged from the wound, followed by a head that exuded a noxious green smoke. As this ghastly figure's skin came into contact with the air, it corroded as if it had encountered a potent acid. Unleashing a tortured howl as it gradually crawled out of the green-faced demon's body, its form shrouded in a foul, acrid mist. By the time it fully extricated itself from the wound, its skin had rapidly deteriorated, leaving only the purplish-red muscle tissue exposed. Initially stationed by the thicket, 2 indigenous individuals, upon spotting the gladiator's arrival, hastily reported the situation in their native tongue. The gladiator's resolute countenance was etched with gravity as he nodded in understanding while listening to their account. He then placed a reassuring hand on the shoulders of the 2 indigenous hunters and spoke a few words to the young girl, Molly, who proceeded to hand over 2 packages of roasted fish to them. The hunters scampered aside, devouring the food ravenously. The gladiator summoned the warriors of the second squad and, in hushed tones, elucidated the circumstances at hand. This is the force of the world law of the Warsaw Plain. To the demons within these abysses. The air of the Warsaw Plain is akin to a potent toxin. Upon contact, their skin rapidly erodes and dissolves. However, these demon warriors possess remarkable adaptability, given sufficient time. They will gradually regenerate new skin that aligns with the laws of this world. Observe closely their movements. Do their arms and thighs seem strikingly uncoordinated? This, too, is a consequence of the world law's influence. Nonetheless, with a mere half a day's time to acclimate, they will fully adapt to these changes. If it were not witnessed firsthand, the warriors of the second squad would find it challenging to comprehend the words of the Bacchus gladiators. However, with the Bacchus gladiators elucidating the situation on site, acceptance comes more readily. He Wuqiang recalled the sinister apparitions he had encountered earlier in the wooded valley upstream, likely explaining their lack of skin. Yet, those malevolent entities could engage in combat with remarkable ease, having evidently adapted to the laws of this realm, even slaughtering a pack of red-eyed hyenas and devouring their flesh and blood. Unfortunately, before they could fully assimilate that portion of energy, they encountered the mightier Earth Berserk Bear and were subsequently vanquished in the pursuit of it. At this juncture, the Bacchus gladiator addressed the warriors. To vanquish these vile apparitions, one must strike while they remain unacquainted with the laws of this world. This is also why I cannot easily depart from this valley. His gaze traversed the faces of each warrior as he earnestly conveyed, "What I aspire to do now is eradicate this portal of malevolence. Only by slaying this green-faced demon can we completely seal this gateway. I require your assistance." Upon hearing the words of the Bacchus gladiator, the warriors of the second squad were imbued with fervor, seemingly indifferent to the specter of death. The Bacchus gladiator continued, "Each time I attempt to approach it, this green-faced demon disregards its own physical limits, forcibly tearing itself apart to release a multitude of malevolent spirits. I find myself unable to swiftly eliminate it, forced to watch as new apparitions join the fray, gradually turning the tide against me and compelling my retreat. Therefore, we must strive to swiftly obliterate this portal of malevolence." Chapter 45, The Demon Hunt, Part 1. A wooden arrow flew from the shadows of the dense forest, striking the demon that had just emerged from the portal of malice, piercing accurately into the nape of its neck. The demon, feeling discomfort at the back of its neck, attempted to grasp at the source of the irritation, but its arms inexplicably flailed in different directions, eliciting a series of low growls filled with frustration. It writhed in agony before the demon portal, its violet eyes brimming with negative emotions, hatred, suffering, rage. This demon stood nearly 3 meters tall, towering over the inhabitants of the Grimm Empire by more than a meter when upright. Its fingers were tipped with sharp claws, resembling elongated blades. Despite its staggering gait, each stride covered 3 to 4 meters, and in just a few bounds, it reached the thicket ahead. Leaning forward, the demon's imposing frame tore through the dense underbrush, sending branches and leaves scattering. Suddenly, a vine twisted into a loop sprang up from the thicket, ensnaring the demon's head. The immense force of the pull lifted it into the air, where it flailed its limbs wildly. Its claws swiftly severed the vine, and once it landed back on the ground, it became even more agile, tracking the native hunter by scent. In just a few strides, it caught up with the panicked hunter fleeing into the forest. With a flick of its crimson tongue, it lunged forward, aiming its claws at the hunter's back with brutal intent, as merciless as a farmer thrusting a pitchfork at a fleeing field mouse. However, before its claws could make contact, they were halted by a shield that emerged from behind a tree. The claws pierced through the shield, producing a shrill sound of metal tearing. A Bajili swordsman emerged from the shadows, thrusting a double-edged sword diagonally into the demon's left ribcage, causing purple blood to spray from the wound. One of the demon's claws became lodged in the shield, and in a fit of rage, it attempted to kick the shield bearer, Surdak, who had sprung from behind the tree, while the other claw swept towards the Bajili swordsman. The swordsman knelt and leaned back, narrowly avoiding the demon's claw, while his sword plunged directly into the demon's body. The demon retaliated with a powerful kick to Sudak's right thigh, sending him hurtling backward. The metal armor on his leg crumpled under the force, and he crashed against a pine tree, the impact leaving him dazed and struggling to regain his footing. At that moment, 2 Pigalio spears thrust from the demon's back, embedding themselves deep into its flesh without piercing through completely. One of the demon's claws remained ensnared by the shattered shield, rendering it unable to shake it off as it swung the shield towards the Bajili swordsman. The swordsman rolled forward with agility, deftly dodging the incoming shield, and in one motion, withdrew his sword from the demon's abdomen, leaving a gaping, near-fatal wound that exposed some of its dark, internal organs. The malevolent spirit once again erupted with a tortured roar, lunging towards the Bahalai swordsman with the intent to crush him beneath its weight. At that moment, Yibuqiang found himself positioned beside the Bahalai swordsman. He attempted to evade the spirit by sidestepping, but as the malevolent entity soared towards him, it became apparent that evasion was no longer an option. The spirit's savage gaze seemed to anticipate Yibuqiang's every move. Poised to sink its claws into his back the instant he turned to flee. In a moment of determination, Yibuqiang inhaled deeply and, gripping his Roman sword, charged directly at the malevolent spirit. The spirit quickly raised one of its claws to meet the oncoming sword, but upon contact, the Roman sword exhibited no resistance. It was effortlessly knocked aside. Seizing the opportunity presented by the spirit's attack, Yibuqiang pressed closely against the spirit's lethal claws and maneuvered behind it. The Roman sword, having been deflected, tumbled through the air before plummeting downwards. Yibuqiang leaped up to catch it, utilizing its descent to strike the spirit's back with a reverse swing. The spirit emitted a low growl as it lunged forward, yet could not evade Yibuqiang's strike. The Roman sword plunged through the spirit's nape. Simultaneously, the Bahalai swordsman delivered a decisive blow, severing one of the spirit's claws at the wrist. Despite its attempts to resist, the spirit was pierced through its body by two warriors from the second squad wielding spears. A vine descended from the trees, ensnaring the spirit's neck, as a dozen indigenous hunters pulled with all their might, toppling the formidable creature onto the forest floor. Seizing the moment, the Bahalai swordsman raised his double-edged greatsword and decapitated the spirit, its bloodied head rolling a considerable distance across the clearing. Surdak was helped to his feet and pointed towards the malevolent door beside the stone wall, urging everyone, "Do not stand idle, another has emerged." Before Yibuqiang could catch his breath, he approached the thicket and, as anticipated, witnessed two more malevolent spirits crawling out from the living door. The green-faced spirit had evidently become aware of the imminent danger, hastening the spawning of its kin. 3 enhanced indigenous hunters emerged from the forest, seemingly acclimated to their newfound abilities. The Bahalai swordsman wiped his greatsword against the spirit's body and strode purposefully towards the thicket. The green-faced spirit, now cognizant of the encroaching peril, struggled fiercely, tearing at its own wounds in a desperate bid for survival. The anguished cries of the spirit echoed through the valley, a cacophony that pierced the air. From the door of malevolence opened upon the green-faced spirit, several ghostly hands emerged, clawing at its wounds, leaving a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. Multiple spirits struggled to clamber out through the gaping injury, their forms billowing with green smoke, their skin rapidly dissolving upon contact with the air. In a mere instant, 3 spirits had already emerged from the door of malevolence. The accelerated spawning exacted a heavy toll on the green-faced spirit as blood gushed from its abdominal wound, and a sense of annihilation loomed over its terrifying visage. "We must hasten the organization of this accursed gate. Any further delay may become unbearable." The blades of Bahalai, shouldering their dual-edged swords, approached urgently. "Let us proceed according to plan," said Surdak, as he gestured to the fallen comrade of the second squad. Chapter 46, Slaying the Demon, Part 2. The warrior stood concealed behind the thicket, drawing back his alloy bow and releasing an arrow aimed at one of the malevolent spirits. The steel-tipped arrow found its mark, piercing the demon's back with precision, yet the creature remained undeterred. It pivoted, glaring furiously in the direction from whence the arrow had flown, and charged forth with an unsettling grace. 2 other demons emitted a furious roar, following closely behind. This time, the second squad of warriors did not divert the 3 demons. Instead, 3 indigenous hunters surged forward like wild bulls, brandishing the square shields employed by the second squad. They collided forcefully with the 3 demons, the sound of their impact echoing through the air. To everyone's astonishment, the indigenous hunters exhibited strength that rivaled that of the demons. One of the demons attempted to pierce the shield of the opposing hunter with its clawed appendage, but its sharp talons became ensnared within the shield. The hunter, seizing the opportunity, exerted all his might to flip the shield, forcibly breaking the demon's claws at the wrist. The demon let out a piercing wail, while another claw darted toward the hunter's head. The hunter raised his shield once more, meeting the demon's strike with a resounding clash. Though the claw penetrated the shield, inflicting 5 grievous wounds upon the hunter's arm, he appeared oblivious to the pain. He pulled the maimed demon close, delivering a powerful blow to its head, the sound of cracking bones resonating through the air. Surdak and Yibuqiang, following closely behind the indigenous hunter, observed as the demon became entangled with their companion. Surdak swiftly drove his Roman sword into the demon's side along the ribcage, endeavoring to plunge the blade deep enough to pierce its heart. Simultaneously, Yibuqiang leapt, thrusting his sword again into the demoness nape. He had discerned the creature's vulnerability. Only the nape allowed for such easy penetration, and only by severing the demon's head could one ensure its demise. The demon's massive form collapsed like a great edifice. Seizing the moment, Surdak withdrew his sword from the demon's chest, kneeling against its body as he raised the blade, delivering a flurry of strikes until the head was finally severed. Upon raising his gaze, he realized the battle against the other two demons was not faring well. The plight of the other two indigenous hunters was dire. Upon colliding with their adversaries, although the demons had yet to fully acclimatize to the laws of this realm, they nonetheless managed to thrust their claws into the hunters' bodies. In the initial skirmish, both hunters were pierced, yet, fortuitously, the demon's claws inflicted only penetrating wounds. The talons had pierced through the shield, the forearm, and the upper arm, directly entering the hunters' chests. Remarkably, the two hunters did not fall, although blood gushed from their wounds. They exhibited little sign of suffering. With great determination, they clung tightly to the demons before collapsing to the ground, rolling amidst the underbrush. A group of warriors, armed with long spears, aimed to impale the malevolent spirit, which had lost one of its wrists, to the ground, ideally slaying it in the process. The spears they wielded were honed to a razor's edge, yet the spirit was engaged in a fierce struggle with the native hunters, leaving no opportunity to strike. On several occasions, the spears merely grazed the spirit's form. Meanwhile, the other warriors, gripping Roman swords, sought to behead the spirit as it wrestled with the natives on the ground, but they found no opening. The two newcomers in the squad were particularly bewildered. They attempted to rush in and prove their mettle, but not only did they fail to harm the spirit, they inadvertently obstructed their comrades' assault paths. The scene devolved into utter chaos. Surdak spat on the ground, declaring loudly, "Let me handle this." With that, he charged forward, brandishing a Roman sword. The Gallic swordsmen surged from behind, not assisting the two native hunters in their plight, but rather bypassing them entirely to confront the green-faced demon leaning against the stone wall. If he could vanquish this demon, the portal of malevolence on its body would cease to exist, preventing further fiends from crawling forth. At that moment, a faint apparition of a crusader swordsman emerged behind the Gallic warrior, mirroring his movements in perfect unison. It felt as though the Gallic swordsman was imbued with boundless strength. With each step forward, his speed intensified, and soon he left a fleeting afterimage in his wake. The green-faced demon, upon noticing the advancing Gallic swordsman, revealed a cruel smile. It viciously tugged at the gaping wound on its chest, from which 3 ghostly hands emerged. The Gallic swordsman, striving to maximize his speed, leapt high into the air, raising his great sword above his head to strike down upon the demon. Although the green-faced fiend was immobilized against the wall, it was not entirely devoid of resistance. Gripping a bone club, it met the swordsman's descending blade. The dual-edged sword clashed against the demon's club, producing a sharp, resonant sound. The club failed to fully deflect the sword, and as it descended, it sliced a gash across the demon's forehead. A trickle of purple blood streamed down its brow. The demon emitted a muffled groan of pain, while the 3 ghostly hands continued to stretch the wound wider, emanating wisps of green smoke. Yet, this did not deter their assault. The 3 hands simultaneously reached for the Gallic swordsman. He muttered a regretful alas, retreating a step to evade their grasp. Having not slain the green-faced demon and destroyed the portal of malevolence in time, he felt a surge of urgency as 3 more fiends began to emerge from the portal. With a swift motion, the Gallic swordsman slashed horizontally at the demon, witnessing its feeble attempts to defend itself thwarted by the ghostly hands that held firm against his strike. A ghostly hand was decisively severed by the blade of 100 warriors, while 2 other spectral appendages were left with grievous wounds. Yet, this did not deter the 3 malevolent spirits from emerging from the body of the green-faced demon. The warrior, wielding his great sword, forcefully struck the demon's bone club aside. And with a swift motion, he cleaved the head of one struggling demon attempting to escape. The warrior refused to relinquish his mighty sword as the green-faced demon's club came crashing down upon him once more. At that moment, the spectral figure of a crusader behind the warrior suddenly stirred, astonishingly lifting the bone club from the demon's grasp with both hands. Observing this scene while assisting the indigenous hunter in vanquishing the other 2 demons, Yibuqiang immediately dashed towards the valiant warrior. Chapter 47, Slaying the Demon, Part 2, for a considerable duration. Yibuqiang was perceived by the warriors of the second squad as merely a vagabond receiving special care from Surdak. He lacked identity and was unable to articulate the whereabouts of his homeland. Yibuqiang bore a striking resemblance to Surdak in several aspects. Both possessed robust and well-proportioned physiques. Deep-set light blue eyes, and even their facial contours appeared remarkably similar. They both relished the tranquility of sitting quietly on grassy hills, gazing at the evening glow and the setting sun. The warriors of the second squad even jested that they must be long-lost brothers. Upon witnessing the Baijali swordsman caught in a predicament, He Buqiang acted on instinct, grasping his Roman sword and rushing towards the ominous demon gate. Although the bone club in the hands of the green-faced demon was being held at bay by the spectral figure of a crusader swordsman behind the Baijali swordsman, a first-tier swordsman had a limited time frame to unleash their momentum in battle. The specific duration depended on the strength of the swordsman's mental fortitude. Once this momentum was engaged in combat, its existence would be drastically shortened. The presence of momentum bestowed certain enhancements upon a first-tier warrior, affecting various attributes, including but not limited to strength, agility, and constitution. The Baijali swordsman, in confronting the green-faced demon, was exerting his utmost effort. For him, both strength and constitution were considered weaknesses. Compounding his plight, his twin-bladed sword was firmly ensnared, rendering him unable to demonstrate his full capabilities. The demon gate, formed from the disemboweled body of the green-faced demon, could not accommodate the simultaneous passage of 3 demons. Its corporeal form was leaking a dark purple blood, indicating its weakened state. 3 demons were crammed at the exit of the gate. One had its head severed by the Baijali swordsman, its lifeless body wedged against the other 2 demons. Those remaining struggled to crawl out, while desperately clinging to the twin-bladed sword of the Baijali swordsman. All the while enduring the corrosive effects of the laws of the Warsaw Plain, their suffering palpable. He Buqiang arrived at the forefront of the demon gate. Observing the expression of agony and despair etched upon the face of the green-faced demon, which had become even more grotesque, he raised his Roman sword. Stepping forward from the left, and with all his might, he struck at the 2 hands reaching out from the demon gate. The green-faced demon let out a low growl and hastily relinquished its bone club, its arms, covered in green scales, lunging towards the Roman sword. With a resounding clash, the Roman sword collided with the demon's arm, sending forth a shower of sparks and causing He Buqiang's hands to tingle, as if the very blood within him would surge forth. Despite being mentally prepared, he was still taken aback by the recoil. As the green-faced demon attempted to grasp the guard of He Buqiang's Roman sword, he stepped back, skillfully evading its clawed grasp. The bone club fell to the ground, and the spectral figure of the crusader swordsman behind the Baijali swordsman resumed its upright posture, though it had noticeably faded. Every time He Buqiang engages in battle, he possesses an intense intuition, one so profound that he does not require the deliberate swing of his sword. His body instinctively makes the optimal judgments. In these moments, his combat movements are as precise as those found in a textbook, a sentiment echoed by Augustus, who has received specialized training in a military academy. The force that manifests behind the gladiator resembles a hammer, shattering a fragment of memory within his mental realm, evoking a sense of familiarity coupled with an elusive void that he cannot grasp. Within He Buqiang's sea of consciousness lies a phantom, one that mirrors his own essence. Enveloped in countless dim stars, of which only 2 have been ignited, continuously radiating warmth and purity. Although these lights are faint, he perceives their subtle strength. At this moment, a soft luminescence flickers on his right arm, barely perceptible to the eye. He contemplates that this may indeed be his force. Albeit this faint glow does not transform his Roman sword into a weapon capable of cleaving through iron. At least not against the menacing arm of the green-faced demon before him. Despite He Buqiang's inability to harm the demon, he has compelled the gladiator to wrest the double-edged sword from the grips of both fiends, severing several clawed fingers in the process. Gripping the sword tightly, the gladiator's armor emanates a greenish light, as if the magical runes have come alive. Decapitate them, the gladiator urges urgently. His powerful downward strike is parried by the green-faced demon's arms, and seizing this opportunity, He Buqiang reverses his grip on the Roman sword, advancing upon the 2 demons and piercing their necks with the heavy blade, heedless of their howls, decisively severing their heads. Then, he feels a tremendous kick against his chest, an invisible force propelling him into the air before he crashes violently into a thicket. The gladiator, in a fit of rage, uses the moment to cleave off the green-faced demon's head. Surdak straddles the neck of one demon, pressing his knee against its jaw. A native hunter, covered in dark runes, clings to the demon tightly on the ground, while the remaining warriors of the squad grapple with the demon's limbs, pinning it firmly to the forest floor, rendering it incapable of escape. Surdak first drives his long sword into the demon's chest, then readily accepts a hand axe passed to him by a second team member. Like a lumberjack in the woods, he exerts all his strength, swinging the axe with the intent of swiftly decapitating the demon. The struggle with the other demon is equally brutal. Although it is ensnared by two Black Rune native hunters, the others fail to secure its wrists in time, allowing the demon's claws to pierce the bodies of the two hunters, inflicting numerous wounds. The hunters strike the demon's skull with stone axes, only to discover that its head is harder than stone itself. Upon witnessing several indigenous hunters lying on the ground, their entrails gruesomely exposed by the malevolent fiends, Surdak swiftly rallied his squad of warriors for support. The 57 Heavy Infantry Regiment had engaged in combat against the demon legions on multiple occasions, and the advantage of the second squad lay in their superior weaponry and extensive combat experience, coupled with their own strategies for confronting the fiends. As Surdak and his second squad arrived, they managed to subdue the third demon. Just as Surdak raised the demon's severed head, preparing to celebrate with a triumphant high-five with Hibwochiang, a figure suddenly soared through the air from the direction of the demon portal, crashing clumsily into the underbrush. Surdak found the silhouette somewhat familiar. The warriors of the second squad rushed over to assist the figure from the thicket, only to discover it was none other than Hibwochiang. Chapter 48. The Tragic Chosen One in a State of Hazy Consciousness. There were fleeting moments when I would awaken, feeling as though I were reclining within a thatched cottage. Occasionally, I would hear voices, yet the words eluded my understanding. Hibwochiang seemed to recall many past events. The frail figure of himself, scrubbing dishes in a restaurant's kitchen, braving the scorching sun while distributing flyers at a bustling intersection, and engaging in a series of chaotic part-time jobs, eventually venturing into the mountains to pan for gold. Later, he cobbled together loans to purchase a refrigerated truck for transport. It was as if I could once again witness my own birth on a snow-laden night, cradled by a golden-haired woman who sang a sweet lullaby. The landscape was adorned with golden apple trees and the meandering river, reminiscent of a jade ribbon. In the square stood the imposing statue of the 5 heroes, alongside a tower of ivory that pierced the heavens. Each day, I diligently practiced the basic movements of a knight, for becoming a true knight was the essence of life. Then, inexplicably, I awakened in a wondrous world, akin to an absurd dream. The first sight upon waking was a battlefield, rife with chaos and bloodshed, where a headless specter nearly crushed me. Yet, like a resilient weed, I somehow survived in this land. Flickering images swirled through my mind like frames of film, spinning incessantly and leaving me somewhat dizzy. In the next moment, Hibwochiang jolted awake, inhaling the crisp air deeply. Before him lay the thatched cottage with a leaky roof, through which a round hole revealed a cerulean sky, occasionally graced by drifting white clouds. A cool breeze swept through the curtains woven from dry leaves, carrying the bittersweet scent of medicinal herbs. Hibwochiang's head throbbed painfully, yet he felt as if his soul had wholly merged with this body, many memories deeply etched in his mind. 3 stars ignited in his spiritual sea, releasing a gentle starlight that gradually nourished this body. That warm glow, imbued with a magical essence, permeated every part of him, alleviating the torment wrought by his chaotic consciousness. Hibwochiang struggled to sit up, only to discover that his body felt utterly disjointed. As the tide of memories began to engulf him, he recalled that prior to his unconsciousness, he had been brutally kicked by the green-faced demon, explaining the sharp pain accompanying each breath. Realizing he lay upon a wooden bed strewn with fine grass, he noticed a pile of charred ashes from a fire, with a dark pot suspended above it. The location remained a mystery. Suddenly, he heard light footsteps, rhythmic and lively. Before he could discern further, a swift figure breezed past him. At last, Hibwochiang's gaze fell upon the indigenous girl, Molly, who held a large wooden bowl, steam wafting from its surface. Upon seeing Hibwochiang awaken, her large green eyes widened in surprise before she beamed and greeted him with a string of unintelligible native words. Hibwochiang gazed at the indigenous girl with a look of utter bewilderment until she finally ceased her movements. It was only then that the girl, Molly, realized that he seemed unable to comprehend her words, which left her somewhat distressed. Noticing the steaming wooden bowl still in her hands, she patted her broad forehead, scooped a portion of a viscous substance with her wooden spoon, and, irrespective of Hibwochiang's willingness, directly stuffed it into his mouth. The flavor was reminiscent of crushed red ginger. In despair, Hibwochiang turned his gaze to the blue sky visible through the roof, struggling to grasp how Surdak and the second squad had abandoned him in this indigenous tribe. Hibwochiang lay in the thatched hut for an entire week before he could finally rise and move about slowly. During his idle hours on the wooden bed, he would immerse himself in that wondrous realm of spiritual consciousness. In the void, his body was illuminated by merely 3 stars. Yet he soon discerned that these celestial bodies were not the myriad stars of the night sky. Rather, they resembled tiny specks of dust within the spiritual sea. The three illuminated stars had absorbed countless minuscule particles, gradually growing in strength. Those wandering light particles in the spiritual sea seemed infinite, and all he needed to do was gently rotate the three stars, which possessed an inexplicable gravitational pull, drawing in surrounding particles to enhance their own essence. As the third star stabilized further, the fourth star within him ignited. He Qiang distinctly felt that with each star ignited, his bodily power surged significantly, a palpable enhancement. During his convalescence in the thatched hut, the most frequent visitor was the indigenous girl, Molly, who took charge of his meals and administered herbal remedies twice daily. Occasionally, other indigenous women would visit, dressed rather casually, with grass skirts adorning their lower halves and animal hides wrapped around their upper bodies. At times, they bore no covering at all. Their figures were youthful, their waists slender, radiating an aura of vitality. Once Qiang's condition improved, Molly presented him with a scroll made of animal hide. Upon seeing the hastily scrawled characters on the scroll, he realized it was a note left for him by Surdak, which could hardly be considered a proper letter. The few lines on the hide resembled more of a memo. Given the circumstances, lamenting was futile. After more than a week, Qiang was finally able to communicate with Molly through gestures. During this period, the great shaman, Inoyatila, visited Qiang 3 times, each visit brief, primarily devoted to examining his injuries and adjusting the herbal concoction for the following day. However, Inoyatila consistently referred to Qiang by a peculiar name, which seemed to differ from what Molly typically called him. It took Qiang 2 full days to coax Molly into clarifying his confusion regarding this matter. But the explanation she provided transcended the simplicity of indigenous vernacular, leaving him utterly perplexed. Half a month later, the swordsmen from Bakalir and Surdak, accompanied by a second squad of warriors, returned to the indigenous village. It was only then that Qiang learned from the Bakalir swordsman that the great wizard Inoyatila referred to him as the chosen of the divine. Chapter 49. The invitation of the Bahalai swordsman. Despite the fact that the people of the Grimm Empire have occupied the Warsaw dimension for over 2 centuries, the indigenous inhabitants of Handanal County have steadfastly maintained their traditional way of life. In order to exert more effective control over the indigenous populace, the empire has imposed a trade blockade. Essential goods such as cloth, iron tools, and grain crops are scarce, resulting in the majority of the indigenous people relying on wooden bows and spears. Many have never tasted roasted wheat cakes, and the women have never donned linen skirts, opting instead for grass skirts or simply wrapping themselves in animal hides. For many indigenous hunters, the pinnacle of their aspirations is to possess a refined skinning knife. The architecture within the villages is constructed using local materials. Trees are felled from the forest to erect wooden houses with thick, thatched roofs, influenced by the local climate. These wooden structures typically lack walls, supported only by a few pillars that hold up a simple circular roof. Indigenous women spend most of their time indoors, emerging only to greet the returning hunters with their children in tow, bringing a fleeting joy to the village atmosphere. Furthermore, the surrounding environment of Mount Gandur is harsh and fraught with monstrous beasts, leading to a significant loss of life among the indigenous population each year due to hunting accidents. The local custom dictates that deceased relatives are buried beneath trees, close to their roots, to ensure their spirits do not descend into the fiery abyss. Perhaps due to Qiang's intervention in rescuing the Bahalai swordsman, narrowly escaping death at the hands of a fearsome demon, the swordsman felt compelled to visit in person. Feeling a sense of obligation, Surdak procured a Roman sword, 2 alloy bows, and a bundle of fine steel arrowheads from the merchant lodging, intending to present these gifts to the great sorceress Inoyatila as a token of gratitude for her attentive care of Qiang over the past fortnight. The great sorceress received the gifts with open arms, visibly delighted, and inquired if it would be possible for Surdak to bring more alloy bows on his next visit, offering to trade any resources from her tribe. Judging by her demeanor, it seemed that even if Surdak were to barter for 1 or 2 indigenous women, she would readily oblige, provided she could obtain the Empire's alloy bows. Upon arriving in the indigenous village, Surdak and his companions found that Qiang had nearly recovered, marveling at his remarkable healing abilities, as he seemed to mend from even the most grievous injuries. The reason Qiang is referred to as the chosen of the gods by Inoyatila is that during the sacrificial ceremony, when the great sorceress offered the head of a demon to the gods, it appeared as though Qiang could sense the divine power that descended. Those who possess such innate sensitivity to holy forces are regarded by the indigenous people of Handanal County as chosen of the gods. Should an indigenous individual possess such an ability, they would undoubtedly ascend to the status of a great shaman within their tribe. However, the Bladesman of Bijali believes that the sacred power spoken of by the Grand Sorcerer in Oityla is, in fact, a highly rare element of holy magic. Warriors of the Grimm Empire have the opportunity to awaken magical elemental power during each level advancement, although the likelihood of such an occurrence is exceedingly low, even less than the chance of a mage being born during the magical awakening ceremony. Of course, there are indeed those who practice both martial and magical arts. Duke Newman commands a battalion of magic swordsmen, and it is highly plausible that the holy attribute of magical power could give rise to a magic swordsman. According to the Bladesman of Bijali, Hibuqiang is a shield warrior, and with proper cultivation, he not only has the potential to achieve the first transition, but may also aspire to the second. Feeling the intense gaze of the Bladesman of Bijali, Hibuqiang found himself somewhat dizzy, uncertain of how to decline the offer. He glanced at Surdak, hoping that he would intervene and deflect the Bladesman's persuasive words. Bowing his head, he rubbed his fingers together, pondering that his future life seemed destined to shift from one battlefield to another, leaving little room for joy. However, Surdak remained silent, merely listening attentively to the Bladesman's entreaties. The warriors of the second squad nearby gazed at Hibuqiang with envy, embodying the demeanor of onlookers. To his surprise, the Bladesman of Bijali took particular notice of the scars on Hibuqiang's body. After much gesturing on Hibuqiang's part, with Surdak's assistance, the Bladesman finally grasped what he was trying to convey. Leaning closer to Hibuqiang, the Bladesman remarked, "Very well, you must have experienced a fire. These scars will significantly impact your future. It is likely that no inscription master will be inclined to invest their efforts in inscribing magic patterns upon you. Bear in mind that this aspect of magical inscription represents a transformative change for a warrior." Realizing he had perhaps strayed too far from the point, he awkwardly smiled and added, "It seems I have digressed. To possess exclusive magical patterns on your skin will require at least achieving the second transition." He then urged, "Come with me. Remaining here in the forest holds no significance for you and may hinder your future development." He gently patted Hibuqiang's shoulder, speaking with sincerity. Chapter 50. Conversations on the return journey. The aged sorcerer, whose age was indiscernible, was the true master of this village. He personally escorted the group to the village entrance, where the indigenous people willingly followed behind the great sorcerer in Oityla. Although they still regarded the Blades of Bijali and the warriors of the second squad with vigilance and caution, the hostility that once filled their gazes had notably diminished. Surprisingly, the great sorcerer in Oityla felt a tinge of reluctance as Hibuqiang prepared to leave the village. She clasped his hand tightly. Her gnarled, dark fingers exhibited considerable strength as she spoke a torrent of words. However, Hibuqiang had only learned a few rudimentary phrases of the indigenous language from the young girl, Molly, and he could hardly comprehend her speech. He stood there, forcing a smile to avoid appearing rude. The Blades of Bijali, standing nearby, noticed Hibuqiang's discomfort and quickly approached to translate for him. "The great sorcerer is formally inviting you to visit the village if you have the time. She believes you are a favored one of the gods and wishes to share insights on how to wield these sacred powers." Upon learning this, Hibuqiang nodded eagerly, gesturing that he would certainly return to visit if time permitted. As they exited the valley and traversed two ridges towards the river valley, Hibuqiang caught sight of Molly standing atop a high cliff, gazing in their direction. The squad of warriors trekked along the ridge beside the river, and the delicate silhouette of the girl gradually faded from view. The journey had been remarkably smooth, and the warriors of the second squad appeared quite relaxed. The path along the ridge was not particularly easy. The limestone in this area had weathered severely, with many large chunks fracturing under the relentless sun and torrential rains, becoming detached from their main body. A careless step on these crumbling stones could easily lead to a loss of balance and a fall down the ridge. As he carelessly leaped over a pale gray limestone slab, Red Socks wobbled, and the stone beneath him gave way, sending him tumbling down the slope. Hibuqiang, quick-witted and agile, swiftly grasped his arm, pulling him back to safety. Red Socks, shaken and drenched in cold sweat, watched as some debris cascaded down the slope, instinctively retracting his neck in trepidation. The leading captain, Surdak, noticed the commotion and immediately admonished Red Socks, "Focus your attention. Be cautious while walking. Falling from here is no trivial matter." In a teasing tone, Augustus chimed in from behind, "Hey, Red Socks, if you were to fall and perish here, would your epitaph read, 'My dearest companion, met his end on the return journey from a patrol mission. Curse you. Red Sox spat back at Augustus before turning to resume his forward journey. In an attempt to lighten the mood, Red Sox remarked to Hibwoodjeong, "Little Dak. It seems that the great sorcerer in Oatila is particularly fond of you. Do you think she intends to marry you off to Mali, thus ensuring your rightful place in the tribe?" During the march, as he found himself unable to articulate a response, Hibwoodjeong could not retaliate against the Red Sox. At the forefront, Captain Surdak promptly addressed the Red Sox, prompting an immediate response from the soldiers of the second squad. Unfazed by Surdak's rank, the Red Sox countered, "Captain, do you perhaps harbor some thoughts regarding Little Dak?" As the evening encampment commenced and the other soldiers settled into slumber, Surdak and Hibwoodjeong found themselves huddled around a flickering campfire. Surdak, wielding a stick, diligently stirred the smoldering charcoal, sending forth a flurry of sparks that danced upward before vanishing into the night air. Regarding the invitation from the Baijali swordsman, what are your thoughts? The firelight cast a warm glow upon Surdak's chiseled features, revealing a demeanor of utmost seriousness. Hibwoodjeong lifted his gaze momentarily and shook his head in response. After a brief pause, Surdak continued, "If it were me, I would undoubtedly seize this splendid opportunity. That is the most elite contingent of construct swordsmen under Duke Newman. Perhaps, as the Baijali swordsman suggested, you could indeed become a remarkable construct knight in the future." Hibwoodjeong had contemplated this matter with sincerity. Yet the prospect of becoming a distinguished construct knight held no allure for him. Having found himself inexplicably thrust into this world, he had never envisioned a life of perpetual conflict. His impressions of construct knights were far from favorable. He had often overheard discussions among the second squad regarding the Duke's primary contingent of construct knights facing the demon army head-on. Why would he willingly place himself in harm's way? Noticing Hibwoodjeong's reluctance, Surdak inquired, "Are you unwilling?" Within the Grimm Empire, it seemed every soldier harbored a dream of knighthood, yet Hibwoodjeong felt no such aspiration. Surdak was perplexed, questioning, why not? Hibwoodjeong found himself distressed by discussions of life, ideals, and future prospects, especially as his fingers grew increasingly uncooperative. He cast a troubled glance at Surdak. In that moment, Surdak's gaze appeared sincere as he earnestly remarked, "Perhaps this could be a pivotal moment in your life. Not every soldier has the opportunity to become a construct knight." Hibwoodjeong stubbornly shook his head, believing that if the Baijali swordsman were to offer him a portal pass at that moment, he would gladly accept it. Surdak, taken aback by Hibwoodjeong's obstinacy, conceded, "Very well, I think you ought to reflect on this matter thoroughly." Chapter 51. The Moyen Ridge. Amidst the swaying grasses, mosquitoes and flies flitted about. While the path appeared somewhat muddy, a serpentine track leading to the forest station, its ruts filled with rainwater. Merchant Lodging was seated before his tent, meticulously counting his goods, his demeanor radiating satisfaction. The makeshift market seemed to have gained a few more stalls, as if a new caravan had arrived at the forest camp, bringing with it a substantial cargo and intending to procure wares from the local vendors. Such caravans rarely linger in one place for long. They traverse the rugged landscapes of Handanar County, seeking to acquire specific goods while peddling their own. Unlike the local merchants at the temporary market, they did not cater specifically to the needs of the 57 Armored Infantry Regiment. Lodging was somewhat taken aback to see Hibwoodjeong approach from outside. He promptly set down his ledger and hastened to embrace him. The merchant's smile was warm and welcoming. The promises made by Surdak had all come to fruition. As much of the spoils collected by the second squad would find their way to him, thereby securing a stable supply chain. Hibwoodjeong gestured to his chest, indicating an injury. Eagerly, Lodging pulled him into the tent, initially thinking to express concern for his wound. To his surprise, within the tent filled with goods, a new wooden bed had been set up, unvarnished, the timber exuding a faint scent of pine resin, topped with a simple red hyena hide. "Come in and see what I've prepared for you. Look, a comfortable bed, crafted specially by a carpenter. Isn't it touching?" Lodging boasted to Hibwoodjeong. He then inquired whether Hibwoodjeong had dined, to which he replied affirmatively, prompting Lodging to refrain from further discussion. He appeared genuinely intrigued by Surdak's recent expedition, asking Hibwoodjeong, "I heard Surdak mention that you encountered a malevolent spirit in the mountains. At first, I could hardly believe it." Faced with the enthusiastic Lodging, Hibwoodjeong patiently illustrated the details of their journey through gestures. Meanwhile, the Bajalier swordsmen had awaited nearly a week at the 57 Armored Infantry Regiment before a squad of construct swordsmen finally arrived at the forest camp. These construct swordsmen stayed only a day with the 57 Regiment before re-entering the Gandhar Mountains alongside the Bajalier swordsmen, seeking clues about the portal to the malevolent spirit. Once inside the Gandhira Mountains, the search party was likely to trespass into the territories of third-tier magical beasts, thus all 11 members of the team were first-tier construct swordsmen. Though the identity of their leader remained shrouded in mystery. This time, the second squad located the Bajalier swordsman and assisted in sealing a portal to a malevolent spirit, allowing Baron Sidney to finally hold his head high, earning encouragement from Commander Mondgoss. All members of the second squad received a third-class military honor, and the envy of other squads was palpable as Surdak and the second squad also procured black magic crystals during their venture. Aside from its intrinsic value, the black magic crystal can also yield a substantial amount of military merit from the logistics department. Naturally, such accolades hold little significance for He Buqiang. For approximately half a month thereafter, each morning, He Buqiang would practice some fundamental movements taught to him by Surdak on the grassy hillside. When the fourth star ignited within his spiritual sea, the Roman sword in his hand felt somewhat weightless. He Buqiang discovered that with each star that lit up in his spiritual sea, there was a corresponding enhancement in strength, agility, and constitution. The changes were remarkably evident. Occasionally, He Buqiang would spar with Red Sox on the hillside, and each time, Red Sox would complain, shaking his hands from the numbing impact, exclaiming that He Buqiang's strength was too formidable. Eventually, Red Sox would flee at the mere sight of He Buqiang, utterly unwilling to engage and practice with him. He Buqiang reclined behind a massive boulder on the hillside, eyes closed, attuning himself to his spiritual sea, having ignited the fifth star within him. He Buqiang felt he could effortlessly drive the Roman sword into the rock behind him. He sought this secluded spot to thoroughly comprehend his burgeoning abilities. Beyond the enhancement of strength, the gentle luminescence emitted by the 5 stars coalesced in the palm of his hand, creating a truly wondrous sensation. Channeling that strand of divine power within him to gather in his palm, he observed a faint glow emanating from it, followed by a delicate orb of light floating just beyond his grasp. However, a momentary lapse in concentration caused the orb to dissipate instantaneously. He Buqiang diligently reformed the orb, cautiously maintaining it, fearful that he might lose the manifestation. The Bajili swordsman remarked that this pale, yellowish glow harbored the essence of divine magic, and that this orb possessed an exceedingly rare healing ability. He Buqiang gazed at his arm with a wry smile, pondering whether possessing such power meant he was destined to become a battlefield medic. Subsequently, he attempted to channel this divine magic onto the blade of his sword, causing a faint glimmer to illuminate its edge. Yet, this shimmering light seemed to lack any substantial effect, merely rendering the Roman sword a touch more resplendent. The sound of urgent hoofbeats drew nearer from the distance, the ancient Gubalai horse galloping along the treacherous path for an unknown length of time. The rider atop the horse raised a silver scepter, prompting the guards at the camp entrance to hastily descend and swiftly push open the wooden barrier. The 57th Heavy Infantry frequently communicated with the command post of Handanar County, primarily engaged in preparations for battle. The Bajili swordsman's search party had been in the depths of Gandhira Mountain for over half a month, yet no news had emerged regarding their whereabouts. They discovered a newly formed legion of malevolent spirits establishing a defensive stronghold in the heart of Gandhira Mountain, at a place aptly named Moyen Ridge, capable of accommodating thousands of wicked spirit warriors. Chapter 52, The Magic Core, Part 1. The ominous clouds in the sky loomed ominously over the mountaintop of the forest farm, where wisps of mist intertwined with a gentle drizzle. At the foot of the Hondana forest farm, the sloping terrain resembled a lush green carpet. In the distance, a regiment of soldiers meandered along the muddy road for several kilometers, while a mule train laden with substantial supplies hurried towards the encampment. This was the third contingent to arrive at the Hondana forest farm that week. As he observed the armored steeds within the ranks, their riders clad in formidable armor akin to iron cans, wielding dwarven chain shields and 5-meter-long lances, He Buqiang surmised that yet another heavy cavalry unit had arrived. Though not a main force like the Construct Knights, the heavy cavalry possessed commendable combat prowess, making them one of the few formations capable of confronting the fiends head-on when their numbers were superior. A few days prior, a newly arrived merchant caravan had acquired a vast quantity of red-eyed hyena pelts and was preparing to hasten towards the next military camp, unimpeded by the impending warfare. These merchants were not inclined to limit their dealings to a single military unit. They were born travelers. By early morning, the caravan's crew had commenced dismantling their tents under the persistent drizzle, braving the rain as they took the wet fabric apart, binding it together before securing it atop the backs of their horses. Their camping spot on the hillside was quite favorable. and some merchants who arrived later had already marked this location, waiting eagerly to seize it once they departed. On the last two stalls, a few final goods awaited processing. The caravan primarily engaged in the fur trade, yet the overseers had discreetly brought along various other items. Often, before setting off, individuals within the caravan would display these private goods for final transactions. At such times, opportunistic buyers would approach the stalls, aware that once the caravan departed, no returns or exchanges would be entertained. The quality of the goods purchased was entirely reliant on the buyer's discernment. The wares at the stalls were diverse. Yet notably absent were furs, likely due to the rain, which kept the crowd around the stalls sparse. The attendants by the stalls had grown somewhat impatient, perhaps reluctant to conduct business in the rain. However, the supplies from the mule train were not yet fully organized, and these makeshift stalls typically remained open until the moment of departure. Clad in rain cloaks, they huddled behind the stalls like black quails, too lethargic to make a move. Yibuqiang occasionally exhibited the agility and experience of a seasoned shield warrior, yet his combat skills resided merely in fragmented memories, proving difficult to execute coherently. Thus, he resembled an academic warrior unsure of how to engage in battle. In contrast, Surdak, though he had not attended the elementary war academy or received formal training, had spent nearly 4 years navigating the battlefield and amassed extensive combat experience. The two complemented each other well, gaining much from their encounters. At times, the bladesman Baijali would seize opportunities to observe their sparring, occasionally imparting practical sword techniques to the duo. In recent days, he generously imparted a comprehensive set of swordsmanship to the two individuals. As a first-tier swordsman, his understanding of sword techniques far surpasses that of Yibuqiang and Surdak. This particular sword technique is revered by the Baijali swordsman as the swordsmanship guide. Many students at the Swordsman Academy affectionately refer to it as the guide technique. This swordplay is merely an introductory form, divided into 8 stances, devoid of the complex, flamboyant maneuvers of evasive techniques. Instead, each sword form seamlessly transitions into the next. Through the Baijali swordsman's interpretation of this art, it appears that a door to swordsmanship understanding has been opened for Surdak and Yibuqiang. Over these days, both individuals have made remarkable progress. Just yesterday, Surdak excitedly informed Yibuqiang of his recent breakthroughs, having rushed to the logistics department to assess his warrior rank, only to discover he had ascended to level 7. Observing the merchant convoy preparing to depart amidst the gentle rain, Yibuqiang expressed his relief in a letter, grateful that this caravan had arrived to purchase a substantial quantity of red-eyed hyena pelts. Without their intervention, these pelts would have languished here, unsold for an indeterminate time, leading to a significant decline in the desire of the 57th Regiment's warriors to hunt red-eyed hyenas in the mountains. At that moment, he noticed 2 stalls set up in the rain, their wares drenched. Some weapons were wrapped in oilcloth, alongside tattered scrolls, blank parchment, copper plates, military copper kettles, candlesticks, and other items. However, these goods bore the marks of previous use, likely remnants of lost possessions. Regardless of their low prices, the soldiers in the barracks would undoubtedly refrain from purchasing such second-hand items. Only some bargain-hunting merchants and impoverished assistants would consider acquiring these cast-offs. Indeed, he spotted over 30 magic cores laid out on one of the stalls. They appeared to have been sifted through numerous times, leaving behind those that were either shriveled or significantly flawed, resembling donkey droppings on the carpet, made even more pitiful by the rain. Many merchants in this marketplace were engaged in the trade of magic cores, and numerous stalls offered these cores, which, despite not yielding magic crystals, were classified into various tiers. The smaller cores produced by first-tier magical beasts typically fetched around 50 silver coins in the market, with the acquisition price being quite indiscriminate. A merchant's assistant, crouched behind the stall, noticed Yibuqiang's interest in the almost overlooked magic cores and scrutinized him closely before inquiring, "How may I assist you? Are you interested in these magic cores?" Yibuqiang nodded slightly, yet his hand remained unresponsive to the core. He set it down and picked up another. These cores were obtained from the marsh crocodiles along the Kempto River. Despite their unassuming appearance, they were remnants left after selection, yet they originated from second-tier magical beasts. Although they bore some flaws, they were priced higher than those of first-tier beasts, at 80 silver coins each. "Is this price acceptable to you?" the assistant asked. It seems that the vendor, perceiving Yibuqiang as not a significant financier, expressed a lack of interest in engaging with him and promptly stated the selling price. Chapter 53. The Magic Core, Part 2. Seeing Yibuqiang in silence, his head lowered as he casually sifted through the pile of magic cores. The merchant's assistant ceased his inquiries. Delicate raindrops fell from the sky, the downpour light, and the marketplace was sparsely populated. A horse from Gubuan nearby snorted. And on such a rainy day, these large beasts were prone to illness. Sensing the assistant's watchful gaze akin to that of a thief's lookout, He Buqiang feigned ignorance. Diligently examining the assortment of magic cores before him, yet found not a single one to his satisfaction. The assistant's demeanor appeared somewhat aloof as he addressed He Buqiang. Have you made your selection? He Buqiang gestured towards the pile of magic cores, indicating his desire to peruse other options. The assistant squinted, wiping the rain from his face, and remarked, "This is all there is. The other magic cores have already been sold. Among these, you did not find one to your liking?" Upon hearing that there were no additional magic cores, He Buqiang rose, preparing to depart. "Wait a moment. Are you in the market for magic cores? I have some here as well. Would you care to take a look?" A slender man draped in a protective cloak approached He Buqiang, inquiring cautiously. The assistant, squatting at the stall, glanced at the thin man and bluntly stated, "Vizier, don't waste your time. He clearly has no intention of purchasing." The slender man, appearing not to be a mere assistant, but rather an individual of some authority, immediately retorted, "How can you say that? Perhaps I possess exactly what he seeks." With that, he enthusiastically led He Buqiang to a neighboring stall, pointing at a dozen scattered magic cores, and fervently declared, "Behold these magic cores of mine. Their quality far exceeds those over there. Admittedly, these are somewhat pricier, but should you be genuinely interested, I can offer them to you at the same price." He Buqiang regarded the man named Vizier, thinking to himself, this fellow surely perceives himself as a sheep, eager to be sheared. Nevertheless, knowing that there were still magic cores available and recognizing the slim chance of encountering magic crystals, he resolved to continue his search. Resuming his crouch at the stall, He Buqiang noted that the magic cores here were indeed slightly larger and more uniform than those at the previous stand. Just as he was about to pick up a core for closer inspection, the curly-haired youth, Jabi, squeezed in beside him. He dared not speak loudly. Instead, whispering closely to He Buqiang's ear, and punctuated his words with a subtle poke to He Buqiang's arm. He Buqiang offered a faint smile in response to Jabi's presence. Remaining noncommittal as he continued to sift through the cores, he soon realized that while the magic cores from the adjacent stall, albeit unattractive, were genuine, the ones before him were nothing more than cleverly crafted imitations, resembling magic cores but lacking authenticity. Seeing He Buqiang persist in his selection, the curly-haired Jabi exclaimed in frustration, "You truly are a stubborn one." Amidst the pile of stone-carved magic cores, there were certainly no magic crystals to be found. He Buqiang rummaged through them, unable to decide which one to purchase. "Such exquisite magic cores, and you haven't found one to your liking?" Bazel's gaze bore into He Buqiang, his peculiar stare suggesting that not buying a core was akin to deception. The onlookers surrounding the stall also fixed their eyes on He Buqiang, unfazed by the spectators, who seemed to perceive the situation as an absurd charade. He Buqiang contemplated leaving with Gabi when his attention was drawn to 3 black stones, resembling pigeon eggs, nestled in the corner of the stall. These were likely magic cores obtained from the skulls of first-tier magical beasts. Typically, the likelihood of these smaller cores containing magic crystals was quite low, even if they did harbor such crystals. The yield would likely be insufficient to carve out a standard unit, resulting instead in mere fragments of lower-quality crystals. He Buqiang pointed at the 3 diminutive magic cores. Bazel, slightly impatient, waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Those are cores found from first-tier magical beasts. These 3 are rather small, selling for 50 silver coins each." He Buqiang cradled one of the pigeon egg-sized cores in his palm, and a faint aura emanated from within, swiftly absorbed into his body. To his astonishment, among these first-tier cores, he discovered one containing fragments of a magic crystal. Gabi, with his curly hair, incessantly chided He Buqiang along the way, "Hey, little dark. Didn't you and Surdak just acquire some magic cores recently? I truly cannot fathom your reasoning." Gabi, seated on a chair, confidently asserted to He Buqiang, "Trust me. No one in their right mind would part with 50 silver coins for a core that is destined to yield no magic crystals, except for you." He Buqiang smiled at the curly-haired lad, gesturing with his hands as if holding a file. "Are you truly intent on opening this core? Listen to me. Selling it now would at least minimize your losses." He Buqiang nudged Gabi, who ceased his incessant rambling and dashed off to borrow a file from a jeweler in the market. Gabi swiftly procured the file. Thanks to the favorable reputation of the merchant, Lodging, who was well-liked among the townsfolk, and they were eager to assist him within their means. Once He Boqiang carefully filed away a bit of the dark brown exterior of the magic core, Gabby sprinkled some water over it, revealing a glimmering amber hue that captivated both their eyes. Chapter 54 Farewell. The curly-haired lad, Gabby, took the magic core from He Boqiang, which had a small window polished into its surface. Approaching the entrance of the tent, he peered through the dim light outside, where the amber-hued magic crystal emanated a faint, shimmering glow. Indeed, there exists a magic crystal stone. Little Dak, you are truly fortunate. Gabby's tone was imbued with unmistakable envy. However, he soon felt he ought to maintain his stance, especially regarding the gamble of the magic core. With a hint of seriousness on his youthful face, he earnestly pulled He Boqiang aside and said, "Although Lady Luck has favored you this time, such matters are quite unpredictable. I advise you, do not be foolish next time." At that moment, the merchant, Lajin, entered from outside, seemingly aware of He Boqiang's acquisition of the magic core. Upon entering the tent, he remarked, "Gabby is not mistaken. You may have heard that I recently spent 5 gold coins to procure 10 level 1 magic beast cores from the second squad. Yet, those cores were unrefined. If even one contains a magic crystal stone, I would profit, although the risk remains substantial. Out of 10 cores, I managed to extract a single magic crystal stone, which I consider a gain." Lajin continued, "The cores I possess are significantly different from the ones you purchased at the stall. The ones displayed there are essentially the remnants after selection. To put it bluntly, those cores are merely a pile of worthless stones." Gabby, standing beside, incessantly gestured towards Lajin and lifted the magic core with the small window. Only then did Lajin grasp that the situation had changed. He accepted the magic crystal stone from Gabby, momentarily exposing it to the light filtering through the tent's entrance. With a gentle exhale, he marveled, "Your luck, however, is rather commendable." Handing the magic core to He Boqiang, Lajin remarked, "Though this magic core is somewhat diminutive, the magic crystal stone within is quite robust, sufficient for a single unit of magic crystal stone, and it is of the earth attribute." From Lajin, He Boqiang gleaned some insights regarding magic cores. According to Lajin, only level 1 magic beast cores involved a degree of chance, and there were methods to discern their properties. The stronger and longer-lived the magic beast, the higher the likelihood of the presence of a magic crystal stone within its core. Generally, the cores of adult level 2 magic beasts contained magic crystal stones. Naturally, if one were to acquire a core from a peak level 3 magic beast, it would be imperative to extract the magic crystal stone, as it might very well contain a high-grade magic crystal stone. Outside, the downpour showed no signs of abating. Yet the merchant convoy had begun to set out gradually. The caravan was vast, with the lead horses vanishing entirely into the curtain of rain, while the trailing horses had only just begun to depart from the marketplace. 3 individuals were seated at the entrance of the tent, where He Boqiang meticulously used a file to gradually remove the outer layer of hardened stone from the magic core. An oval-shaped amber magic crystal gradually came into view. As the 4th Heavy Infantry Regiment stationed near the forest area, the number of heavy infantry in the vicinity swelled to 3,000, while the Imperial cavalry surged to 1,000. Each day, the resonant neighing of war horses echoed from the foot of the mountain, and various merchant caravans gathered around, not only bringing a wealth of logistical supplies, but also introducing new commercial opportunities. The temporary marketplace was quietly expanding outward. Count Mongasper, the commander of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment, had been engaged in discussions regarding battle strategies with the leaders of 3 other infantry regiments and a cavalry unit for the past week. It was initially presumed that the Gabriel swordsman and his team would remain until the conflict at Mayan Ridge concluded. However, to everyone's surprise, on the very day the 4th Heavy Infantry Regiment arrived, the Gabriel swordsman sought out He Boqiang in the marketplace to bid farewell. Clad in plain leather armor and fitted linen trousers, with a simple sword hanging at his waist, he ambled through the bustling crowd with an air of nonchalance. His tall figure easily distinguishable among the throng, resembling a poetic swordsman. Upon reaching the tent where He Boqiang resided, he found he engaged in setting up a stall alongside the curly-haired Gabby. The Gabriel swordsman paused before the stall, and Gabby, mistaking the visit for a potential customer, greeted him warmly. It was only when He Boqiang stood and invited the swordsman to sit inside the tent that Gabby realized the visitor was a friend of He Boqiang. Peering up at the imposing swordsman, Gabby gazed enviously at the long sword at his side, resembling a befuddled goose in his admiration. "Little Dak, this gentleman has come to see you." He Boqiang nodded at Gabby, signaling him to tend to the stall alone. He then retrieved a chair from outside the tent and offered it to the Gabriel swordsman. Sitting on the bed, he lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, patting the wooden bed and gesturing towards the space. The Gabriel swordsman was taken aback when He Buqiang declined his earlier proposal. Do you wish to stay? He Buqiang nodded gently in affirmation. The swordsman rubbed his temples, and a momentary heaviness enveloped the atmosphere before he finally spoke. Very well, I respect your choice. He settled into the chair, his gaze steady, as if conversing with a long-time friend. Outside the tent, a cacophony of voices blended together, evoking the vibrant ambience of a marketplace. The Gabriel swordsman scrutinized the tent and the assorted supplies piled within, seemingly puzzled by He Buqiang's reasons for remaining. Was there truly anything worth clinging to here? I believe I owe you a word of thanks. Had it not been for your timely arrival, the one injured and unconscious might have been me. The Gabriel swordsman expressed to He Buqiang. Little Zach, thank you. This sentiment had evidently been nestled in his heart for quite some time, and voicing it now brought a palpable sense of relief. He Buqiang smiled shyly and shook his head. The swordsman Baijali suddenly recalled something and hurriedly retrieved a slip of paper from his pocket, inscribed with a line of ornate imperial script. It was a note bearing an address, which He Buqiang carefully folded and tucked away into his pouch. Baijali then remarked to He Buqiang, "Oh, by the way, I reside at 61 Princess Tulip Street in the 2nd District of Bena City. Should you find yourself in Bena, feel free to visit me anytime." He Buqiang nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, Baijali produced a glass vial from his belt. It was somewhat flattened, elegantly curved, and no larger than a palm, filled with a vibrant red liquid. He Buqiang recognized it, having seen similar healing potions at the apothecary on the street, though none in such a large and vividly colored bottle. Baijali pressed the vial of healing potion into He Buqiang's hands, saying, "Take this. It will undoubtedly come in handy on the battlefield." After a brief while, Baijali rose to take his leave. He Buqiang remained seated at the entrance of the tent, cradling the precious healing potion in his hands as a wave of profound emotions washed over him. Chapter 55. Return to the indigenous village. Baron Sidney had meticulously delineated a large circle on the map with a crimson line. Under the vigorous efforts of Surdak, the second squad's frequency of patrol missions had markedly increased. Seizing the opportunity presented by these patrols, Surdak led the second squad back to the shores of Lake Yensai in the river valley to capture the local Tim fish. This time, the second squad was thoroughly prepared, not only equipped with fishhooks custom-made by the blacksmith's workshop that resembled massive iron anchors, but also having specially caught several live short-tailed salamanders from the mountain stream, which the warriors carried to the riverbank. They secured the hefty iron anchors to the round-bodied salamanders, allowing them to thrash and struggle in the shallow waters of the river. The Tim fish, sensing the prey near the bank, swiftly converged, slicing through the water's surface and creating distinct ripples while sending waves crashing. The salamanders, acutely aware of the lurking danger beneath the water, desperately crawled toward the shore. Unfortunately, burdened by the weight of the iron anchors, they were unable to escape, emitting sharp, piercing cries as they witnessed several Tim fish competing to seize them, ultimately being devoured whole by the strongest of their kind. The warriors of the second squad seized the moment, exerting their strength to haul the captured Tim fish onto the shore. Once out of the water, the fish could only feebly shoot a few jets of water from their mouths before meeting their demise at the hands of the warriors, who cleaved open their skulls with their axes, first searching for the magical cores within, and then dragging the carcasses into the forest, awaiting Surdak to strip the hides. This entire process was executed with remarkable proficiency by the members of the second squad, who took turns hauling the fish from the riverbank, drying some of the Tim fish meat into jerky. Though the jerky was not particularly palatable, the consumption of beast meat could enhance their physical constitution. So the warriors did not waste any of the fish, with only half a day's time allotted for hunting. Prolonging their efforts could lead to Baron Sidney discovering their clandestine activities during patrols, which would result in the lightest punishment of a whipping. He Buqiang gazed at the discarded fish skeletons on the riverbank and suddenly recalled the invitation from the indigenous tribe's great shaman, Inoyatila. The natives would not disdain the delectable remains of the Tim fish. The mountain woods were enveloped in a faint morning mist, with the sun yet to rise above the peaks. The grasslands were saturated with dew, and even with long leather boots, his trouser legs could not evade the dampness. A droplet of water, the size of a bean, fell from above, striking He Buqiang's nose. He tilted his head back, causing the branches to tremble violently, as several spotted-tailed panda cats swiftly darted into the dense canopy, shaking off the dewdrops from the leaves like a sudden downpour, drenching He Buqiang completely. In previous instances, he had traversed the dense forest alongside the second squad, rarely encountering such an abundance of woodland creatures. However, now, walking alone amidst the thicket, the small animals appeared unafraid. Filling his journey with various wonders and tribulations, He Wuqiang, with a wry smile, brushed the water from his hair, contemplating that he need not travel far to reach the indigenous village. He Wuqiang resided in the indigenous village for a considerable span of half a month, becoming quite familiar with the valley. From a distance, he spotted two towering lookout trees, standing 50 to 60 meters high at the village entrance. He found a prominent boulder and vigorously waved towards the trees. In response, a resounding whistle echoed, indicating that the inhabitants atop the lookout had indeed noticed him. The whistle clearly a greeting, as He Wuqiang approached the village entrance with half a bag of tinned fish slung over his shoulder. The indigenous girl Molly sprang forth like a joyful fawn, her hair adorned with delicate braids, and launched herself into his embrace, offering him a warm hug. Her emerald green eyes sparkled with the clarity of a mountain spring. Without hesitation, she noticed the linen sack on his back and promptly took it upon herself, urging him to follow her into the village. In support of He Wuqiang's expedition to the indigenous village, Surdak had gathered the rations from the 2nd Squad S soldiers, combining them into half a bag of provisions for him to carry. Additionally, he discreetly presented He Wuqiang with a metal bowl, a token of goodwill for his visit to the great shaman Inoyatila. As they made their way through the village, He Wuqiang observed that Molly was still damp, clad in a simple cylindrical animal skin skirt, droplets clinging to her hair, as if she had just bathed. She guided him to the thatched hut where he had previously stayed and, using her limited knowledge of the indigenous language, informed him that the great shaman Inoyatila was currently engaged in a ritual and he would need to wait until the ceremony concluded to be received. Fortunately, He Wuqiang had acquired some understanding of the indigenous tongue, piecing together her message through a mix of deduction and intuition. Molly, displaying a degree of cleverness, finally grasped that he was requesting her assistance in fetching food. Unable to contain her enthusiasm, she embraced him once more before insistently leading him outside the hut. He Wuqiang, eager to accompany Molly to meet the great shaman Inoyatila, did not resist and followed her up the hillside. However, midway along the path, she suddenly diverted him onto a side trail within the village. They had not ventured far when the sound of bubbling water reached their ears. Upon rounding a wooden house, the scene that unfolded before He Wuqiang nearly caused him to lose his composure. A group of indigenous women were bathing in the stream, while nearby, children played and swam. And some hunters sat on the grass by the water's edge, crafting wooden arrows. Without a hint of shyness, Molly dashed to the stream's edge and rapidly exchanged words in the indigenous language with the women. Before He Wuqiang could fully comprehend the situation, a dozen young women hurriedly wrapped grass skirts around themselves and rushed towards the village entrance, vanishing in an instant. He felt as though he were merely a specter, unnoticed by anyone. By the time Molly remembered to bring him to meet the great shaman Inoyatila, He Wuqiang was left sitting in the wooden hut, growing increasingly drowsy as he waited. Chapter 56. Seeds of Light. The great shaman Inoyatila stood on the wooden steps at the entrance of the grand cabin, her countenance brightening upon seeing He Wuqiang. She instructed the indigenous girl, Molly, to prepare a green iguana as a delicacy for their guest. Observing the 3-foot-long iguana having its head severed, its body skewered on a branch of white acacia, and its tough skin scalded away with boiling water, He Wuqiang felt a wave of nausea. The innards were removed, and a bundle of unknown herbs was stuffed inside, while peculiar spices were smeared onto the tender white flesh of the lizard, which was then placed over the fire to roast. The mere thought of consuming the large reptile sent his stomach into spasms. As Inoyatila leaned against a leather cushion, her smile broadened further when He Wuqiang presented a gift. She approached him, speaking a string of indigenous language that left He Wuqiang utterly perplexed. He had assumed that after half a month of learning, he would be able to engage in simple conversations with the natives, but it appeared he had been overly optimistic. Fortunately, the astute Molly noticed his embarrassment and quickly stepped in to translate, through gestures and breaking down the words into simpler terms. She conveyed that Inoyatila regarded He Wuqiang as a chosen one of the gods, thus making him a friend of the indigenous people of Handanara County. Subsequently, Inoyatila placed the green iguana onto a wooden tray and led He Wuqiang into a small cabin adjacent to the main lodge. Molly remained outside, watching He Wuqiang with a look of envy. The bedroom, connected to the grand cabin, was less than 20 square meters, originally circular in shape. It was adorned with exquisite grass mats, the walls immaculately clean, with a single beam of light streaming through a circular hole in the ceiling, casting an oval patch of light upon the mats. Inside, there was only a shrine, housing an ivory sculpture that bore the marks of age, its yellowed surface revealing its antiquity. Despite the crude craftsmanship, it was evident that it depicted a deity. Inoyatila approached the shrine, kneeling respectfully before it, before beckoning Hibuqiang to sit beside her. With Molly absent and Hibuqiang unable to comprehend the shaman's words, he complied with her request. The shaman sat cross-legged before the altar, reciting incantations while swaying like seaweed in water. Once she completed her chants, she placed the tray upon the shrine, causing the statue to glow anew. A beam of light illuminated the head of the iguana on the wooden tray, and shortly thereafter, its head vanished from Hibuqiang's sight. A radiant beam descended from the circular window in the ceiling, enveloping the shaman in a column of light, as a spectral image of a four-armed deity reappeared before her. Perhaps due to the humble offering, the deity's apparition stood at the height of an ordinary person. The apparition swiftly merged with the shaman, and when she opened her eyes again, they bore no trace of emotion, fixating coldly upon Hibuqiang. Under the indifferent gaze of the Grand Sorcerer, Hibuqiang's form gradually became translucent, and a phantom emerged from his spiritual sea behind him. Initially, he believed that the endless void within his spiritual sea was filled with unlit stars. However, as his spectral figure expanded infinitely, it enveloped the celestial bodies above. A flicker of lightning accumulated in the Grand Sorcerer's hollow eye sockets until it enveloped his eyeballs, and with an impassive expression, he pointed to the crown of Hibuqiang's head, releasing a halo from the tip of his finger. This halo resembled a dandelion swaying in the breeze, drifting gently towards Hibuqiang. Hibuqiang soon realized that his body had become utterly rigid, rendering him immobile. A thought crossed his mind. It's over. He sensed that if the Grand Sorcerer Inoyatila intended to usurp his being at that moment, he would be powerless to resist. Confused by the unfolding events, Hibuqiang felt a resounding tumult within his spiritual sea. An indescribable panic surged within him. Yet the luminous seed floating within his being began to radiate a warm and gentle glow. The phantom that was on the verge of vanishing gradually solidified, slowly reshaping itself into a four-armed, dual-faced demon figure before Hibuqiang. Amidst this inexplicable dread, Hibuqiang found his body slowly regaining its vitality, allowing his limbs to move once again. He sprang from the mat, seizing the hem of the Grand Sorcerer Inoyatila's black robe, like a fish out of water. He opened and closed his mouth feebly, yet no sound emerged. At that moment, the spark of electricity in the Grand Sorcerer's eyes faded, his countenance returning to tranquility, his entire being appearing utterly drained. The column of light enveloping him vanished, leaving Hibuqiang to lift him with one hand, his form appearing weakened and frail. Yet his expression was oddly enigmatic as he emitted a cry resembling that of a nocturnal creature. Noticing the Grand Sorcerer's face reddening from asphyxiation, Hibuqiang could only sigh softly, releasing his grip on the collar of Inoyatila's robe. The Grand Sorcerer sank weakly onto the mat, clutching his throat and coughing dryly. His breathing increasingly labored. Hibuqiang, in a daze, sat back down on the mat, yearning to comprehend what had transpired within him. Chapter 57. The troubles of learning. If there exists a concern, it is the phantasm within the sea of consciousness that is transformed into a double-faced, four-armed statue of a demonic deity. This idol occupies the entirety of the spiritual realm, one visage displaying fear, agony, and rage, while the other radiates courage, hope, and wisdom. Inoyatila, the great sorceress, sat upon the steps outside the grand wooden cabin, persistently attempting to convey something to Hibuqiang. Alas, even the native girl, Molly, found herself at a loss to translate, able to articulate only a few words such as divine favor, soul, and mark. Feeling no significant alteration in his own body, Hibuqiang's mind began to ease somewhat. He had initially contemplated departing the indigenous village at the earliest opportunity, but in the afternoon, Inoyatila regained some of her vigor. Leaning on her staff, she stood solemnly on the wooden steps and uttered a few concise phrases in her native tongue, which, fortunately, were simple enough for Molly to translate successfully. The great sorceress spoke to Hibuqiang about the proper utilization of his own powers, leaving him astonished that she would offer him guidance. Descending the steps, the sorceress stood before Hibuqiang with a tranquil demeanor. With her hands firmly gripping the staff, she slowly closed her eyes. Without the utterance of incantations, she merely whispered softly, and suddenly, a visage resembling a weeping demonic idol materialized behind her. The face of the idol was shut tight, and in that instant, Inoyatila's presence transformed. She emanated a dangerous aura, an overwhelming force radiating outward from her being. Having engaged in numerous exchanges with the Night Bagel, Hibuqiang recognized that Inoyatila was unleashing her power. Though he was taken aback to discover that her power manifested as one of the faces of the demonic idol. She swung her staff, producing a series of sonic booms in the air, and without further ado, she brought it crashing down upon He Buqiang. Instinctively, he unsheathed his Roman sword and braced it against the staff. The impact resonated with a dull thud against the blade, sending a jolt through his arm. Seizing the initiative, the sorceress relentlessly struck at He Buqiang, offering him no respite, leaving him weary and unable to counterattack. He Buqiang had hoped that the sorceress would tire, presenting him with an opportunity to retaliate. However, she showed no signs of fatigue, and his sword-bearing arm grew increasingly sore and painful from her unyielding assault. Had it not been for the indomitable spirit within him, he might have relinquished his grip on the Roman sword long ago. Just as he felt himself on the brink of exhaustion, unnatural shouted another phrase in her native tongue. Molly, standing nearby and observing the duel, accurately translated the words, "Release your power." In a moment of dazed clarity, a towering, 2-meter-high, double-faced, four-armed demonic specter unexpectedly appeared behind him. An indescribable force surged through his being, washing away the fatigue that had burdened him. At that moment, He Buqiang realized that amidst the tempestuous onslaught of the Grand Sorcerer, he had successfully unleashed his own momentum. Harnessing this newfound power, he parried the Grand Sorcerer's staff with remarkable agility and, in a swift motion, thrust the Roman sword toward the sorcerer's chest, leaving behind a flickering afterimage. The staff of the Grand Sorcerer, unnatural, was deflected, exposing a vulnerable gap. As the Roman sword approached, the sorcerer softly intoned an incantation, Karamataya. Suddenly, the spectral visage behind him, resembling a mask of a demon, opened its eyes wide and vanished from sight, reappearing instantaneously before unnatural. The weeping mask morphed into a stone wall with a face, its full lips parting slightly as it exhaled toward He Buqiang. A fierce gust of wind erupted, propelling He Buqiang backwards, crashing heavily onto the forest floor. The indigenous girl, Molly, hurried over, displaying keen awareness as she gently helped the fallen He Buqiang to his feet, while muttering grievances toward the Grand Sorcerer. At this moment, He Buqiang was still reeling from the astonishment of having wielded momentum. In truth, he had merely fallen hard and sustained no injuries. Before departing, the Grand Sorcerer uttered a phrase in the indigenous tongue to He Buqiang. "Divine chosen, to comprehend and wield these powers, you must learn our language." With great effort, Molly managed to convey the meaning of the Grand Sorcerer's words to He Buqiang. Even he, despite his usual sluggishness, could sense that the Grand Sorcerer had been earnestly instructing him. Likely due to the advantages of his status as the Divine Chosen, a swordsman from Baijile had once informed Molly that He Buqiang was mute and could not speak. Now, she was troubled, unsure of how to teach He Buqiang the indigenous language. Nevertheless, since this task was entrusted by the Grand Sorcerer, she felt compelled to succeed. For Molly, who aspired to be the Grand Sorcerer's successor, it was both a trial and a form of cultivation. Thus, on that sunlit afternoon, the indigenous girl, with a glimmer of near despair in her eyes, began the seemingly impossible task of teaching a mute who knew nothing of the indigenous tongue to speak. Molly slowly read aloud each phoneme of the indigenous language to He Buqiang, with her lively green eyes and the melodious clarity characteristic of youth. She embodied grace and slender elegance. Though her features clearly reflected her heritage from the indigenous people of Handanar County, she was undeniably pleasing to behold. With such an engaging teacher, He Buqiang found the endeavor of learning the indigenous language far from arduous. In reality, he was not mute. He simply lacked the knowledge of how to articulate sounds with his vocal cords. Chapter 58, The Enchanted Armor. Every evening, children from the indigenous village gather at the village entrance. The older children ascend the tallest lookout tree, basking in the warm glow of the setting sun. As they gaze down the mountain path, eagerly awaiting the safe return of the adults from the depths of the mountains, the younger ones perch on the branches of fruit trees, lined up like a flock of birds preparing to return to their nests, chirping incessantly in delightful chatter. This time of day is typically the liveliest in the village, where each indigenous child harbors dreams of becoming a great hero. Yearning for the day they can join the hunting party and become a skilled jungle hunter. Mount Ganar is rich in resources. Though the depths of the mountain are home to numerous magical beasts, they are not encountered with every few steps. The notion that a magical beast lurks atop every mountain peak is undoubtedly an exaggeration. Some lower-tier magical beasts roam the vast jungle, and experienced hunters can discern signs in the forest to ascertain whether magical beasts are nearby. If such signs are detected, they simply take care to steer clear. Of course, it does not rule out the possibility of an unexpected encounter with a magical beast, in which case one can only pray that the creature has recently feasted. The indigenous hunters favor hunting wild boars and deer, as these prey are abundant in the woods. A few hunters can set traps and drive small groups of wild boars toward them, ensuring a harvest. Typically, the men receive the largest share of the bounty, as they are relied upon to continue hunting. They are allocated the legs and ribs of the prey, followed by the sick and children who receive the back and innards, while women and the elderly receive hooves, tails, and scraps of meat. Naturally, the head of the wild boar is reserved for offerings to the spirit. Currently, the population of the indigenous tribe has become disproportionate. From a village of several hundred, there are now fewer than 50 adult hunters. The elderly are nearly absent, leaving behind mostly women and children, with a slightly higher ratio of women, who also partake in some of the prime cuts of meat. The indigenous hunters carry a male wild boar into the village, where a wooden table has been set up in the square. A portly middle-aged man, wielding a short knife, skillfully skins the boar, hanging the hide on a nearby tree. With precision, he butchers the meat, and eventually, the remaining bones are cast into a large pot to simmer into a savory broth. The indigenous women enhance the broth with various wild vegetables and tubers, resulting in a thick, hearty meat porridge for the entire village to enjoy together. Hibuqiang squeezes into the crowd, watching two pre-adolescent children in the center of the square engage in a playful contest, with the victor receiving an extra bone as a prize. The surrounding area is filled with onlookers, for the indigenous people's nightlife is rather monotonous. After dinner, only the energetic young ones possess the vigor to engage in spirited competitions. The wooden cabins here are largely devoid of walls, allowing sounds to travel great distances. In recent days, Hibuqiang has been diligently studying the indigenous language. Under Molly's attentive guidance, he mimicked her mouth movements and astonishingly managed to produce a scale in the native tongue, his pronunciation remarkably precise. Each day, Hibuqiang makes continual progress, which brings great joy to the indigenous girl, as basic communication in her language has become feasible. However, Hibuqiang still struggles with the Empire's language, perhaps due to the vast differences between it and the indigenous tongue. The latter primarily employs nasal sounds, while the Empire's language does not share this characteristic. At present, he has yet to discover the nuances of its pronunciation. To avoid ridicule from the soldiers of the second squad, Hibuqiang refrains from communicating with them in the indigenous language. He believes that, through persistent practice, mastering the Empire's language is merely a matter of time. Moreover, Hibuqiang has long been intrigued by the Grand Shaman's sacrificial rituals. During one such ceremony, the Grand Shaman offered sacrifices to the demon, subsequently receiving blessings and removing a piece of black-patterned demonic skin from a malevolent spirit, which was then affixed to the body of an indigenous hunter, bestowing him with immense power. Prior to this, he had been unable to communicate with the Grand Shaman in Oetila. Upon encountering her, Hibuqiang posed his inquiries, to which the Grand Shaman paused in contemplation before responding. Behold, favored by the divine, we present offerings to the demon. Through the ritual, we receive various blessings. The aforementioned rite allowed me to perceive many things typically hidden from view. Hibuqiang listened intently to her words, grappling with some concepts that required considerable thought to comprehend. Noticing his earnest attention, the Grand Shaman continued. For instance, I discern the secrets of the black-patterned demonic skin, the intricate designs imbued with formidable magical power. However, while I can glimpse these secrets by leveraging divine strength at the altar, I am unable to replicate them. I can implant this demonic skin into my kin, as you have witnessed with that piece of black-patterned skin. By harnessing the power granted by the demon, I infused it into our three warriors, granting them a shortcut to acquire the formidable strength of the malevolent spirit. The Grand Shaman spoke deliberately, ensuring Hibuqiang could grasp her meaning. She then elaborated, yet, this demonic skin implantation carries significant risks. Should the host lack the requisite compatibility and strength to bear the overwhelming power of the skin, they may face catastrophic consequences. Hibuqiang carefully constructed his response, hesitantly inquiring, are you suggesting that the three hunters, after the implantation of the black-patterned demonic skin, would perish due to their insufficient physical capacity to endure such power? Upon articulating his question in full, he felt a sense of relief deep within. It appears that I have regained my ability to speak, and I never anticipated that verbal communication could be such a delightful experience. The Grand Sorcerer responded, indeed. Reflecting on that fateful night, one of the three indigenous hunters perished instantly, while the other two lingered for 3 days before succumbing quietly. Hibuqiang then inquired of the Grand Sorcerer in Oetila, how did they manage to endure for so long? Chapter 59 The Eye of Truth in the Wooden Cabin. A crackling fire blazed in the hearth, while a robust indigenous woman presented a pot of rich meat broth to the High Shaman. She squatted beside the fire, casting furtive glances toward He Buqiang, her ample form swaying as she moved about the room. It was only when the shaman waved his hand in impatience that she hurriedly retreated. Molly lay curled on the floor like a languid cat, and upon witnessing this scene, she smiled at He Buqiang and remarked, "Her name is Themis. It seems she has taken a liking to you." He Buqiang could not help but roll his eyes. Choosing not to engage in the banter, the high shaman sprinkled some stone powder into the flames, which instantly transformed into a ghostly blue hue. A gust of wind swept through, causing the flickering light to dance erratically, casting a mosaic of shadows from the leaves hanging from the cabin's roof. He Buqiang felt an unsettling weight in his heart as he gazed at the flames. The blue light illuminated the shaman's face, rendering her expression somewhat somber. Sensing her disquiet, he decided to rise and bid her farewell. However, before he could voice his intentions, the shaman, Inoyatila, turned to him and asked, "Do you wish to learn the sacrificial ritual?" To him, this was a coveted opportunity, and he replied eagerly, "May I?" Inoyatila slightly lifted her eyelids, her gaze seemingly penetrating all FAAs. Her voice, gravelly yet commanding, asserted, "You are a favored one. Of course you may." He Buqiang, intrigued by the indigenous culture of Handanar County, felt a surge of urgency. "What must I do?" The shaman placed her hand beside the fire, and a wisp of the blue flame leaped into her palm, as if imbued with vitality. Inoyatila explained, "For some, these are things they may never encounter in a lifetime. Yet for us, it is straightforward. Through sacrifice, we communicate with the divine, and as long as the offerings are sufficient, we may wield certain extraordinary powers." He Buqiang understood that manipulating fire was merely a minor spell. Moreover, Inoyatila had added some unknown powder to the flames, likely a medium. Otherwise, she would not have been able to control the fire. With a grave expression, the shaman warned He Buqiang, "Before you learn the sacrificial rituals, there is one thing you must remember. Once you establish a connection with the divine through sacrifice, your offerings must equate to your desires. If your needs exceed your offerings, you will become part of the sacrifice." A tightness gripped He Buqiang's heart. The balance of the sacrificial ritual was indeed a delicate matter. The shaman continued, "However, more often than not, the value of the offerings surpasses our needs. Do not expect the divine to compensate. This world lacks absolute fairness." He Buqiang could only mechanically nod in response. Subsequently, the Grand Sorceress proclaimed, "The sacrificial ritual must first fulfill 3 essential conditions. There must be an altar, offerings, and an audience." Beside her, Molly listened intently, her clear gaze directed towards He Buqiang, filled with envy. The Grand Sorceress Inoyatila continued, "An altar is not necessarily a square pedestal. What it requires is a soul medium. Through this medium, a bridge is established with the demon god, allowing one to present prepared offerings and articulate one's wishes." She procured a pouch from her attire and poured forth a handful of gray powder, scattering it over the bonfire, which instantly erupted into a plume of blue flames. He Buqiang comprehended that this powder was indeed the soul medium spoken of by the Grand Sorceress. However, she cautioned, typically, not all wishes can be granted by him, the demon god. Noticing He Buqiang's bewildered expression, she elaborated, "To be precise, the demon god we revere can only bestow a limited array of powers." This revelation left He Buqiang speechless, as he had not anticipated that the deities venerated by the indigenous people were, in the realm of the divine, rather weak. The Grand Sorceress continued, "Under normal circumstances, the powers I can receive are represented by the body of divine favor symbolizing courage, the true eye embodying wisdom, the shield of blessing representing hope, the whispers of death signifying fear, the withering of death denoting hatred, and the burning of life epitomizing destruction." Upon hearing this, He Buqiang mused that the abilities granted after the sacrifice indeed reflected the dualistic nature of this demon god, oscillating between 2 extremes. The true eye allows me to perceive certain truths of the world, enabling me to strip the dark patterned demon skin from the malevolent spirits and transfer it onto our warriors, though they are incapable of bearing the power contained within that skin. The sorceress elucidated regarding her actions during the previous sacrificial ceremony. At this juncture, He Buqiang inquired, to enable them to withstand the power of the dark patterned demon skin, "Did you bestow upon them the body of divine favor?" The Grand Sorceress nodded, wearily pressing her forehead, and replied, "It is unavoidable. Someone must step forth to protect this village. Our powers are too feeble, and when those malevolent spirits emerge, we are indeed the first to suffer. Hence, we must contribute in whatever capacity we can, and that is beyond dispute." He Buqiang was surprised by the Grand Sorceress's perspective and asked, If I were to master the sacrificial ritual, could I also acquire these abilities through sacrifice? He found himself at a loss for words, feeling that the Grand Sorceress perhaps underestimated the complexity of the sacrificial ceremony. At that moment, the Grand Sorceress beckoned to Molly, instructing her to fetch 4 ceramic bowls. She poured some of the powder into each bowl and arranged them around her body, explaining to He Boqiang that this white phosphorus powder served as an excellent medium. Through the ethereal blue flames, it would swiftly facilitate the spellcaster's transition into a state conducive to communication with the demon god. He Boqiang listened with utmost seriousness. This time, the Grand Sorcerer Inoyatila unveiled before him a portal concerning the sacrificial rite. Chapter 60. Ambushed in the wilderness as He Boqiang traversed the dense forest of the Gandaral Mountains. He finally comprehended why Surdak led the second squad along the ridge beside the river valley. Ignoring the jungle's survival principles would render one vulnerable to the harshness of this wilderness. Regret began to seep into his thoughts as he waded through a thicket of waist-high grass, tirelessly wielding his Roman sword to clear the vegetation before him. His hand growing numb from the exertion, he licked his parched lips, casting a glance at the blistering sun overhead, contemplating the necessity of seeking a shaded refuge to rest before continuing his journey. The most abundant creatures in the grasslands were the plump yellow-brown marsh rabbits, whose elongated bodies could exceed 4 feet. These large rabbits darted through the grass with lightning speed, their fur blending seamlessly with the dried leaves, making them nearly impossible to catch once they vanished into the depths of the underbrush. Additionally, the grassland teemed with a perilous inhabitant, the venomous snake. A moment's inattention could result in a startling encounter with one. Although the grass snakes posed minimal threat, they were fiercely aggressive. And to avoid a potentially venomous bite to his ankle, He Boqiang meticulously cleared the underbrush with his sword before taking a step forward. This cautious approach, however, hindered his pace. Having traversed this wild grassland for nearly half a day, He Boqiang pondered that perhaps crossing the ridge ahead would reveal the river valley traversed by the second squad. He grasped the water flask hanging at his waist and shook it vigorously. The remaining water barely sufficed for 2 sips, his throat parched to the point of discomfort. Nevertheless, he resolved to endure a while longer, apprehensive that depleting his water supply could lead to complications should an unforeseen event arise. After residing in the indigenous village for nearly 10 days, during which he acquired a rudimentary understanding of their language and the rituals of sacrifice, He Boqiang bid farewell to the great shaman Inoyatila and departed from the settlement. Once lost in the mountains, he calmly assessed his direction, confident that he was still heading the right way, and pressed onward with determination. Suddenly, a malevolent specter lunged at He Boqiang from behind, towering over 3 meters and wielding a 2-meter-long spear. The creature's body pressed closely against He Boqiang's back, one hand reaching forward to grasp his neck, while the other thrust the spear towards his lower back, without leaving room for hesitation. The spear grazed perilously close to He Boqiang's spine. In a swift motion, he pivoted, driving his Roman sword towards the specter while raising his shield to deflect the attack. He Boqiang underestimated the razor sharpness of the spear. It pierced through his shield, penetrating his arm and plunging into his chest, a trickle of crimson blood oozing along the spear's edge. Simultaneously, his Roman sword found its mark in the specter's abdomen. The 2 combatants stood locked in a fierce struggle amidst the sun-baked grassland, ensnared in a deadly embrace. The malevolent spirit paid no heed to the wound in its abdomen. Its grotesque visage twisted into a malevolent grin as it gradually plunged its sharp spines into He Boqiang's body. He Boqiang felt his strength dissipate rapidly, accompanied by the blood surging from his wounds. The evil entity let out a terrifying cackle, arching its back to contract its abdomen, forcing He Boqiang's Roman sword to retreat incrementally. In the face of this malevolence, He Boqiang found himself at an overwhelming disadvantage, exacerbated by the spirit's unprovoked assault, which plunged him into a state of profound vulnerability. The piercing agony that accompanied each thrust seemed to echo a grim reminder that his life was swiftly ebbing away. Suddenly, as if stung by an unseen force, the spirit instinctively raised a hand to shield its eyes. Seizing this moment, He Boqiang unleashed his latent power. A dual-faced, 4-armed specter materialized behind him, glaring fiercely at the malevolent being before him. In that instant, He Boqiang felt his lost vigor restored, and he swung his Roman sword with renewed ferocity, striking the spirit's arm. Enveloped in a soft golden glow, the sword sliced through the flesh as if it were butter, the spirit's arm disintegrating at a visibly alarming pace until its entire hand was severed at the wrist. The spirit emitted a furious roar, attempting to grasp He Boqiang by the throat in a bid to crush it. Yet, He Buqiang retaliated with a powerful kick, sending the spirit staggering backward. Without waiting for it to regain its footing, he hurled his Roman sword, which pierced straight into the spirit's chest. Even so, He Buqiang remained cautious, holding his breath. He extracted the spines embedded in the creature's shield, denying it any opportunity to counterattack. Staggering forward, he summoned his last vestiges of strength to drive the spine into the spirit's skull, followed by a decisive slash with the Roman sword to sever its head. As the viscous, dark purple blood pooled around him, the spirit's body convulsed violently before falling silent. Weary and drained, He Buqiang hastily bandaged his wounds and collapsed onto the overgrown terrain. The azure sky and white clouds swirled above, inducing a sense of drowsiness. He attempted to rise but failed repeatedly. The severed head of the malevolent spirit lay before him, and he gazed at the bloodied cavity in its forehead, from which a glimmer of a magic core was faintly discernible. Time passed unmeasured, and upon awakening, He Buqiang found himself beneath a star-studded sky. Struggling to rise from the grass, he startled a flower-tailed ferret that had been scavenging the remains of the spirit. It darted away into the underbrush. Appearing merely a thief in search of a meal, He Buqiang drained the last drop from his water flask, feeling significantly rejuvenated. Inspecting the wounds on his arm, he noted some improvement. The majority had scabbed over, though his leather armor was stained with blood. Sitting in contemplation for a while, he then sought to pry open the spirit's head to retrieve the walnut-sized magic core within. Merely gazing upon the form of the malevolent specter, He Buqiang let out a soft sigh. Had it been Surdak, he would undoubtedly have flayed the wretched creature's skin from its body. Unfortunately, He Buqiang had not mastered such a skill and could only abandon the lifeless form of the demon amidst the underbrush. Reflecting on the fact that one of his arms was rendered temporarily useless, He Buqiang, apprehensive of potential pursuers, dared not linger in that place for too long. Instead, he dragged his weary body into the thicket ahead. Chapter 61. The initial experience of the ritual. The night breeze was cool, and the silvery moonlight bathed the desolate grassland. As a gentle wind stirred the wild grasses in rhythmic waves, in the distance, the mountain ridges loomed like a series of interconnected black shadows. Shortly after He Buqiang departed from this forsaken patch of land, 3 malevolent spirits pursued him. Upon discovering the headless corpse of a demon lying in a pool of purple blood, they immediately began to investigate the surrounding traces, paying no heed to the fallen fiend. In a hurried examination of the wounds, they swiftly followed the trail left by He Buqiang, racing ahead without pause. These 3 demons stood over 3 meters tall, their bodies adorned with dark demonic runes, and grotesque bulges protruded from their ghastly heads. Although they had yet to reach the power of horned demons, they stood on the precipice of advancement. Their strength was comparable to that of a first-tier knight of approximately level 15, and in a narrow confrontation in the wilderness, they would hold a slight advantage due to their physical prowess. This group of demons was patrolling the mountainous region of Dander when they detected the presence of a human warrior in this desolate grassland. The valley, engulfed in wild grass, made the search for a solitary human warrior quite arduous. 5 demons delved into the grassland, each taking a separate path. Upon witnessing the weakest member of their squad being decapitated by the enemy, his forehead pierced by a bloodied hole, and his core extracted by a human warrior, the 3 remaining demons were consumed by fury. Following the trail left by He Buqiang as they pursued him relentlessly, He Buqiang, guided by his keen intuition, sensed the encroaching danger and quickened his pace towards the opposite hillside. A dense grove of red pines lay several hundred meters ahead. He believed that once he entered the thicket, it would offer greater safety than the barren grassland. Surdak had previously recounted encounters between demon reconnaissance teams and human patrols in the wilderness, which typically ended in a fight to the death. Generally, when infantry soldiers detected demons, they would retreat at once. The disparity in power was too significant, and the primary objective of the patrol teams was to relay this intelligence back to their battalion, thus avoiding confrontation whenever possible. If escape was not an option, they would set traps and create deceptive formations to ensnare their foes. He Buqiang gazed down at the penetrating wound on his left arm, his heart heavy with bitterness. It felt as though his lungs were ablaze. Each breath ignited a wave of pain from the jagged injury piercing his chest. Crouched among the wild grasses, he utilized the moonlight to clearly discern the 3 pursuing demons, whose towering forms were largely exposed in the snowy glow. Observing their strides as they charged through the grassland, He Buqiang understood that no matter how fast he ran, even if his intestines ruptured, he could never outpace these malevolent spirits. He halted at the edge of the wild grassland, with the profound and shadowy forest lying ahead. The dense foliage cast a deep darkness over the woodland. He initially believed that by simply entering the thicket, he would vanish like a fish returning to the sea, easily finding a place to conceal himself, making it unlikely for the lurking fiends to discover him. Yet, he found himself ensnared in a patch of nightshade herbs. Each step taken with utmost caution to avoid trampling the delicate leaves. The herbs were not particularly tall, and despite the presence of some surrounding weeds, he found himself practically crawling through the underbrush to shield his presence. From a distance, he heard faint rustling sounds, likely the resilient thorns of creeping vines being snapped, followed by the unmistakable sound of approaching footsteps. The silhouette of a fiend appeared in the moonlight, towering ominously. He lay still among the nightshade herbs, about 20 meters away, scarcely daring to lift his gaze, fearful that even a glance might alert the fiend. The creature paused nearby, scanning the area with intent. Just as it was about to approach his hiding place, it noticed signs of disturbance in the grass not far off, and it dashed towards the marks, emitting a low call to its companions behind. Instantly, 2 more fiends rushed in, and together they followed the trail he had inadvertently left, heading toward the dark, impenetrable woods on the hillside. At this moment, he struggled to rise from the underbrush, gritting his teeth as he retraced his steps deeper into the wild grassland. Realizing he was being pursued, he understood that his strength was waning and his condition far from optimal, even if he managed to escape into the forest. Evading the relentless pursuit of the fiends was a futile hope. Such a failure would undoubtedly bring catastrophic consequences to the indigenous village hidden within the canyon. He retrieved the severed head of a fiend from the ground and sought refuge in a dense thicket. He swiftly cleared a small area amidst the wild grass, then extracted 4 earthen bowls from his pack. 2 of the bowls had been damaged during his earlier skirmish with the fiends, but he had no time to dwell on this. He took some powdered ash from his backpack, filling each bowl with the fine dust. Even with 2 bowls shattered, he managed to place the ash onto the fragments. He then positioned the 4 bowls at the corners of the clearing and ignited the ash within them, causing a flicker of ethereal blue flames to emerge. Standing in the center of the clearing, he contemplated the possibility of failure in his ritual and hastily inscribed symbols upon the ground beneath him. Once completed, he settled into a cross-legged position, reciting the somewhat archaic incantations of the indigenous tongue, raising his hands and swaying rhythmically. As his chant reached its conclusion, a faint beam of light descended from above, and a spectral visage of a deity materialized before him. This apparition bore an uncanny resemblance to his own essence, the only distinction being the slight air of authority emanating from its 2 pairs of eyes. He Wuqiang, following the precise instructions given by the great sorcerer Anoidi, placed the malevolent demon's head before the ethereal visage of the deity. As He Wuqiang uttered his incantations, the sinister head began to ignite slowly, and as the flames gradually extinguished, the grotesque visage completely vanished from his sight. The divine silhouette stood before He Wuqiang, its countenance adorned with a benevolent smile, and a surge of blessing flowed into He Wuqiang's being, akin to the refreshing essence of a crystal-clear spring. Chapter 62. Nesting a pale blue hexagram array materialized amidst the incantations. He Wuqiang felt a warmth akin to sunlight envelop his entire being. Although his wounds did not heal rapidly, the pain diminished considerably, and the bleeding had ceased. His previously fatigued body now brimmed with vitality. In the pitch-black wilderness, the beam of light descending from the heavens appeared particularly striking. At this moment, not only had He Wuqiang's stamina been fully restored, but his physical prowess had also significantly increased. He felt an inexhaustible surge of strength, even believing he could carry the heavy corpse of a malevolent spirit weighing several hundred pounds. After careful contemplation, He Wuqiang suppressed the urge to skin the malevolent spirit. The Grand Sorcerer had repeatedly cautioned him during the sacrificial ritual about the importance of being vigilant about his surroundings when using the Eye of Truth, and to refrain from recklessly attempting magical runic grafting, especially when there was a vast disparity in strength between the magical skin and the host, or if the natural attributes of their bodies were mutually exclusive. Such recklessness could lead to catastrophic consequences. He Wuqiang felt he was not yet prepared for that. He discerned his direction and once again ventured into the overgrown thicket. After emerging from the thicket, crossing 2 ridges, and fording a stream, he ran until dawn broke. It was only then that he realized the 3 malevolent spirits had not pursued him, allowing him to pause on the mountainside. As he passed the valley stream, he did not forget to drink from it, quenching his thirst with half a flask. Despite being under the influence of the blessed body magical state, his body remained utterly exhausted after a night of relentless travel. A woodpecker tapped rhythmically on a tree trunk above him. He Buqiang gazed up at the towering fir tree, its crown spreading like an umbrella. Though he could hear its sound, the woodpecker remained hidden from view. Standing beneath the tree, he scrutinized it for a considerable time, planning his ascent before attempting to climb it barehanded. Lacking climbing experience, he nonetheless found his grip strong and did not struggle unduly. After navigating several branches, he hung from a fork and took a moment to catch his breath, wiping the sweat from his brow before summoning the determination to reach the top. Suddenly, a black-feathered woodpecker with red wings fluttered from the depths of the canopy, landing on a neighboring tree. At the summit, he Buqiang located a sturdy branch and drew his Roman sword from his waist, cutting some soft twigs from the treetops. He fashioned a makeshift bed resembling a bird's nest between the branches. After testing its strength by lying upon it, he found it sufficiently sturdy, though uncomfortable. He then layered it with finer twigs, spending considerable time to construct a proper resting place atop the tree. From his pack, he retrieved a portion of military rations. Unable to start a fire to cook porridge, he simply consumed the rations directly. The dry food was not unpleasant, though it required water for swallowing. The fragmented grains, roasted and seasoned with salt, meat powder, and butter, made for a modest meal. Having consumed some provisions, he Buqiang no longer felt the burning sensation in his stomach. He reclined on a makeshift wooden bed atop the treetops, unfastening his belt to fashion a safety rope, ensuring that if he fell into slumber, he would not inadvertently tumble from such a lofty perch. Concealed among the branches, he surveyed the surroundings. The expansive view revealed a valley below, though the opposite slope remained obscured from his sight. Dense foliage blanketed the valley floor, and a mountain stream meandered through the lowest terrain, flowing westward into a distant gorge. It was by this stream that he Buqiang had quenched his thirst with a pot of clear water. Finding no trace of malevolent spirits, he felt a modicum of relief. The magical effect of possessing a divine body rendered him impervious to pain, even with some injuries. Upon inspecting the wound on his arm, he realized that it had reopened during his ascent, causing fresh blood to flow. Lacking any sensation of pain, he had initially dismissed it, but now, observing the darkened wound seeping blood, he grew concerned that he might unknowingly succumb to excessive blood loss. Hastily, he tore a strip from his undergarment to bind the injury securely. Exhausted, he reclined on the improvised wooden bed and eventually drifted into slumber. A droplet of water landed on his face, followed by another, the incessant rain rousing him from his dreams. He opened his eyes to a verdant tapestry of leaves, with droplets cascading from the overcast sky. Struggling to sit up, he was momentarily constricted by the safety rope around his waist, nearly causing him to tumble from the bed. "Damn it all," he muttered, drenched in cold sweat from the sudden awakening at such heights. Cautiously peering through the dense foliage, he glanced downward, realizing the perilous nature of sleeping atop the trees. The rain intensified, and the thick canopy offered little protection from the downpour. He hoisted his backpack above his head, resembling a foolish bird sheltering from the unexpected deluge. The tree trunk had become slick and treacherous, rendering any descent impossible. Regret was futile, so he pondered how he might navigate his way out of this mountainous wilderness. The swordsman from Beijialii had once warned him of the presence of formidable beasts lurking deeper within the Dandar Mountains, far more terrifying than any malevolent spirit. If given the choice, one should never venture into that realm lightly. He Buqiang feared he had unwittingly wandered into the heart of Dandar. As the rain began to subside, he Buqiang, now drenched and resembling a soaked chicken, descended from the tree. The forest floor was inundated with water, forming rivulets that cascaded down the slopes. Completely soaked, he resolved to kindle a fire in the woods, intending to dry his damp clothing and stave off illness. Chapter 63. The Bear in Mount Gondar. The leather armor hung from a branch, its water stains dried to reveal numerous varying white circles. Remnants of the alkali leached from the hide. After being soaked by rain and subsequently dried, the armor had become rigid and unyielding. Typically, wearing such armor would be quite uncomfortable, as the ill-fitting areas could easily chafe the skin over time. This type of leather armor usually necessitated a visit to a tannery for proper maintenance. However, if one were reluctant to incur that expense, one could apply lard with a pig bristle brush, though such a method would leave the armor gleaming. He Buqiang, clad in linen trousers and bare-chested, crouched before the campfire, cautiously tending to a wound on his chest. The wicked creature's spear had not only pierced his left arm, but also inflicted an injury to his torso, leaving a gaping bloodied hole, though it had not penetrated his innards. At that moment, a rabbit, its skin stripped away, was impaled on a skewer, rotating over the charcoal fire, its rich fat dripping onto the embers, producing a sizzling sound and scattering sparks. With a small skinning knife in hand, He Wuqiang sliced off a portion of the roasted rabbit meat and consumed it directly. After a rain shower, the air in the forest was exceptionally fresh. A gentle breeze carried with it the faint aroma of pine resin intertwined with the scent of earth. Suddenly, a flock of mountain sparrows took flight from the thicket, soaring a short distance before alighting on a large tree. Yet, they lingered only briefly, taking off again with a rustle, settling on another tree nearby. He Wuqiang rose, gazing towards the direction of the thicket. However, the dense branches made it difficult to discern anything beyond. Perhaps it was a few leopard cats hunting birds among the boughs. He mused, yet his hands were swift, donning the armor despite it still being slightly damp and warm on one side. Once clad in the armor, he shoved the roasting rack, along with the unfinished rabbit meat, into the flames and hastily covered the campfire with some loose soil using his Roman sword. He Wuqiang dared not linger in that spot. Casting one last glance at the direction the sparrows had taken flight, he resolutely chose to venture in the opposite direction. A quarter of an hour later, a dark red paw, possessing 3 toes, crushed the campfire that lay buried beneath the earth, grinding down the embers that had yet to be extinguished. The charcoal seared the demon's paw, releasing a foul, acrid smoke. The owner of the paw was a horned demon, seemingly impervious to pain. His ghastly green visage marked by a fierce expression as he gestured towards 3 other demons trailing behind him. The trio immediately crouched low, almost crawling on the ground, sniffing the air like hounds. Before long, one of the demons confirmed the direction in which He Wuqiang had fled. The horned demon waved his hand vigorously, and the 4 demons swiftly pursued the path taken by He Wuqiang. He Wuqiang believed he had successfully evaded the malevolent spirits, only to find that the bonfire he had ignited served as a beacon, drawing the vile team back to him. He ascended from the mountainside to the summit, standing atop a massive rock where he glimpsed the towering forms of the spirits racing through the forest. They moved with remarkable speed and unwavering direction, suggesting they would catch up with him shortly. Not daring to linger, He Wuqiang leaped from the rock and sprinted along the gentle slope towards another ridge. A colossal earth bear slowly opened its eyes from a hollow in a tree, its pupils flickering with a trace of fiery anger. It lazily emerged from the dry cavity, where the sky had cleared, shaking off the thick layer of fat that adorned its body. The bear's fur glistened like satin, and it was the same mother bear encountered by the second team by the stream. After losing 2 cubs, it had fought off the malevolent spirits despite its grievous injuries. The wounds it had sustained appeared to have fully healed, and it seemed larger than before, indicating a newfound strength. The bear yawned widely at the entrance of its hollow, its attention drawn to a flock of startled birds taking flight in the distance. It crouched at the tree hollow, listening intently for a moment before gradually making its way in that direction. Soon after, another flock of birds ascended into the sky, and with no hesitation, the earth bear dashed towards them. Upon reaching the mountainside, the bear finally spotted the team of spirits, its eyes gleaming with hatred. Instead of charging recklessly, it trailed behind them at a deliberate pace, retreating into the dense foliage whenever the spirits seemed to sense its presence. The spirits, fixated on pursuing He Wuqiang, remained blissfully unaware of the formidable earth bear that stalked them. One of the spirits halted, glancing back, but the dense forest behind them was eerily silent, devoid of even the chirping of insects. The rain-soaked underbrush clung to the tall forms of the spirits as they navigated through the woods, unwittingly dampening their own bodies. The leading horned spirit cast a wary glance behind, causing the 3 trailing spirits to hastily catch up. Not long after, the last of the spirits hesitated once more, glancing back with suspicion. Although the horned spirit displayed impatience, it paid little heed to the lagging companion. Upon reaching the peak of the ridge, they discovered to their astonishment that only 2 of the spirits remained, as one had inexplicably failed to follow. Just as confusion settled among them, a thunderous roar of a bear reverberated from the mountainside, accompanied by the low growl of the spirits in alarm. However, by the time the horned spirit and its 2 companions reached the mountainside, the straggling spirit lay lifeless in a pool of blood, its head severed from its body, a short section of spine still attached nearby. The unmistakable claw marks and the pronounced indentation on its chest testified to the terrifying strength of the earth bear. The longhorn demon emitted a low growl akin to fury, frantically scouring the nearby woods for the perpetrator who had slain its kin. Unfortunately, despite traversing a considerable distance through the forest, it failed to locate the colossal earth bear. When it finally ascended the mountaintop once more, it discovered that only a single demon remained nearby. He Wuqiang had never anticipated that his salvation would come from the very earth bear he had encountered by the river valley. Though he had not witnessed the bear's method of dispatching the first demon, he had, with his own eyes, observed the entirety of its brutal assault on the second demon. Perched high upon a towering oak tree, He Buqiang beheld the earth bear, which, possessing an intimate familiarity with the terrain, adeptly concealed itself in the shadows. Trailing behind the long-horned demon, it expertly maintained an advantageous position, evading the demon's notice while enticing the one that lingered behind. The earth bear lay in wait behind a massive boulder, its form blending seamlessly with the stone as it awaited the demon's cautious approach. With the swiftness of a small house, it lunged at the unsuspecting demon, its formidable jaws finding their mark on the demon's throat. With a violent shudder, it tore the demon's head clean off. Then, as if sensing a presence, the earth bear cast a fleeting glance towards He Buqiang's hiding place, sending a chill down his spine. Once assured that the bear had moved on, He Buqiang swiftly descended from the tree and hurried to the boulder. Armed with a Roman sword, he extracted the core of magic from the demon's severed head, initially intending to discard the head. He reconsidered and retrieved a piece of hyena hide from his backpack, carefully wrapping the demon's head before stowing it away. With determination, he pursued the direction in which the earth bear had vanished, continuing his journey onward. Chapter 64. The bears of Mount Gander. A sudden downpour had left the sky remarkably clear and transparent. Beyond the distant peaks lay a thick layer of clouds, piled together like mountains. The trees in the forest had turned a vibrant, glossy green, exuding a rich vitality after the rain. Small streams formed temporarily throughout the woodland, converging in the low-lying valleys into stagnant pools, while some flowed outward into the river. He Buqiang followed closely behind the earth-shaking bear, once again acquiring a magical core and a demon's head. Unable to fit the two melon-sized demon heads into his backpack, he resorted to a sturdy vine, threading it through the mouths and out through the throats of the heads, binding them together and securing the vine around his waist. Just the thought of the substantial rewards for the demon heads made He Buqiang feel that the burden was well worth it, even if it proved heavy. He intended to leave the forest, but no matter which direction he took, the earth-shaking bear would emerge from the thicket, blocking his path. After being repeatedly halted by the bear, He Buqiang noticed that it did not attack him, which emboldened him slightly. He attempted to circumvent it, but this only served to enrage the creature. The earth-shaking bear emitted a low growl, causing He Buqiang to retreat several steps in fright. Observing He Buqiang's retreat, the bear paused, planted its forepaws on the ground, and turned its massive hindquarters towards the mountain, not venturing far into the woods. He Buqiang saw two demons emerge from the hillside. Upon spotting the bear, they immediately halted, crouching low with a spear-like weapon in hand. After a brief pause, they charged down the slope, howling fiercely. The earth-shaking bear, undeterred, raised its powerful forepaws and roared at the demons. A swirling, earthy glow erupted beneath its feet, and loose stones in the vicinity began to gather around the bear, rotating incessantly. Fearlessly, the earth-shaking bear charged at the nearest demon, its massive form resembling a mountain of flesh. The long-horned demon rushed down the slope, colliding forcefully with the bear. Meanwhile, He Buqiang was not idle. He hurled his spear-like weapon at the other demon. The projectile flipped in the air before being swatted down by the demon's own weapon as it dashed forward, successfully diverting its attention towards He Buqiang. Fully aware that he was no match for the demon, He Buqiang quickly darted behind an oak tree as the demon lunged toward him. The demon's swift attack missed, its weapon embedding itself into the tree trunk. It then withdrew its spear, moving around the tree to pursue He Buqiang. He Buqiang thrust the Roman sword towards the palm of the demon, which quickly evaded the strike. Yet, He Buqiang's sword reappeared, deftly slicing at the demon's wrist. The heavy Roman sword appeared somewhat unwieldy, but it nonetheless managed to draw blood from the demon's wrist. Upon seeing the crimson flow, the demon's demeanor shifted to one of fury, disregarding the sword aimed at his abdomen. He instead lunged with his sharp weapon toward the nape of He Buqiang's neck. Kneeling, He Buqiang rolled forward twice, narrowly avoiding the demon's assault. The ground was a mire of mud, and as he tumbled through it, he found himself in a disheveled state. Without waiting to regain his footing, He Buqiang swiftly assumed a defensive stance, raising his Roman sword to parry the demon's lethal strike. Unfortunately, the demon's strength was overwhelming. He Buqiang could only deflect the blow slightly. The sharp tip pierced his left shoulder, and in a fit of rage, the demon hoisted He Buqiang high above. With both hands gripping the sword tightly, He Buqiang struck the demon's wrist with the hilt, producing a sharp crack as the bone shattered. In agony, the demon hurled He Buqiang away. Just as he was about to collide with a spruce tree, a spectral figure of a dual-faced, four-armed demon manifested from within him. This apparition exuded a gentle force, cradling He Buqiang's body and ensuring a steady descent to the ground. Yet, his shoulder bore a grievous wound. rendering his already injured arm utterly immobile. The demon advanced step by step, licking the blood from the sharp weapon with its crimson tongue, a sinister expression adorning its face. He Buqiang leaned against an oak, gasping, lamenting inwardly. Knowing he would encounter these two demons, he had still walked into their den. Just as the demon prepared to pierce his heart, a piercing howl echoed from the distance, the long-horned demon's anguished cry. The demon turned to look in the direction of the sound, discovering that the long-horned demon had been torn asunder by the earth-rampant bear. The ground littered with remnants of the struggle. The bear charged toward him like a steam locomotive. Witnessing the decapitation of the long-horned demon, the demon momentarily froze in shock. By the time it regained its senses, the earth-rampant bear was upon them. Desperate to slay He Buqiang before the bear could pounce, the demon's weapon descended. However, it felt an irresistible, unseen force pulling it toward the bear. Gravitational field, a natural ability of earth-type beasts, caused the demon's feet to sink into the soil, carving deep furrows into the ground. He Buqiang watched as the demon struggled in vain, ultimately being pulled toward the earth-rampant bear, which swiftly pinned it down with a mighty paw. The bear easily crushed the demon's head between its jaws. With the demon dispatched, the bear dissipated the gravitational field, allowing the swirling debris to settle. It vigorously shook its body, dislodging the dirt and leaves clinging to its fur, then sat in the clearing, coldly observing He Buqiang. He Buqiang, trembling with trepidation, cast a fleeting glance at the earth-shattering bear. A considerable amount of blood oozed from the wound on his shoulder, staining his leather armor a vivid crimson. With great effort, he removed the armor and hastily bandaged the injury. Fortunately, the effect of the divine protection remained intact, alleviating much of the pain. Cautiously, He Buqiang nodded at the colossal bear while pondering how to distance himself from this formidable creature. He gradually approached the nearby corpse of the malevolent spirit, retrieving its severed head from the ground. Noticing that the earth-shattering bear exhibited no response, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then threaded the two heads of the malevolent spirits onto his belt, securing them once more. For heads, each the size of a watermelon, now dangled from his waist, somewhat impeding his stride. After organizing his belongings, He Buqiang carefully made his way past the earth-shattering bear and began his descent down the slope. A glance over his shoulder revealed that the bear had not pursued him, allowing He Buqiang to exhale a sigh of relief. He gazed into the vast expanse of the forest, momentarily at a loss as to which direction he should take. Chapter 65. Emerging from the Gander Mountains, He Buqiang snapped a leaf from a canna plant, quenching his thirst with the clear water contained within. Indeed, it ruled this domain. This was its territory. He continued to forge ahead, leading himself to the ridge beside the valley, where he finally paused. With 4 heavy demon heads dangling from his waist, he meandered towards the camp, pondering whether to share these extraordinary events with Surdak and the soldiers of the second squad. Who would believe that a bear had rescued him and guided him out of the dense forest? And how could he even articulate such a tale? Would he need to speak in the indigenous tongue? Undoubtedly, if he attempted to communicate in his halting native dialect, the soldiers might erupt in laughter at the camp's entrance, perhaps mistaking him for an indigenous inhabitant of Handanar County. What a vexing predicament that would be. He had recently been dedicating time to mastering the imperial language, akin to how Professor Molly diligently taught the indigenous tongue, meticulously studying the pronunciation of each word. This endeavor did not seem insurmountable. As for the 4 demon heads and 5 dark magic crystals, he knew he must convey their origins to Surdak. Perhaps he could simply state that he had encountered the bear once more battling the demons in the mountains, and that he had fortuitously benefited from the encounter. While these assertions were indeed truthful, he feared that few would be inclined to believe him. After all, if he were the listener, he might also be skeptical. Such coincidences are rare in this world. Despite the vines digging into his abdomen, He Buqiang merely shifted their position, never contemplating discarding the demon heads that hung from them. That would be folly. Each demon head could be exchanged for a magic crystal, which was worth 10 gold coins. In the Grimm Empire, an ordinary apprentice at a tannery or a tailor's shop earned about 30 silver coins a month, the standard wage for apprentices. This meant that an apprentice would need 3 months and 10 days of labor to amass enough to earn a single gold coin. And that was without any expenses during that time. For a junior tanner or tailor, the monthly wage hovered around 50 silver coins. In major cities such as the imperial capital, Chien City, Haiyansi, Shilowite City, and St. Carlos, craftsmen's wages would likely increase by 10 silver coins. Thus, junior craftsmen would have to toil for an entire year to accumulate enough to exchange for a single magic crystal. This, indeed, represented the value of the 4 demon heads at his waist. He Buqiang had traversed this ridge 3 times already. As he passed through once more, He had developed some familiarity with the flora and fauna, at least no longer needing to deliberate over where to camp. The most suitable camping spots had been clearly marked by the soldiers of the second squad, and there was even a pile of burnt-out campfires, eliminating the need to search anew for stones to construct a cooking hearth. To be precise, the only vessel capable of boiling water that Hibuqiang possessed was a military canteen made of lead-tin alloy. He often contemplated that, should he acquire wealth, he would undoubtedly replace this canteen with one fashioned from purple copper. It seems that this aspiration is on the verge of being realized. The previous 2 nights, he found himself unable to sleep due to persistent worries that a bear might stealthily approach and regard him as a midnight snack. However, on this particular night, his insomnia stemmed from a lack of the security he once felt, a sense of safety derived from the presence of a formidable earth bear. The night breeze whispered through the trees, and the forest beneath the cloak of darkness was far from tranquil. The entire woodland rustled with sounds reminiscent of wind brushing against leaves, or perhaps the incessant munching of countless caterpillars feasting on luscious cherry leaves, or even the scurrying of small hedgehogs rolling on the ground, their spines adorned with tart fruits. In truth, these creatures preferred insects, while some leopard cats took to the trees at night, seeking out bird nests, for the birds returning to roost. It was akin to a delectable piece of fried chicken placed before the leopard cats. The nearby campfire had dwindled to a mere pile of dark red embers, and the makeshift grill still bore half of a rabbit, charred to a golden hue. The otter rabbit was perhaps the most rudimentary link in the food chain of this forest, yet paradoxically, their reproductive vigor was astonishing, rendering them abundant in the wild and one of the easiest small creatures to hunt. Nevertheless, the soldiers of the second squad seemed disinclined to consume the earthy-tasting rabbit meat. They would much rather feast on guinea pigs. By the following morning, the 4 severed heads of the demons began to emit a foul odor. To prevent them from rotting and stinking, Hibuqiang was compelled to coat the heads in wood ash. Regrettably, he lacked suitable tools. Otherwise, he could have fashioned a simple wooden box. Had he buried the heads in the ash, it would have been a viable solution. However, given that the distance to Camp 57 was merely a day's journey, Hibuqiang deemed it unnecessary to be overly meticulous in his preparations. Among the soldiers in that squad, it appeared that some recognized Hibuqiang. Upon spotting him from afar, one soldier approached with enthusiasm after discerning his features. The soldier, likely aware of Hibuqiang's silence, offered a kind word of comfort and jovially remarked, "Hey, little Dak, it's truly delightful to see you." When we departed from the camp, Surdak specifically sought out our captain, urging us to remain vigilant on our journey. He expressed concern that you might encounter some misfortune along the way. The 4th Squad's assigned patrol area is not in this vicinity. Otherwise, he would have come personally to find you. It brings me great joy to see you return safely, and I'm sure Captain Surdak feels the same. Subsequently, at the prompting of his companions, the soldier finally noticed the 4 demon heads dangling from Hibuqiang's waist, causing his expression to shift slightly, revealing an air of restraint. The awe etched upon his face outweighed any envy. Hibuqiang understood that Surdak would indeed be worried about him. It appeared that the second squad had recently been assigned tasks in the vicinity of Imoyun Ridge. It seemed that the plans spoken of by the Beijiali swordsman before his departure were gradually unfolding. Upon contemplating this, Hibuqiang could not help but furrow his brow, gazing towards the direction of the 57 Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment, hoping that Duke Newman would dispatch several more nightly orders this time. Chapter 66, Return to the camp as dusk descended. The grassy expanse at the foot of the Gandhara mountain forest was bathed in the last golden rays of the setting sun. The final beam of sunlight transformed everything into a shimmering gold. The clouds on the horizon, the mountains beyond the forest, the vast grasslands. The military camp at the foot of the hill, the thunderous rhinoceros grazing by the river, and the weathered visage of an old soldier, seated on a rock and chewing tobacco, were all enveloped in this golden hue. It had been nearly half a month since departing from the 57th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment's camp, and the encampment before him had more than doubled in size since his departure. The camp had undergone a remarkable transformation, evolving into a fortified military stronghold. At the entrance of the camp, a pair of wooden barricades had been erected, and occasionally, a troop of cavalry would pass through the gates. In the distance, illuminated by the fading sunlight, more cavalry units galloped toward the camp. The knights on horseback, clad in heavy armor, bore 5-meter-long lances at their saddlebacks, while the leading knight carried a flag that billowed triumphantly in the wind as their steeds raced. The makeshift marketplace on the hillside was brimming with various supplies, and at this moment, fresh shipments of goods were still arriving. The marketplace buzzed with activity as merchants unloaded their wares from their carts, while the caravan hands led their horses to the river for a wash, and others began erecting tents on the grassy knoll. Some merchants were selecting their temporary lodgings and engaging with others to ascertain the market dynamics of the area. What had once been a modest open-air tavern at the end of the marketplace was now enveloped by a throng of incoming caravans, having transformed into the heart of the bustling marketplace, offering not only barley beer, but also a diverse range of meals for the nearby traders. Though the Battle of Mayun Ridge had yet to commence, the atmosphere at the forest camp was already charged with the tension of impending conflict. In pursuit of securing a share of the spoils of victory, numerous caravans flocked to this hillside, mingling with the original traders of the 57th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment. Yibuqiang trudged through the dense grass, which reached up to his thighs, ascending a distant mound to take in the lively scene of the camp, illuminated by the waning sunlight. For demon head still dangled from his waist, the vine having worn a verdant mark into his leather armor. His armor was soaked with sweat, only to be dried by the relentless sun, creating a cycle that left the leather adorned with salt crystals. In that moment, he appeared as disheveled as a vagabond fleeing from calamity, had it not been for the hefty Roman sword hanging from his waist. The passing soldiers might have shooed him away. The demon heads were encrusted with a layer of ash, rendering their original forms nearly unrecognizable. Along the route from the hillside to the makeshift market, he had encountered at least 3 instances of scrutiny from patrolling soldiers. Fortunately, this area was under the watch of the 57th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment, and even if many soldiers did not recognize Yibuqiang, a significant number were familiar with Surdak, which facilitated his passage through the 3 checks. It seemed as though someone was standing nearby. Merchant Lodging instinctively raised his head and glanced over, only to find Yibuqiang, disheveled like a wild man, staring back at him in disbelief. With exaggerated astonishment, Lodging inquired, "My heavens, little Dak, what on earth have you been through?" The familiar voice, long absent, elicited a silly grin from Yibuqiang as he squinted at Lodging. At that moment, Lodging hastily stood up, disregarding the need to inventory their supplies, and urgently instructed the curly-haired lad, Jabi, "Take him to the river and give him a thorough wash." "Oh, no. Ulysses, you lazy fellow, stop sleeping and get up quickly to fetch some water." "Jabi, you start a fire to boil some water. What little Dak needs right now is a hot bath to relieve his exhaustion." Lodging shouted towards the interior of the tent. This towering figure's daily duty was the night watch, which meant he typically spent his days hidden in the tent to sleep. Managing to sleep through the bustling marketplace until this hour was quite a feat, however. Lodging had reason to scold him, as he had clearly overslept that day. In contrast, the more slender Jabi appeared considerably sharper. He was practically Lodging's young assistant, and despite his youth, he was of great help to Lodging. Without hesitation, Jabi dashed off to start a fire and boil water. Lodging approached Yibuqiang, noting that while the wounds on Yibuqiang's body had been adequately treated, the punctured holes in his leather armor and the bloodstains on the linen bandages covering his shoulders, arms, and chest spoke volumes about his injuries. The sight of the somewhat dulled Roman sword, its edge battered like a club, left Lodging's mouth agape in astonishment. He then remarked, "I heard you ventured into the mountains. You truly are a reckless individual." Yibuqiang untied the vines from his waist, allowing the 4 severed heads of the malevolent fiends to roll onto the grass. They tumbled down like coconuts falling from a palm tree, and Lodging casually glanced at them. However, his attention soon became fixated on the filthy, rotting heads at his feet, rendering him momentarily speechless with excitement. His expression resembled that of someone witnessing folly, and he lowered his voice to Yibuqiang, saying, "You are quite fortunate. Had you dared to do this in the wilderness, death would have been your only fate." With a serious demeanor, Lodging whispered to Yibuqiang, "Whether it be slavers, adventurers, or those patrolling squads, anyone who saw you daring to traverse the Darrell Mountains alone, while carrying such valuable items, would be unable to resist taking action against you." Yibuqiang stared at Lodging in silence. Lodging fixed his gaze on Yibuqiang and earnestly stated, "You don't believe me? Hey, this world is far from the idyllic place you imagine. In truth, aside from this unending war between realms, Yibuqiang had always believed that this world was remarkably beautiful. Whether it was the people of Surdak, the warm-hearted warriors of the 2nd Squad, or individuals like Merchant Lodging, curly-haired Jabi, and Ulysses, every person was exceedingly kind, leading Yibuqiang to think that this might indeed be a commendable trait of the people of the Grimm Empire. To my surprise, Lakin exhibited a far more pessimistic outlook than Yibuqiang regarding this matter. After expressing so much, Lakin suddenly recalled that Yibuqiang was burdened with the head of a malevolent spirit. given that Surdak could vanquish such a fiend. A glimmer of reverence flickered in Lakin's eyes as he inquired of He, "Pray tell, how did you acquire these artifacts? Surely, you are not a concealed demon hunter, are you?" Chapter 67. The thoughts of Surdak submerged in a large wooden tub filled with steaming hot water. He felt every pore in his body open wide, as if shedding the weariness that had enveloped him. The curly-haired lad, Jabi, poured a ladle of warm water over his head, quickly expelling the fatigue that weighed him down. With his arms draped over the rim of the tub, he allowed the last of his tension to dissolve. Once the magical effect of the divine body faded, an indescribable heaviness settled upon him. He examined the wounds on his arms. They seemed to be healing reasonably well, but the bloodied hole in his shoulder appeared rather alarming. Had the demon's sharp spike been angled differently, it might have shattered his collarbone. Rakan rummaged through the tent, retrieving 4 wooden boxes, into which he placed the heads of the demons, meticulously filling the seams with ash and plant residues, a common method for preserving perishable meats. Taking a seat, he inquired with a hint of skepticism, "Are you telling me that you found these demon heads in the mountains?" He nodded, grasping a pencil and swiftly inscribing a line of text on a wooden board. The merchant Rakan leaned closer, scrutinizing He writing, exclaiming, "You mean there was a bear fighting with the demon, and the bear killed it, allowing you to claim the most valuable spoils? My heavens, little Dak, your fortune seems rather favorable." He gazed at Rakan, incredulous, pondering, "With so many bloody holes in my body, how do you deduce that my luck is good? What do you intend to do with these?" Rakan pressed further. He, filled with uncertainty, regarded the merchant. In his view, these demon heads held little value apart from being exchanged for military merits at the logistics office. Not being a soldier of the 57 Heavy Infantry Regiment, he felt he could not claim any merits and thus considered gifting the heads to Surdak. "I mean, would you be interested in selling them?" Rakan interlocked his fingers, directing the question towards He. He looked at Rakan, waiting for him to elaborate. Rakan gestured with his hands, explaining, "You may not be aware, but within every legion, there are some, prominent figures who have come to the Warsaw dimension for a gilded existence. They are affluent and seek to avoid danger, preferring to purchase merits with their wealth. These demon heads would make for an excellent choice. The verification of military merits is typically stringent. Duke Newman does not permit nobles to usurp the accomplishments of lower-ranking soldiers. If discovered, the perpetrators could face a military tribunal. And although nobles enjoy immunity from punishment, it is of little use. Once expelled from the military, attaining a higher rank becomes exceedingly difficult. Therefore, such items can be traded privately, often fetching a handsome price. If you wish to sell them, I can connect you with potential buyers," Rakan offered. He did not respond immediately, indicating that he needed more time to consider. After his bath, curly-haired Jabi returned with a large plate of bell pepper stew and beef, topped with a generous flatbread. When He was bathing, he hardly felt anything amiss. However, once a large platter of delectable food was brought to the table, with the fragrant aroma of meat wafting up from beneath the wheat cakes, he suddenly realized his hunger had reached a fever pitch, and he felt capable of devouring an entire sheep. The indigenous people of Handanar County had an unconventional approach to their culinary practices, their food culture starkly differing from that of the Grimm Empire. To He, this was nothing short of a nightmare. The natives not only relished raw barbecues but also had a penchant for mashing food into a paste, adding a myriad of spices that rendered the flavors bizarre and the contents utterly unrecognizable. Lying on the wooden bed inside the tent, He felt his eyelids grow heavy and soon drifted off to sleep. The following day, Surdak sat outside the tent, gazing at 4 wooden boxes before him. One of the lids was ajar, revealing the charred remnants of plant ashes and a grotesque, demonic visage within. Without hesitation, he remarked to He, "Of course, we should sell it." He paused, gesturing to inquire why it could not be exchanged for military merit. Surdak shot him a disdainful glance and replied succinctly, "What would I gain by trading it for military merit at the barracks?" With a firm motion, he closed the lid of the wooden box. Surdak explained, "A year ago, if I had managed to procure 4 demon heads, there would have been no doubt I would exchange them at the supply depot for military merit. Back then, the greatest advantage of such a trade would have been my promotion to squadron leader, allowing for a more comfortable life in the barracks. But now, that notion holds no appeal for me, as in just 2.5 months, I shall retire." Whenever he had the time, Surdak would regale He with tales from his home. Noticing that Surdak held a glass of beer yet scarcely sipped from it, He Buqiang understood that Surdak was indeed feeling homesick. He pushed the wooden boxes towards Lajin, requesting him to facilitate their sale. Lajin accepted the boxes with evident delight. Surdak then added, "Our 57th Regiment is soon to head to Moyun Ridge, and as the first advance force in this campaign, we will primarily be responsible for some infrastructural work at the front. Life in the mountains is arduous." He turned to He Buqiang and said, "I believe you should stay behind. Things over there are somewhat unstable, and unexpected situations may arise at any moment." Before Surdak could finish, He Buqiang shook his head vigorously. "Do you wish to accompany us?" Surdak inquired. He Buqiang nodded affirmatively. Seeing the determination etched on He Buqiang's face, Surdak did not press the issue further but remarked, "Very well, but your leather armor may not suffice. However, selling these demon heads should yield a considerable sum, allowing you to purchase a better set of armor." Surdak continued, "By the way, Lajin will surely know how to exchange these demon heads for a decent suit of armor, which should prove more advantageous." "Are you looking to acquire standard armor from the heavy infantry regiment?" Lajin asked. "It could also be any other type of armor, as long as it fits properly and is of exquisite craftsmanship," He Buqiang replied. Surdak remarked, "This sword requires proper repair. I recently heard that a blacksmith shop has opened on the street. Indeed, there is a blacksmith-s establishment in the vicinity, reputed for its reasonable prices and commendable craftsmanship. However, the proprietor is rather reserved and reluctant to engage in conversation, and I am not well acquainted with him." "Allow me to escort you to the shop immediately," Surdak said. Chapter 68, The Market Outside the Barracks Today. The makeshift market at the foot of the Linchang Mountain has expanded at least threefold compared to a month ago. The battle at Moyun Ridge has not only drawn a multitude of merchant caravans but also attracted various craftsmen to this encampment located on the outskirts of Handanar County. The temporary blacksmith shop is quite rudimentary. Apart from two tents, there lies a large anvil on the open ground, flanked by two furnaces constructed from volcanic rock. The furnaces are interconnected, and beside one of them stands a large bellows. While this setup is insufficient for smelting iron ore, it is perfectly adequate for fine forging. Lajin brought He Buqiang and Surdak to the front of the blacksmith shop, just in time to witness a burly man, bare-chested and clad in a leather apron, wielding a hammer to forge a glowing iron bar. A young apprentice crouched beside the bellows, vigorously pulling and pushing it, causing azure flames to surge a foot high from the furnace with each movement. Once the iron bar reached a brilliant red heat, the muscular man lifted it from the furnace and began to hammer it vigorously on the anvil. After observing for a moment, He Buqiang noticed the rough shape of a knight's long sword gradually taking form under the blacksmith's skilled hands. Outside the tent, a row of wooden racks haphazardly displayed numerous iron blanks, as well as some semi-finished swords and knives, alongside tools such as picks, shovels, horseshoes, and iron pots. The blacksmith wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel draped around his neck and approached Surdak with a hearty smile, inquiring, "What can I do for you, sir?" Surdak received a somewhat dulled Roman sword from He Buqiang, its blade stained with dark purple blood, exuding a heavy metallic scent. Placing the sword before the blacksmith, he stated, "I wish to repair this Roman sword. Can you reforge a steel edge for it?" "Refurbishing the edge is certainly possible," the blacksmith replied. "Though the edge of your sword is rolled, the damage is not severe enough to necessitate a complete rewrapping of the steel. A thorough sharpening will suffice for extended use." Surdak glanced at He Buqiang and then gestured to the Roman sword, saying, "I intend to lengthen this sword. It is not only somewhat short, but feels rather light for my preference." His words effectively conveyed He Buqiang's intentions. Upon hearing Surdak's request, the blacksmith nodded in agreement. "Very well, I understand. As you wish, I can increase both the length and weight of the Roman sword. However, I fear the existing patterns on the blade may not be preserved, as I am not skilled in etching designs on swords. I can only create layered patterns on the edge through the process of folding and forging. Will that be acceptable to you?" Surdak responded without hesitation, "Absolutely. If it were merely a simple repair, this Roman sword would require no more than 3 to 5 silver coins. However, Surdak insisted that the blacksmith not only reforge the steel blade based on the original Roman sword blank, but also extend and enhance the weight of the weapon. Consequently, additional iron was necessary, elevating the repair cost to a staggering 15 silver coins. Such exorbitant expenses were nearly equivalent to half a month's wages for commoners. Nevertheless, Surdak deemed the blacksmith's charges quite reasonable and entrusted the Roman sword in He Buqiang's possession to him, agreeing to return the following evening to collect it. He promptly paid half the deposit. Afterward, Surdak inquired of the burly blacksmith, "Do you sell fine iron shields?" The blacksmith, upon hearing this, chuckled heartily and gestured toward an adjacent shop, saying, "Gentlemen, if you seek finished shields, you might want to explore the store next door. They offer various styles of ready-made shields, and their prices will not exceed those of my bespoke creations." Amidst the jovial laughter of the imposing blacksmith, He Wuqiang followed Surdak into the third establishment adjacent to the forge. Though referred to as a shop, it was merely a tent displaying 2 rows of weapon racks. The racks showcased only one type of armor, an array of shields, ranging from small round shields wrapped in thin iron sheeting made from yellow pine to square shields clad in iron and crafted from sturdy oak, as well as dwarven chain shields forged from pure iron, resilient nightly light shields, and even a tapered kite shield. There were also bone shields made from the rib bones of demons and bronze shields fashioned from bronze, among others. This establishment specialized in selling shields, with the bronze shields being the most expensive. Yet it was the bone shield that captivated the attention of He Wuqiang and Surdak. The bone shield was crafted from the breastbone and ribs of an evil spirit, featuring a robust metal backing, thus designed with exquisite craftsmanship. As the 2 men approached the bone shield, Surdak exclaimed in awe, "Who would have thought that the breastbone of demons could be repurposed in such a manner?" He appeared quite regretful for not having fully utilized the previously encountered demon corpses. He could have easily fashioned those breastbones into this remarkably unique shield. The shield merchant, an ordinary-looking elder, overheard Suldak's exclamation and promptly interjected, "Ah, that is nothing. Some even fashion bone clubs from demon leg bones. The skeletal structure of these creatures is as durable as fine iron, and such shields possess additional advantages on the battlefield." Curious, Surdak inquired, "What advantages?" He Wuqiang remarked, "When you take a companion's breastplate onto the battlefield, what else can you expect? It inherently possesses a taunting effect." As anticipated, the shield merchant interjected, "A warrior wielding a bone shield, regardless of their position, will inevitably become the focal target for the malevolent spirits. This is more effective than mere taunting and provoking their ire. The primary purpose of purchasing such a shield is to attract the hatred of these fiends, thereby creating opportunities for comrades to vanquish them. However, any warrior daring enough to wield a bone shield must be an elite within their ranks. Otherwise, they risk being swiftly dispatched by the spirits on the battlefield. Our shop has sold fewer than 10 of these bone shields." "Ah, such a notion exists. Yet it seems quite reasonable," Surdak expressed, displaying a look of astonishment. Nevertheless, he resolutely pulled He Wuqiang away from the weapon rack displaying bone shields and inquired, "Which do you prefer?" He Wuqiang's gaze traversed the small round shields and square shields, finally resting upon the dwarven chain shield. Before he could voice his preference, the shield merchant lifted a dwarven chain shield from the rack, albeit with some evident difficulty. Addressing Surdak and He Wuqiang, the merchant continued, "If you two are warriors of the infantry regiment, there is no need to bear the cumbersome dwarven chain shield. This shield, crafted entirely from the finest iron of the dwarven realm, is undoubtedly robust. However, its singular drawback lies in its excessive weight. The standard heavy armor of the infantry is already burdensome, and to additionally carry a Roman heavy sword without the aid of a steed makes the choice of a dwarven chain shield overly taxing. The oak square shield, coated with a layer of iron, is both sturdy and durable, and given the abundance of timber here, it is far easier to repair." It was evident that the shield merchant possessed considerable experience in recommending appropriate shields for various types of warriors, as he did not advocate for Surdak to purchase the dwarven chain shield. However, prior to their visit, He Wuqiang had already expressed to Surdak his disinterest in wooden shields, as these would hardly withstand the piercing weapons of the malevolent spirits. Understanding He Wuqiang's sentiments, Surdak conveyed to the merchant, "Let us forego the hardwood shield." He then turned to He Wuqiang and asked, "Which do you prefer, the dwarven chain shield or the knight's light shield?" He Wuqiang leaned towards the aesthetically pleasing knight's light shield but hesitated, knowing that it was evidently designed for cavalry. He also pondered that the dwarven chain shield might be more practical. Just as He Wuqiang found himself in a quandary, the shield merchant interjected at the opportune moment, "Indeed, it is possible." Surdak's eyes brightened, and he inquired, "Is this truly an option?" With a confident smile, the shield merchant affirmed, "Yes." Shortly thereafter, He Wuqiang and Surdak emerged from the shield merchant's shop, with He Wuqiang now bearing the weighty dwarven chain shield upon his back. Surdak wished to continue exploring the market, while He Wuqiang sought a full suit of armor suitable for himself. At that moment, a curly-haired lad named Gabby rushed over, breathless, and quietly informed them, "Lakin has found buyers for 4 demon heads." Chapter 69. Underhanded Dealings Navigating Through the Bustling Marketplace. Hibuqiang and Surdak followed Gabi to a large tent situated at the outermost edge of a hillside, where a grand merchant caravan had established a temporary encampment. This circular tent was surrounded by several smaller tents, akin to stars orbiting a central sun. Behind it, there were numerous stacks of goods covered with tarpaulins. While at the rear, a wooden fence enclosed a stable housing over 20 horses and several mules. A few attendants were busy transferring a batch of cargo from one of the piles onto a cart, presumably filled with bags of oats. Lush green glass grass carpeted the area surrounding the camp, marred by evident signs of trampling. Some hoofprints were filled with rainwater from the previous day's downpour. 2 armored guards stood watch at the tent's entrance. Upon seeing Hibuqiang and his companions approach, they brandished their halberds to block their passage. Gabi respectfully addressed the guard, stating, "I am an associate of Mr. Lakin, sent here by him. Please allow them to enter." The guard repositioned his halberd and lifted the tent flap, inviting Hibuqiang and Surdak inside. Inside the tent, soft furs adorned the ground, and a young noble knight occupied the main seat, flanked by several merchants, including Lakin himself. A small wooden table was set before them, laden with a fruit bowl brimming with verdant grapes and plump purple plums. In one corner, a block of ice emitted a steady stream of white vapor, creating a stark contrast in temperature between the tent's interior and the outside world, rendering the former considerably cooler. He mused that this must indeed be the lifestyle that Surdak had described as noble. Upon noticing Gabi's entrance with Surdak and Hibuqiang, Lakin promptly beckoned them to approach. He then stood to introduce them to the young noble, Baron Terry Carnegie. "This is Surdak, affiliated with the 57th Regiment. And this is his friend, Little Dak. The heads of the fiends I hold are theirs." The young noble, clad in a black suit adorned with golden embroidery, appeared exceptionally fair-skinned and sat casually, holding a silver goblet. He gently swirled the ice within, producing a melodious chime that silenced the tent. Baron Terry Carnegie then inquired of Surdak, "I have heard you intend to transfer possession of these 4 fiendish heads?" Raising an eyebrow slightly, his youthful visage bore an air of innocence, and he spoke with a uniquely raspy voice indicative of a transitional phase in adolescence. "Could you elucidate the origin of these 4 fiendish heads?" After a moment of hesitation, Surdak replied, "They were procured from Mount Gondir. It would take approximately 2 days to traverse eastward along the river valley. I assure you that these 4 heads are entirely ours, with no connection to the 57th Regiment. If necessary, I can guide you to the site, where remnants of the fiends may still be discovered." Baron Terry Carnegie appeared to have no intention of visiting the site himself. He casually remarked, "Well, I was merely inquiring. Inspecting the site is unnecessary for me, as I prefer to avoid any complications." At this juncture, the elderly gentleman seated below Baron Carnegie quickly intervened. Addressing Surdak in a gentle tone, "Baron Terry Carnegie summoned you both not to scrutinize the origins of these spoils, but to hear from Lakin that you wish to exchange them for a suit of armor. The higher the quality of armor, the more stringent the requirements for size and type, and it is essential to ascertain which suit fits your physique." Hibuqiang recognized from the elder's words that he was the one who had invited them into the tent moments ago. The elder, resembling a merchant, scrutinized Surdak and Hibuqiang with a serious demeanor, inquiring, "So, which of you will receive the armor?" Surdak gestured for Hibuqiang to sit beside him on the carpet next to Lakin, casually responding, "It's for him. I already have standard armor from the heavy infantry regiment and do not require a custom set. This gentleman," the elder turned his gaze toward Hibuqiang. "He is mute. We call him Little Dak," Lakin interjected promptly. Upon hearing Lakin's words, the elder smiled kindly at Hibuqiang before instructing the attendant standing at the door, "Please bring the complete set of bronze plate armor from the warehouse." He paused thoughtfully before adding, "Oh, also, bring that set made from beast hide." The 2 attendants turned and exited, returning shortly with 2 completely different sets of armor. The elder did not examine the armors but calmly stated, "These 4 demon heads, based on current market conditions, are valued at approximately 4 magic crystals." Lakin discreetly nodded to Surdak, indicating that the merchant was indeed correct. Surdak was likely aware of the approximate worth of these demon heads. Seeing that Surdak and Hibuqiang had no objections, the elder rose from his seat, approached the bronze armor, and began to introduce it to everyone. This full suit weighs 35 pounds and consists of nearly 1,000 bronze plates. If this were merely a set of bronze armor, even a brand new plate armor would be valued at around 7 gold coins. However, this armor is somewhat different, as each plate is coated with a layer of precious magical metal, endowing it with excellent anti-magic properties, thus it is worth at least 3 magic crystals. How expensive? Hibuqiang thought, feeling a pang of reluctance as it would consume nearly all the proceeds from the sale of the demon heads. He Buqiang understood that 3 magic crystals could be exchanged for approximately 30 gold coins. An ordinary commoner might accumulate only a few dozen gold coins over a lifetime. Surdak's gaze lingered on the heavy armor. His interest piqued. The standard armor of the 57 Heavy Infantry Regiment was certainly not of such exquisite craftsmanship. The elder approached another set of leather armor and introduced it to everyone, stating, "This piece of armor is crafted from the hide of a second-tier magical beast, utilizing nearly half a skin of the fiery serpent lizard for the upper garment, while the lower portion, a battle skirt, is fashioned from the robust leather of the swamp giant crocodile's back. The upper part of this magical beast leather armor does not fall under the category of heavy armor. However, the lower half is indeed classified as heavy leather armor." Upon hearing the elder's words, Surdak found himself captivated by the seemingly unremarkable armor, while even Lakin beside him gaped in astonishment. The elder continued, "This magical beast leather armor is lighter than bronze armor, yet it boasts superior defensive capabilities and magical resistance. Furthermore, the most significant value of this magical leather armor lies in its excellent magical conductivity, meaning there is ample potential for enhancement in the future. Should you possess the ability to advance to a first-tier warrior, you may enlist the services of an enchanter to inscribe a complete set of magical runes upon this armor, transforming it into a precious rune-imbued ensemble." Faint gasps of admiration echoed throughout the tent. Chapter 70. Underground Transactions 2 in the Grimm Empire. The wealth of many noble families is broadly categorized into 3 segments: real estate, land, and magical constructs. The grand nobles erect castles upon their domains, while the lesser nobles construct estates within their territories. The true financial strength of a noble is measured by the territory they command, with significant disparities in the richness and barrenness of the land. Additionally, nobles possess a category of assets that can be inherited by their descendants, which are tax-exempt in the Grimm Empire. These are the precious magical constructs. Before us lies a set of magical beast leather armor capable of inscribing magical runes. Although this armor currently lacks any runes, it possesses remarkable defensive capabilities and magical resistance. The armor has been meticulously maintained, showing no signs of hidden damage on its leather surface. An elderly man stands before the magical beast armor, carefully retrieving a parchment scroll from within his garments. He cautiously unfurls the scroll. A whoosh is heard as a flame of crimson and azure bursts forth from the scroll, nearly singeing the elder's hair. Undeterred by the heat, he grips the edges of the scroll with both hands and positions it beneath the magical beast armor, allowing the flames to sear the leather. The intense fire continues to emanate from the scroll, seemingly absorbed by the armor, which remains unchanged on its surface. This is merely a commonplace fire-gathering spell scroll, a type that Baron Sidney also possesses. Such practical magic scrolls are now widely utilized within the military, with a fire-gathering scroll. Soldiers need not fear the inability to kindle a flame during inclement weather, and they can quickly provide hot soup or boiling water during brief halts in a rapid march. As onlookers observe the flames from the scroll failing to affect the magical beast armor, a collective gasp of astonishment arises from those within the tent. The elder subtly demonstrates that this is indeed a genuine piece of magical beast armor. A dark-skinned merchant seated opposite in the tent inquires, "Grant, how much is this magical beast armor worth in gold coins?" Baron Terry Carnegie, seated at the head of the table, displays a slight frown, though his noble pride prevents him from voicing his discontent. Merchant Kenyon chuckles awkwardly, quickly realizing that this magical beast armor cannot be merely appraised in gold coins. In truth, this fine piece has been presented by Baron Terry Carnegie as a token for redeeming military honors. Kenyon hastily waves his hand, saying, "No, I was merely asking out of curiosity." The wrinkles on Grant's face and his graying beard lend a seasoned wisdom to his smile. He gestures toward the magical beast armor, explaining, "The leather of this armor is not derived from a single magical beast. Rather, it is crafted from scraps of various beasts. The upper half is made from the skin of a flame serpent lizard, while the lower half primarily consists of the thick hide from a marsh giant crocodile. Therefore, this magical beast armor is not as valuable as you might presume." Unbeknownst to them, the myriad interpretations of the beast hide armor left Buqiang and Surdak exchanging silent glances. Grant remarked, "In the imperial capital, a set of such multi-layered leather armor would scarcely fetch more than 15 magic crystals." Upon hearing Grant's assessment, Lakin promptly interjected, stating, "Grant, this suit of armor exceeds our budget. In fact, we are only hoping to exchange 4 demon skulls for a set of decent heavy armor." He felt it imperative to assert his position, as he had brought only 4 demon skulls, which could be traded for 4 magic crystals. Given the 11 magic crystal disparity between the beast hide armor and their offerings, he doubted Surdak and Hibwichiang could muster such a sum. However, Grant smiled enigmatically, his gaze shifting to Surdak and Hibwichiang as he suggested, perhaps the owners of these spoils hold a different perspective. With that, the attention of the group turned to the 2 men. As Hibwichiang's representative, Surdak looked at the merchant Grant with a hint of confusion, inquiring, "Are you presenting this beast hide armor to suggest that I possess such purchasing power?" Grant confidently replied, "Indeed, Captain Surdak." He surveyed the tent before continuing. "It is well known that the most valuable aspect of a demon is not its skull. I do not mean to imply that these skulls lack worth. Rather, the true treasure lies in the black magic crystals. Each unassessed black magic crystal is worth 2 ordinary magic crystals. And these 4 demon skulls could yield at least 4 unassessed black magic crystals. Should Captain Surdak be inclined to sell those unassessed black magic crystals, the total value of these spoils would not be so disparate from that of this beast hide armor." His keen, perceptive eyes locked onto Surdak S. He asked, "What say you, Captain Surdak? Shall we contemplate this further?" At that moment, Surdak recalled Hibwichiang had indeed mentioned several magic cores previously. This thought stirred his interest, prompting him to inquire, "For unassessed black magic crystals and 4 demon skulls could be exchanged for your beast hide armor?" Grant smiled and shook his head, not entirely dismissive but rather guiding him. "In truth, we are still a bit short. Feel free to add something else." Inspired by Grant's suggestion, Surdak suddenly remembered that Hibwichiang possessed 3 military stabs. These weapons, utilized by demons, were crafted from quality materials. Therefore, Surdak promptly stated, "I also have 3 military stabs used by demons. If these do not suffice, I fear we must consider the heavy bronze armor pieces." Without a moment's hesitation, Grant decisively proclaimed, "It's a deal." Baron Terry Carnegie had come to the front line of the forest not merely to forge friendships, but rather to procure accomplishments from men like Surdak. Hibwichiang mused silently. At this moment, Surdak unfastened the 3 military daggers, each nearly a meter long, that hung from Hibwichiang's waist and handed them to Grant. He then inquired, "May I try it on?" Grant, displaying great generosity, spread his hands towards Surdak and replied, "Certainly. Please feel free, if anything seems amiss. We have skilled leatherworkers who can make minor adjustments." It dawned on Surdak that perhaps he should consult Hibwichiang before making a decision, realizing he had acted somewhat rashly. After all, the undetermined magical crystals were still in Hibwichiang's possession. He glanced at Hibwichiang, feeling somewhat guilty, and asked, "Surdak, what do you think of this set of beast hide armor?" Hibwichiang looked at Surdak with a bewildered expression, feeling a bit awkward. Surdak rubbed his forehead and turned to Grant, saying, "I apologize. Please hold on. I need to discuss this privately with Surdak." He then pulled Hibwichiang outside the tent, where they stood on the grass beside it. At this point, it was mostly Surdak who spoke incessantly. "I believe this beast hide armor is quite good. It can perfectly evade taxation when passing through magical portals. And even if we take it to the Grimm Empire, it will not depreciate. Most importantly, you happen to need it right now. So why don't we go ahead and purchase this set?" Seeing Hibwichiang's gesture of agreement, Surdak joyfully pumped his fist and exclaimed, "Then it's settled. We shall buy it." Hibwichiang pulled out 5 black magic cores from his pocket and handed them to Surdak. "Oh, how did you acquire 5 black magic cores?" Surdak asked, puzzled. Hibwichiang looked a bit exasperated, recalling that he had previously mentioned finding 5 evil spirits, though Surdak had not paid attention. Such trivial matters hardly warranted a debate. Hibwichiang nodded. "Then we can keep 1 black magic crystal." Noticing that their opinions were largely aligned, Surdak led Hibwichiang back into the tent, continuing to speak as they walked. Upon seeing the gesture from Hibwichiang, Surdak shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, "Are you suggesting that the beast hide armor be gifted to me while we purchase that set of bronze armor? That is entirely unnecessary. I am the captain of the 2nd Squad of the 6th Brigade, and my standard armor is of excellent quality. I do not require." When they emerged from the tent once more, Hibwichiang was adorned with a precious set of beast hide armor that fit him rather well. Meanwhile, the other transactions continued inside the tent, and Lajin followed the 2 out. He silently marveled at Grant's discerning eye. Realizing he had spotted the undetermined black magic crystals in Surdak's possession and subsequently presented a valuable set of beast hide armor. Both parties had met their needs and conducted a successful transaction in private, revealing Grant to be a truly remarkable merchant. Chapter 71 News of the Battle of the Kimto River. The humid and sultry breeze swept through the marketplace, offering no respite from the oppressive heat. Clothes, soaked with perspiration, clung to the skin, and the air was thick with an acrid scent of sweat. The scorching sun reddened the faces of the people, while vendors squatted beneath its rays, relishing the dual pleasures of sweat and sunlight. In a gesture of gratitude towards Lakin, Surdak invited him to a tavern in the marketplace. Lakin, adorned with a warm smile and a hint of smugness upon his greasy visage, engaged in soft conversation with Surdak. A shrewd businessman, he typically calculated every transaction meticulously. Yet this time he refrained from mentioning the commission for selling the demon's head, treating it as a trivial affair. He Buqiang had initially presumed that donning such a cumbersome set of heavy leather armor would be unbearably hot. A stroll through the marketplace might well leave him utterly defeated by the sweltering heat. Breaking a sweat was one thing, but the risk of heatstroke loomed large. Surprisingly, however, upon wearing this set of beast leather armor, a refreshing coolness permeated from the swamp crocodile leather, alleviating much of the heat he felt, rendering him almost oblivious to the oppressive warmth. Considering the exorbitant price of this armor, he was not left in awe for long. Such a costly piece of equipment surely warranted some exceptional quality. Even in daylight, the open-air tavern attracted a multitude of patrons. Those seeking fortune had little in the way of entertainment, making the tavern one of the few available venues to pass the time. Many would come to enjoy a drink during their leisure, where a mere 10 copper coins could procure a cup of rich barley ale. The 57 warriors in the tavern greeted Surdak heartily. News of this newly appointed squad leader from the 4th Division had spread throughout the 57 Heavy Infantry Regiment, particularly his exploits in vanquishing a demon gate on Mount Kandar with his 2nd squad. Lakin retrieved a few ice cubes from a wooden barrel, eagerly tossed them into his cup, and took a hearty swig, addressing Surdak. When I first accompanied the 57 Regiment to the Warsaw realm, you were but a youthful lad, and I never imagined you would rise to the rank of squad leader. Lakin chuckled with pride, exclaiming, "Why speak of such things? We are from the same hometown. Of course, we must look out for one another while away from home." He Buqiang was not particularly fond of the slightly sour taste of the barley ale. Each sip reminded him of the flavors of Nulinchin and fried peanuts, leaving him with a soft sigh. At that moment, the conversation from a neighboring table distinctly captured his attention. "I hear there are significant movements afoot around the Kimto River," one patron remarked. Strangely enough, amidst the clamor of the tavern, their dialogue resonated clearly. Another individual remarked, "The Benar Legion is primarily stationed in the vicinity of Handanar County, while the most elite royal construct knights of the Grimm Empire are amassed across the Kimto River. If we do not secure this supply line, Duke Newman's city of Alex will find itself isolated and defenseless." With his back turned to Buqiang, the patron spoke in a low voice. "Do you believe this time the Prince of Wales will succeed?" He inhaled deeply before continuing, "Even if it drags on. Past dimensional wars had the priests and battle clerics from the temples aiding the troops, allowing for manageable casualties. Now, however, the temple has suddenly receded like a turtle, and it seems the dignitaries still have not grasped the current situation. The death toll is staggering, with only grim tidings arriving recently." The other person inquired, "And what of Duke Newman? That old fox claims his forces are spread across various war zones in the Warsaw dimension and cannot regroup in the short term." He Buqiang, disinterested in eavesdropping on their private conversation, shifted his focus to Surdak and Lakin. The tavern server brought forth a platter of dried meat, a common accompaniment in the open-air tavern, albeit somewhat salty. Lakin's cup was nearly empty, prompting He Buqiang to rush to the bar for 2 large mugs. Lakin was taken aback that Surdak intended to purchase a teleportation pass. He couldn't help but glance at He Buqiang and ask, "For little Dak?" Surdak nodded. Lakin frowned. "That item is rather expensive. Be prepared with gold coins, and I will give it a try." Recently, Surdak had made a modest fortune hunting Tim Fish with his 2nd squad, thus he was less concerned about finances. He reassured Lakin, "Do not worry about that. I will find a way to gather enough." After taking a sip of his drink, Lakin then remarked to Surdak, "By the way, a new magical goods store has opened on this street. If you have the time, it would be wise to visit and procure some emergency supplies. This battle at Mayan Ridge cannot be approached as casually as the previous ones. It is prudent to prepare adequately." Surdak's eyes brightened, and he readily replied, "All right. I will find a time to go with little Dak." The makeshift market featured a newly opened magical goods store. Upon entering the tent, one could see a row of crystal orbs displayed on wooden shelves, with several wands hanging from the crossbeam above. As the tent flap was lifted, The cedar ones swayed like wind chimes, yet produced no sound. The tent's soundproofing was remarkable. Hibwichang and Surdak stood inside, nearly oblivious to the cacophony outside. The space within the tent was quite cramped, and the two had to maneuver carefully, cautious not to damage any valuable items. The shelves on either side were stocked with bundles of magical scrolls, various colors of magical ink, strands of magical thread, and thick stacks of magical parchment. Dominating the tent's interior was a wooden board inscribed in charcoal, proclaiming, "We purchase magical herbs at high prices." Chapter 72. The enchanted apothecary. Beneath the wooden planks lay an array of jars filled with magical herbs, each appearing remarkably vivid, some even retaining their roots in pristine condition. Hibwichang felt a surge of curiosity and leaned closer to examine the herbs meticulously. At that moment, a gaunt old man emerged silently from behind the shelves. Upon noticing Hibwichang's keen observation of the magical herbs, his fish-like eyes widened in excitement as he hastened towards Hibwichang. His face, marked by age and wrinkles, tilted upwards, hands grasping Hibwichang's sleeve, his gaze a blend of fear and hope. With a voice tinged with earnestness, he implored, "Brave warrior, do you possess any of these magical herbs? I shall purchase any one of them at a generous price." Hibwichang promptly shook his head. The hope in the old man's eyes dissipated, and he stroked his thinning hair, his gray eyes reflecting profound disappointment as the warmth of his expression rapidly faded. His once vibrant fish-like eyes transformed into lifeless orbs, revealing much of the scara, as he nasalized towards Surdak. "So, you two do not come to sell magical herbs? Then, what do you wish to purchase?" Such a haughty tone tempted one to turn away. However, Surdak remained unperturbed, smiling warmly at the frail old man. "Esteemed apothecary, we belong to the vanguard of the 57 Heavy Infantry Corps, soon to embark towards the Gandir Mountains Moya Ridge. We have heard that certain magical herbs flourish within Gandir Mountain, and we are here primarily to inquire about the most common magical herbs found there and the precautions necessary during collection. Although I possess rudimentary skinning skills, I am utterly ignorant when it comes to gathering." Surdak's words instantly softened the old man's demeanor, alleviating the tension etched upon his face. The old man muttered, "I am no apothecary, do not mislabel me. So, you are indeed about to venture into Gandir Mountain? Well, that is splendid." Noticing the shopkeeper's tone had mellowed, Surdak's smile grew ever more amiable. "You wish to know which magical herbs are produced in the Gandir Mountain range?" The gaunt old man inquired anew. At this juncture, Hibwichang observed that the old man donned a tattered robe, stained with indeterminate dyes that had robbed it of its original hue, the cuffs and collar frayed and worn, presenting a rather pitiable sight. The frail old man continued conversing with Surdak, oblivious to Hibwichang's presence. He appeared quite eager to discuss matters concerning magical herbs, and he remarked, "No one here knows these magical herbs better than I do. Allow me to elaborate. The most common herb in the Gandir Mountains is undoubtedly the silverleaf grass. When I mention its commonality, I do so in comparison to other varieties of magical herbs. Presently, magical herbs are scarce, and locating a single silverleaf grass is no simple feat. This particular herb shuns sunlight, typically thriving in dry, shaded locales. Its most distinguishing feature is its oval-shaped silver leaves, complete with a sheath." Such assurance greatly pleased the emaciated old man. At that moment, Surdak finally articulated the purpose of their visit. "The advanced troops of the infantry regiment have come to the Gandir Mountains primarily to establish a clear forest path for the rear's construct knights and to construct a camp beneath the Moya Mountains." With sincerity etched on his face, Surdak continued, "You can surely comprehend the peril inherent in this mission. However, it also affords us greater opportunities to engage with the magical herbs of this vast mountain, and we would like to purchase some practical emergency magical scrolls from you." The space within the Magic Emporium tent was quite confined, barely accommodating two individuals. At that moment, someone outside wished to enter, lifting the curtain only to discover the tent was teeming with people. After uttering a few complaints, the old man paid them no heed, promptly lowering the entrance curtain and leaving those outside. He then stated earnestly, "Indeed, let me ponder this. It is true that the advanced troops are the first to delve into the mountains, thus having a significantly higher chance of collecting magical herbs. Oh, do you have any scrolls suitable for your needs?" He turned and approached a shelf piled high with scrolls, retrieving a bundle and placing it on the counter. He began to sift through the magical scrolls rapidly, saying, "Let me see, the selection is rather limited. These will not do. These offensive magical scrolls require at least an apprentice mage to wield, and these are not particularly useful." Ultimately, he unearthed two palm-sized magical scrolls from the bottom of a shelf and said to Surdak, This Firestarter scroll allows you to ignite a campfire at any time. It may not be particularly useful in the mountains, but you might consider keeping this water-gathering scroll. And this Watchtower scroll, well, it seems of little value. Both Yibuqiang and Surdak craned their necks to observe, pondering how much such advanced scrolls might cost. The emaciated old man finally declared, "This water-gathering scroll is worth 25 silver coins. However, since you are venturing into the mountains to seek magical herbs, you may take it for 20 silver coins." Surdak and Yibuqiang exchanged glances, seemingly finding the price acceptable. Subsequently, Surdak reached into his coin pouch and boldly inquired, "Might you also have any healing potions?" "You truly dare to dream. At present, there is a severe scarcity of magical herbs, rendering such potions exceedingly precious in the arcane marketplace. I suggest you abandon any hopes of acquiring healing elixirs, at least not from my stock. Speaking of potions, you might find this useful, by the way. I do possess a few blood-stopping bandages that you may take with you." The gaunt old man curled his lips in disdain and shot a scornful glance at Surdak. His expression utterly infuriating. Although he did not produce the healing potion Surdak desired, he managed to unearth 2 vials of verdant liquid from the corner of the shelf. Yibuqiang recognized this potion, having seen a similar antidote in Suldak's possession before. Subsequently, the emaciated old man tossed a filthy roll of bandage to Surdak and unceremoniously shooed both Yibuqiang and Surdak out of the tent. Outside the magical apothecary, a throng had gathered, eager to glimpse what treasures lay within. As they observed someone emerging from the tent, they closed in once more, only to be met with the bony arm of the old man extending from the tent to display a wooden sign reading "Closed" at the entrance. Those who wished to enter the magical emporium found themselves exchanging bewildered glances outside the tent. Chapter 73. The night before departure in the past half-month. The arrival of troops at the forest camp has gradually transformed the once desolate temporary market outside the camp into a bustling hub. Numerous merchant caravans, keenly sensing the opportunity, have congregated at the verdant foothills. The erected white tents sprouted like mushrooms after a rainstorm, dotting the hillside. Yibuqiang approached quietly, gazing at Gabi. The curly-haired lad looked at Yibuqiang's beast leather armor with envy and cheerfully remarked, "Surdak, your armor is truly splendid." Leaning against the grass at the entrance of Gabi's tent, Yibuqiang joined him in admiring the distant Mount Dondir. Beyond the sea of clouds, a golden sun was poised to set behind the mountain ridges. The curly-haired boy reclined on the grass and asked, "Are you going into the mountains with Surdak and the others tomorrow?" Yibuqiang nodded in affirmation. "Be careful on the way," the boy cautioned. With faint freckles adorning his face, his eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. He reached into the tent, emerging with a tin can, which he placed before Yibuqiang, saying, "I think you might need this." Yibuqiang accepted it, feeling its weight in his hand. The thin metal box bore a resemblance to. "This is canned meat," Gabi proclaimed proudly. Lajin treated me and Ulysses to it once. It was absolutely delicious. Yibuqiang was astonished that canned food existed in this world. Regardless of its flavor, he felt it was worth a taste. Though it is a bit pricey, I can hardly afford a few boxes with my monthly salary. But it's convenient to carry. "Would you like a few boxes?" Gabi inquired. Yibuqiang nodded, gesturing to inquire about the price. Gabi's eyes widened, a glimmer of joy and disbelief crossing his face as he asked, "Do you really want to buy it?" "Honestly, I think bread and jerky would be more economical." Yibuqiang reassured him several times of his certainty. Gabi then scurried into the tent like a mouse, emerging with several more cans to present to Yibuqiang, adding, "All right. You needn't worry about logistics. There will be merchant caravans organizing transport to deliver supplies into the mountains." Yibuqiang patted Gabi's shoulder, indicating that he was unconcerned about such matters. He then unfastened his coin pouch from his waist, counting out the requisite silver coins and handing them to Gabi. These goods belonged to Lajin, the proprietor. Gabi, who typically sold goods from a stall, meticulously counted the coins, having never learned arithmetic. He arranged the cans of meat in a line, placing the corresponding coins before each can. Once satisfied, he took the coins, while Yibuqiang collected the cans. Yibuqiang packed 6 cans into his backpack, pushing one remaining can toward the curly-haired Gabi. "Are you giving this to me?" Gabi asked, surprised. Yibuqiang nodded in affirmation. "Oh, no, 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 I cannot accept your gift." Yibuqiang did not force the curly-haired lad, but instead drew a dagger from his calf, slicing open the lid of the tin can. To his astonishment, he discovered it contained an entire piece of cooked beef. He attempted to cut a portion with the knife and placed it into his mouth. The meat was tender and flavorful, though the spices were rather peculiar. He then handed the open can and the dagger to Gabi, who widened his eyes in delight, exclaiming as he took it, carving out a large chunk to consume. Saying to He, "I believe this delicacy pairs exquisitely with roasted flatbread. I truly cannot fathom how the orcs managed to fit such a substantial piece of beef into a tin can, and it can be preserved for such a long time. I find myself particularly envious of the orcs on the Paigao Plateau. I have heard that while herding cattle across the plains, their packs are filled with this delicacy. They consume canned meat as we do roasted flatbread. What a life those orcs lead." Recently, Lajin had received a plethora of goods, making the tent feel even more cramped. With oilskin paper packages even tucked beneath the bed, He sat on the bed, pouring out the coins from his pouch. The clinking sound resonating as a plethora of silver coins mingled with copper pieces and gold coins, alongside 3 magic crystals the size of pigeon eggs. This constituted his entire fortune. Tomorrow, he would need to pay the blacksmith for the modification of the Roman sword, and over 80 silver coins would soon dwindle by a dozen. He selected 4 gold coins from the pile. These funds were his share from the spoils sold by the second squad. According to Red Sox, this amount could equate to nearly half a year's worth of military pay, with gold coins being of higher denomination, while silver coins and scattered copper pieces served as the primary currency. Contemplating his imminent departure from the lumber camp, He suddenly felt a strong desire to stroll through the marketplace once more. He carefully sorted the coins back into his pouch. Shaking it in his hand produced a delightful series of crisp sounds, bringing him a sense of reassurance. Stepping out of the tent, he found the robust Ulysses already awake, clutching an iron rod while seated on the wooden frame outside the tent. His primary duty each night was to guard against vagabonds and thieves pilfering Lajin's goods. He waved at Ulysses, who greeted him in a hearty tone. "Surdak, where are you off to at such a late hour?" He pointed towards the marketplace outside and walked directly out. The sky gradually darkened, with stars twinkling into view. The marketplace was illuminated by resin torches, while some stalls flaunted vibrant magical street lamps. He strolled along the stalls, pausing to inspect the magical cores displayed. The vendors engaged him in conversation, but they soon realized that this young man, betting on magical cores, offered not a single word in reply. If he found a core that piqued his interest and the price was not exorbitant, he would purchase it without hesitation. However, the vendors rarely witnessed him opening any of the magical cores. Typically, he would quietly place them into his pouch and depart in silence. After meandering through the marketplace, He was astonished to discover that, unwittingly, he had acquired 8 first-tier magical cores. He had not only emptied his purse of 80 silver coins, but had also spent all 4 gold coins that were nestled within his bag. Sitting at the entrance of a tent, illuminated by the faint glow of the streetlights outside, He took a small file and began to file away the hard exterior of the magical cores. The outer shell was remarkably tough, requiring considerable effort to peel away layer by layer. After filing dozens of times, he was greeted by the sight of crystalline stones resembling shattered diamonds emerging from within the core. As the magical core was opened, tiny fragments of crystal, akin to grains of rice, scattered across He palm. Momentarily taken aback, he gazed at the minuscule magical crystal fragments in his hand, surprised that the first core had yielded a pile of shards of little monetary value. These fragments were too small to sell for anything significant and could only be ground into powder to serve as an ingredient for magical ink. The subsequent 5 first-tier magical cores similarly produced only fragments, 4 of which were as fine as sand, with only 2 exhibiting a more substantial form, thus possessing slightly greater value. Each magical crystal emitted a faint aura of magical power. Upon grinding them, He realized that not all cores radiating magical energy contained intact magical crystals. Rather, many cores yielded merely a collection of tiny fragments. With a sense of resignation, He filed away the tough exterior of the final 2 slightly larger cores. Upon revealing the magical crystals within, which resembled longan grapes, he felt a sense of relief. The outcome of his gamble on the magical crystals could be described as a modest success. The first 6 cores yielded no losses, while the last 2 offered a slight profit. Chapter 74. Journey to Mayun Ridge. The morning sun streamed through the tent flap, casting a narrow white beam upon the ground, resembling a sharp sword aimed directly at He face. Startled, he hastily shielded his head with a blanket, awakening amidst perspiration and the stifling heat. He threw off the blanket, lying on the bed, gasping for air. 3,000 heavily armored infantrymen were simultaneously dispatched to Mayun Ridge, an operation jointly executed by the 57th and 58th Heavy Infantry Regiments. Although they were indeed heavy infantry, The task at hand resembled the dirty work typically assigned to logistical militia. The two regiments had been charged with the responsibility of carving out a passage through the forest that would accommodate a total of 16 war horses side by side, connecting the logging camp to Mayan Ridge. Both the Heavy Cavalry Regiment, which practiced daily at the logging camp, and the Construction Knights Regiment, soon to arrive at the camp, required a clear thoroughfare to maximize the effectiveness of the cavalry. However, the logistical militia under Duke Newman had yet to arrive at the logging camp. Consequently, the commander of the Mayan Ridge campaign, Marquis Grover Newman, commanded Earl Montgosper to undertake the task of clearing the forest path alongside Earl Eustace Constable of the 58th Heavy Infantry Regiment. Thus, the two earls led their respective battalions of 1,500 heavily armored infantrymen towards Mayan Ridge. In order to meet the deadline for the path's completion, the regiments could not advance in a methodical manner from the camp to the ridge, as this would not allow them to leverage their numerical superiority of 3,000 heavy infantry. Marquis Grover proposed that the task of clearing the path be divided into 10 construction units, with each of the 10 battalions dispersed along the route between the logging camp and Mayan Ridge, thus simultaneously working on the path, which he deemed the most effective strategy. Earl Montgosper, having been stationed at the logging camp for nearly half a year, possessed a greater understanding of the local terrain. He Buqiang emerged from the tent, yawning, and stood on the grassy ground outside, performing chest-expanding exercises while gazing at the military encampment at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, a considerable portion of the camp had been dismantled, tents neatly folded and strapped to the backs of the soldiers, leaving a vast empty space strewn with various excavated pits and scattered wooden frames. Some white cloth strips tied to the frames fluttered in the wind, reminiscent of courtesans beckoning the surrounding cavalrymen with their snow-white arms. Surdak and the 2nd Squad found themselves amidst the ranks of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment. Their squad had prepared thoroughly, having dismantled their tent early in the morning. Red Sox and Big Beard carried their supplies, evenly distributed among each soldier in the squad. The leading contingent had already entered the logging area at the foot of the mountain, and it was now the turn of Suldak's 2nd Squad to join the formation. As the procession passed the makeshift market on the hillside, it was already teeming with a large crowd of onlookers. The logistics convoy of the grain merchants is set to depart from this location tomorrow, trailing behind the heavily armored infantry regiment as they venture into the mountains. No one is cheering along the route for such a mundane journey. Rather, the onlookers on the hillside exhibit a palpable excitement, largely because it is only through the outbreak of war that these caravans find business opportunities. Regardless of victory or defeat, a segment of individuals will inevitably profit. The greatest fear lies in the silence of a stagnant garrison enduring for 1 or 2 years without a single battle, a scenario that could lead to the bankruptcy of these merchant caravans. Among the crowd, He Buqiang stands out conspicuously, prompting Surdak to wave vigorously at him. He Buqiang's backpack is entirely covered by a robust dwarven chain shield, and at his waist hangs a hefty Roman sword. The blade, thick and imposing, does not appear particularly sharp at first glance. However, its tip showcases a flawless curvature, with the copper blade reflecting light off its pristine edges. The blacksmith's craftsmanship is exceptional, having not only elongated the blade but also perfectly balanced its weight, resulting in a beautifully smooth curve that is visually pleasing. Of course, the cost of such modifications is quite substantial, and the most embarrassing aspect is that He Buqiang finds himself devoid of funds. He had spent all his money the previous evening, leaving him with merely 5 magic crystals and a small pouch of crystal fragments. Fortunately, the blacksmith is a good-natured and honest man, assisting He Buqiang in locating a merchant who purchases magic crystal fragments, allowing him to exchange them for 5 gold coins, sufficient to settle his bill with the blacksmith. He Buqiang extricates himself from the crowd, and as Surdak's red-socked companion halts momentarily, he seizes the opportunity to join the marching contingent. Surrounding him are the warriors of the 4th Brigade, who have long since become accustomed to such occurrences, voicing no complaints. Thus, the auxiliary member He Buqiang reintegrates into this expedition. A bearded man follows closely behind the red-socked individual, noticing He Buqiang clad in exquisite leather armor. This ranger, a graduate of the formal warrior academy, recognizes the exceptional quality of the armor and, his eyes wide with astonishment, quietly inquires, "Hey Dak, where did you procure such impressive heavy leather armor? It looks fantastic." "A dwarven chain shield, crafted from fine iron transported from the dwarven realm. This shield is not your ordinary piece. It's quite substantial." "Wow, Dak, it seems you are well prepared. Those hardwood shields wrapped in iron can withstand the bites of hyenas. Yet they cannot fend off the stabs of malevolent spirits. This shield could. At the front of the formation, Surdak sternly admonishes, "Silence. If you refrain from speaking, no one will mistake you for a mute. Be wary of the whip wielded by the enforcement squad's inspector." Startled, the young bearded man quickly lowers his head and hurries along. Baron Sidney rides atop a noble Gobalite horse, leading the 4th Brigade, regardless of the time or place. He is always mindful of his appearance, adorned in exquisite magically imbued armor. As they pass through the bustling hillside market, some even cheer for him. The soldiers of the 2nd Squad, filled with enthusiasm, follow the 57th Regiment as they once again venture into the depths of the Gondar Mountains. Upon entering the forest, the 57 Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment, alongside their allied battalion, divided into 2 paths as they advanced towards Moyenrich. Chapter 75, The Death Mission. The heat was unbearable, and after just a few steps, the linen shirt clung damply to my skin. The humidity in the mountains was oppressive, with thick mist swirling in, carrying the scent of impending rain. The landscape ahead was shrouded in a gray haze, and the mournful cries of a bobcat echoed from a distance, unseen yet distinctly heard. Upon entering the Gandir Mountains, it became evident that the paths here were far less traversable than those near the lumberyard. In truth, there were hardly any paths at all. The vanguard of our small team had to relentlessly hack away at the thickets and underbrush with machetes, laboriously clearing a route for the larger contingent that followed. As we delved deeper into the undulating hills, the ridges loomed high and steep, with abrupt fissures revealing depths filled with jagged rocks. The sides were cloaked in dense thickets, where thorny vines and grasses intertwined, creating an impenetrable barrier. At times, we encountered sheer cliffs, necessitating a cautious advance along the narrow mountain trails. With cliffs on one side and a chasm on the other, the path was crowded with heavily armored infantry, all jostling for space, unable to advance or retreat. Red Sox unfastened his water flask from his waist, took a small sip, and passed it to He Buqiang ahead of him, advising, "Sip sparingly. We have no idea how long we'll be waiting on this precarious path. Despite the humidity, I'm parched." He Buqiang patted his copper flask, indicating that it was still quite full. He then chopped a section of bamboo from the cliffside, skillfully whittling it down to a smooth staff. He propped it under Red Sox's burdened tent pack, allowing Red Sox to lean against the cliff face and rest comfortably without needing to unload his heavy pack. Thus, if the team were to advance suddenly, he could simply rise and continue without preparation. "Your ingenuity is commendable," Red Sox praised He Buqiang. He Buqiang approached the edge of the cliff, observing the dense forest sprawling from the steep slope below. A careless misstep here would not lead to death, but the thorny vines and dead branches would ensnare anyone who tumbled down, making the ascent back to safety a daunting challenge. The ground beneath was muddy. As the soldiers ahead trampled the wild grass, water seeped up, and stepping into it would submerge one's shoes in the accumulated moisture. In this 2nd Squad, half the soldiers bore machetes while the other half wielded axes, as they needed to carve a path suitable for cavalry through the gentle slopes of the mountains. A distant jingling of horses' bells broke through the mist, and soon Baron Sidney rode up from behind. The soldiers pressed themselves against the cliff face, clearing the way for the Baron to pass, as he sought to discern the happenings ahead. Shortly thereafter, a command from the Earl rang out, ordering the infantry to make camp for the night. Red Sox unloaded his heavy pack and laid out his sleeping bag on the narrow mountain path, securing its cord to the vines extending from the cliffside, ensuring that a restless turn in his sleep would not send him tumbling down the precipice. The soldiers from the other squads gazed enviously at the dogskin sleeping bags of the 2nd Squad. He Buqiang had not slept well during the night, plagued by insomnia. Just as he finally succumbed to a fleeting slumber, he was roused by Red Sox, staring blankly at the starry sky. An order echoed from the front, signaling readiness for departure. Red Sox explained to He Buqiang that Surdak had issued each member of the squad a baked flatbread, which they washed down with cool water from their canteens, constituting their breakfast. As dawn began to break, the warriors of the 2nd Squad were already on their way. Traversing a narrow mountain path, they discovered clear signs of a struggle. The metallic scent of blood still lingered in the air. Though the casualties among the infantry regiment were unseen, 3 decapitated and skinned corpses of malevolent spirits dangled from the treetops on one side of the deep ravine. Their purple blood had dried, and their bodies were marred with wounds, leaving one to ponder the considerable cost the preceding squad must have incurred to vanquish these 3 fiends. Upon exiting this perilous route, the team plunged into an unending expanse of lush green forest, teeming with venomous insects, colossal pythons, and toxic flora. The most effective means of protection against these threats was to arm oneself from head to toe. Thus, it was only fitting that a massive python, measuring over 5 meters in length and as thick as an arm, became the second squad's dinner. From a distance, He Wuqiang could see the majestic Moyen Ridge, the highest peak in the eastern region of the Gandhara mountain range. The demons had established their stronghold upon this summit, seeking to leverage the treacherous terrain to endure the impending period of vulnerability, waiting for the demonic gates within the mountains to gradually open, allowing a continuous influx of fiends to Moyen Ridge, where they would construct a fortified base, firmly securing a foothold on the western front of the Newman Duke's Legion. If the demon horde on Moyen Ridge was not eradicated, the Bena Legion's various divisions in the western defense zone of Handanar County would find themselves pinned to the front line. The 4th Division was assigned to the area closest to Moyen Ridge, reputedly frequented by demon scout squads, rendering it the most perilous task among all infantry divisions. Baron Sidney, mounted on his Gubolai horse, maintained a proud demeanor as he led the 4th Division away from the main force, seemingly dismissing the threats posed by the demons atop Moyen Ridge. The veteran soldiers of the 4th Division followed behind their lord, their faces etched with worry as they approached the distant Moyen Ridge. Chapter 76, The Death Mission to Count Mon Gosperth, 2, faced his own tribulations. The 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment, comprising approximately 1,500 heavily armored soldiers, was divided into 5 battalions. Among this cadre of youthful nobles, there were those willing to discreetly invest their private wealth to procure military achievements, thereby embellishing their military careers with glory. The commanders of the 1st and 2nd battalions were regarded as Count Mon Gosperth's most trusted generals, while the elevation of Baron Sidney to the position of battalion commander relied significantly on his connections. In truth, despite his youth and arrogance, Baron Sidney was a rare and exceptional leader. However, his military career had yet to temper his sharp edges, rendering him somewhat idiosyncratic in his approach. In other words, he was not particularly amenable to collaboration. When it came to assigning the battalions for the task of clearing the forest path, the Count's foremost desire was to station the 3rd Battalion at the foot of Moyen Ridge, allowing this motley crew dispatched by various lords to bear the brunt of the wrath of the malevolent spirits residing there. This strategy would enable the Count to preserve his own strength to the greatest extent. Yet, should Count Mon Gosperth proceed in such a manner, he would irrevocably tarnish his reputation. In times of advantage, he unhesitatingly deployed his elite troops for tasks such as battlefield cleanup, search and rescue missions, and escort duties. However, when faced with adversity, he sent the ragtag forces to the forefront. Initially, this was tolerable for the lesser lords, but as such instances multiplied, who would remain steadfastly loyal to him? Thus, this time, Count Mon Gosperth was acutely aware that the closer the mission to clear the forest path was to Moyen Ridge, the more perilous it became, yet he had no choice but to place one of his battalions at the forefront. Consequently, in this allocation of tasks, Count Mon Gosperth had no option but to push Baron Sidney to the front lines. Prior to their departure, the Count summoned his brother-in-law, imparting to him a few crucial points of caution. The essence of his advice was succinct: to act prudently, avoid recklessness in pursuit of glory, and remain vigilant against surprise attacks from the malevolent spirits. Under these circumstances, Baron Sidney led the 4th Battalion toward Moyen Ridge. Indeed, Baron Sidney possessed a degree of competence. Otherwise, Count Mon Gosperth would not have selected him from among numerous relatives for such a pivotal role. However, previously, Baron Sidney had held a certain disdain for the indigenous people of Handanar County, and his lack of sufficient regard during the campaign against the indigenous hunters had led him into a precarious situation. This mission, however, was entirely different, as their adversaries were the malevolent spirits of Moyen Ridge. Thus, when Baron Sidney approached with the 4th Battalion, he did so with heightened caution. The 4th Battalion under his command comprised over half-seasoned veterans, all with experience in battles against malevolent spirits. Consequently, they deployed numerous reconnaissance teams to assess their surroundings. It was no surprise that the 2nd Squad was designated as the scout unit within the advance party, tasked with reaching the foot of Moyen Ridge first to gather intelligence on the situation there. Captain Surdak, having received a mission from Baron Sidney, ventured forth with a minimalist map and 13 valiant warriors into the verdant sea. It seemed that the malevolent spirits had taken residence in the Moyen Ridge, for the closer one approached, the more elusive the beasts of the forest became. In the past, one could occasionally spot a few creatures amidst the mountains. Yet these beasts were not without wit. Upon seeing a throng of human warriors, they would launch suicidal assaults. while those that had attained a modicum of intelligence were even more adept at evading peril. Approaching Moyen Ridge, it became evident that not only were the magical beasts scarce, but even the smaller woodland creatures were significantly diminished in number. The second squad stumbled upon a colossal carcass at the base of Moyen Ridge, a skeleton of a mountain hound. Its immense form appeared only slightly smaller than that of a thunder rhinoceros, suggesting that this beast might have been the sovereign of Moyen Ridge, likely having reached the third tier of magical evolution. Yet it had not escaped the grim fate inflicted by the malevolent spirits. The skull of the mountain hound lay shattered into fragments strewn across the forest floor, its once mighty body devoured by the fiends, leaving a disarray of white bones scattered across the hillside. The devastation of this woodland was profound, resembling the aftermath of a stampede of wild cattle, with many trees uprooted or snapped in twain, and the ground marred by bloodstains. Witnessing the tragic state of the forest, Surdak raised his hand, signaling the second squad to halt their advance. Further progress would likely bring them into the line of sight of the malevolent spirits. The second squad was not yet capable of confronting these fiends. Upon detecting their presence, their options were to withdraw swiftly or conceal themselves. At that moment, Hibuqiang, approaching from the rear, cast a glance at Surdak. Having frequently conversed with Hibuqiang, Surdak could interpret even the simplest of his expressions. "Are you suggesting we utilize the outpost scroll here?" Hibuqiang nodded. The outpost scrolls, deemed useless by the gaunt old man at the magical goods store, had been casually purchased by Hibuqiang, who acquired two. However, none could have anticipated that this expedition would entail such a perilous reconnaissance mission. Although using one of these scrolls would result in a cascade of silver coins tumbling from their fingers in such dire circumstances, it was inconceivable for anyone to cling tightly to such items. With the entire second squad on high alert, Hibuqiang ventured into the heart of the mountain hound's skeletal remains, where the ribcage, akin to the size of a room, lay upon the ground. The sturdy ribs resembled a cage, and Hibuqiang inserted a branch-like magical artifact within the ribcage before retreating. "Is it complete?" Hibuqiang nodded once more. This area was rife with the footprints left by the malevolent spirits, yet Surdak had no intention of following their trail. The fiends appeared ill-suited for traversing mountainous paths, their cumbersome bodies leaving a clear trail through the forest. The second squad infiltrated this forested area, not only to track the movements of the malevolent spirits patrolling the vicinity, but also to seek a suitable location for establishing a camp, thereby preparing in advance for the subsequent entry of the cavalry regiment into the Moyen Ridge. Chapter 77. The Iguana. The mission of the second squad was to scout the movements of the malevolent spirits in the towering peaks and to find a suitable camping site for the larger troops at the foot of the mountain, thereby preventing the infantry regiment tasked with clearing the forest paths from encountering the fiends. Baron Sidney meticulously delineated the patrol areas for each squad on a simple parchment map. The second squad could not navigate this perilous wooded terrain aimlessly like a headless chicken. Encountering a malevolent spirit would leave them with no chance of escape. The aromatic scent of cinnamon leaves was particularly repugnant to these entities, a discovery made by a scout from Duke Ryan's Bushman Legion, which has since been widely employed by the reconnaissance troops, though such cinnamon branches are not easily found. In the forests of Mount Gandil, large groves of cinnamon trees are a rare sight. Fortunately, during their patrol, Augustus stumbled upon a cinnamon tree, allowing each member of the squad to don a layer of cinnamon branches as camouflage. Hibuqiang lay concealed in the grassy slope, flanked by two new recruits, their eyes wide with anticipation as they observed the situation below. At the base of the slope lay a narrow exit, and upon reconnaissance, the squad discovered it was a crucial passage into the Moya Mountains. Thus, Surdak decided that the second squad would conceal themselves here to monitor the movements of the spirits. Surdak divided the soldiers into three groups. The first group consisted of Surdak, Hibuqiang, and the two new recruits. The second group included Red Sox, Big Beard, Augustus, and a fellow soldier from their hometown. The remaining 5 soldiers formed the third group. Together, these 3 groups would establish an interwoven surveillance network. Despite the dense thicket surrounding them, their elevated positions allowed for effective communication. Suddenly, a 3-meter-long pine-scaled iguana darted from the underbrush below, swiftly fleeing in the opposite direction of the Moya Mountains. This rare, lower-tier magical beast was adept at the stone skin technique, allowing it to appear as solid rock, both in appearance and texture. Its remarkable endurance enabled it to remain hidden in crevices for weeks without sustenance, resembling a boulder ensnared in stone. While the iguana possessed no offensive tendencies, its venomous teeth made it a formidable predator of small forest creatures. Unexpectedly, This master of disguise and concealment chose this moment to vacate the Moya Mountains. The lizard's skin was highly sought after by the minor lords of the Grimm Empire, making this gentle creature a coveted prize among many adventuring parties. As soon as it came into view of the second squad, it sparked considerable excitement among the members of the second group. From a distance on the slope, Augustus signaled Surdak with a request to capture the iguana. Surdak contemplated earnestly and recognized this as a rare opportunity, prompting him to take a bold step forward. He stationed 2 new recruits on the hillside to remain vigilant, instructing them to sound a warning should any malevolent spirits approach. Meanwhile, he and Yibuqiang swiftly descended the slope. The patterned crown lizard seemed to possess an innate ability to sense impending danger as soon as there was the slightest stir on the hillside. The lizard dashed away toward a distant pile of rocks. Despite its considerable size, it moved with remarkable agility, its forelimbs propelling it forward with the grace of a landbound canoe, each powerful stride launching its body ahead with astonishing speed. Surdak had not anticipated the lizard's acute awareness. By the time Yibuqiang reached the base of the slope, the creature had already burrowed into the rocky debris. At that moment, Augustus, Red Socks, and Big Beard arrived from another ridge, and upon witnessing the lizard's retreat into the rubble, they hastily converged on the site. Red Socks and Big Beard, armed with alloy bows, positioned themselves on either side of the rock pile, ready to strike as soon as the lizard emerged, its massive form rendering it nearly impossible to evade their aim. However, after a thorough search of the rock pile, an awkward predicament arose. The colossal lizard was nowhere to be found. Surdak spat on a boulder and directed his 4 soldiers. Augustus, brandishing the Pagrius spear, was the first to leap atop a large stone, thrusting his spear toward a nearby boulder. The spear's tip struck the rock face, sending sparks flying as a protruding section crumbled, but there was no sign of the patterned crown lizard. Augustus shouted, "Red Socks, it's not this one. Mark it." Indeed, if the lizard had concealed itself among the rubble, a comprehensive search would be the most effective means to locate it, systematically eliminating each stone. Yibuqiang trailed Surdak, drawing his Roman sword, ready to engage with the boulder, but Surdak intercepted him. "Have you lost your mind? You cannot treat a newly forged Roman sword in such a manner. What of the blade?" He then commanded, "Red Socks, fetch your axe." "Captain, this is—" Red Socks protested, looking as forlorn as a bitter melon stuck against the rock. Surdak shot him a fierce glare. "Yes, Captain," Red Socks promptly replied, standing tall. The white granite in this rocky expanse was scarce. With a single chop from an axe, they could ascertain whether it concealed the patterned crown lizard. Each fractured stone would be marked, and within a quarter of an hour, nearly half of the rocks in the pile bore the charred markings of their search efforts. Standing with both feet straddling 2 patches of mottled color, Yibuqiang observed the rocks, where some moss had sprouted from the crevices. He rubbed his sore shoulders, the wooden handle of his axe marred by numerous cracks from the powerful recoil. The blade of the axe was in utter disarray. Since his advancement, Yibuqiang had yet to fully acclimate to the newfound strength of his arms. Now, summoning all his might, he swung the axe, rendering its blade nearly unrecognizable, transforming it into something resembling a crude hammer. As the axe struck a nearby boulder, Yibuqiang felt the ground beneath and tremble slightly. Upon closer inspection, a faint aura of magical energy emanated from the rock, revealing the presence of a spiny-tailed iguana, with Yibuqiang's foot inadvertently resting upon its head. At that moment, the iguana bore no trace of its characteristic patterns. Its body blended seamlessly with the surrounding rocks, its skin exhibiting a mottled appearance identical to its environment. Realizing this, Yibuqiang refrained from disturbing the creature and gestured for the members of the second team to gather around him, pointing to the unusual rock beneath his feet. Augustus finally noticed its peculiarity. With both hands raised high, he brandished his spear with all his might and thrust it down towards the rock beneath Yibuqiang's foot. The spearhead struck with a spark, shattering stones, but the layer beneath revealed flesh and blood. However, Augustus's strength proved insufficient. The spear merely pierced the iguana's back, failing to inflict significant harm despite the spearhead embedding itself deep within the creature. Suddenly, the massive stone beneath Yibuqiang rolled violently, throwing him off balance and causing him to fall backward. The iguana's gaping maw, lined with venomous fangs, opened wide as it lunged towards Yibuqiang's left foot. Reacting swiftly, Yibuqiang hurled his axe at the advancing beast. The heavy blade struck the iguana's mouth, but the creature effortlessly severed the axe head, the handle snapping in two as the beast shook its massive head, once more exposing its gaping jaws towards Yibuqiang. Chapter 78. The hunting lizard. Augustus stood in shock as he witnessed Yibuqiang in peril. Ignoring the fact that the Pagria spear was lodged in the back of the mottled crest lizard and refusing to pull it out, he lunged onto the giant lizard's back. Gripping the spear with both hands in an attempt to restrain the creature, this very act allowed He Buqiang to narrowly evade a lethal bite from the giant lizard. Surdak arrived promptly, brandishing his longsword, and struck the giant lizard's head with his square shield, causing it to recoil. He then thrust his knight's sword into the exposed white underbelly of the creature. While a slash would have been ineffectual against the giant lizard, a thrust proved to be different. The sword pierced through the lizard's petrified skin and entered its chest cavity, traversing through its heart. Surdak, wary of leaving his sword embedded within the creature, nimbly withdrew it just in time to evade a swipe of the lizard's claw. A torrent of crimson blood gushed from the giant lizard's body, and as it attempted to burrow into a crevice, its size proved to be a hindrance. The 2 wounds it sustained rendered it unable to escape. Although the hole in its back was not severe, the blood flowing from it had stained its back. The injury beneath its neck, however, bled profusely, causing the lizard's movements to grow increasingly sluggish and its once vibrant petrified skin to fade to that of ordinary lizard hide. Surdak pursued relentlessly, driving his sword into the lizard's head, pinning the mottled crest giant lizard to the ground. At that moment, He Buqiang climbed up from the rocks. Extending his hand to pull Augustus up, the ranger had tumbled from the giant lizard's back onto the boulders, thoroughly disoriented. As He Buqiang helped him to his feet, Surdak retrieved the Pagria spear from the lizard's back and coldly tossed it to Augustus. Red Sox and the bearded man rushed over from either side of the boulder. Astonished that the battle had concluded in a mere 2 minutes, Red Sox noted with dismay that the handle of his logging axe had splintered into sawdust. The head of the axe lodged in the giant lizard's mouth, resembling a piece of mangled scrap metal, his expression one of unutterable lament. Without waiting for the mottled crest lizard to perish completely, Surdak drew a golden-handled skinning knife from his waist. This pristine knife, which had cost Surdak 1 gold and 50 silver, was said to contain lapis lazuli to ensure it would never dull. While such claims suggested durability, it primarily indicated that each skinner was adept at maintaining their tools. Without a sharp knife, one could not properly skin a fine hide. However, He Buqiang halted Surdak's actions, gesturing for him to wait. "What is it, little Dak?" Surdak inquired. "Perhaps, Captain, we should drag this mottled weak-crowned lizard into the woods." Little Dak might imply that this location is not safe. This massive creature is cumbersome to move. It would be better to dispatch it here. He Buqiang provided no further explanation. With a swift motion, he drew a lumberjack's axe from his waist and approached the severed head of the spiny lizard, striking it repeatedly until the bloodied head lay severed before him. One could not have imagined such brutality from the seemingly mild-mannered Surdak. "Captain, what do you think has come over Surdak?" Silence. At that moment, He Buqiang extracted a magic core from within the lizard's head and casually tossed it to the bearded man beside him, while he himself carried the bloodied lizard head to a patch of even grass. He retrieved 4 small ceramic bowls from his cloak, placing them at the cardinal points, and filled each with a gray powder. He then positioned the giant lizard's head at the center of the bowls and stood before it, beckoning to Surdak. Without hesitation, Surdak approached, but stopped short of the bowls. He Buqiang stood at the center of the ritual, his hands clasped together in prayer, eyes closed, seemingly devoid of any further motion, unlike the grand wizards who would engage in elaborate dances. A 2-meter-tall silhouette of a demonic figure silently materialized before him, its smiling visage facing He Buqiang. With no hesitation, He Buqiang offered the spiny lizard's head as a sacrifice to the dual-faced demon, whose angelic aspect emitted a faint glow from its eyes. In his heart, He Buqiang whispered, "Eye of truth." He then turned and pointed at Surdak, causing a beam of light to descend from the heavens, enveloping Surdak in an instant. This was merely the perspective of those watching. For He Buqiang, the magical phenomena were more tangible. He perceived an abundance of dust-like energy cascading down within the light, entering Surdak's body, while golden magical runes encircled Surdak's eyes, forming a complex array that swiftly vanished from view. The others seemed oblivious to the miraculous transformation occurring within Surdak. Yet, Surdak widened his eyes in disbelief, gazing at his hands, then casting astonished looks at those around him. At that moment, He Buqiang was eager to inquire what peculiar sights Surdak beheld under the influence of the Eye of Truth. Upon activating this ability, one could perceive the governing laws of this realm, briefly grasping the rules of existence. The great wizard Inoyatala was known to dismember beasts while under the effect of the Eye of Truth, as it was said to preserve the most precious natural magic patterns within their bodies to the greatest extent. This aspect is particularly significant for the leather of the beasts, as much of this leather possesses excellent magical conductivity, rendering it the most exquisite material for crafting magical garments. The integrity of the leather indirectly influences the success rate of the inscriptionist in creating these enchanted garments. The more pristine the leather, the higher the likelihood of success in the crafting process. Thus, it is precisely for this reason that He Buqiang bestowed the Eye of Truth upon Surdak during the skinning process. However, the bestowal of the Eye of Truth necessitates a brief ritual. Surdak, still acclimating to his peculiar transformation, did not even inquire how to proceed with the ritual. Instead, he approached the corpse of the mottled crown lizard, and with a gentle flick of his knife, the leather was effortlessly stripped away as if it were a garment. His actions flowed with such grace and proficiency that they were a visual delight to onlookers. With fluidity and comfort, he skillfully removed the skin of the great lizard, the only regret being that he did not take the skin from the head. Chapter 79. Magical signal flares. A nearly flawless iguana skin lay spread upon the ground. The bearded man retrieved some natron from his pocket, and while the lizard's skin was still damp, he hastily began to cure it with the natron, ensuring that the leather would not harden once it dried. Is this what you learned from the great shaman Inoyatila in the native village? He Buqiang, lying on the grass with his hands clasped behind his head and a piece of flatbread in his mouth, nodded in response to Surdak's inquiry. Do you require any special conditions? Surdak suddenly expressed interest, curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he probed further. The other members of the second squad also regarded He Buqiang with intrigue. He Buqiang nodded once more, then sat up from the grass, casually picking a blade of grass to inscribe 2 words in the soil: ritual and sacrifice. So, you just bestowed upon me that wondrous ability by utilizing that simple altar and sacrificing the head of the spotted crest iguana? Surdak inquired promptly. He Buqiang nodded again. Surdak continued, if we had sufficient sacrifices, could you beseech the blessings of the divine for all of us? Is there a limit to how many times this can be done? Or would it exhaust your strength? He Buqiang first nodded, then shook his head. For a water-based support mage, casting enhancement spells required merely a simple incantation and a modicum of magical energy. However, for He Buqiang, it necessitated offering a beast-level sacrifice to the dual-faced deity to exchange for the 6 abilities: Divine Protection, True Eye, Blessed Shield, Whispers of Death, Decay of Death, and Life's Blaze. Thus, to acquire any of these powers, He Buqiang understood that a significant cost must be paid. Surdak clapped his hands together, exclaiming, "Then what are we waiting for? We need to find more spotted crest iguanas. Unfortunately, we cannot venture to the valley. If we could capture a batch of timfish, do you not think we would all possess the formidable mystical powers of the native hunters?" He Buqiang vigorously shook his head, indicating that such a feat was impossible. He could not enable everyone to attain the immense powers of the native hunters. In truth, when collaborating with the Baijali swordsman to dismantle the valley's demon gate, the great shaman Inoyatila had, through the True Eye, implanted the black patterned demon skin onto the 3 native hunters, granting them immense power for a brief period. The black patterned demon skin, stripped from the demon itself, was transferred to the native hunters. However, the physical forms of those 3 hunters could not withstand the overwhelming strength bestowed upon them, compelling Inoyatila to beseech the blessing of divine protection during the ritual. It was this very blessing that shielded the hunters from immediate disintegration due to the infusion of such potent energy. Inoyatila had imparted to He Buqiang that the art of implantation was a complex discipline, requiring not only a unique comprehension of the art of skinning, but also an understanding of the characteristics of each magical pattern. Indeed, most bearers were suited only for specific natural magical patterns. Once the attributes of the bearer and the demonic hide are incompatible, if the bearer possesses great power, it may result in the failure of the magical tattooing process. Should the hide possess even greater strength, the bearer could potentially meet a tragic demise. The esteemed wizard Inoyatila possesses only a rudimentary understanding of the art of tattooing. He advised He Buqiang that mastering this craft requires not only exceptional skinning skills, but also a profound knowledge of magical runes. It is precisely because He Buqiang lacks proficiency in skinning that he resorted to employing the True Eye on Surdak. In truth, even if he were to use the True Eye on himself, he might still struggle to completely skin the hide of the moss-patterned frilled lizard. Upon seeing He Buqiang shake his head, Surdak had no choice but to settle for a lesser goal, suggesting, "Even if we cannot acquire such formidable power, surely we can procure some blessings." This time, He Buqiang nodded in agreement. Surdak had participated in the Battle of Meisberg in the Warsaw Plain, and it was during that conflict that he transformed from a novice into a courageous infantryman. He possesses extensive combat experience against the malevolent spirits and is well aware of their activity patterns. Each time a patrol of these evil entities appears in the vicinity, Surdak promptly avoids them. As long as their patrol area does not expand outward, they would remain oblivious to the forest path being cleared 2 kilometers away. Thus there is no need to disturb them. In addition to patrolling the forest, the second squad began searching for low-level magical beasts that had fled from the Moe Ridge. To their surprise, within just over 2 days, the second squad successfully collected several low-level beast heads suitable for sacrifice, amassing 4 magical beast offerings in total. However, due to their low rank, none of the skulls contained magical cores. Gazing at the dried blood on the beast heads, Augustus remarked with a hint of disappointment, "Since graduating from the Warrior Academy, I have served in the Bena Legion, considering myself an academic warrior." Filled with visions of an ideal future, the bearded man interjected bluntly, "You don't actually believe that hunting magical beasts is as simple as that, do you?" Augustus, unfazed, replied, "Aren't we indeed hunting magical beasts? I believe that as long as one has a clear understanding of their own strength and avoids recklessness, even participating in an adventurer's group should not pose significant safety issues. An adventurer's group selectively hunts low-level beasts. They cannot constantly challenge beasts that surpass their capabilities." The bearded man chuckled, "My friend, you are underestimating the complexities of the adventurer's peril. The threats extend beyond just magical beasts." Hearing the dispute between the bearded man and Augustus, Surdak interjected, "Your discussion seems rather premature. Your current priority is to diligently monitor the malevolent spirits on Moe Ridge." "Yes, Captain," they replied in unison. Almost every evening, a patrol of evil spirits emerges from the depths of the dense forest. The second squad took refuge on the hillside, where the mid-slope was adorned with thorny, oval-leaved trees. The members of the second squad were concealed among the grass at the summit, rendering them invisible to the malevolent scouts of the enemy. As they watched the 5-member malicious team pass by once more from below, the warriors within the squad exhaled a sigh of relief, quietly contemplating the prospect of another day spent in tranquility. The extent to which the forest path had been cleared remained uncertain. The second squad prepared to allocate personnel to trail behind this malevolent patrol team, intending to escort them out of their territory. At that moment, a brilliant magical flare suddenly ascended from the forest on the western side of their domain. In the twilight, the red glow of the flare radiated far and wide. Chapter 80. The failed rescue mission. A crimson magical signal flare illuminated the sky, indicating that the nearby squad of warriors was in dire straits, a desperate call for aid. However, launching a magical signal flare at this moment not only alerted other surrounding warrior squads, but also caught the attention of the malevolent patrols lurking in the vicinity, meaning that both the warriors and the fiends would converge upon the area of the distress signal. Bearded Kager swiftly dashed to a large tree, scaling it with agility to survey the direction of the flare. Yet, all he could see was a dense thicket, obscuring any view of the circumstances beyond. Augustus, upon witnessing the signal flare, momentarily found himself at a loss before erupting in indignation. These brainless fools. Are they eager for our demise by firing a red signal flare here? Although Augustus's words were somewhat harsh, they rang true. The heavy infantry reconnaissance squad, confronted by fiends, had little hope of salvation. What could other squads do against the malevolent forces? Seated beside him, a fellow squad member lamented, "They probably intend to drag us scouts into the fray." Red Sox interjected, "Perhaps they spotted a large contingent of fiends and are sending a warning to the 4th squad." Augustus retorted angrily, "Then they ought to have fired a yellow flare." As the advance force entering the Moe Ridge, each reconnaissance squad of the 4th squad had been equipped with 3 magical signal flares, distinguished by 3 colors, red indicating a squad in peril seeking assistance, yellow signifying the sighting of numerous fiendish warriors, and green denoting the discovery of a safe campsite, serving as a guiding signal. The neighboring squad's red signal flare clearly indicated they were in danger and in need of support. Red Sox turned to Surdak and asked, "Captain, what should we do?" After a moment of serious contemplation, Surdak ultimately resolved, "Let us proceed to investigate, maintaining utmost stealth. If the situation exceeds our control, we shall retreat promptly." With the decision made to rush to the rescue, every second counted. Arriving before the fiends' reinforcements could prove beneficial, the warriors of the second squad quickly prepared, omitting the tents they had set up in the thicket for the rescue mission. 13 warriors streamlined their belongings, camouflaging themselves with leaves as they stealthily advanced along the slope toward the location of the magical signal flare. as they traversed the territory belonging to the second squad. They followed the tracks left by the fiendish patrols until, at last, they stumbled upon a gruesome battlefield within the woods. The bodies of several heavily armored warriors lay sprawled across the clearing, their wounds predominantly consisting of piercing and tearing lacerations. The bronze breastplates, ripped apart by immense force, lay in ruins, while the warriors' chests were slashed open, their innards spilling onto the ground, the chambers of their hearts hollowed out. Blood stained the forest floor, where a pear tree, as thick as a sea bowl, had been shattered, and the muddy ground bore the chaotic imprints of hurried footsteps. The red-socked figure crouched before a lifeless body, clutching a soldier's dog tag tightly in hand, gritting his teeth as he cursed, "These brutes." Surdak surveyed the battlefield, noting a series of disordered footprints leading westward into the dense woods. He commanded, "Exercise caution. Do not fall into the ambush of the fiends, Augustus. Take a contingent to search the vicinity." Augustus straightened his back, although his temperament was often fiery and his tongue sharp. He proved to be a reliable ally in critical moments. "Yes, Captain," he affirmed, before summoning 2 squad mates and stealthily advancing toward the forest's edge. "The rest, follow me." Surdak directed, leading the second squad in pursuit of the trail left by the malevolent spirits. Having traversed a mere 200 meters, they stumbled upon the body of a heavily armored infantryman, grotesquely suspended from a tree trunk, his head lost to the void. A gaping wound marred his collarbone, and his chest cavity lay hollow. It appeared the soldier had attempted to conceal himself within the great tree, only to be discovered by the fiends. His body impaled upon a jutting branch, blood cascading onto the ground below. Witnessing the soldier's tragic demise, Surdak's eyes reddened with fury as he yearned to press on. At that moment, the sentinel scroll embedded in Hibwichang ignited spontaneously. He hastily extracted the scroll, discarding it to the ground, where it swiftly turned ash. The sentinel totem, lodged beside the carcass of a mountain hound beast, likely fell victim to the malicious spirit's tread. Creatures such as the mountain hound, formidable beasts of the Moyun Ridge, reigned at the apex of the food chain, deterring even the smallest of predators from approaching their remains. Only the fiends dared to draw near. Hibwichang seized Surdak, whose fervor was beginning to cloud his judgment, and gestured toward the charred remnants of the sentinel scroll. Surdak, wiping his face in frustration upon seeing the ashes, decisively addressed the members of the second squad behind him. "We retreat." The fiend, grasping a military dagger, charged forward with imposing strides, its eyes gleaming with malice and mockery. As Red Sox and the bearded one sprinted, they unfastened their alloy bows, and upon entering range, they halted abruptly, kneeling to release 2 steel arrows. The arrows whistled through the air, striking true. Sensing the projectiles, the fiend merely lifted an arm to shield its face. One arrow pierced its forearm, while the other embedded itself in its shoulder. Despite the fiend's toughened skin, the arrows merely penetrated the outer layer, hanging limply from its shoulder. However, the arrows successfully captured the fiend's attention upon spotting a new contingent of Imperial soldiers emerging from the thicket. Its blood-red eyes glinted with savage intent as it lunged toward Surdak. Surdak hesitated, aware that among the second squad, he and Augustus were the highest ranking, both standing at level 6 warriors. If he could not withstand the malevolent spirit, the other warriors were even weaker. This time, he hesitated not at all. With one hand gripping his shield and the other drawing forth a Roman sword, he advanced a few steps, adopting a defensive stance against the malevolent spirit. While calling out to the second squad of warriors behind him, "Prepare for battle, everyone." The heavy infantry regiment had a tactical plan for confronting the malevolent spirits, wherein the strongest warrior of the unit would stand at the forefront to absorb the brunt of the assault, while the other members of the squad seized the opportunity to strike down the malevolent spirit from the sides. In moments such as these, someone must step forward to face the onslaught of the malevolent spirit. Furthermore, the ability to withstand the full force of the spirit's strike was pivotal to Suldak's survival. The other warriors of the second squad also assumed a desperate posture. Upon witnessing Hibwichang daring to engage, the malevolent spirit quickened its pace, resembling a steam locomotive barreling forward. Surdak stood resolutely at the forefront, his heart ablaze with fervor, fully prepared to embrace death. Just as the malevolent spirit raised its military dagger to pierce the shield in Suldak's hand, a dwarf chain shield suddenly extended from beside Surdak, firmly interposing itself before him. The military dagger of the malevolent spirit struck the dwarf chain shield, producing a shower of sparks. Hibwichang and Surdak collided violently, being flung away in the process. Chapter 81. Escape Little Dak. In the eyes of Captain Surdak, Buqiang's back appeared to magnify infinitely, his arched back colliding forcefully against Surdak's chest. The tremendous impact causing Surdak to expel a mouthful of blood as the two were sent sprawling backward. Concurrently, the warriors of the second squad, wielding their paliero spears and Roman swords, struck decisively against the formidable body of the evil spirit, with their captain weathering the full brunt of the demon's assault single-handedly. It served as a powerful stimulant, instilling the remaining warriors with the courage necessary to retaliate against the malevolent entity. Witnessing the captain and Little Dak being hurled away by the demoness strike did not incite panic among the other warriors. Augustus and the bearded warrior, brandishing their sharp paliero spears, approached the demon from either side, angling their weapons upward to pierce its heart through the ribs. Meanwhile, Red Sox and two new recruits attacked the demon's ankles with their Roman swords from behind, while two additional warriors targeted the demon's wrists. The remaining four warriors swiftly fashioned a rope, entangling the demon with their combined strength. They were acutely aware that their individual might could not match that of the demon, even when united. Thus, as they bound the demon, they included the nearby trees in their efforts. Once the paliero spear embedded itself in the demon's ribs, Augustus and the bearded warrior deftly rolled away from the demon's grasping hands. Another Roman sword struck the demon's wrist, and despite its tough exterior, the wrist was severed halfway under the relentless assault of the second squad. As the demon attempted to retaliate, it found itself ensnared by the very ropes it sought to tear apart. Unbeknownst to it, the cords were intertwined with a sturdy tree, and in its futile struggle, the demon became firmly bound to the trunk. The more it pulled, the tighter the noose became, leaving it unaware that the bindings were indeed its own doing. In its desperate effort to break free, the demon discovered that it was thoroughly ensnared by the tree. This was soon followed by relentless attacks from the warriors of the second squad, who harbored no delusions of delivering a single fatal blow. Their Roman swords relentlessly struck at the demon's limbs, akin to felling a great tree, resulting in the simultaneous severing of its arms and legs. The dark, magical runes adorning the demon's body flared to life, and seizing the moment before the runes fully activated, Augustus and the bearded warrior grasped their paliero spears once more, unleashing furious roars as they drove the steel weapons deep into the demon's body. Augustus spat into his palm, climbed the tree, and positioned himself on a horizontal branch. Brandishing his Roman sword, he leapt from the tree, using the force of his descent to drive the sword directly into the back of the demon's neck, executing a swift and decisive strike that severed the demon's head. As its head tumbled away, thick, purplish-black blood gushed forth from the neck, and the demon's body convulsed violently against the tree. The warriors of the second squad, having exhausted their last reserves of strength, slumped down wearily in the clearing of the forest. The red-socked figure approached the lifeless forms of Surdak and Little Dak, a palpable sorrow etched upon his face. Before he could utter a sound of grief, he witnessed Surdak, with one hand clutching his chest and the other bracing himself against the ground, surprisingly rise from the earth after a brief fit of coughing. The red-socked individual stared at Surdak in astonishment, pondering how the captain had withstood the full force of the malevolent spirit's attack. Then he recalled how Little Dak had valiantly shielded Surdak from behind, raising his shield to absorb the impact. Turning his gaze, he looked towards the still form of Little Dak. At that moment, Buqiang lay sprawled on the ground, his dwarven shield pierced by a broken spike, a trace of blood staining his lips, his eyes closed in unconsciousness. The red-socked figure rushed over to help Surdak sit up, concern evident on his face as he asked, "Captain, how are you?" Surdak, hunched over as if enduring immense pain, shook his head, indicating that he was unharmed, and gestured for the red-socked one to check on Little Dak. Reluctantly, the red-socked figure supported Surdak against a tree trunk and hurried to assess Little Dak's injuries. Initially fearing that Little Dak had suffered grievous wounds from the spirit's assault, he was taken aback to find no visible marks upon him. His chest was unblemished, and his arms intact. Crouching beside Buqiang, he gently patted his face and whispered, "Little Dak, how are you?" To his surprise, Buqiang seemed to awaken from a deep slumber, sitting up and rubbing his shield-bearing arm, bewilderment clouding his expression as he surveyed his surroundings. Realizing he was still amidst the dense forest, he winced at the pain coursing through his body. Frowning, he glanced deeper into the woods and noticed the malevolent spirit tied to a tree, its limbs severed and head removed, which finally brought him some relief. The red-socked figure could scarcely believe that Buqiang had withstood the spirit's full force and was now speaking as if nothing had transpired. In astonishment, He exclaimed, "Little Dak, are you all right?" Ibuchiang checked his limbs, confirming they were all intact, and felt his face, finding no disfigurement, looking back at the red-socked one with a perplexed expression. "My goodness, you actually blocked the spear its full force," the red-socked figure exclaimed in a mix of disbelief and admiration, with an injured arm cradled against him. Surdak approached Ibuchiang with a wan smile, extending a hand. Ibuchiang clasped Suldak's hand and rose to his feet. Upon hearing Surdak urge the others to clean the battlefield at once, Augustus, with concern etched on his face, inquired, "Captain, what shall we do about the magical hide from the spirit?" "There is no time. Let it go," Surdak replied without hesitation. "Understood," Augustus responded promptly, accepting the captain's directive without further hesitation. Under Suldak's leadership, the second squad of warriors swiftly departed the woodland area. Meanwhile, Baron Sidney contemplated further arrangements. Considering whether to dispatch another scouting party or to expedite the completion of the pathway clearing task in this region, the warriors traversed a dense forest, gradually emerging from the patrol zone of the malevolent Spectre squad. Only then did the tension among them begin to ease, especially after having slain a Spectre warrior right under the watchful eyes of the patrol. Undoubtedly, that malevolent Spectre squad was currently in a frenzy, desperately searching for the second team in that very area. At the rear of the line, the bearded man suddenly approached and walked alongside Ibuchiang, giving him a playful punch on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Surdak, well done." Ibuchiang merely responded with a subtle smile. At that moment, Ibuchiang overheard whispers among the team regarding the incident. At the front of the line, the one known as Red Sock lowered his voice and remarked to Augustus beside him, "Could this be the power of the beast hide armor?" Filled with aspiration, Red Sock continued, "Once I have the means." Augustus sharply interrupted Red Sock's daydreaming. "Enough." Red Sock, somewhat disgruntled, retorted, "Why can't I have dreams?" Augustus, without even glancing at him, replied, "Talk to me about dreams when you can produce 30 magic crystal stones in one breath." Red Sock's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you saying that the beast hide armor on Surdak is worth approximately 30 magic crystal stones?" Augustus shrugged, indicating that these were merely Red Sock's speculations, and said, "I never claimed that. A standard beast hide armor might be around that price. However, if one wishes to have a runesmith craft a rune-imbued armor, one should prepare an additional 100 magic crystal stones. Although the materials of Surdak's beast hide armor are somewhat mixed, it constitutes a complete set of heavy beast hide armor, and I believe its value would not be trivial." Red Sock lamented in despair, "My heavens. When did Surdak start to be so extravagant?" Chapter 82, Suldak's daring plan in a mere span of 2 days. The 4th Brigade successfully carved a narrow forest path on the northern side, 5 kilometers west of the Mullion Ridge, with nearly 300 valiant warriors. The 2nd Squad arrived at the easternmost end of the path, witnessing a group of heavily armored infantrymen, drenched in sweat, vigorously wielding their axes to fell towering birch and maple trees, each standing 20 to 30 meters tall. Under the intense pressure from Baron Sidney, the 4th Brigade had managed to clear a remarkable 7,000 meters of forest path in just 2 days. Upon observing the 2nd Squad emerging from the foliage, camouflaged with leaves, the lumbering infantrymen displayed expressions of envy. One soldier paused, lowering his axe, and greeted Surdak with familiarity. "Hey, Surdak. How fares the situation over by Mullion Ridge?" Surdak, leading the charge, acknowledged the greeting with a nod and gestured for his squad to continue along the path. He halted to address the soldier. "We have encountered a patrol of vile specters at the foot of Mullion Ridge. Craig, have you seen Baron Sidney?" The soldier, known as Craig, pointed down the path, indicating, "The Baron seems to be over there." Ibuchiang, following closely behind Surdak, discerned Craig's languid demeanor, recognizing him as a rather lackadaisical member of the infantry regiment. Surdak, wishing to avoid further conversation, advised Craig before departing, "Be cautious even while felling trees. One can never predict when a spectre might emerge. I must report the situation to the Baron." Before he could finish his sentence, Craig abruptly seized his arm. "Wait a moment, Surdak. As a fellow townsman, could you inquire whether the patrol team requires additional personnel when you see Lord Sidney?" Craig implored. A smile plastered across his face. Noticing that Surdak did not immediately acquiesce, Craig hurriedly stepped closer, gripping Suldak's arm, and lamented, "I truly envy your squad's assignment outside. Look at us. Our hands are blistered from work, waking each day to fell trees until dusk. Even the lumberjacks have not endured such hardship." Surdak halted, turning to Craig with a serious expression. "Craig, do you genuinely desire an external assignment?" Craig, sporting a sycophantic grin, raised a hand, exclaiming, I swear on the Statue of Liberty, it's absolutely true. At that moment, the bearded Kager, a devoted follower of the Earth Goddess, ambled by and, overhearing Craig's declaration, paused with a puzzled expression, asking, "Craig, have you not always worshipped the Earth Goddess?" Craig's countenance fell, rendered speechless by the awkwardness of the moment. Surdak, maintaining his composure, cast a discreet glance at Craig before stating, "I shall bring this matter to Lord Sidney's attention. Fortuitously, there is an opportunity. The patrol team from the 17th Squad has just been dispatched by the Vile Spectres, leaving that area in need of a squad for duty. I believe Lord Sidney will acquiesce." Upon hearing Surdak's mention of encountering a malevolent spirit in the woods, Craig's countenance darkened considerably. He stepped forward, intending to converse further with Surdak, but at that moment, Surdak had already set off with purposeful strides. "Hey, wait up. Surdak, I believe we should discuss this further." Upon receiving Surdak's report, Baron Sidney promptly summoned the 5 squad leaders to convene a brief meeting along the newly established forest path. Surdak, however, had no opportunity to eavesdrop on this impromptu assembly. After a resupply, the 2nd Squad once again plunged into the dense thicket. By Baron Sidney's orders, they were to hold their position in the woods at the foot of the Moya Mountains for an additional 2 days, while the 4th Squad, given their current logging pace, would require at least 2 days to traverse the mountain range and reunite with the 2nd Squad trailing behind. Unable to sleep on the hyena skin mattress, Surdak roused Habokiang from his slumber. Sitting up cross-legged, he addressed Habokiang, "Little Dak, do you think we possess the capability to vanquish malevolent spirits?" Initially, Habokiang was somewhat bewildered, but upon hearing the term malevolent spirits, he began to regain his senses. Surdak turned to retrieve a leather satchel hanging outside the tent. Bringing it inside and unwrapping its contents to reveal 4 heads of sacrificial-grade magical beasts. The warm weather had only allowed for rudimentary preservation, resulting in a faintly putrid aroma emanating from the heads. "Can you use these offerings to enhance our abilities?" Surdak inquired. Habokiang nodded affirmatively. "I wish to attempt this." Hunting the solitary malevolent spirit among the patrol, Habokiang scrutinized Surdak, realizing he was not jesting. "Do you deem this notion feasible?" Surdak whispered. Habokiang nodded once more and lifted 2 of the magical beast heads, tugging Surdak out of the tent, where they promptly arranged the necessary ritual circle for the sacrificial ceremony. "Hey, little Dak, shouldn't the sacrificial ceremony take place before battle?" Habokiang thought to himself, pondering the impracticality of such timing. He gestured dismissively to Surdak, indicating that it was entirely unnecessary. Having established the ritual circle, Habokiang positioned himself at its center and began to silently recite his prayers. A phantom of a divine being materialized before him as he offered 2 heads of magical beasts as sacrifices. As the offerings ignited in a flicker of flames, a surge of power coursed into Habokiang's being. He mentally repeated, "Body of divine protection and shield of blessing." 2 golden beams of light descended from above, enveloping the somewhat bewildered Surdak. Golden runes inscribed themselves upon Surdak, and a faint hexagram formation began to rise beneath his feet. After bestowing upon Surdak these 2 enhancement effects, the sacred energy that had surged into Habokiang did not dissipate entirely. Therefore, Habokiang attempted to channel it onto his own chest, and a golden beam enveloped him entirely. In an instant, Habokiang felt the renewed strength of the body of divine protection. Surdak seemed to sense that power as he stretched his arms and excitedly inquired of Habokiang, "How long can this effect last?" "The effect of the Eye of Truth does not endure for long." He drew the Roman sword from his waist and swung it vigorously, feeling the energy surging through his body, producing a sharp slicing sound as he wielded the longsword. Noticing Habokiang extend 3 fingers, Surdak eagerly remarked, "Are you implying that the wondrous effect of the ritual can persist for 3 hours? Should we not hasten to find a solitary evil spirit?" Habokiang shook his head and raised 3 fingers once more. Surdak, half-jokingly, queried, "Did I miscalculate? If it is not 3 hours, could it possibly be 3 days?" Before he could finish his sentence, Habokiang nodded at him. Surdak stood in a daze, swallowing the remainder of his words. Note, the effect of the divine body is to comprehensively augment one's physical constitution, bestowing formidable resilience and endurance, along with a slight enhancement in strength and agility. The purpose of the blessed shield is to imbue the shield with magical power, allowing it to absorb impact and enhance blocking efficacy. Chapter 83. The Regressor as Dawn Gently Broke. The slumbering soldiers of the 2nd Squad were roused by Surdak, heralding the commencement of a new day, filled with reconnaissance endeavors. The malevolent creatures atop the Mayan ridge seemed intent on conserving their strength, upon discovering traces of Imperial warriors at the mountain's base. They refrained from launching a widespread search operation. Instead, they contracted their usual patrol zones to evade encounters with the scouts of the Grimm Empire. Clearly, these fiends were preparing to construct a fortified stronghold within the Kandahar Mountains of Handanar County, aiming to restrain the Imperial forces in the vicinity of the lumberyard. The demons that traversed through the Gate of Demons into the Warsaw realm experienced a period of notable weakness, influenced by the laws of this dimension. Their physical prowess was significantly curtailed upon entering. Moreover, the toxic air of the Warsaw realm severely corroded their skin, necessitating an extended acclimatization phase. This likely elucidated the reluctance of the demons on Mayan Ridge to engage in immediate conflict with the Imperial troops. After sacrificing 2 precious offerings, Surdak emerged from a simple ritual with the blessings of the divine body and the shield of blessing. Empowered by newfound strength, he resolved to proactively seek out trouble with the demons within the forested area, eager to lead his squad in hunting down solitary demon warriors from the patrols. Surdak could hardly muster the patience to wait for full daylight. He roused the slumbering soldiers from their tents, and after a quick breakfast, departed the temporary encampment, donning a disguise crafted from cinnamon branches as he set out to locate the demon patrols. The previous day's skirmish had imbued the second squad with profound confidence. They traversed the dewy grasslands, unperturbed by the moisture soaking their pant legs, each soldier brimming with vigor. Silence enveloped them, broken only by the sound of their footsteps and the rustling of grass. The squad first arrived at the remnants of a hill hound, where they found the massive skeletal remains, akin to a room, had been trampled into a heap of shattered bones by the demons. The sentry branches embedded in the carcass lay damaged. No solitary demon was found in the vicinity. 2 hours later, in a secluded valley at the foot of Mayan Ridge, 2 soldiers from the second squad concealed themselves within a stagnant pool, their heads adorned with water plants, resembling a pair of swamp zombies lurking in the murky waters. They observed as a patrol of 7 demons passed by the edge of the pool. A faint sound, akin to a pebble dropping into the still water, disrupted the tranquility. The sound was subtle, yet the last demon in line caught wind of it. Pausing momentarily, the demons at the forefront turned their cold gazes toward the last member, who cautiously approached the water's edge, finding nothing amiss. The patrol continued onward. After a few steps, another peculiar sound echoed, prompting the last demon to halt once more. Suddenly, a marsh frog leapt from the opposite bank into the seemingly bottomless waterhole, creating a soft splash. The malevolent spirits paid no heed to the last of their number trailing behind, striding purposefully onward. The lingering spirit, although momentarily suspicious of the water's surface, hesitated briefly before hastily rejoining the patrol. Concealed within the stagnant waters, Augustus gently pushed aside the duckweed that floated before his face, preparing to crawl ashore when he was subtly restrained by his companion, the bearded Cargill. Augustus, a tempestuous and traditional academic warrior, contrasted with Cargill, who, prior to his military service, had been a ranger with modest survival skills, participating in the outdoor hunting expeditions of a rather obscure local adventuring group. Augustus exhaled softly. Moments ago, a malevolent spirit had stood directly before him. Had that spirit taken another step forward, it would have almost crushed his face beneath its boot. Cargill rose from the waterhole, gasping for breath as mud and water streamed down his form. He reached down to pull Augustus up, uttering, "We must keep up." Amidst the lush foliage of a sprawling tree, the red-socked Garcia crouched upon a branch, cradling a bound stork in his arms, quietly observing the malevolent patrol pass beneath him. Fear gripped him to the point where he dared not even breathe. As the spirits moved under the tree, he held his breath, feeling his heart pound like a drum within his chest. If he could, he would have clutched his heart tightly to stifle its fervent rhythm. Yet he found himself powerless to contain it. At long last, once the patrol had completely passed, he foolishly drew forth a metal bow, aiming at the last spirit in line. A faint hint of murderous intent prompted the spirit to halt, turning its gaze towards the tree where Garcia lay hidden. In response, Garcia loosed an arrow at a nearby mountain pear, which vanished in an instant as it fell from the heights, bursting upon the solid ground with a resounding splat, sending juices flying. The last spirit, as always, found itself in a predicament, inciting the ire of the others in the patrol. Just then, the shattered pear hit the ground, provoking mocking glances from the spirits ahead. Unfazed, the patrol pressed on, one pointing at the troublesome tree. Suddenly, a stork flapped its wings and soared from the thicket into the azure sky, disappearing from sight. The spirits of the patrol, having lost their last vestige of patience, continued their march. The straggling spirit, eager to catch up, noticed the tree still quivering. Thus, it halted in confusion, its blood-red eyes fixated on the treetop. Garcia, hidden upon the branch, felt a pressing urge within him at that moment, under the watchful gaze of the lifeless-eyed spirit. Surdak and Hibuqiang, accompanied by the remaining warriors of the second squad, concealed themselves in a secluded hollow of the mountains. Amidst a thicket, they found an optimal hiding spot, though it required them to lie flat against the damp earth, which bore a faint scent of decay. The mingling aroma of blueberry bushes, with their slight tartness, evoked memories of the forest behind Wool Village and of a beautiful girl who delighted in picking blueberries, her sweet lips and azure, crystal-clear eyes reminiscent of the lake. Surdak, I often feel a twinge of worry. Do you believe they can accomplish the task? Surdak inquired, shaking his head to dispel the troubling thoughts. Hibuqiang, without hesitation, nodded affirmatively. The certainty in Hibuqiang's demeanor unexpectedly quelled Surdak's unease, prompting him to ask, do you have such unwavering faith in them? Hibuqiang gestured towards the forest ahead, invigorating Suldak's spirit. In a hushed yet fervent voice, he proclaimed, indeed, they have drawn near. Everyone, be alert and prepare for battle. Chapter 84. The reverse walker to the standard armor of the heavy infantry brigade was exceedingly cumbersome, resembling a thick layer of iron plating enveloping the entire body. Surdak emerged from the thicket, clutching a square shield in his left hand and a knight's longsword in his right, with remnants of blueberry branches clinging to him. He assumed a defensive stance against the malevolent spirit lurking in the dense forest and bellowed at the fleeing figure clad in red socks, Garcia, run this way. Fearing the demon might not hear, Surdak struck the iron surface of his shield with his longsword, producing a series of thunderous clangs. Boom, boom, boom. A faint silver glow radiated from the square shield, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. The demon, upon witnessing Suldak's defiant posture, let out a furious roar, its muscular thighs propelling it forward with explosive speed as it pounded the ground with its 3 toes. Instead of its customary spear, the creature wielded a hefty single-edged axe, its blade glinting with a chilling sheen. Steadying himself, Surdak fixed his gaze on the advancing demon, his voice hoarse with determination. The demon could leap approximately 6 or 7 meters with each stride, closing the 100-meter distance in mere breaths. Suddenly, a rope sprang up from the ground like a tripwire, obstructing the demon's path. Reacting with remarkable swiftness, the demon vaulted over the rope, raising its axe high above its head, charging directly at Surdak. Taking a deep breath, Surdak lowered his center of gravity. This time, he did not cower but instead met the demon warrior head-on, raising his shield to confront the descending axe. The single-edged axe unleashed a torrent of force as the demon soared through the air, its arms forming a bow-like arc before it contracted, the axe seeming capable of rending the very air. In that moment, Hibuqiang burst forth from the underbrush, joining Surdak in their charge. Together, they raised their shields in unison to face the demon's colossal axe. The 2 shields collided with the axe's descent. Behind Hibuqiang, a spectral image of a 4-armed demon emerged, while silver runes appeared on the surface of their shields, glowing brilliantly. As the axe struck the double shields, the magical runes shattered under the tremendous force. Shield of Blessing. The axe was momentarily suspended by an unseen power, emitting a soft chime as it struck the shields with a resounding thud. Surdak felt an immense weight descend upon his shield. The ironclad square shield cleaved in 2 by the axe, yet Hibuqiang's dwarven chain shield held firm, the blade embedded deep within it. The blade that pierced the shield barely grazed the leather armor on Hibuqiang's arm. Had the axe descended a mere half-inch deeper, his arm would have likely been severed. Yet, at present, the single-edged axe was merely lodged atop the massive shield. The fiend attempted to lift its foot to kick Surdak aside and extract the axe from the dwarven chain shield. Unfortunately, as it raised 1 foot, the soul was pierced by Surdak's knightly sword, which, despite the pain, sent Surdak sprawling away. The second squad of warriors, lying in ambush among the underbrush, surged forward, their weapons thrusting into the fiend's body before it could react. It was only then that the fiend realized it was ensnared in a tight circle of foes. Unable to extricate the embedded axe from the shield, it resorted to desperately pulling it towards itself. Hibuqiang, lacking the brute strength of the fiend, seized the moment to draw his Roman sword and thrust it into the fiend's abdomen. The fiend, already marred by several sword wounds, dared not allow Hibuqiang to approach. With its last breath, it swung the axe, flinging the surrounding warriors aside. Hibuqiang was also cast away, and at that moment, the fiend was a gruesome sight. With multiple weapons embedded in its body, its dark, viscous blood staining its form. with a ferocious grimace. It discarded the axe still entangled with the dwarven chain shield and ignored the knightly sword lodged in its foot, letting out a chilling wail as it lunged toward Yibuqiang. As Yibuqiang stumbled backward, dazed and gasping for breath, he saw the fiend recklessly charging at him. Grasping his Roman sword, he reversed his grip and aimed for the fiend's abdomen just as it lunged forward. To his astonishment, the fiend did not evade. Instead, it bore the blow, sustaining a deep gash across its midsection, and seized Yibuqiang by the throat, toppling him to the ground. Yibuqiang's head struck a protruding tree root, plunging him into darkness. The fiend, with hands imbued with monstrous strength, nearly crushed Yibuqiang's neck. Surdak rose swiftly, retrieving a sword from the ground and hastening toward the scene. The fiend maintained its grip on Yibuqiang's throat while clutching its own short horns with one hand, and with the other it brought the sword down viciously across its neck. The fiend's most vulnerable spot lay at the nape, and Surdak mustered all his strength, severing the fiend's head entirely. The dark, purplish blood gushed from the neck, splattering Yibuqiang from head to toe. The fiend, having lost its final vestiges of strength, collapsed heavily upon Yibuqiang, who felt his vision darken as he succumbed to unconsciousness. The headless fiend's body lay sprawled, arms outstretched, pinned against a nearby tree. While its severed head rested beside the campfire, its black magic crystal already extracted. Above the fire, a large iron pot simmered with a rich, savory broth. Yet, as Yibuqiang caught the scent of the stew, a wave of intense nausea washed over him. Little Dak had awakened, and his startled exclamation drew the second squad's warriors to gather around. Surdak squatted beside Yibuqiang, smiling as he addressed him. "Hey, during our last rescue of you, you were firmly pinned down by a headless fiend. To me, this might reflect a flaw in your combat style." The bearded Kagol leaned in, examining Yibuqiang before suggesting, "We ought to allow him to rest a little longer." Feeling no unusual sensations in his body and aware of the warm flow of divine protection gently nurturing him, Yibuqiang shook his somewhat drowsy head and sat up from the wolfskin blanket. Red Socks squeezed in next to Yibuqiang, wearing a triumphant expression as he exclaimed, "Little Dak, I must tell you, I never anticipated slaying a fiend on the battlefield. It felt absolutely exhilarating." He punctuated his words by waving his fist. Shortly after, the bearded one approached, his face a picture of shame as he confessed to Yibuqiang, "If another opportunity to hunt fiends arises, I believe I could perform even better. To be honest, I felt a bit cowardly this time." Surdak then patted Yibuqiang's shoulder, smiling as he urged, "You must recover swiftly. We need to dispose of that fiend's corpse post-haste." Chapter 85, the eve of great conflict with the initial taste of success in their hunting endeavors. Subsequent operations can be characterized as a gradual accumulation of experience and continuous refinement. The coordination between Surdak and Yibuqiang, utilizing their dual shields, has become increasingly proficient. However, the quality of the square shields wielded by the heavy infantry battalion is lamentably poor, rendering them incapable of withstanding the full force of the demon's onslaught. Recently, Surdak has managed to shatter at least 3 of these shields, and even Yibuqiang's dwarven chain shield has been left riddled with wounds from the demon's axes. In a mere span of 3 days, the second squad has successfully hunted down 4 demons without significant peril. Their relentless assaults on isolated demons have directly escalated the patrol's numbers from 7 to 13. Moreover, the demons within these patrols have developed a heightened sense of vigilance, refraining from straying alone, thus depriving the second squad of opportunities to eliminate demons individually. On the 6th day of reconnaissance within the forested region, Surdak finally received the order to regroup from the 4th Brigade. Under the stern supervision of Baron Sidney, the 4th Brigade managed to clear all forest paths near the Moyen Ridge in just over 5 days, successfully rendezvousing with the 2nd Brigade of the 57th Regiment at a densely wooded mountain pass. In the heart of the forest, the heavily armored warriors of the 4th Brigade had shed their cumbersome armor, appearing almost like a band of lumberjacks, wielding axes and blending seamlessly into their new roles. However, the sight of the 2nd Squad, led by Surdak, in their disheveled state, startled the 4th Brigade's warriors. The standard armor of the 2nd Squad was in such disrepair that nearly every soldier required substantial replacements of copper armor plates. Additionally, 3 hardwood square shields had been shattered, and 2 knightly swords were broken. The edges of their weapons were severely damaged, and nearly all of the axes requisitioned for lumbering had been lost. Fortunately, the squad had replenished their arsenal with 3 single-edged axes unique to the demon faction. It is difficult to fathom the trials the 2nd Squad endured to end up in such a woeful condition. Even a brutal melee would scarcely account for such significant losses. Nonetheless, it is a stroke of fortune that this perilous reconnaissance mission did not result in any casualties. Despite their disheveled appearance, the morale of each soldier remained remarkably high. Notably, Captain Surdak bore a bulging linen pouch at his waist, and the seasoned veterans needed no words to discern its contents. Even the veteran leader, Sam, cast envious glances at these spoils. Who could have imagined that while other squads toiled in the forest, drenched in sweat from felling great trees, the second squad would return with such enviable treasures? Upon witnessing the second squad's bedraggled appearance, Baron Sidney's expression darkened, reminiscent of an impending storm, poised to unleash a thunderous roar at any moment. However, as Surdak leaned closer to Baron Sidney and whispered a few words in his ear, the young nobleman, who typically wore pride upon his countenance, appeared to brighten slightly. In the presence of a group of captains, he even offered words of encouragement to Surdak. The 4th Squadron chose to set up camp on the hillside at the mountain pass. In truth, the selection of the campsite for the main force was not within the authority of Count Mont Gosper, commander of the 57th Legion. Nevertheless, this did not preclude the vanguard from putting forth reasonable suggestions. Most of the soldiers in the 4th Squadron had been engaged in clearing forest paths for several days, with only a few small teams on duty in the nearby woods, thus granting the most influence to the captains of these reconnaissance teams. During a meeting convened for captains and above within the 4th Squadron, Baron Sidney specifically called upon Surdak to provide some proposals. What could Surdak possibly contribute? As a newly promoted captain of the 2nd Heavy Infantry Squad, his perspective was limited to the 13 men within his team. Finding a safe haven for his squad members might present no significant challenge. However, locating an ideal campsite for nearly 300 heavy infantry soldiers of the 4th Squadron was indeed a tall order for him. If tasked with selecting a site for this expeditionary mixed army venturing into the Moy Mountains, encompassing considerations for the infantry regiment, cavalry unit, armored knights, and logistical support from merchant groups, it would not merely be a challenge, it would be beyond his capabilities entirely. What Surdak presented to Baron Sidney was a rudimentary hand-drawn map, illustrating the terrain at the foot of the Moy Mountains and the distribution of streams, along with marked routes frequented by the demon patrols. With this capable and perceptive new captain, Baron Sidney found no grounds for dissatisfaction. That evening, the soldiers of the 4th Squadron learned from their captains that the reason for Baron Sidney's rare display of satisfaction was the fact that Captain Surdak of the 2nd Squad had presented him with 4 demon heads. It was clear that the 2nd Squad would soon be rewarded handsomely by Baron Sidney. Furthermore, this success brought the Baron one step closer to the elevation of his title. In reality, hunting demons was not a feat every heavy infantry squad could achieve. In fact, the vast majority of soldier teams were currently incapable of such endeavors. The disparity in strength between soldiers and demons could not be bridged simply by numbers. Thus, it was not uncommon for heavy infantry soldiers to face dire consequences when encountering demons in the wild, often resulting in their demise if they were unable to retreat in time. On the battlefield, heavy infantry units typically relied on the exceptional weaponry provided by the Kingdom of Green, such as crossbows and catapults, to combat demons. Additionally, they could coordinate their efforts with heavy cavalry to inflict some casualties upon the demons. Otherwise, they would have to valiantly withstand the demon onslaught while awaiting support from the armored knights. One could say that heavy infantry units had perpetually occupied the role of cannon fodder in the war against demons. Having acquired a hand-drawn map of the area at the foot of Mount Moyenling, Sidney, after confirming with Surdak that a particular slope depicted on the map was relatively spacious, casually encircled it with his charcoal pencil. Thus, the site for the encampment of the Moyenling Expeditionary Force was established. Although fully aware that the upper echelons would undoubtedly reject this location, Baron Sidney could at least ascertain that his spontaneous marking with the charcoal pencil would not result in the camp being situated in a valley or atop a precipice. At the very least, it served to demonstrate that this choice was made after careful contemplation and deliberation. 2 days later, the expeditionary forces to Moyenling gradually traversed the woodland path, arriving at the mountain's base. Following closely behind were the supply caravans, hastily making their way, which included not only thousands of soldiers, but also over 1,000 mules laden with substantial provisions, creating a significant congestion along the path. Originally designed to accommodate 16 horses side by side, it was evident that the trail would require further widening to accommodate the burgeoning throng. Chapter 86. The Forest Path. The 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment, serving as the advance force, entered the Moyen Ridge and cleared a patch of land less than 5 kilometers from the summit to establish a camp for the subsequent main army. Although the hand-drawn map provided by Baron Sidney was scrawled and chaotic, it distinctly marked the various ridges, ravines, and streams at the foot of Moyen Ridge. There were even precise annotations regarding certain tree species in a particular forested area, alongside descriptions of several suitable ambush points. This invaluable first-hand topographical information ultimately fell into the hands of Colonel Montgosper, despite the higher-ups not adopting the camp location suggested by Baron Sidney. He nonetheless made his presence known before the commanders of the expeditionary forces. By successfully clearing the forest path, Baron Sidney redeemed himself from previous disgrace, further proving that he was not merely a young noble elevated by nepotism. The soldiers of the 57th Regiment had just completed setting up their tents when they received a directive to construct a wooden palisade around the camp to fend off wild beasts and malevolent spirits. This palisade needed to be at least 10 meters high to effectively deter the latter. Yibuqiang wielded a logging axe with determination, severing the lateral branches of a redwood tree, while his comrade, Hong Sox, promptly dragged the fallen branches into the thicket. The primary task for the second squad today was to clear the felled trees along both sides of the forest path. Yibuqiang and Hong Sox hurried ahead. Discovering a transport cart carrying crossbows had a broken axle, effectively blocking the path. The logistics soldiers attempted to repair the cart on site, while the heavy cavalry behind them clamored to reach the camp for lodging, insisting on relocating the cart to the adjacent woods. Though the logistics corps comprised individuals of no significant rank, they controlled the majority of the camp's supplies, often adopting a haughty demeanor. Consequently, they were unwilling to allow anyone to push the stranded cart into the forest. As an argument erupted between the heavy cavalry officer and the logistics commander, the heavy cavalry soldiers raised their long lances, pointing them menacingly at the logistics aides. In a sudden display of agility reminiscent of a monkey, a logistics officer clambered onto the cart, lifting the tarpaulin covering the crossbows to reveal a brand new siege crossbow. Several aides quickly joined the officer on the cart, deftly unfastening the rope securing the crossbow and vigorously adjusting the elevation wheel. With a soft sound, the massive bolts glinted ominously, aimed squarely at the brazen heavy cavalry. This was Yibuqiang's first encounter with such large military machinery. The main frame of the crossbow cart was constructed of wood, yet many crucial components were made of iron, some of which were even plated with silver, adorned with intricate runes. At the center of the base lay a shard of magical crystal, and the entire apparatus radiated a potent aura of magic. The auxiliary soldiers of the logistics corps and the heavy cavalry stood in a tense standoff, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder. Crowds continued to converge from both ends of the pathway, encircling the area so tightly that not a drop of water could pass through. After waiting for what felt like an eternity amidst the throng, Yibuqiang and Red Sox grew weary of the inactivity. With his legs beginning to tingle, Yibuqiang took Red Sox by the arm and maneuvered through the crowd. Flanking the path were dense woods, thick with underbrush. Surdak commanded the burly Kager to clear a small clearing within the thicket, while he and Augustus ventured deeper into the forest, where they successfully hunted 2 otters. Yibuqiang and Red Sox ignited a bonfire in the clearing. Augustus skewered the skinned otters on a long branch and placed them over the glowing coals. Initially, smoke billowed through the woods, but as the twigs turned to glowing embers, the fat from the otter meat dripped onto the fire, releasing an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. The traffic congestion had caused many to miss their lunch, but the scent of roasting meat stirred their hunger. The heavy cavalry and auxiliary soldiers resolved to make do with their rations, consuming the portable provisions they had on hand. As they sat on tree stumps, they realized that had they reached the camp, their meal would not have been as rustic as this impromptu feast. Once their hunger was satiated, both sides began to ponder a resolution to their impasse. It was then that they noticed a series of birch trees being felled in the adjacent thicket, clearing the way and nearly doubling the width of the traffic-congested road. With the improved conditions, the heavy cavalry mounted their steeds and formed a line on the left side of the pathway, gradually traversing the once clogged area. The auxiliary soldiers of the logistics corps began to repair their broken carts on site, replacing the axles. However, it seemed that no one acknowledged that the transformation of the pathway was being orchestrated by a group of infantry soldiers from the 2nd Squad, diligently pruning branches nearby. Red Sox, wiping the perspiration from his brow, expressed his disappointment, believing a conflict was imminent. Kager, standing beside him with a bundle of cut branches, tossed them into the underbrush and remarked, "Are you truly that bored?" Just as Red Sox was about to respond, he caught sight of a squad of knights adorned in ornate armor. They rode powerful black steeds, advancing silently along the path, exuding an aura that few could rival. Despite the congestion, no one dared to approach them. Instinctively, the crowd yielded a third of the pathway for the armored knights to pass. No one dared provoke this formidable group, and as they moved through, He Buqiang sensed an almost palpable hush enveloping the pathway. Only the boisterous red sock tugged at He Buqiang's sleeve, her face alight with excitement as she exclaimed, "Surdak, look! This is the armored knight of our Bena Legion." The burly Kager leaned against a fallen giant tree, casting a disdainful glance at Red Sock and remarked, "Even if he is a duke, it seems rather unnecessary for you to be this exhilarated." He Buqiang sat by the roadside, intently observing the towering armored knights, who were said to be clad in the costly magical armor, while their ebony steeds bore a layer of protective gear. The glossy black coats of the horses revealed faint patterns reminiscent of scales. The armored knights emanated a formidable pressure characteristic of the powerful, creating an almost suffocating atmosphere. Chapter 87. The gaze of a malevolent spirit outside the encampment of the Bena Legion of the Yunling Grimm Empire. The night was as dark as ink. Beneath the moonlight, shadows stealthily descended from the Moya Mountains, appearing remarkably adapted to the darkness, traversing the terrain with ease, as if intimately familiar with the surroundings, and advancing straight towards the expeditionary camp. The formidable figure concealed itself within the shadows, suppressing the aura of lethality that emanated from its being. Its murky, bloodshot eyes fixated on a large tree 50 meters ahead. Cursed be the laws of this realm, for they had diminished its power to a mere third of what it wielded in the hellish world of flames. Once, these eyes could perceive a black crow 100 meters away in the deepest darkness. Yet now, even discerning the lookout perched upon that tree at 50 meters proved to be a strenuous endeavor. It licked its parched lips, its lifeblood nearly desiccated. Fresh blood was imperative for sustaining its corporeal form. Was this not the very reason it had traversed countless miles from the inferno, enduring myriad hardships to arrive in this wretched and unfamiliar dimension? What was the essence of blood? As such thoughts coursed through its mind. Saliva involuntarily pooled at the corners of its mouth, a testament to its waning restraint. Where, indeed, lay the dignity of a malevolent spirit? Merely 50 meters away upon the tree sat a lookout, inadequately concealed. In the darkness, the eyes peering through the foliage reflected a sliver of moonlight. As it clenched the military dagger tightly, striving to minimize its presence, a nearby horned demon glanced in its direction, tilting its head in a silent invitation to advance. This is undoubtedly an opportune moment to impress the captain, it mused, and thus, it pressed its entire form into the shadows, contorting as it approached the sentinel. 45 meters, 35 meters, 20 meters, 5 meters. Concealed beneath the tree, it held the military dagger in its mouth, scaling the trunk with its hands, only to snap a branch in the process. Damn it! Every creature in this realm seemed so fragile. Even the slightest touch could shatter them. Why could this place not harbor the iron trees of the hellish flames? A sudden noise sent a jolt of anxiety through it. Yet, the human soldier atop the tree appeared to be in slumber, oblivious to the unusual sounds below. It continued its ascent, but the dense canopy obstructed its towering form, forcing it to pause and stretch upward, gripping the dagger tightly as it stealthily reached for the unsuspecting warrior. The sharp dagger pierced through the soldier's feet, emerging from the crown of his skull in the next heartbeat. The human was impaled without a single cry of alarm. Swiftly, it seized the magical flare that fell from the soldier's grasp, brandishing its prize as it leapt down from the tree. 100 or so demons flowed past silently, surging towards the encampment. It had yearned for a sumptuous feast, yet at that moment, it could only surge forward alongside its brethren. The malevolent spirits burst forth from the dense forest, suddenly leaping into view without any forewarning. The two foremost green-faced horned fiends left behind them almost ethereal afterimages as they charged forward, their arms crossed defensively before their faces. They bent their bodies like rampaging rhinoceroses, inexorably colliding with the 10-meter-high wooden barricade. The foundations of these barriers were inadequate, and under the combined force of the two horned demons, several planks splintered into fragments. Amidst the thunderous cacophony, over 100 fiends surged forward like famished wolves invading a sheepfold, instinctively lunging toward the slumbering human warriors nestled within their tents. A deafening roar, akin to the earth trembling, jolted He Buqiang from his slumber. The soldiers of the second squad beside him scrambled from their sleeping bags, roused by the clamor of battle cries outside. Without a moment's hesitation, Surdak swiftly donned his armor. For a heavy infantryman without his substantial gear was scarcely distinguishable from a peasant wielding a pitchfork. Faintly, the horn of assembly echoed from beyond the camp, urging Surdak. standing within the tent to hasten his comrades of the second squad. "Quick, everyone, put on your armor." As he secured his shoulder straps and fastened the hidden clasps of his greaves, he seized his knightly sword and dashed out of the tent. Hibuqiang, having not removed his leather armor while sleeping, found this to be a boon of the beast hide protection. It felt like merely a single layer of clothing, albeit somewhat uncomfortable for sleep. In the recesses of his mind lingered a vague memory on the battlefield. One should not part with their armor if it does not significantly disrupt their rest. When Surdak charged out with his sword raised, Hibuqiang followed closely behind. As they lifted the tent flap, they beheld chaos reigning outside the military camp. The roars of the fiends echoed from all directions. Nearby, a 3-meter-tall demon crushed a tent with a single foot, trapping the soldiers inside who had scarcely begun to escape. They floundered like fish ensnared in a net, desperately trying to tear through the fabric to freedom. Yet, the fiend that had collapsed the tent showed no mercy. Stabbing recklessly with its military dagger toward the most agitated sections of the tent, eliciting anguished cries with each thrust. At that moment, Surdak could no longer contain himself and charged forward, sword in hand. He appeared to forget that he had not received the blessings of the sacrificial rite and that his current state could hardly withstand a powerful blow from an enemy warrior. His sword was easily deflected by the fiend, which then aimed its dagger at Surdak's chest. Just in time, a dwarven chain shield materialized before him. Though the surface of the shield was patched with numerous scraps of iron and appeared in disrepair, it effectively caught the fiend's dagger. Behind Hibuqiang, the dual-faced, 4-armed specter of a demon flickered into existence for but a fleeting moment before vanishing swiftly. Amidst the jarring clangor of metal, Hibuqiang relinquished his dwarven chain shield, gripping the Roman sword firmly with both hands. He advanced a step, plunging the long sword into the belly of the foul demon. He felt an immense force surge from his shoulder, largely absorbed by the leather shoulder guard. Regrettably, the hide of the fire serpent lizard was not as resilient as he had anticipated. Perhaps the demon's punch was overwhelmingly powerful, for it tore a gash in the protective leather. Hibuqiang then sensed the tremendous weight of the fist descending upon him, causing his body to tumble backward. At that moment, the bearded warrior burst forth from the tent, colliding with Hibuqiang as he fell, and the two became entangled. Meanwhile, the modified Roman sword remained embedded in the demon's abdomen. The camp was engulfed in the chaos of battle. Chapter 88. Night Battle. The encampment of the expeditionary force was rife with scenes of imperial soldiers engaged in fierce combat against malevolent specters. Awakening from their slumber, the warriors hastily emerged from their tents, joining the fray. These malevolent entities differed significantly from those previously encountered. In past skirmishes, they had fought to the last breath, displaying an unwavering resolve. However, the fiends currently assaulting the camp exhibited a propensity for retreat when faced with overwhelming odds. One such specter, impaled by a Roman sword, perceived the encroachment of the second squad and, in desperation, barreled into a nearby tent, trampling it underfoot before vaulting over its apex, the sword still lodged within it, and plunging into the chaotic battlefield. That modified Roman sword remains embedded in the fiend, and I have yet to retrieve it. Hibuqiang struggled to rise from the ground, gazing in disbelief as the specter vanished from sight. Reclaiming his dwarven chain shield, he assisted the burly Kagul, who was seated on the ground, clutching his chest. The second squad hastily rescued soldiers trapped beneath the collapsed tents. Some were ensnared by canvas, unable to extricate themselves, while others had tragically succumbed to the malevolent entity's daggers during their desperate struggles, the tents stained with blood. The fiends surged through the breach, swiftly advancing toward the heart of the encampment and seizing control of the northeastern corner. The camp of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment, situated at the northwestern edge of the encampment, formed a defensive bulwark alongside the 58th Heavy Infantry Regiment to the northeast. As cannon fodder within the expeditionary force, their encampment was relatively isolated. The specters breached the outer wooden palisade, striking both heavy infantry regiments at the forefront. Simultaneously, these two regiments were among the first to muster a contingent of warriors to mount a defense. A multitude of heavily armored infantry emerged from their tents, brandishing weapons and shields, forming a formidable barrier in an attempt to thwart the onslaught of the encroaching fiends. Hundreds of malevolent entities, arrayed in a wedge formation, plunged into the camp, breaching the heavy infantry's line, creating a gap through which the fiends relentlessly pressed toward the center of the encampment. The ground was littered with the fallen soldiers, with only a scant few of the fiends succumbing within the confines of the camp. The defensive line of the heavy infantry regiment within the encampment was on the verge of collapse. The 4th Squad, under the leadership of Baron Sidney, found themselves entangled within the faltering defense. Although they were not directly assailed by the fiends, they were inexorably swept backward by the throngs of retreating infantry. A detachment of heavy cavalry assembled atop a nearby slope, advancing along the encampment's passageways to provide reinforcements. However, driven by the tide of fleeing soldiers, they collided with the oncoming cavalry, rendering them immobile. The heavy cavalry, unable to charge, proved only marginally superior to the heavy infantry. As the fiends surged forth, the cavalry was compelled to retreat alongside the throng of soldiers. The towering fiends pursued relentlessly, with numerous warriors falling in their desperate flight. Count Gasper attempted to reorganize a defensive line, but by this juncture, the tide of retreat had already surged forth. With only a handful of followers at his side, he found it impossible to command the beleaguered heavy infantry. Yibuqiang and all the soldiers of the second squad found themselves amidst the throng. Fortunate that they were not swept away by the crowd, yet being pushed back towards the central area of the military camp. As the malevolent creature loomed perilously close, Surdak's agitation grew palpable, unable to advance to engage in battle. At that moment, the soldiers of the second squad were jostled near a pile of supplies, filled with weaponry. Some crossbows, freshly delivered to the camp, remained unopened, shrouded in waterproof tarpaulins. Upon spotting the tarpaulin-covered crossbows, an idea sparked in Yibuqiang's mind. He forcibly pushed past a nearby soldier and approached the crossbows, pulling a dagger from his breast. With a swift motion, he sliced through the tarpaulin, revealing a pristine crossbow within. Observing Yibuqiang ascend atop the crossbow, Surdak swiftly signaled the other soldiers of the second squad to gather near the supply pile. Amidst the chaos, they tore away the tarpaulin, unveiling a dark crossbow that emanated a chilling aura in the night. The operation of a crossbow was a fundamental training exercise for the heavy infantry soldiers, thus the second squad was well versed in such tasks. Augustus, fetch a giant coral, Surdak commanded. Kegel, inspect the bowstring. Garcia, little Dak, assist me in adjusting the elevation and orientation of the crossbow, aiming at the approaching fiend. In the turmoil, Surdak issued a flurry of commands. The soldiers of the second squad responded with alacrity, encircling the crossbow. Surdak leapt onto the control platform, raising his long sword to sever the iron chain of the mechanism, which fell with a resounding clatter. Red-socked Garcia fervently cranked the wheel, leveling the crossbow's sight. While Yibuqiang assisted him, the machinery creaking as the crossbow began to move slowly. Some heavily armored infantry soldiers, still possessing a fierce fighting spirit amidst the retreating crowd, emulated the second squad and approached the crossbow. Baron Sidney, accompanied by several retainers, climbed atop the crossbow, wielding his long sword to rally the infantry of the fourth squad, urging them to swiftly converge on the supply pile. Augustus hoisted a massive quarrel over 3 meters long from a nearby rack and, alongside Surdak, positioned it into the quiver of the crossbow. As the winch successfully tightened the bowstring, a low rumble emanated from the entire crossbow, and the runes embedded within its body flickered to life. Surdak's face flushed with determination as he aimed at a fiend, which was hoisting a soldier into the air with a military dagger, emitting a harrowing wail. The soldier, impaled on the dagger, writhed in agony, futilely struggling. With a decisive pull of the trigger, the bowstring released with a thunderous crack. The quarrel sliced through the air, producing a series of explosive sounds, transforming into a fleeting shadow that pierced through the fleeing crowd, striking the fiend and propelling it several meters away, where it was impaled against a vertical post in the camp. The crossbow of the second squad proved effective in its strike, invigorating the spirits of the soldiers, dismantling the tarpaulin from the other crossbows. Count Gasper, accompanied by a retinue of followers, swiftly assembled a contingent of heavily armored infantry. Leaning against the arsenal piled near the camp, in a bid to establish a defensive line to thwart the encroaching fiends, the captains flanking Goes released their own manifestations of aura, which appeared on the battlefield like vibrant banners, drawing the attention of some of the malevolent spirits. Meanwhile, a cacophony of warhorses neighing resonated from the central area of the camp. A cadre of armored knights mounted on black-scaled steeds emerged before the grand tent of the camp, brandishing their ebony shields and raising their lances in unison, their movements synchronized with precision. Chapter 89. War is a double-edged sword. Raise your shields. The origin of this booming cry amidst the chaotic night remains a mystery, yet its resonance imbued the armored infantry with newfound resolve, prompting them to halt and face the advancing fiends, shields raised high. The pursuing demons surged forth, and the infantry fell like harvested wheat before the relentless onslaught. Construct, knights. Advance upon the fiendish ranks. The commanding voice, tinged with frustration, reverberated through the air. The knights stationed before the main encampment brandished their lances, the sound of galloping hooves echoing as they prepared for battle. The armored infantry, recognizing the urgency, retreated to the sides, clearing a vast expanse of the battlefield before the camp. As the demons pursued the retreating soldiers, a torrential rain of arrows descended, accurately partitioning the field. Some demons attempted to brave the onslaught, yet were pierced by massive crossbow bolts, firmly impaled to the ground. The infantrymen deftly operated 7 siege crossbows, and as the massive bolts were launched, the clanking of winch chains filled the air, their strings drawn back for another volley aimed squarely at the demons within the camp. The construct knights, their steeds aglow with radiant halos, charged forth, the magical runes on their armor emanating an ethereal aura as they clashed with the fiends. Although slightly outmatched in raw strength, the knights leveraged the speed of their steeds to enhance their power in the charge. Upon collision, numerous lances shattered, and vibrant magical auras erupted around the knights, while a dark mist enveloped the demons, the melee becoming the focal point of the battlefield. The lances, effective only during the initial charge, were soon discarded as the knights engaged in close combat, drawing their swords and raising their finely crafted shields, fearlessly plunging into the heart of the enemy ranks. The demons, aware of the threat posed by the knights' potential second charge, sought to deny them any opportunity to breach their formation, for no creature could withstand the relentless onslaught of the knights. Even the fiends of the abyss were not exempt. Dozens of knights leapt from their mounts, wielding their shields to strike at the faces of the demons. In this realm of iron and blood, each clash resonated with an alluring intensity, drawing countless construct warriors to the fray, who willingly forsook elaborate techniques in favor of sheer ferocity. Hundreds of construct knights summoned their presence, ethereal afterimages materializing behind them, their collective aura surging to a heightened state. The knights stood resolute against the demonic horde, while the heavily armored infantry reorganized into tight formations, with longbowmen assembling behind them, finely crafted arrows poised against the battlefield, their tips aimed at foes 100 meters away. The heavy cavalry found a spacious area to regroup, aligning themselves in formation while maintaining a prudent distance from the front lines, thereby establishing a semblance of deterrence on the battlefield. The rendezvous point for the 4th Squadron of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment was near a pile of military supplies, where Baron Sidney wielded a double-edged greatsword, commanding the heavy infantry soldiers from atop a ballista. He directed their aim towards the breach in the camp caused by the marauding fiends, intending to sever the retreat of these doomed creatures at the moment of their inevitable flight. The 2nd Squad controlled a ballista, with Surdak positioned as the chief marksman, intently targeting the fiends on the battlefield. After a series of test shots and calibrations, the longbowmen finally unleashed a torrential rain of arrows upon the fiends, collaborating with the armored knights to decimate the horde of several hundred fiends. As the fiends recognized their dire predicament, they began to cluster together, desperately attempting to break through. At this juncture, the heavy cavalry completed their assembly, blocking the breach in the camp created by the fiends. The fiendish commander, exhibiting remarkable decisiveness, allocated half of his forces to engage the armored knights, while the remaining fewer than 100 fiends charged through the rain of arrows, determined to disperse the heavy cavalry at any cost. As the fiends approached the wooden palisade of the camp, a volley of massive crossbow bolts surged forth, accompanied by thunderous sonic booms, piercing through the bodies of several fiendish warriors. Simultaneously, the heavy cavalry surged forward, launching their assault against the encroaching fiends. The scales of victory began to tilt in favor of the Imperial forces. Beyond the mountains, a faint light heralded the dawn. At daybreak, the last fiend fell less than 50 meters from the camp, mere steps away from escaping into the dense thickets, its back riddled with a multitude of iron-tipped arrows. However, the creature bore a fatal wound, a gaping hole the size of a bowl, inflicted by a knight's lance. A supporting soldier, wielding an axe, hastened to the fiend's corpse. Disregarding its convulsing body, with practiced precision, he swung his cleaver, severing the fiend's head and marking its forehead. This trophy held considerable military value, and one could not afford to be careless regarding its ownership. The armored knights began to regroup, the camp in disarray. The heavy infantry had already transported a portion of the wounded to the aid station within the camp, and now needed to address the bodies of the fallen. The deceased heavy infantry soldiers would be meticulously recorded, their personal effects and pensions sent back to their homelands. Order gradually returned to the military camp as the higher echelons of each unit commenced the tally of gains and losses from the battle. The 58th Heavy Infantry Regiment bore the brunt of the casualties, with at least 500 of their warriors falling within the confines of the camp during the fiendish assault. Count von Gosberg mingled among the high-ranking officials in the military camp, embarking on an on-site inspection of the losses incurred by various regiments. Upon arriving at the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment, von Gosberg stepped forth from the crowd to stand before Baron Sidney, personally adjusting his cravat. Though no words were exchanged, the approving glimmer in his eyes spoke volumes. The 4th Company of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment had demonstrated exemplary performance, as witnessed by all present. The heavy infantry soldiers of the 4th Company skillfully operated 11 crossbows, significantly contributing to the thwarting of the demons' escape. The demons on Mount Moyun seemingly wished to hinder the Bena Legion from establishing a camp with ease at the mountain's base, thus launching a nocturnal assault. As soon as the two sides clashed, they incurred substantial losses. The demon faction suffered the loss of 200 demon warriors in a single night, while the Bena Expeditionary Army endured the death of at least 700 soldiers, in addition to severe damage to their encampment. Fortunately, their supplies remained largely intact. Chapter 90. The Hunt in the Aftermath of the Expedition. The high-ranking officials of the Bena Legion unanimously concluded that the failure of the perimeter sentries to perform their duties was the primary reason for the successful incursion of the malevolent spirits. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the construct knights the previous day, the devastation inflicted upon the camp could have been far more severe, as nearly one-third of the soldiers from the 58th Heavy Infantry Regiment perished in this assault. The loss of life was staggering. It was impossible to cremate each body individually. Instead, the fallen warriors were laid upon a bed of pine branches in an open field outside the camp, meticulously arranged, before being covered with another thick layer of pine boughs, forming a massive pyramid of the deceased. Oil was poured over the pyre, and it was the esteemed Marquis Solomon Bowen of the Bena Legion who ignited the flames. The solemn ceremony lasted the entire afternoon, with the Marquis waiting until dusk to light the fire, which burned throughout the night, gradually extinguishing as dawn approached. The personal effects and identity tags of the soldiers were collected and placed into wooden boxes resembling jewelry cases, filling an entire wagon. The 2nd Squad of the 4th Battalion of the 57th Regiment, where He Buqiang served, distinguished themselves during the battle, earning a commendation of several hundred merit points from the military command. However, when these points were divided among the squad members, the share each received appeared somewhat paltry. Nonetheless, it was said to be the highest honor for heavy infantry soldiers. As an external aid to the 2nd Squad, the merit points held little significance for He Buqiang. Moreover, during the incursion, he lost his Roman sword, which he had scarcely had the chance to wield. Perhaps due to his lack of personal merit points or the loss of his sword, a myriad of emotions stirred within him, leaving him somewhat unsettled. In contrast, Baron Sidney emerged from the assault with considerable gains, not only acquiring a substantial amount of merit but also showcasing bravery that caught the attention of the military hierarchy, earning him their approval. The Marquis Solomon Bowen even extended an invitation to dine together, a rare honor among the young nobility. As for the fate of He Buqiang's Roman sword, Surdak, through certain connections, learned that it currently resided in the armory of the Heavy Cavalry Regiment as a trophy. It was said that the Heavy Cavalry had slain a malevolent spirit and confiscated the sword from its fallen foe, which had been injured. However, it would require someone to attest that this modified Roman sword belonged to the 2nd Squad. In response to the incursion, the military command issued orders for infantry regiments to bolster the number of patrols outside the camp. Owing to their commendable performance in patrolling the base of Mount Moyun, the 2nd Squad was once again assigned by Baron Sidney to serve as reconnaissance, not only to monitor the movements of the malevolent spirits at the mountain's foot, but also to ascertain the terrain of Mount Moyun in preparation for the impending assault. If this matter were to fall upon another infantry squad, it might pose a formidable challenge. However, for the soldiers of the 2nd Squad, seasoned in the hunting of malevolent spirits, it represents a rare and fortuitous opportunity. At the very least, during their patrol, they may once again have the chance to hunt these fiends, as each malevolent spirit is a considerable bounty for the warriors of the 2nd Squad. As the captain of the 2nd Squad, Surdak perceives that, under the current circumstances, venturing out to hunt these spirits could be perilously risky. Nevertheless, the spirits of the 2nd Squad soldiers are buoyant, each eager for another chance to claim a prize. Given this collective desire, Surdak consented to explore the possibility of hunting the malevolent spirits during their patrol. He Buqiang has long wished to converse with his comrades, hoping to discover if they share his peculiar sentiments. Yet, due to his own linguistic barriers, he has been unable to communicate these thoughts to Surdak. A swordsman from the Baijali had once told He Buqiang that his body could sense the elements of sacred magic, suggesting he might one day become a magic swordsman. Departing from the encampment at the foot of the Mayun Ridge, the second squad traversed the edge of a narrow ravine, heading westward. The expeditionary forces had established 16 sentry posts on the western side of the camp, and since the early hours of yesterday, 2 of these posts had failed to report any information. This morning, the soldiers sent to relieve them also lost contact. The mission of the second squad is to ascertain the situation in that area, and if conditions allow, to continue their exploration westward. As the squad members exited the encampment, the great bonfire outside had yet to extinguish completely. A group of infantry soldiers were busy repairing the wooden palisade of the camp to prevent a recurrence of such incidents. The outer wooden fence was being expanded to a double layer, with earth being compacted between the 2 rows of palisade, ensuring that crossbows could be mounted atop the walls. Additionally, 4 lookout towers were to be erected around the camp. Leading the second squad westward for nearly a kilometer, Surdak found that from the treetops, he could clearly observe the encampment behind them. Strangely, the locations marked on the map for the sentry posts were devoid of personnel. Surdak, He Buqiang, and the bearded man ascended the treetops, where the foliage was dense and suitable for establishing concealed observation points. Yet, the concealed sentry that should have been present for Surdak remained elusive. Clinging to the trunk, He Buqiang swiftly ascended the tree and discovered a massive claw mark on the first horizontal branch. This was unmistakably a mark left by a malevolent spirit. Following the claw marks, he continued to survey the area and indeed found several freshly broken branches nearby, along with traces of blood on the tree. He Buqiang called over Surdak, who was in a nearby tree. The signs left on the tree were minimal, aside from a few faint claw marks on the trunk. There were no signs of struggle. It was evident that the malevolent spirit had accurately located the sentry post and had assassinated the soldier stationed there. Strangely, the soldiers who had come to replace them that morning had also inexplicably vanished. Surdak selected a new recruit from the ranks, instructing him to ascend a nearby tree to temporarily replace the sentry on watch. Until the headquarters dispatched a replacement, the recruit was to remain on guard, responsible for vigilance in this sector. To aid in this duty, Surdak entrusted the young soldier with a magical signal flare, advising him to release it at the first sign of trouble to alert the others. Subsequently, the second squad stealthily advanced toward the next outpost. Chapter 91. Hunt 2. The second outpost stood deserted, with only faint traces of a struggle nearby, and the soldiers meant to relieve the watch were nowhere to be found. Surdak pondered for a moment. He decided not to leave any members of the second squad to guard this outpost. Given that the 2 nearest hidden sentinels to the camp were unguarded, it was reasonable to assume that the other outposts were similarly vulnerable. The military headquarters had a total of 13 outposts on the west side of the camp, if each required a soldier to remain. By the time they reached the final outpost, the second squad would be left with only himself. It was evident that this band of malevolent spirits was acutely aware of the outpost arrangements. They knew the hiding places of each sentinel and had silently eliminated the soldiers stationed there. The inability of the second squad to track these fiends suggested they were lurking in the shadows, likely waiting for the soldiers to disperse into the outposts before seizing the opportunity to strike them down one by one. Although He Buqiang had intended to discreetly alert Surdak, it became clear that Surdak had already grasped the gravity of the situation. From his pack, Surdak retrieved the last 2 hard, salted beast heads, which served as the second squad's only hope against the malevolent spirits. He instructed the other squad members to maintain vigilance in the vicinity, while He Buqiang arranged 4 ceramic bowls in a clearing beneath the second outpost, setting up a magical array and conducting a simple sacrificial ceremony to bestow the blessings of divine protection and blessed shield upon the 2 of them. Despite He Buqiang's familiarity with the ritual, he still felt a twinge of anxiety each time he performed it, as if some unseen force were watching him. Upon completing the sacrificial rite, Surdak regrouped the members of the second squad to formulate their battle plan. "We can no longer advance," he declared, his expression resolute. "If we proceed further, we risk scattering our forces among the outposts, thus falling directly into the trap set by the malevolent spirits, allowing them to pick us off one by one." Sitting beneath a tree, Surdak addressed his squad with unwavering determination. The members of the second squad were taken aback by their captain's intention to use himself as bait to draw out the hidden fiends, momentarily rendered speechless. Exchanging glances without uttering a word. Noticing the sudden silence, Surdak continued, "By the way, when you reach the first outpost, do not forget to bring that boy Billy along. I have an uneasy feeling leaving him there alone." Bearded Kogul furrowed his brow. hesitating as he spoke. "Captain, is it wise to leave you and little Dak here?" Augustus chimed in, insisting, "We should all stay together. I refuse to believe we cannot outweight them." Other soldiers voiced their concerns, but Surdak raised a hand to silence them. Sensing their lingering unease, he reassured them, "Do not worry. I can handle 1 or 2 malevolent spirits alongside little Dak. Look, I have also learned from little Dak and have equipped myself with a dwarven chain shield this time." As the second squad marched, they intentionally amplified their footsteps and voices, gradually vanishing into the dense forest on the hillside. Surdak ascended a tree to meticulously inspect for any signs of recent combat, while He Buqiang searched for clues below. At last, amidst the underbrush, He Buqiang uncovered a few disordered footprints of the malevolent spirits after clearing away the dry leaves. Although their presence lingered, they had effectively concealed the traces of battle, making it challenging to discern their whereabouts at first glance. This particular spirit exhibited a greater cunning than its counterparts, demonstrating an understanding of how to obscure its tracks. Surdak leapt down from the tree, clutching a magical signal flare in his hand. His brow furrowed as he remarked to He Buqiang, "We didn't even have the chance to signal." He Buqiang pointed towards the footprints in the forest, and Surdak's eyes brightened upon realizing the clues He Buqiang had discovered. "Let us follow these tracks. Perhaps the spirit is also searching for our isolated comrades." Observing Surdak's eagerness, He Buqiang found himself at a loss for how to dissuade him. Suddenly, He Buqiang's acute senses detected a whiff of danger, prompting him to swiftly pull Surdak behind a large tree. Surdak was about to voice a question when He Buqiang silenced him. At that moment, a horned spirit emerged within the glade, and He Buqiang discerned its path. It was skillfully navigating the blind spot of the sentinel tree, effectively concealing itself behind the tree as it moved. After a few seconds, the horned spirit's gaze fell upon the very spot where the two had concealed themselves. With a keen awareness, the spirit confirmed the absence of human warriors above and promptly prepared to depart. Just as the horned spirit turned, it caught sight of the hidden Imperial soldier, and its eyes flared with a fierce crimson light. The military dagger in its hand elongated, and it charged forth silently, despite its towering 3-meter frame. In an instant, the spirit was upon Surdak. Faced with no time for hesitation, he emerged from behind the tree, shield raised, and lunged with his knightly sword aimed at the spirit's chest. The horned spirit, taken aback by Surdak's unexpected resistance, had perceived infantry clad in such inferior armor as mere fodder on the battlefield. It deflected Surdak's thrust with one hand and retaliated with a powerful kick aimed at Surdak's shield. The impact resonated with a deep, thunderous sound. In the spirit's mind, even if the kick did not prove fatal, it should have sent the infantry soldier flying. Yet, to the spirit's astonishment, the soldier withstood the blow resolutely. He Buqiang seized the opportunity to stealthily thrust the Roman sword from the side, securely embedding it into the left rib of the long-horned demon. This time, He Buqiang had gained some experience without waiting for the demon's muscles to contract. He swiftly withdrew the sword. The long-horned demon gazed in disbelief at the wound beneath its ribs, from which oozed a viscous, purplish-black blood. It retaliated, aiming its military dagger at He Buqiang's throat. In response, the dwarven chain shield in He Buqiang's grip shimmered with a delicate silver light, as the silver magical runes flickered and vanished upon the shield's surface. The shield of blessing absorbed the blow from the demon's military dagger, which, despite its formidable resilience, bent slightly without penetrating the shield before him. Seizing the moment, Surdak summoned all his strength and swung the dwarven chain shield, striking the demon's face. A dull thud resonated as the silver runes on the shield made contact with the demon's visage, their brilliance intensifying. Beneath the radiance of those silver runes, the long-horned demon's face began to dissolve like melting wax, its flesh swiftly disintegrating. Chapter 92. The Hunt 3. The towering demon, standing over 3 meters high, was struck fiercely on the head by Surdak's shield, contorting its face grotesquely under the assault of silver runes. The horned fiend let out a chilling howl as its muscular arms swung in a wide arc, its deep purple fist crashing down towards Surdak's head. Even with the protective divine body spell, He Buqiang dared not allow the demon's punch to land on Surdak. He barely managed to defend against the demon's silent knee strike with his shield, using the force to propel himself upward, bringing his Roman sword down in a sweeping arc towards the demon's descending fist. The demon, surprisingly nimble, reacted swiftly. Just as the tip of the Roman sword made contact with its colossal fist, the horned fiend abruptly spread its fingers wide, unfazed by the sword's sharp edge, and twisted its wrist to grasp the weapon. The magical barrier of divine body enveloped He Buqiang, repelling the demon's dark energy. He was sent flying sideways by the demon's blow. hurtling towards an oak tree beside the sentry. However, just before crashing into the trunk, he quickly adjusted his posture, landing firmly on the tree limb. His body coiled like a powerful spring. He then launched himself back at the demon, his long sword leaving a barely perceptible afterimage in its wake. The horned demon was taken aback, realizing not only had Yibuqiang neutralized its corrosive energy, but he was also retaliating without hindrance. As the demon's fist aimed at Surdak, it was forced to redirect its attack, attempting to deflect Yibuqiang's Roman sword with its own. Yibuqiang was unwilling to let the demon seize his sword. A fleeting memory of the previous owner's battle surged in his mind, prompting him to deftly evade the demon's punch with a reverse grip on his sword, bending his body into a bow shape. In the next moment, the Roman sword thrust forth from his lower back. As the horned demon swung its fist towards Yibuqiang's blade, the sharp edge collided with the demon's knuckles, radiating a faint aura of sanctity. In an astonishing turn of events, the sword enveloped in holy energy pierced through the demon's arm with relentless force. The demon, unable to withdraw in time, was met with a heavy shield bash from Yibuqiang, causing it to fall flat on its back. Seizing the moment, Surdak, who had just caught his breath, charged forward, aiming his knight's sword into the demon's exposed abdomen, angling the blade upward to pierce its heart. However, the demon kicked out, striking Surdak's shield, preventing the sword from delivering a fatal blow. Withstanding the demon's kick, Surdak's shield erupted with silver runes once more, though this time they glimmered far less brightly than before. The demon appeared to fear these silver runes as they surged into its massive foot, causing 3 of its toes to disintegrate, releasing a torrent of black gas. The demon shrieked in agony, crashing heavily to the ground. Before it could rise, Yibuqiang drove his Roman sword into its chest with the force of a hammer, the blade piercing through completely. Yibuqiang swung the dwarf chain shield with vigor, striking it forcefully against the hilt of his sword. The Roman sword impaled the foul demon onto the forest clearing, as Surdak took a significant step forward, positioning himself above the long-horned demon. Grasping the demon's azure horns with one hand, he deftly swept his knightly sword across its throat. The grotesque visage of the long-horned demon froze in that instant, its head severed by Surdak, who held it aloft triumphantly. Surdak then lowered his knightly sword and exchanged a hearty slap with Yibuqiang. The bearded warrior, having sprinted to the forefront, gazed at the scene before him, his expression one of astonishment. "Has the battle concluded so swiftly?" he exclaimed. Red Sox dashed to the side of the now-cold demon's corpse, marveling as he remarked, "Captain, you and Little Dak managed to slay a demon warrior?" Crouching beneath a tree, Surdak paused his skinning knife, lifting his gaze to the recruit soldier, Billy, and affirmed, "Indeed, Captain." Billy stood upright, responding decisively. A young lad from the Bena province, Billy and his fellow young warriors held a blind admiration for swordsmanship, believing their origins in the homeland of legendary swordsmen destined them to excel as warriors. Assigned to the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment, Billy felt a tinge of resentment regarding his role as a heavily armored soldier. Yet now, he had fully integrated into the camaraderie of the 2nd Squad, gradually embracing his new identity. Observing him dash off into the dense woods, one could tell he remained a green recruit. Seasoned veterans would never run so hastily. They would only unveil their true prowess when facing the perils of battle. The soldiers of the 2nd Squad gathered around Surdak and Augustus with a peculiar expression, scrutinized the demon's multiple wounds. Noticing that Surdak and Yibuqiang seemed relatively unscathed, he enviously inquired, "Captain, can the indigenous people's sacrificial rituals grant such formidable power?" Surdak glanced up at Yibuqiang perched upon the tree branch and replied with a smile, "If you wish to experience that power, speak to Little Dak, though at present we lack any offerings." Upon hearing the captain's words, Augustus immediately tilted his head back, calling out to Yibuqiang, "Little Dak, I wish to try that power, may I?" Yibuqiang met Augustus's gaze and assumed a posture of willingness to assist. Augustus enthusiastically pumped his fist, exclaiming, "Have you agreed?" Haha. Chapter 93. The hunt. It was only after Augustus regained his composure that he realized the necessity of offering sacrifices for the ritual, a requirement that came with a significant cost for the extraordinary powers he sought. The spoils acquired by the second team that could serve as offerings were not to be casually bestowed upon Augustus. Rather, they were reserved for Surdak. As the captain, his strength was unquestionable, and his close relationship with Little Dark, coupled with his prior experiences in vanquishing malevolent spirits, had led the others to accept Suldak's ritual blessings as a matter of course. Now that Augustus expressed a desire to experience the power of the ritual blessing, The requirement for a sacrificial offering loomed before him like an insurmountable mountain. Augustus scratched his head, and then a spark of inspiration lit up his eyes as he poked the burly Kagul beside him, placing a hand on Kagul's shoulder. Augustus affectionately addressed the young yet hirsute Hailansan. "Hey, Kagul, what do you think about going hunting for beasts together?" Surdak remained unconcerned about the private endeavors of the squad's warriors. Even if Augustus managed to persuade the entire team to assist him, Surdak would not intervene. After skinning the few remaining black-patterned demon hides off the slain fiend, the body was hastily buried. Following the direction of the fiend's emergence for 2 kilometers yielded no trace of the fallen Dark Sentinels, compelling them to abandon their aimless search and proceed to investigate the 3rd outpost. As they entered the forest where the 3rd outpost was situated, a palpable scent of blood permeated the air. Surdak hastened into the dense thicket, furrowing his brow at the scene that unfolded before him. Ibuchiang was equally taken aback. The brutality of the battle here was staggering. Nearly an entire squad of heavily armored infantry lay sprawled across the forest floor, each soldier exhibiting only a singular fatal wound. The fiend's military dagger had either pierced their foreheads or created gaping, bloody holes in their chests, their hearts gruesomely devoured by the fiend. The heavy armor worn by these infantrymen failed to protect them from the fiend's onslaught. Instead, it hampered their agility, rendering them vulnerable and unable to escape when confronted by the demons. Yet, Surdak could not comprehend why, in the face of such a fiendish attack, no magical signal flares had been dispatched to alert the camp. Ibuchiang, like the other warriors of the 2nd team, immediately began searching the forest for survivors. It was evident that these heavily armored soldiers had been dead for at least 2 hours, their bodies already stiffening. Upon noticing a portion of a magical signal flare's wooden handle protruding from a pool of blood, Ibuchiang reached down to retrieve it, only to discover it was a flare that had already been deployed. However, no alerts had reached the camp. Contemplating this, Ibuchiang swiftly climbed the large tree at the outpost, standing atop the canopy to gaze towards the camp. It was then that he realized this watch point was positioned on a sloping ridge, completely isolated from the camp by a verdant mountain spine. At the 3rd sentry post, the magical signal flare released could only be seen by the 2 nearby hidden sentries. The hidden sentry at the 2nd post had already been assassinated by the horned demon, and despite enduring a fierce battle, no news had reached the camp. 12 heavily armored infantry warriors lay in a clearing among the trees, their bodies already cold. Augustus struck a sturdy tree trunk with a powerful fist, splintering the bark. He cursed vehemently, expressing his disdain for the incompetent fools in the military department, suggesting that they should spend 2 days in this very spot to understand how to properly position sentries. Kager, the bearded warrior, echoed Augustus's sentiments, angrily declaring them a bunch of lazy noble buffoons. Surdak, maintaining a stern demeanor, reprimanded his reckless subordinates, warning them that insulting nobility would warrant a punishment of 10 lashes. At that moment, the red-socked Garcia inopportunely chimed in, asking the captain if he intended to report them. Surdak kicked him away, his expression darkening. Anyone witnessing such a scene would be disheartened. This incident could hardly be deemed an accident. It was, in fact, a significant oversight in the deployment of sentries by the military, if one were to follow this reasoning. The ambush on the camp the previous night could be attributed to the complete exposure of their hidden sentries to the demons, prompting the fiends to orchestrate an attack. Although the camp managed to survive, the losses incurred were grievous. The root cause of it all lay in the glaring flaws in the sentry arrangements by the military. Naturally, the young nobles who had graduated from the prestigious War Academy would bear the brunt of the blame for this incident. At that moment, they observed Garcia, the red-socked soldier, sitting in a pool of blood, beside a corpse with a disfigured face. He held a blood-stained nameplate in his hands, gazing sorrowfully at the fallen warrior. Noticing the unsettling emotions of Garcia, Ibuchiang approached him. The other soldiers of the 2nd squad also gathered around. Last night, I was fighting alongside him against the attacking demons, and now, before noon, he lies here. Garcia's voice trembled with grief. Do you know him? Surdak inquired. Crouching beside Garcia and examining the corpse of the armored infantryman, Garcia carefully wiped the blood from the soldier's identity plate, addressing the group. He was from my village, and he had only 6 months left in his service. I had promised to ask him to send some money home, especially since we've been struggling financially lately. I thought it would help improve things for my family. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face like raindrops. Yet, there lingered an expression on his face that was more painful than tears. Listening to Garcia's lament, Ibuchiang suddenly realized something. Where were the demons that had slaughtered these heavily armored infantrymen? He lifted his head, casting a wary glance around. At that moment, Surdak also raised his head, and their eyes met. both clearly arriving at the same unsettling conclusion. Surdak suddenly sprang to his feet, startling the soldiers of the second squad around him, who turned their attention to him. Why haven't they appeared yet? What are they waiting for? The bearded Kager asked, looking somewhat dazed and bewildered. Surdak cast a glance at Yibuqiang before solemnly replying, if I am not mistaken, they are likely waiting for the signal from the second lookout post. They intend for the longhorned demon over there to eliminate the sentry at the second lookout and sever communication with the camp before they make their move. Upon hearing Sudak's words, the soldiers of the second squad stood up in shock. What do we do now, Captain? Augustus was the first to rush to Sudak's side, asking urgently, what else can we do? We can handle the isolated demons, but do you really wish to engage a squad of demon warriors in direct combat? Surdak, noticing Augustus's eager demeanor and bold spirit for battle, suppressed the urge to kick him and spoke gravely to the soldiers of the second squad. Chapter 94. Escaping the tiger's den, a gentle breeze swept through, causing a few leaves to drift lazily to the ground. The second squad of soldiers in the clearing of the forest had no time to attend to the bodies of the 12 heavily armored infantrymen. They could only hastily cover the faces with large banana leaves before quickly packing their gear and retreating from the location of the third outpost. As they approached the ridge, Yibuqiang inexplicably felt his heart racing. He paused to survey the dense forest on either side, but found nothing amiss. Surdak, leading the way at the front of the group, was oblivious to Yibuqiang's halt, eager to traverse the mountain range as swiftly as possible. He commanded the squad to march at a brisk pace. After walking another 70 or 80 meters, they reached the highest point of the ridge, from which the distant camp was clearly visible. Suddenly, Surdak felt a hand resting on his shoulder. He turned to see Yibuqiang catching up from behind. Noticing the serious expression on Yibuqiang's face, Surdak realized something was amiss and quickly gestured for all the soldiers in the second squad to stop. What's the matter, Surdak? Yibuqiang tapped the linen pouch hanging at Suldak's waist and pointed ahead. The pouch contained the head of a demon, and after a moment's thought, Surdak understood Yibuqiang's intent. Are you suggesting we cannot proceed further due to an ambush of demons ahead? Yibuqiang nodded solemnly. Surdak hesitated, glancing at the ridge ahead. Once they ascended, they would indeed enter the line of sight of the camp as watchtower. He faced a dilemma, whether to rush forward with the entire second squad or to alter their plan and take a detour around the ridge. The soldiers of the second squad remained silent, encircling Surdak and patiently awaiting his decision. They placed their utmost trust in him. For Surdak, this trust was not only an honor but also a profound responsibility. The forest ahead was eerily silent, and the bearded Kegel sensed the impending danger. He gripped a small round shield that he had been carrying on his back, now firmly in hand. We shall circumvent from the left, Surdak contemplated before ultimately deciding, regardless of the presence of an ambush, to take the longer route. There were no paths flanking the ridge, overtaken by wild grass and thickets. The squad plunged into the underbrush beside the narrow path, forcefully carving a way through with their long leather boots. The thorns and vines in the forest posed a challenge. To pass through the thorny bushes, the leading soldiers had to use machetes to sever the obstructive vines, occasionally driving away any venomous snakes lurking in the grass. Heavily armored infantrymen were ill-suited for extended journeys, and without clearing the entangled vines, it was arduous to take a single step forward amidst the overgrown thickets. Amidst the dense thicket, the air was thick with swarming mosquitoes, while small black beetles scuttled onto the armor, burrowing through the crevices and into the clothing beneath, causing both pain and irritation. At this moment, Yibuqiang's suit of beast-hide armor revealed its significant advantage. Perhaps it still bore remnants of the magical creature's essence. For the tiny pests dared not approach him. Wherever he strode, the buzzing insects would scatter in alarm. The second team ascended to a higher ridge, where Surdak commanded the soldiers to rest in place, positioning a lookout atop Augustus's head. Augustus leaped onto a massive boulder, gazing into the dense foliage behind, initially unperturbed. However, upon further scrutiny, his jaw dropped in astonishment. A horde of malevolent spirits surged forth from the hidden thicket, racing through the woodland. Their towering figures occasionally revealed themselves in the forest's gaps, their purplish bodies stark against the greenery. A flock of green-billed finches erupted from the trees, taking flight to the opposite woods, clearly frightened by the apparitions. One could only ponder how many fiends lurked within that forest when they had previously traversed this path. Not a hint of danger had been detected. Augustus pointed toward the distant ridge, exclaiming in disbelief, "I can't believe it. They truly lay in ambush beyond the pass. Thank goodness we did not proceed. Otherwise, we would have faced grave trouble." The bearded Kager urged Augustus, perched upon the boulder. "We must move swiftly. It appears they are searching for us." We cannot afford to be seen. Surdak surveyed the lush undergrowth, his brow furrowing after a moment's contemplation. There are no cinnamon trees nearby to mask our scent, and we've carved a path through the wild grass that will surely betray our presence. They are swifter than we, and it won't be long before they close in on us. We must depart at once. Upon hearing Surdak's words, the soldiers of the second team quickly gathered together from the forest. Kager stepped forward, addressing Surdak. Please, wait a moment, Captain. I intend to set a trap here, a little surprise for them. He then cut 2 vines from the underbrush and began to fashion a pitfall using the surrounding environment. Surdak furrowed his brow but refrained from voicing his objections, instead urging Kager, if you must do this, make haste. Our time is limited. Seeing Surdak's acquiescence, Kager patted his chest confidently. Rest assured, Captain. Not long after the second team vacated the ridge, a squad of malevolent spirits followed the path they had tread, their restless movements carving deep tracks through the wild grass. Each step was heavy, betraying their agitation. The leader brandished a massive spiked axe, adorned with an abundance of dark runes, more than those of the other fiends. Emerging from the wild grassland, the malevolent spirit soon spotted a smoldering campfire nestled within the woods. With resolute strides, it advanced towards the flickering flames, entirely oblivious to a vine coiled beneath its feet. In accordance with the instincts of its kind, it intended to rely on sheer brute strength to sever the bothersome vine. And so it proceeded. However, the vine exhibited no resistance. The moment its foot made contact, the vine recoiled with the agility of a serpent. Before the spirit could comprehend the situation, it found itself ensnared, the vine wrapping tightly around its foot, causing its entire body to topple as it was yanked off balance, leaving the malevolent being suspended upside down in midair. The other spirits trailing behind stood in dumbfounded silence, witnessing this bewildering spectacle. Chapter 95. Impatience. The malevolent leader of the demons found himself suspended in midair, ensnared by the grasp of vine-like tendrils, his imposing form swaying precariously. Concurrently, a framework studded with dozens of sharp wooden spikes hurtled towards him from another tree. Despite the precarious situation, the demon leader clutched his fierce axe resolutely, furiously swinging it to shatter the oncoming spike-laden contraption. With a forceful motion, he severed the vines binding his ankles, allowing him to descend gracefully to the ground, where he crouched with a steady poise. Although caught in a trap, the demon leader remained largely unscathed, though his already fearsome visage had taken on an even more sinister aspect. The demons, following the traces left by the second team that had retreated into the woods, pursued the faint footprints left behind. With a wave of his hand, the demon leader signaled 2 of his comrades to follow closely, while 4 others took a divergent path. With determined strides, the demon leader surged ahead, racing through the forest, the trees blurring past him. In his mind, the only focus was the path ahead, which he envisioned as the site of an impending eruption of fury. His heart brimmed with rage, quickening his pace, leaving the 2 pursuing demons struggling to keep up. Faint traces of humanity lingered along the way, which the demons interpreted as the tantalizing scent of flesh. However, the demon leader's ire intensified when, after a quarter of an hour, the path bifurcated once more, leaving him unable to ascertain which route the human warriors had taken. He gestured to his 2 demon warriors, allowing them the discretion to choose the path. Though somewhat perplexed by their leader's decision, the 2 demons meticulously scrutinized the signs left by the human soldiers at the fork, ultimately converging on a unanimous conclusion: they should take the left path. The demon leader nodded in approval, indicating for the 2 warriors to pursue this route, while he himself embarked down the other trail. In due course, it became evident that the demon leader's judgment was astute, as the human warriors had indeed succeeded in misleading the 2 demons, leading them astray from the true path taken by the second team. However, he gravely overlooked a critical detail. Upon reaching this juncture, he was utterly alone. What lay before him was a cunning squad of human warriors, among whom were those adept at setting traps. Most importantly, the second team was not at all intimidated by a solitary demon, regardless of the formidable horns adorning the leader's head. Upon reaching the second pass, the second team became acutely aware that only 1 demon was pursuing them from behind. The others would require at least another quarter of an hour to catch up. Thus, as the demon leader crested a ridge and peered through the gaps between the trees, he was astonished to behold 2 human warriors seated around a campfire beneath a tree. A blackened iron pot hung over the campfire, emitting white steam that suggested it was boiling some unappetizing concoction. The malevolent spirits were particularly repulsed by humanity's penchant for cooking their food, a thought that elicited a visceral disgust. The leader of the fiends waved his hand instinctively, attempting to signal the demon warriors trailing behind him to spread out in a fan-like formation. However, he soon recalled that he was alone. All his warriors had been dispatched on other tasks, leaving him to act independently. Fortunately, the opposing human warriors numbered merely 2, and their armor indicated they were the lowest tier of infantry, often referred to as cannon fodder. Recognizing these 2 human soldiers as rare prey, the demon leader deftly slipped into the shadows behind a tree, fixating his gaze on the unsuspecting warriors. He crouched low, attempting to minimize his presence. Inching closer with utmost caution, akin to a leopard lurking in the tall grass, eyeing 2 gazelles on the plain. Alas, he was oblivious to the unfolding scene at the second lookout post. Seated beneath the tree, tending to a pot of boiling water, was Hibwichiang. He steadfastly maintained that even while marching through the wilderness, if circumstances permitted, they should drink boiled water. Though Surdak found this somewhat perplexing, he chose to honor his companion's wishes, striving to fulfill this modest request whenever feasible. Meanwhile, the longhorn demon lurking in the forest had remained within the line of sight of the second squad since its appearance on the opposite hillside. Despite its occasional disappearances from view, the soldiers would quickly reacquaint themselves with its position, as it had been following the path taken by the second squad. As the demon believed the 2 human warriors before it constituted its quarry, it remained unaware that, in the eyes of the second squad, it was merely a plump target. Thus, anticipation grew on both sides. To Hibwichiang and Surdak, the appearance of the longhorn demon seemed relatively normal. Yet, to the demon, the excitement flickering in the eyes of the 2 humans concealed an inexplicable danger. Gripping its formidable cleaver tightly, the weight of the axe steadied its frayed nerves. The moment it swung the axe in an attempt to cleave through Hibwichiang's dwarven chain shield, the outcome of this confrontation was already sealed. Surdak and Hibwichiang's combat synergy was nearly flawless. They had thoroughly deciphered the fighting style of the fiends. The divine protection bestowed upon them granted them strength and resilience slightly inferior to that of the demon warriors, ensuring that they could maintain an unassailable position against the isolated fiend. As the horned fiend intended to cleave through the ironwood shield of the heavily armored foot soldier, its jagged axe became deeply embedded in the dwarven chain shield. In that moment, the other warriors from the second squad, hidden within the dense forest, surged forth like a tide, their chaotic blades overwhelming the defenseless horned fiend. Surdak was incensed by the second squad's brutal and barbaric conduct. A pristine piece of black-scaled demon hide could have been salvaged. Yet due to the overzealousness of the second squad, the hide of the horned fiend was rendered nearly unrecognizable. The second squad swiftly disposed of the fiend's carcass. And before they could catch their breath, 2 more fiendish warriors emerged along the distant mountain path. With no time to cleanse the battlefield or attend to the bloodstains on the ground, Surdak hastily smeared some dark purple blood on himself and Hibwichiang. Clutching the jagged axe left behind by the horned fiend, he lay beneath a tree, feigning death. From afar, it appeared as though the axe had struck him in the abdomen. Hibwichiang, witnessing Surdak's masterful performance, was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what weapon he should grasp while lying amidst the blood-soaked earth. In a decisive moment, he simply held his shield and lay down in the pool of blood, awaiting the impending threat. Chapter 96 News. The 2 vile demon warriors, upon discovering traces of a recent battle, beheld 2 fallen human fighters lying in pools of blood. Yet they could not ascertain the whereabouts of their captain. As they sprinted towards the clearing beneath the trees, intending to inspect whether the human warriors were truly deceased, they inadvertently fell victim to the shield strike unleashed by Surdak and Hibwichiang. The silver runes erupting from the blessed shield exerted a formidable restraining influence upon these demons. As the demon warriors collapsed, they scarcely hesitated before thrusting their sharp spikes towards Surdak and Hibwichiang, an action they had long prepared for. Only to be thwarted by the shield strike imbued with the blessed shield effect, their massive forms toppled to the ground. Surdak had anticipated such a maneuver from the demon warriors. As he leapt into the air, he deftly twisted to the side, employing his exceptional balance to narrowly evade the demon's retaliatory strike. Hibwichiang, conversely, adopted a different approach. Positioning his Roman sword in a defensive stance, executing the most fundamental of warriors' defensive maneuvers to block the demon's piercing attack. However, once on the battlefield, even these basic combat actions seemed to evaporate from memory within seconds, as all sought to acquire some flashy, advanced combat techniques, often neglecting the practicality of foundational moves. Yet, Hibwichiang executed these basic maneuvers with a naturalness akin to breathing, his actions as textbook perfect as one could imagine. The 2 demon warriors did not endure for long, swiftly falling to the blades of the second squad's fighters. Witnessing the potent effects of the divine body, Augustus felt an increasing desire to experience the sensations bestowed by it. Upon entering the camp, Surdak encountered the wounded soldiers stationed in the tent of the 57 Heavy Infantry Regiment. From them, he learned that the 57 Heavy Infantry Regiment had already deployed to the western front of the camp, engaging in the extermination of small bands of demons. The search area was continuously expanding, necessitating the dispatch of even the heavy cavalry. Baron Sidney, leading the 4th Squadron, had accompanied Count Mont Gosper to the western mountains of the camp for over half a day now. The camp bore numerous areas in need of repair, as the recent assault by 200 demons had inflicted significant losses upon the expeditionary force. Many soldiers within the camp were harboring pin-up frustration, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to confront those demons on the battlefield with fervor. The treacherous and steep terrain of the Moyen Ridge, easily defensible yet difficult to assault, had afforded the demons nearly 2 to 3 months of covert operations, during which they constructed a defensive fortification atop the ridge. The expeditionary forces of the Bena Legion had yet to take action, but in recent days, a steady stream of crossbows and catapults had been arriving at the camp, with reports of a substantial batch of additional catapults expected in the coming days. After a brief respite in the camp, the 2nd Squad hastened towards the battlefield on the western side of the camp, intending to rendezvous with the 4th Squadron. The logistics transport team of the military camp found itself ensnared once more in the narrow mountain path alongside the heavy cavalry. The front line demanded a substantial supply of materials, while the expansion of the search area necessitated the presence of the heavy cavalry. However, the mountain road was confined to a single narrow passage, making haste impossible, with dense thickets of wild grass on both sides offering no space for maneuvering. The 2nd Squad followed closely behind a 2-wheeled cart belonging to the logistics department, laden with ample rations and arrows. The longbowmen from the camp had already been dispatched, leaving uncertainty about the state of the battlefield. The warriors of the 2nd Squad patiently awaited their turn, standing quietly by the mountainside. Despite the dust kicked up by the supply convoy, their spirits remained high. They had successfully dispatched 4 malevolent spirits during their recent patrol, including 2 formidable horned demons. The spoils would be distributed among the squad members, ensuring each would receive at least 5 or 6 gold coins, a significant fortune for those of the common folk, equivalent to a year's worth of toil without sustenance. Such unexpected wealth brought them immense satisfaction. As the mountain road became increasingly congested, the mood of those halted began to sour. Drivers would occasionally lash their restless mules, whose braying in turn unsettled the war horses. The heavily armored cavalry, mounted atop their steeds, found themselves repeatedly soothing their anxious mounts. The warriors of the 2nd Squad wielded machetes to clear a patch of wild grass and vines, retreating into the cool shade of the forest. The driver of the 2-wheeled cart, inserting his whip into the yoke, poured a half-basket of chopped alfalfa from a linen sack, finding remnants of bean curd within, and offered it to the mule, simultaneously stroking its mane to calm its agitation. Once the mule had grazed adequately, he poured a basin of water from a metal barrel affixed to the rear of the cart, quenching his own thirst before allowing the mule to drink its fill. Surdak approached the cart driver and struck up a conversation with the middle-aged man. "Mister, what has caused such a severe blockage ahead?" Sensing Surdak's proximity, the mule began to fidget. The driver, his forehead lined with wrinkles, glanced up at Surdak and replied coldly, "Do not come any closer. The stench of blood clings to you. If you approach further, it may kick." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Surdak remained rooted in place, offering an awkward smile. To his surprise, the driver, rather than becoming irate at his rudeness, actually halted his advance. The driver rubbed his reddened nose and made a peculiar sound before speaking amiably. "The road is scarcely wide enough, and yet the military has dispatched these heavy cavalry. It's a wonder there aren't more blockages." He reattached the water bucket to the back of the cart and continued, "Only a few demons, yet they made such a fuss over it." The driver appeared quite talkative, scrutinizing Surdak intently as he inquired, "Which infantry regiment are you from, that you arrive here at such a time?" "Ah, no wonder." The coachman pondered for a moment before continuing. "It is said that the discovery of unusual activity in this area was also made by your patrol squad. Your 57th Regiment's search zone lies to the west. If you traverse this mountain range and journey westward, you are likely to encounter it. Such is often the case. For those in the logistics department tend to possess the most astute information. They may even be more aware of the troop deployments on the battlefield than the young nobles in the operations room. A mere conversation with them often yields valuable insights." Chapter 97. A chance to survive. As dusk descended, Surdak led the 2nd Squad to rendezvous with the 4th Battalion of the 57th Regiment. The role of heavy cavalry in the dense forest was exceedingly limited. The war horses could not gallop through the thickets, and the armored knights, encumbered by nearly 100 pounds of heavy armor, found it impossible to dismount and proceed on foot. Their cumbersome weaponry remained steadfastly secured to their mounts, as they dared not carry it while traversing the underbrush, due to the logistics division's failure to deliver supplies promptly. The search radius of the various battalions did not extend deeply into the mountainous regions of the Moya Ridge. The expeditionary force comprised 3 heavy infantry regiments, 1 heavy cavalry regiment, 2 companies of longbowmen, and a squad of mounted knights. Nearly 5,000 men who scoured the woods for much of the day, yet only succeeded in locating 11 malevolent spirits. Among these, 5 had managed to escape into the depths of the mountains, and the remaining 6 were subdued only after inflicting injuries upon dozens of heavy infantry soldiers. It could be said that this operation epitomized yet another disastrous strategy devised by the young nobles who had recently graduated from the prestigious War Academy. The 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment occupied a clearing within the woods. Baron Sidney sat upon a tree stump, quietly listening as Surdak detailed the situation of the western sentry post. Surdak explained how the outpost had been utilized as bait, continually luring and slaying the patrolling scouts. He then presented Baron Sidney with 12 identification tags belonging to the fallen soldiers of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment. Upon seeing the bloodstained tags, Baron Sidney's face turned a deep shade of anger, and he struck the trunk of a pine tree with a fist, causing the canopy to sway violently and several leaves to flutter down. It was, after all, hardly surprising that the 2 of them returned empty-handed. Nearly 4 battalions of the expeditionary force had meticulously combed through the forest, and the primitive magical beasts that once roamed here had long since fled. Their ability to find anything at all would indeed be a stroke of luck. In a surprising turn, however, a hairless wild boar, its entrails cleaned, weighed an impressive 50 to 60 pounds. It was flattened and bound to a wooden frame, seasoned with salt and simple spices, and roasted over charcoal for more than 2 hours. The skin became delectably crisp, while the meat inside remained tender and juicy. The 13 soldiers of the 2nd Squad feasted heartily around the fire, eliciting envy from neighboring squads. Many of the smaller teams, having finished their rations, could not resist the temptation to venture into the woods to hunt for game. Soon, several squads from the 4th Battalion of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment began to host a barbecue feast. By the time Baron Sidney noticed the burgeoning barbecue, it had already gained considerable momentum. With the roasting already underway, was it not permissible to partake? Although this contravened certain regulations governing military conduct. In the absence of scrutiny from superiors, Baron Sidney chose to turn a blind eye. After all, the Heavy Infantry Regiment had always been treated as the neglected stepchild, first to charge into danger as cannon fodder and last to retreat, only to be left to clean up the aftermath on the battlefield. It was an arrangement that defied all sense of justice. Surdak and Hibwochiang sat side by side beneath a grand tree. Not far away, Augustus was engaged in a discussion with the bearded Karj about their hunting plans. Augustus was resolutely eager to experience the sensation of the divine body, and it was evident that Karj was greatly swayed by his enthusiasm. There were also warriors in the 2nd Squad who wished to join their hunting party. Well, in truth, Hibwochiang was unaware of this. One must often venture into the unknown to discover the answers. Surdak rested his hands behind his head, gazing through the gaps in the leaves at the slanting rays of the setting sun between the mountains. As the half-disk of the sun was about to dip below the horizon, the peaks of the Gandarel Mountains were adorned with a golden edge by the evening light, and birds had begun their gradual return to their nests, restoring the mountains to their former tranquility. The metal helmet rested on the hilt of the knight's longsword, and it appeared that Surdak had maintained his armor impeccably. Despite the onset of the rainy season in Handanar County, there was not a trace of rust upon his armor. "I believe I have leveled up. It must be the effect of the divine body," Surdak calmly remarked to Hibwochiang. This implied that Surdak should now be counted among the ranks of 7th-level warriors, a significant milestone in the Heavy Infantry Regiment, as only those who reached this level could assume the role of squad leader. Previously, due to significant losses in the 4th Squad, Surdak had been exceptionally promoted to squad leader by Baron Sidney, despite his somewhat lacking strength. However, now that he had ascended to 7th-level warrior status, his position as the leader of the 2nd Squad had become rightful and justified. Noticing that Hibwochiang was not particularly astonished, Surdak continued. Chapter 98. Night. It was then that Hibwochiang realized that the elderly man Surdak had introduced him to in the military camp a couple of days prior was actually a military doctor. Only the Construct Knight Corps of the Moyanling Expeditionary Army was entitled to have a physician accompany them. One could only speculate the considerable price Surdak had paid to have that doctor examine a heavily armored infantry soldier. It was said that before the temple had closed, the locals would habitually rush to the temple when ill, praying to the Statue of Liberty, hoping for the priests to bestow divine blessings, which would miraculously heal any ailment. Surdak seemed to relish revisiting old topics. As he spoke, he remarked, "The Gabriel Knight believes you have a significant chance to become a mage knight. I still believe you should not relinquish that opportunity." He Wuqiang felt as though his ears were being worn out by this refrain. Additionally, there was that comment about wanting to marry his sister to him. One would think that in this world, arranged marriages were a thing of the past. He Wuqiang silently scoffed to himself. "Shouldn't you, Surdak, first inquire whether your sister is even willing?" Surdak then sighed softly, "It is I who have burdened you. You could have been more liberated and should not have had to remain with me on this wretched battlefield." He Wuqiang gently tapped his forehead with his fist. Every time he heard such sentiments, he felt an urge to tell Surdak, "I was not particularly close to the Gabriel Knight back then. Why should I obediently follow him to the headquarters of the Bena Legion just because he suggested I undergo training as a mage knight? Aren't we supposed to engage in a grand battle instead?" However, he kept these thoughts to himself. Surdak looked at him with unusually soft eyes and a much gentler tone. "You were correct. In 2 months, my service will conclude." His eyes gleamed with longing for home as he whispered to He Wuqiang, "Lodging is attempting to secure a teleportation permit for us. He mentioned that as long as it contains black magic crystals, obtaining a teleportation permit is quite feasible." Speaking of teleportation permits, such limited resources were predominantly in the hands of the nobility, who were most in need of military merit. In the Grimm Empire, the elevation of a noble's rank could only be achieved through accruing sufficient merit on the battlefield. With the outbreak of interdimensional wars across various regions, it was an opportune moment to amass merit. However, for those timid nobles who dared not set foot on the battlefield, acquiring merit became somewhat less than honorable. Surdak cast a glance at the squad of soldiers nearby, plotting how to hunt first-tier magical beasts, and chuckled as he said to He Wuqiang, "I believe the blessed body can subtly enhance one's physical constitution. Though experiencing a single blessing may not yield immediate sensations, there is still a degree of improvement. I think, before we depart, if possible, we should also provide them with some opportunities. After all, we have fought together in the same trench. Perhaps if their levels increase, even if they are mere fodder, they may not perish so easily." He Wuqiang longed to tell Surdak that a single opportunity was akin to a sacrifice, and he had no idea where to procure so many offerings. Even a first-tier magical beast cannot be easily captured at will. He Wuqiang recalled the enigmatic archmage Inoyatila, who entrusted him with the sacrificial ritual, seemingly without ulterior motives. The night soon descended, shrouding the mountain path in greater peril. There were 3 heavy infantry regiments here, which would require at least half a day's wait. Count Mont Gosper, considering the exhausting day spent traversing the mountains, deemed it too arduous, and thus decided that the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment would camp in place for rest, as they were positioned at the very end of all retreating forces. After Baron Sidney assigned tasks, Surdak immediately took charge of the southwestern area of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment's campsite with his second squad of warriors. Augustus and the bearded Kager's eyes sparkled with excitement. Many lower-tier magical beasts were accustomed to hunting at night, and the inky darkness served as their greatest cloak. The second squad, tasked with patrolling, could engage in on-site hunting if they encountered a first-tier magical beast, as long as they remained within their designated area. The mountains at night were fraught with unknown dangers. One could easily misstep and tumble down a precipice, or find oneself suddenly facing an impassable path. There was also the looming threat of beasts lurking in the shadows, ready to launch a deadly ambush on patrolling soldiers. Kager, leading the way, possessed extensive experience in jungle survival, allowing him to foresee certain dangers in advance. The second squad crouched in the forest at the southwestern corner of the temporary camp throughout the night, and fortunately, no malevolent spirits appeared. Outside the campsite at the foot of the Moyen Ridge, a few merchants had set up stalls. These merchants, having transported supplies from the outer forest, did not primarily engage in selling goods. Their main objective was to procure various materials obtained by the military within the mountains. Fortunate patrolling soldiers might occasionally discover a silverleaf herb in the dense woods or encounter an attack from a bristle beast, which they could capture for its meat, hide, and magical core. Naturally, there were also those like the second squad who hunted malevolent spirits. Not all soldiers surrendered the heads of these spirits to the military supply office. Some chose to sell their hidden treasures to merchants, often reaping greater gold. He Wuqiang noticed some merchants writing on wooden boards, high prices paid for magical beast hides, magical herbs, magical cores, and black-patterned demon hides. He recalled that he had promised the peculiar old man at the magical goods shop in the logging camp to gather some magical herbs for him if the opportunity arose. Outsiders spoke of the rich resources hidden within Mount Gandariel, where various magical beasts roamed, and the dense forest was filled with precious magical herbs. However, after spending so many days in the mountains, He Wuqiang had yet to see a single magical herb, revealing a significant disparity between rumors and reality.